Chapter 1. The start of a chaotic encounter with the faceless phantom. The essence of life lies in the value of death, or perhaps in its triviality, yet Jing Yao believes there exists a peculiar category of demise that is exceedingly hasty. While strolling down the street, he witnessed a handsome young man struck dead by a careening motorcycle. A radiant light suddenly enveloped the young man's head, leaving Jing Yao in utter shock as a tire rebounded and struck him on the skull. In that moment, he found himself transported to an inexplicable realm, only to collide head-on with a grotesque and foul creature that was a sight most repugnant. It seemed that in this new world of invincibility, the monstrous being met its demise upon impact, while Jing Yao was abruptly knocked unconscious by the force of two systems crashing upon his head. Now, in a hospital room, he found himself surrounded by two individuals who referred to themselves as night watchers, incessantly chattering nearby. Jing Yao's gaze drifted toward the systems before him. On the left was a monetization system, claiming that with sufficient wealth, anything could be procured, while on the right stood a lavish system, boasting of its ability to generate vast sums of money, provided the host maintained an extravagant persona. Never before had he encountered such astounding phenomena, nor such complementary systems coalescing within one individual. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to bind himself to them, firmly believing it was his due. Why did he feel entitled? Simply because he declared it so. Intrigued by the two systems, he found the incessant chatter of the individuals nearby increasingly bothersome. "Uncle, you're rather verbose," he remarked, reclining on his bed and closing his eyes, effectively shutting out the world beyond the window. The one referred to as Uncle Zhao Kongsheng felt a twinge of irritation but could only sigh in resignation. "Very well, we shall take our leave." "Rest well," he replied, exchanging a knowing glance with the girl clad in red before departing. Jing Yao turned his attention to the lavish systems interface. Upon entering, he was greeted with a message, an initial funding of 100 million, which the host must expend within 1 week. He then glanced at the monetization system next door. Initially, he had perceived the lavish system as somewhat generous, but upon viewing the prices listed by the monetization system, he reconsidered, deeming the lavish system to be merely affluent at best. The monetization system's interface was stark and straightforward, presenting 5 randomly generated items each day. The host could preemptively specify the type of item desired, albeit at an additional cost. Jing Yao examined the 5 items available for purchase: Forbidden Ruins, Phantom Faceless 200 million, Forbidden Ruins, Oblivion Flash Moon 400 million, Divine Ruins, Starry Night Dancer 1 billion, Divine Ruins, Mortal Realm of the Divine 2 billion, Infinite System Backpack 100 million. It was evident what he could acquire. With a resigned sigh, Jing Yao selected the purchase of the system backpack. This remarkable item could contain both living and dead entities, preserving them indefinitely, a must-have for both home and travel. With a swift transfer of 100 million from one hand to the other, he successfully completed the task set by the lavish system. The moment he fulfilled the requirement, a reward of 200 million was promptly credited to him. The next task would be assigned in 3 days. With 200 million now in his possession and no significant ailments, Jing Yao proceeded to arrange his discharge from the hospital. The system had conveniently forged an identity for him upon his entrance into this world. A wealthy young man without parents, he was quite satisfied with his appearance, particularly his face, which he believed allowed him to live comfortably in his past life. Jing Yao twirled a small hair tie through his slightly long hair, gathering it at the back of his head. Without a place to stay, he purchased a mobile phone upon leaving the hospital to search for housing in the area, eventually acquiring a fully furnished apartment. After toiling for half a day to establish a semblance of stability in this world, Jing Yao began to observe his surroundings. It seemed that those individuals had referred to themselves as Night Watchers. They also mentioned something about a forbidden realm. The lavish system appeared to offer objects related to this forbidden realm, yet he couldn't comprehend any of them. It felt as though he had inadvertently entered an extraordinary world, and he was vaguely unsettled by the experience. He found himself in a small second-tier city named Sangnan, where life unfolded at a leisurely pace. Leaning against the balcony, he gazed at the starry sky, which seemed to shine more brightly than that of his previous life. In both lives, he had been without parents, a fate that rendered him perpetually solitary. Stretching languidly, he dismissed these futile musings and, after freshening up, collapsed into bed. The following morning, as he opened his eyes, two system interfaces abruptly appeared before him. He claimed his daily reward from the extravagant system, receiving a sum of 100 million. Had this been his previous life, he would have been ecstatic. However, in this world, such a trivial amount felt utterly insufficient in the face of the lavish system. He glanced at the day's offerings, which included several items he neither understood nor could afford, with the final item being a dark green fan. Windwalker 200 million. Can summon wind, an excellent choice for both offense and defense. This was the only item he could comprehend and afford. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase it, recognizing the necessity of defensive weapons in a world that seemed anything but peaceful. After a brief freshening up, Jing Yao ventured out for breakfast and to shop for daily necessities. The experience of shopping with money was vastly different from that of being broke. He had once loathed accompanying others on shopping trips, but now that he had wealth, he discovered the sheer delight of being a consumer. He could acquire items without inquiring about their prices, and when fatigued, attendants would deliver his purchases for his leisurely perusal. All he needed to do was sit and snack. Jing Yao was strikingly handsome, with a delicate and aloof visage, yet his fox-like eyes held a myriad of allure. His lips perpetually curved upwards in an enticing arc, but his gaze often appeared disdainful, as if he regarded everyone as mere dogs. This demeanor was quite infuriating. After selecting clothing and accessories, he dispatched those meant for dry, cleaning, and returned home, only to find that night had enveloped the city. The cool night breeze brought a refreshing sensation, and he felt no urgency to return home, as there was little awaiting him. With no gaming partner to duo with, he chose instead to meander through the streets. The ephemeral joys of life are indeed rare, and he once lacked the inclination to savor them. How could it be possible? Jing Yao pivoted on his heel and settled at a bustling barbecue stall, inhaling an aroma so delightful that it was unprecedented in his years of indulging in such fare. "Owner, I would like to place an order." Jing Yao, clad in attire worth hundreds of thousands, found himself at a roadside stall. Fully embracing the essence of humanity, without feeling out of place, he was utterly at ease, ordering lamb skewers, beef skewers, and crayfish with abandon. "Do you provide shrimp peeling services? I'll pay extra." This must be what the life of the affluent entails, so refreshingly unpretentious. Chapter 2. I have hemorrhoids. It was indeed time for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Reclining in his chair, Jing Yao relished the ease of consuming peeled crayfish, a luxury that felt profoundly pleasurable. After indulging for a moment, he rose and produced a deep green fan, adopting a demeanor of refined elegance. The summer night thrummed with life even past 10 o'clock. The streets were still teeming with people, though the crowd brought heat, prompting Jing Yao to instinctively distance himself slightly. Suddenly, a familiar, foul stench permeated the air, an indescribable odor that nearly caused him to regurgitate the barbecue he had just enjoyed. Before he could react, a grotesque creature leapt forth from a nearby alley. Jing Yao shook his head, recalling the monster that had collided with him. Extending the fan forward, he declared, as the Buddha says, "We are fated to meet, so perish, my dear benefactor." The fan remained unspread in his grasp, but the moment the creature approached, a series of wind blades materialized, slicing the monster into fragments. Though inexplicably, the remains retained their original form. It was not until Jing Yao withdrew his hand and unfurled the fan before his nose that a whirlwind enveloped him, causing the creature's corpse to explode, the wind barrier effectively shielding him from the splattering debris and the nauseating stench. A figure clad in red pursued the creature, arriving belatedly. Jing Yao focused and recognized her as a familiar face. "It's you." Hong Ying halted before him, recalling that she had transported someone to the hospital just the day before. Her beauty had left a lasting impression, particularly since she was likely a possessor of a forbidden realm. She had been keen to recruit him for their team. Unexpectedly encountering her outside today was one thing, but her formidable strength was another surprise altogether. "Well, what a coincidence," Jing Yao remarked, snapping the fan shut with a flourish. The young lady in red was indeed a beauty. Although he had no particular interest in women, he was nonetheless inclined to bestow her with a modicum of favor. Speaking of which, had she not covered his medical expenses yesterday? He was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. About that medical fee from yesterday. Before he could finish, a towering golden beam shot into the sky, illuminating a vast swath of Songnan. Jing Yao squinted towards the distant light and turned to Hong Ying, inquiring, "What is that?" She cast him a puzzled glance, replying, "Clearly, it's a forbidden realm." In the next moment, a voice crackled in her earpiece. "It's a divine realm. This must be the aura of the number 003 Seraph. Shinshu? Jinshu?" Jing Yao had encountered these terms within his premium system. Shinshu sounded somewhat impressive, yet he had yet to behold it. He turned to Hong Ying and suggested, "Shall we take a look together?" Hong Ying, reluctant to let Jing Yao slip away, realized that the sudden emergence of an unknown Jinshu owner required clarification. If it belonged to the ancient god sect, the individual would be sent to a fasting center, either to join the Night Watchers or to operate under their supervision. As she grappled with this dilemma, she readily agreed upon hearing his initiative to explore. The two made their way swiftly to the location, where they found the same gentleman from before, now posturing before a recently graduated student. The student appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his attractive features remained unabated. Jing Yao observed him with keen interest and pointed to Hong Ying, inquiring, "Is this Shinshu? I can't seem to discern anything." "This is not Shinshu. He possesses Shinshu," Hong Ying explained with exasperation. "It cannot be directly sensed. One must perceive it through the aura he exudes while utilizing it. Jinshu, on the other hand, is primarily judged based on one's abilities." Jing Yao nodded in understanding, realizing there were indeed many interpretations of these terms. However, he lacked the means to perceive them himself and was unsure how to do so. As for wielding that fan, it was merely a matter of his own will, and he felt no significant energy departing from his body. Meanwhile, the handsome youth under scrutiny felt increasingly uneasy, contemplating an escape. Jing Yao recognized that look all too well. It reminded him of his own attempts to flee from social gatherings. Raising an eyebrow, Jing Yao silently mouthed, "Running away?" Lin Qiye paused, then nodded decisively. "If not now, then when?" He discerned from Jing Yao's apparent ignorance that they were not allies. Jing Yao smirked, unfurling the fan and seizing Lin Qiye's hand. A gust of wind swept them into the air, carrying them away. Lin Qiye gazed down at the city below, astonished. "Is this right? Is this reasonable? Are you a tornado?" Below, Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Ying, disheveled and bewildered, exchanged confused glances. "It's over. They are finished. The divine agent has fled, and the Jinshu owner has vanished as well." Shortly after, Jing Yao and Lin Qiye landed on the balcony of a 25th floor apartment. Lin Qiye looked around in bewilderment. "Where are we?" Jing Yao casually replied, "My home." He opened the balcony door and stepped inside, asking, "Care to sit for a moment?" Lin Qiye glanced at the opulent surroundings and then at his own disheveled appearance. "I think not. I should return home before my aunt begins to worry." Jing Yao nodded. "Ah, indeed." He pointed at Lin Qiye. "But won't your aunt worry about you looking like this? Perhaps you could change clothes here? Would that be too much trouble?" Lin Qiye found it hard to perceive the goodwill around him. His past experiences had led many to view him as mentally unstable or blind, eliciting pity, but more often disdain. He had few friends and was uncertain how to interact with others. A glance from Jing Yao revealed his evident awkwardness. "What's the trouble? Come in quickly. You should be able to wear my clothes. After you wash up, I'll take you back," Jing Yao said, rummaging through a pile of clothes to find a rather unremarkable outfit, which he handed to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye accepted the garments, murmuring a soft thank you. For Jing Yao, a night owl, it was indeed too early at around 11 o'clock, so he pulled out his phone to explore the games available on the market. He suspected he might have traversed into a novel otherwise. How could these games bear such resemblance to those from his past life? The presence of a forbidden realm within this world could hardly suggest it was a parallel universe. Lin Qiye emerged from the shower rather quickly, prompting Jing Yao to instinctively whistle at him. There was no denying he looked quite appealing. Lin Qiye's lips twitched. He felt regret for his earlier assumption that Jing Yao was a considerate person. Silently, he began to stack items against the wall, contemplating an escape plan. After a few mental circles, he realized he was unlikely to overpower Jing Yao and had no idea where to flee. A chill ran through him. Oh no, would he not emerge unscathed today? How could someone so handsome harbor such unsettling tendencies? I have hemorrhoids, Jing Yao. While he couldn't resist teasing something beautiful, He had yet to stoop to such depths. This was an outright affront to his character. "Let's go." Jing Yao gritted his teeth and effortlessly lifted Lin Qiye into the air. "Where's your home?" Lin Qiye exhaled in relief. "The old district." Chapter 3. Does he have acquaintances? All characters are adults. Mid-flight, Lin Qiye observed Jing Yao spinning in circles. He paused for a moment. While floating in the air was indeed rather amusing, he feared that if this continued, he might not return home until tomorrow. "You're going the wrong way." Lin Qiye pointed towards an opposite direction. Jing Yao furrowed his brow, glancing at the navigation on his phone. "Is this correct?" Lin Qiye stole a glance at his phone. In a high altitude, there was no signal. "Your phone's navigation hasn't been updated for quite some time." Jing Yao fell silent, tucking his phone into his pocket and following Lin Qiye's direction. Eventually, they reached their destination, and he unceremoniously dropped Lin Qiye to the ground. Lin Qiye raised his hands in exasperation. He hadn't even inquired about the price of his clothing. Never mind. He figured he had a rough idea of how to get home now, although he hadn't even asked for its name. Just as he was about to head back, he realized he was still wearing the bathroom slippers from Jing Yao's house. Lin Qiye. How peculiar. Though the two had fled, it would be quite simple for the night watchman to verify their identities, considering one had seen his ID and the other his student ID. Jing Yao, aged 20, had inexplicably taken a leave of absence from school to travel to Cangnan, where he had purchased a house the previous day, seemingly intending to settle down there. With unknown restrictions, Lin Qiye, aged 18, was a sophomore at Cangnan No. 2 High School, serving as an agent of the Seraph. Chen Mai placed some basic information on the table. "Old Zhao, you're in charge of Lin Qiye." Jing Yao. Hong Ying raised her hand. I'll go. Chen Mai cast a puzzled glance at her, having never seen Hong Ying so eager about anything other than fighting. Hong Ying cleared her throat awkwardly. "The divine agent surely won't fall into our small team, but we could allow Jing Yao to join us." This reasoning was hardly more convincing than merely stating her attraction to him, and the members of Team 136 shook their heads in unison. Only Shaoyun exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Ying, whispering, "Which cosplay do you want him to do?" Hong Ying was somewhat excited. All of them. Having stayed up late the previous night, Jing Yao, after escorting Lin Qiye home, downloaded some familiar games, registered an account, and swiftly purchased hero skins. He even filled his collection cards to obtain some rune fragments. When the doorbell rang around 9 o'clock, he was still questioning his life choices. "Is there someone I know here?" With a hint of resentment, he opened the door, only to find the same girl in red standing before him. Jing Yao. No matter how beautiful a person may be, their intrusion upon another's slumber renders them grotesque. He leaned against the doorframe, observing Hong Ying as she stood unabashedly in his living room, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. "How did you get in?" Hong Ying, slightly embarrassed, raised a finger in front of Jing Yao, having employed some rather dubious means. Jing Yao crossed his arms and silently regarded Hong Ying, saying nothing. "Alas, do not be angry." Hong Ying grew increasingly anxious as she spoke. Initially, she had intended to visit directly and knock on the door. But given that Jing Yao's residence had only one unit per floor and no doorbell, she was left with no choice but to resort to unconventional methods. "What brings you here?" Upon addressing the matter at hand, Hong Ying adopted a more serious demeanor. "From your previous demeanor, it is evident that you possess little understanding of the enigmatic Forbidden Abyss and its intricacies. It is our duty to enlighten you on this subject and extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. Should you decline this invitation, you may find yourself under our surveillance, as we must protect society from organizations such as the Ancient God Cult." Jing Yao stifled a considerable yawn, finding the situation rather cumbersome. He had anticipated a world dominated by the strong, yet it appeared that the system was quite structured. However, he was still immensely fatigued. "Why not sit for a while? We can meet in the afternoon instead. I can barely keep my eyes open. Consider me a mere night owl." Hong Ying glanced at the dark circles under Jing Yao's eyes. It seemed she had forgotten that those of his age often favored late nights. "You can come directly to the peace office in the afternoon, or I can come to fetch you, whichever suits you. Here is our contact information." Hong Ying placed a business card on the table, and Jing Yao cast a fleeting glance at the card. Peace Office. We can assist you with any issue. Contact 146 XXXXXXXX. Jing Yao replied, "All right, I understand. I will come by in the afternoon." Once assured that the individual posed no threat, Jing Yao promptly began to see her out. He felt a tinge of rudeness in his actions, though it seemed justified given his earlier attempts to escape. Never mind, he was a good citizen, after all, committed to abiding by the law. After bidding farewell to Hong Ying, Jing Yao turned and collapsed onto his bed, drifting off to sleep once more. When he awakened again, the dusk had settled in. As he gazed at the display before him, he casually checked in. 100 million had been credited to his account. Glancing at the premium system, he suddenly realized that he could procure more than just items related to the Forbidden Abyss. A chocolate that restores half of one's mental strength with a single bite? 1 million healing cotton candy? 500. 000. Forbidden item. Whispering bell forces a soul to lose its way for 2 seconds. 80 million. A bowl that transforms any ingredient into delectable edible food. 3 million. Forbidden item. Ordinary wooden hairpin. Enhances concentration. Essential for learning. 300. 000. After perusing the options, Jing Yao remained uncertain about the utility of these forbidden items. Adhering to the principle of purchasing what one can afford, and with ample space to store them, he waved his hand and acquired all of them. After a brief examination of these so-called forbidden items, he recollected that someone had visited him in the morning. He still needed to acclimate himself to the rules of this world. With a hasty tidying up, which, in reality, was anything but simple, and a light meal downstairs, he hailed a cab to the peace office. However, it seemed he had arrived at an inopportune time, as the doors of the peace office were firmly shut. After confirming multiple times that he had not come to the wrong place, Jing Yao could only conclude that this was no longer his concern. He sent a message to the phone number reserved for Hong Ying and then headed home directly. The gaming companion he ordered yesterday would be available for a full day, allowing him to continue his quest for consecutive victories today. However, before indulging in gaming, he retrieved his purchased items from the system's temporary storage. Gazing at the items in his hands, he pondered, "Wait, are you saying this single bite-sized chocolate costs 1 million? And this cotton candy, which is actually just 5 pieces, costs 500,000? The healing properties remain unknown. And this bowl that supposedly enhances the taste of food, a palm-sized bowl, how disappointing. True disillusionment does not stem from loud quarrels. As for the bell and hairpin, he disregarded them entirely and tossed them into his backpack, opting not to experiment with them, given his ignorance of their uses, lest he inadvertently bring misfortune upon himself. Chapter 4. A poignant glance at the Phantom King, uncertain if something had transpired. The night watchman had not contacted him by the following day. Upholding his principle of remaining idle unless sought out, Jing Yao ventured outside. However, it wasn't long before rain began to fall. Surveying his surroundings, he sought refuge in an alley that could shield him from the elements. It was truly perplexing. Prior to his departure, he had checked the weather forecast, which had promised a rain-free day. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he observed the rain intensifying with no sign of abating. In response, he conjured a barrier of wind blades to keep the downpour at bay. Perhaps due to the inadequate drainage system in Sangnan, a foul odor began to waft towards him, growing increasingly pungent and, oddly enough, familiar. He felt an overwhelming urge to take a deep breath, but refrained, fearing he might succumb to the noxious fumes. The relentless barrage of oddities in this wretched place was utterly exasperating. Cursing under his breath, he turned to confront the source of the stench, only to lock eyes with it in a moment of poignant recognition. The creature bore numerous wounds, for which a viscous fluid seeped, spreading rapidly under the rain as assault. With a wave of nausea, Jing Yao could no longer endure the stench, which surpassed that of the previous 2 encounters. He unfurled a fan, unleashing a flurry of wind blades upon the grotesque entity before him. This creature was unlike the last. His attacks merely pierced its outer skin. A startled exclamation escaped him as he realized this was beyond his capability to vanquish, prompting him to flee in haste. For the first time, he acutely felt the necessity of acquiring knowledge about such matters. Otherwise, his bravado could easily lead to his demise. As he fled, the creature pursued him relentlessly, leaving him feeling utterly trapped. His heart raced with a blend of anxiety and frustration, compounded by his unfamiliarity with the streets, which seemed to twist and turn chaotically, leaving him disoriented. Just as he thought he had evaded the creature, he saw it brace itself against the ground, warping the very space around them, making it impossible to discern direction. "Help me, please." His mind raced until he recalled the bell he had purchased earlier that day. Retrieving it from his spatial pocket, he activated it according to the system's instructions. As the bell chimed, a whispering murmur filled the air, and in that instant, the bizarre landscape vanished, leaving the creature motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Yao dashed away. As he ran, he recognized the surroundings. This was near the home of the child who had claimed to suffer from hemorrhoids. Had he inadvertently led the creature into a crowd? No, he realized. It was the same monster he had encountered in town. That was a close call, one that nearly filled him with guilt. With the creature no longer in sight, Jing Yao leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. What a bizarre turn of events. "Hey, how did you end up here?" The familiar voice echoed in his ears, stirring a sense of déjà vu. As Jing Yao raised his head, he was taken aback to see a familiar face. In this vast world, he had only encountered a handful of individuals, making this meeting quite extraordinary. However, the matter of the monster seemed pertinent to mention to this elder, as it appeared they were responsible for such affairs. "I must say, there seems to be a monster lurking." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Ping's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Old Zhao, the ghost-faced king is fleeing towards the old district." Zhou Ping's expression turned grave. "Understood." He then turned to Jing Yao. "What were you about to say?" Jing Yao gestured towards his earpiece. "We must be discussing the same incident." Zhou Ping's brow furrowed. "Did you just encounter the ghost-faced king?" Jing Yao nodded. "Indeed, I ran into him but did not engage. I fled." "Fled?" Zhou Ping was astonished. This fellow had recently awakened his powers, yet he managed to evade the ghost-faced king unscathed. Jing Yao forced a smile. "Were you expecting me to hold him off?" No, I meant to say, your ability to escape from that creature is impressive." Zhou Ping sincerely gave him a thumbs up. "However, you need not involve yourself further. You should head home." Suddenly, Zhou Ping produced 3 notice boards and began relaying information through his earpiece. The rain poured ever harder, and Jing Yao could no longer hear the frantic voice in Zhou Ping's earpiece. He checked his phone, only to find there was no signal, and he was utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings, unable to hail a vehicle. He glanced toward Zhou Ping, who was striding into an alley, and swiftly followed him. "Why are you following me?" Zhou Ping exclaimed, eyes wide. Jing Yao adjusted his attire, feigning a profound demeanor, and replied slowly, "I am not familiar with the route." Zhou Ping retorted, "If you are lost, shouldn't you move further away?" Jing Yao found this difficult to comprehend. What if he wandered and got lost? "Hurry up. Once you're done, kindly escort me back." The ghost-faced king, observing the 2 individuals before it who seemed oblivious to its presence, especially one who had previously injured it, was consumed by a surge of fury. It was determined to devour them both today. "Stay back." Zhou Ping pushed Jing Yao aside and confronted the ghost-faced king. Jing Yao had anticipated a spectacular display of prowess from Zhou Ping, yet in the blink of an eye, he witnessed Zhou Ping being sent flying. "No way, brother. Is that how you fight?" He sighed, exasperated, and called out to Zhou Ping. "Hey, old man, are you all right?" Zhou Ping, with a thumbs up behind his back, signaled, "Iem me perfectly fine." The next moment, he charged forward again, only to be knocked down once more. Jing Yao sighed. This is painful to watch. Subsequently, he hurled the fan he was holding towards Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping caught the fan and, after feeling its weight, remarked, "I thought you carried this merely for show, but it turns out to be a genuine artifact." However, this fan proved to be rather unwieldy for him. Nonetheless, it should suffice until the captain and the others arrive, right? Jing Yao also observed that the fan wielded in his hand was significantly less effective than in Zhou Ping's. The latter employed it like a blade, even attempting to condense the wind into a knife to strike the ghost-faced man. Theoretically sound, yet the compatibility between Zhou Ping and the fan was alarmingly low, leading to an erratic performance. Furthermore, The ghost-faced king did not simply allow him to attack unimpeded, and Zhao Kongqing's injuries began to accumulate steadily. Jing Yao let out a deep sigh. "Uncle, open your mouth." Chapter 5. The Phantom Mask King. A white object descended with precision into Zhao Kongqing's mouth. Soft and sweet, cotton candy. No, what was this rascal doing in a fight, feeding him cotton candy? Zhao was certainly not a delicate young girl with a penchant for such treats. Yet, he soon felt an unusual shift within his body. His wounds were gradually healing. Goodness, this lad possesses some remarkable items. One costing 100,000. I shall demand repayment later. Suddenly, a chill swept over Zhao Kongqing at the thought of that figure. One costing 100,000, and he had just consumed it. Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts about Jing Yao's honesty regarding the price. With his injuries mending, his focus sharpened on the Phantom Mask King. Abruptly, a shout echoed from outside the alley. Lin Qiye's voice. Both Jing Yao and Zhao Kongqing turned to look. "What are you doing here? I don't need you, hurry back." Wow. Jing Yao was on the verge of retorting. This man's heroism was excessive. Why engage in a one-on-one fight when a group assault would suffice? Finish up quickly and return. Zhao Kongqing paused, realizing there was indeed some merit to this reasoning. Lin Qiye, having heard Jing Yao's voice, quickly chimed in. Zhao Kongqing contemplated for a moment before allowing Lin Qiye to enter. He tossed his blade to Lin Qiye, while Jing Yao pondered and retrieved the whispering bell from his spatial storage. Upon reflection, this item was quite effective for control, though he was uncertain why it left him feeling so fatigued after use. This was precisely why he had refrained from employing it earlier. He certainly did not feel such exhaustion when using the wind-treading technique. Therefore, he resolved to use it sparingly. Lin Qiye, armed with the blade, charged forward alongside Zhao Kongqing, while Jing Yao stood behind them. In comparison to Lin Qiye's inexplicable agility, he felt like a clumsy fool, unable to coordinate his limbs. He focused intently on the battlefield, relying on his years of gaming experience to respond to the situation. Now, in an instant, Jing Yao activated the whispering bell. Its ethereal and disorienting sound resonating in the air, penetrating the mind of the phantom masked creature, which froze in place, its gaze vacant. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye seized the opportunity. One aimed for the head, the other thrust toward the creature's chest. After using the whispering bell, Jing Yao felt utterly drained. He stowed away the bell, darkness enveloping his vision, and he collapsed to the ground in weakness. Lin Qiye, possessing the perceptive abilities of the mortal realm, sensed Jing Yao's instability. Just a second before he fell, Lin Qiye rushed over to catch him. What happened to this fellow? Zhao Kongqing was utterly bewildered. It seemed that he had utilized some bell to immobilize the Phantom Mask King, only to succumb to unconsciousness thereafter. Lin Qiye recounted the events he had perceived. Zhao Kongqing wore an expression of understanding. It was no wonder he had observed the ghost-faced king suddenly cease movement. However, this young man possessed an abundance of remarkable items. He crouched down and addressed Lin Qiye. "Place him on my back. I shall take him back for Shaoyun to examine. It appears he has overexerted his mental faculties, a consequence of lacking formal training." Lin Qiye hesitated as he placed Jing Yao onto Zhao Kongqing's back. Are there many such things? In Songnan, perhaps not. But in the Great Xia, there are indeed plenty. Beyond Great Xia, numerous deities lurk with keen interest. I am uncertain of Michael's intentions in selecting you as his divine representative. But Lin Qiye, if you wish to safeguard your family, you must grow stronger. I shall take my leave. I implore you to contemplate this matter earnestly. He held a deep admiration for Lin Qiye's aspirations. Had he been the sole witness to the events, he might have chosen to help Lin Qiye escape Songnan for a peaceful life. Yet, he had no such luxury, as there were many who had witnessed that day's occurrences. He felt compelled to bring Lin Qiye back, and even provided him with an analysis of the ancient god cult's relentless pursuit of him. Lin Qiye's expression was fraught with complexity. Such monsters were abundant in Great Xia, and had it not been for Zhao Kongqing and that other individual, he would have been unable to protect his aunt and Ajin. Indeed, he might have perished himself. He felt utterly weak, as even the slightest danger could easily threaten him. Joining the night watch would afford him a stable income sufficient to support his aunt's household, relieving her of the burden of multiple jobs to sustain both him and Ajin. The night watch would offer protection far superior to his current capabilities, and remaining close to his aunt and Ajin might inadvertently expose them to greater peril. Lin Qiye sank to the ground in despair, acutely aware of his inadequacy. He gazed at Zhao Kongcheng's retreating figure, inhaling deeply several times before casting a lingering glance at his aunt's home. Wait, Zhao Kongcheng, I promise you, I shall join the night watch. He was determined to grow strong enough to fully protect his aunt and Ajin, ensuring they could lead a good life. Zhao Kongcheng did not look back, merely smiling as he continued on. When Jing Yao awoke, he found himself surrounded by a group of onlookers, their eyes fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Is something wrong? Shaoyun stood up. All is well now. Everyone disperse. The crowd quickly scattered. Yet their silence only heightened Jing Yao's unease. Hong Ying suddenly inquired, Jing Yao, have you considered joining us in the night watch? I decline, Jing Yao replied decisively. It was well known that the Night Watch was an official organization, and such entities invariably came with a plethora of rules. He was not a man of regulation. In his past life, he would do anything for money, possessing a notably low sense of morality. The fervent declarations of the Night Watch did not resonate with him. Rather, they felt somewhat awkward. Moreover, he had not committed any wrongdoing. If they wished to monitor him, let them, for he would demonstrate to these Night Watch members what it meant to be perceived as an easy target. Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng exchanged a glance, shrugging in resignation. She remarked that Jing Yao would not agree. Unlike Lin Qiye, Jing Yao had few vulnerabilities. He stood alone, financially secure. Joining the Night Watch would be an endeavor fraught with hardship for him. To enlist as a soldier meant he would be tasked with safeguarding ordinary individuals, entirely unrelated to him, and could even risk his own life. Consequently, starting tomorrow, you are required to come here in the morning to learn about the arcane forbidden ruins and related knowledge, and to sign the necessary agreements ensuring you will not endanger the common populace. Would the afternoon suffice? Jing Yao attempted to negotiate, as he truly could not rise early. Chun Mai decisively declined, stating that the mysterious often favored nocturnal appearances. Thus, we must be prepared to confront the risks they present at any moment in the afternoon. Very well. At worst, he would simply endure until the class concluded before returning to rest. Chapter 6. Take me along, having confirmed a time with a few individuals. Jing Yao gently brushed off the slightly soiled hem of his clothing and stepped out of the office. He lowered his head, engrossed in his navigation, and inadvertently collided with a stunning beauty, an epitome of a serpentine enchantress. Ah, beautiful lady, I apologize, he uttered. Upon hearing herself addressed as beautiful, the woman smiled radiantly, leaning languidly against Jing Yao as if devoid of bones. Her lips brushed against his ear, exhaling sweetly. You may call me Lady Serpent, handsome young man. Would you care to join the ancient god society? I shall take excellent care of you. As she spoke, her fingertip glided from Jing Yao's chin to his Adam's apple, ultimately settling upon his collarbone. Pondering her words, Jing Yao mused, the ancient god society? Is that the organization that the office mentioned, which would inevitably lead me to imprisonment? He scrutinized the self-proclaimed serpent lady, discerning that she indeed seemed far from benevolent. Must I truly join? I am not in need of financial support, nor do I wish to toil. Oh, dear brother, she cooed, should you refuse to join, I shall mercilessly crush your legs and arms with my high heels. After all, with such a handsome face, I would be rather reluctant to see you harmed. Fear not, I shall amuse myself with you. It was evident that this woman harbored no good intentions. Wrapping her arms around Jing Yao's shoulders, she continued, do not entertain thoughts of escape. No matter where you flee, the ancient god society will find you and then terminate you. Jing Yao inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by an abundance of exclamations he wished to express. All he desired was to live a languid life, free from such tribulations. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he decisively rang the bell and dashed towards the office, leaving the serpent lady in his wake. Wait for me, he called out as he fled. His initial exit had been quite graceful, but his return was decidedly more disheveled. Jing Yao had not anticipated the audacity of villains in this world. Reflecting on his recent encounters, it dawned on him that ordinary people likely remained oblivious to the existence of such bizarre entities and those who wielded forbidden realms. This suggested that the holders of forbidden realms were few in number. Thus, whether it be the Night Watchers or the Ancient God Society, they would never let a possessor of a forbidden realm slip through their fingers. Perhaps the office had been awaiting this very moment. Jing Yao exhaled, pushing open the office door with a darkened expression. Having been gone for no more than 15 minutes, the office staff regarded him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Is there something amiss?" he inquired. "Indeed, a significant matter has arisen. Encountering the Ancient God Society's attempt to recruit me counts as a matter, does it not?" Jing Yao gritted his teeth, realizing that refusal could lead to death, while acceptance would merely result in incarceration. What a wretched place this was. Could he not be sent back? Chimai scrutinized him for a moment before asking, "Who was it that sought you out?" Jing Yao settled into a chair, reclining languidly. She called herself the Serpent Lady, though one might better describe her as a delusional serpent spirit. Chimai nodded in understanding, explaining that the Serpent Lady was an envoy of Medusa, having recently joined the Ancient God Society. "Fortunately, your own strength is not formidable. Had they dispatched a more powerful agent, you might not have escaped so easily this time." Listening to all this made Jing Yao's head spin. It was an overwhelming display of flamboyance, filled with ancient deities and Medusa references. Chunmai then shifted the conversation, casually mentioning that he had faintly heard Jing Yao say something about wanting to join them. Jing Yao smirked slightly, remarking on Chen's keen hearing. Naturally, he replied, as he was, after all, a person of the Chuan realm. Yet, once again, they delved into topics he found incomprehensible. It was baffling how the classifications of realms were so perplexing in this world. "Indeed, I wish to join you," he thought, fully aware of the cardinal rule regarding the demise of antagonists, particularly those who appear early in the narrative. Such villains are destined for an inevitable end. According to the narrative's logic, early antagonists posing a threat to the protagonist are typically mere cannon fodder, possessing only mediocre abilities, yet their deaths are often the most tragic. He had no intention of joining any ancient deity cult. However, he made it clear that he currently possessed none of the so-called forbidden relics they mentioned. Of course, whether he would acquire any in the future remained uncertain. He could save money to purchase them at any time, provided it did not require an exorbitant amount, as he was not one to amass wealth easily. Zhao Kongsheng then recalled, "Yes, this kid uses forbidden items, and quite a few of them." Chunmai's brows furrowed intensely. "Are you a bastard of the Bailey family? What nonsense is this?" He suddenly found himself questioning Jing Yao's parentage. Otherwise, it was difficult to comprehend how he possessed so many forbidden items while being completely oblivious to related matters, and yet was so affluent. Jing Yao rolled his eyes dramatically. Everyone harbors their own little secrets, and such inquiries should not be entertained in the future. He had no ties to the Bailey family whatsoever. The notion of being a bastard was simply too degrading. Before becoming a night watchman, there would be a new recruit training session. Once completed, they would be assigned accordingly, and until then, they were merely temporary members, with no provisions for food or lodging. "Wait, where will I stay?" Lin Qiye asked, bewildered. Surely, they couldn't expect him to sleep under a bridge. "What's the big deal?" Jing Yao said, playfully wrapping an arm around Lin Qiye's neck. "You can stay with me. I'll buy a house nearby tomorrow." His ostentatious declaration drew the attention of everyone present. Jing Yao raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you suggesting I stay far away? What if that ancient deity cult comes to bother me?" "Never mind," Chunmai interjected, reminding him, "It's best not to buy an old house." "Of course, I wouldn't buy an old house even without your reminder. I have a place where you can stay. I have quite a few vacant rooms." Hong Ying quietly raised her hand. Before Lin Qiye could respond, Jing Yao swiftly declined. "What do you mean? 2 men staying at a girl's house? Besides, I dislike wearing clothes after shower." Lin Qiye's pupils widened in shock as he instinctively recoiled. Jing Yao effortlessly pulled him back. "What kind of look is that? I merely prefer not to wear a top. I never said anything about not wearing pants." Hong Ying, in silence, turned away, feeling more inclined to invite Jing Yao and Lin Qiye to her home. Jing Yao sent a message requesting assistance in finding accommodation. His requirements were modest: a place nearby, ready for immediate occupancy, in a pleasant environment, and not an old building. In truth, his current residence was not far from here. Yet he felt that in the event of an emergency, the journey from there to here would leave him vulnerable, devoid of a sense of security. "Let us stay at a nearby hotel for the night," he suggested. "It will be best to find one that doesn't require an ID for check-in," Zhou Ping advised. Jing Yao leaned on Lin Qiye's shoulder, unconcerned about whether he could support himself. "Where's this place? I'm unfamiliar with the area." "Never mind. I'll escort you," he replied. The trio stood before the entrance of a couple's hotel, and both Jing Yao and Lin Qiye turned to him simultaneously, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhou Ping shrugged in resignation, stating, "This is the only hotel nearby. I suggest you two share a room for mutual support." With that, he sauntered away, seemingly enacting a mild revenge by leaving the two alone. Chapter 7. Perhaps you should bathe first? Perhaps you should bathe first? Lin Qiye silently directed his gaze toward Jing Yao. "Could you please refrain from being so ambiguous in your speech?" Jing Yao, taken aback, retorted, "On what grounds do you presumptuously assume that my words are ambiguous? I am merely speaking normally. It is you who has misconstrued my intentions and seeks to place this blame upon me." This was utterly preposterous. When had Jing Yao ever been perceived as having ulterior motives regarding another's body? It was always others who coveted him. "Bathe if you wish, or don't. I couldn't care less." Jing Yao flung open the bathroom door, relieved that he had ample space, where he had stowed numerous daily necessities. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to provide Lin Qiye with a set of toiletries. He was not the type to quibble with a child. In this hotel, he had little interest in indulging in a leisurely bath, so he merely freshened up and emerged clad in a bathrobe, which he carelessly tied around himself, rendering Lin Qiye unable to bear the sight. With a firm hand, he adjusted Jing Yao's robe, imploring him to exhibit a modicum of decorum. Jing Yao glanced down, nearly tightening the robe into a knot, before casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye. "Decorum is for those in relationships. I am unattached and have no need for such things." With that, he brazenly loosened the robe once more, dismissing the matter. Lin Qiye felt a flush of heat creeping to his ears, hastily retreating into the bathroom. Inside, he found toiletries that appeared extravagantly out of place, evidently quite costly. It seemed Jing Yao indeed possessed a compartment for storing luxury items. On the shelf lay a bathrobe strikingly similar to Jing Yao's, clearly prepared for him. Upon Lin Qiye's return after bathing, he discovered that the bed linens had been entirely changed, with the blanket cast aside and two thin throws laid out on the bed. What could he say? Should he marvel at the unpretentious lifestyle of the wealthy? However, sharing a bed with someone he hardly knew felt rather awkward. Yet, there was no alternative space for sleeping, so he resigned himself to climbing into bed. Suddenly, his hand brushed against an object atop the cabinet, and before he could discern what it was, the bed began to vibrate unexpectedly. Jing Yao stared at Lin Qiye in bewilderment. "Do you play like this?" "I do not." "I didn't," Lin Qiye replied, his expression darkening as he fumbled to turn it off. Unconcerned with Lin Qiye's embarrassment, Jing Yao retrieved his phone and held it aloft. "Shall we play a game?" Lin Qiye glanced at it. "I would, but my phone is at home." "Oh." Jing Yao produced another phone from his space and tossed it to Lin Qiye. "Download it now. I'll invite a few players to join." Faced with Lin Qiye's bemused expression, Jing Yao asserted, "I'm not very skilled. I need experts to guide me." The rationale was so compelling that Lin Qiye found it difficult to refute. Despite the day's myriad events, Jing Yao still had the inclination to play games, which Lin Qiye found quite admirable. Though previously lacking vision, he had developed the ability to perceive objects within a 10-meter radius over the past few years, allowing him to engage with games and literature alike. After successfully downloading the game, Lin Qiye adeptly logged into his account. Jing Yao added him as a gaming friend, and they swiftly entered the game together. Regardless of Lin Qiye's gameplay, Jing Yao merely played as a support, assisting others in securing kills. Even a chicken tossing rice on the screen would perform better than him. However, the three accompanying players continued to lavish praise, leaving Lin Qiye feeling quite overwhelmed. Considering the early rise needed for the following day, Jing Yao reluctantly logged off to sleep, though he still needed to have others mark his tasks. His slumber was anything but peaceful, tossing and turning restlessly, while Lin Qiye battled the impulse to kick him off the bed several times, finally succumbing to sleep just as dawn approached. The next morning, neither of them stirred until Zhao Kongsheng knocked on the door. "Good morning." Jing Yao yawned as he opened the door for Zhao Kongsheng, while Lin Qiye remained lost in his dreams, dark circles under his eyes. Jing Yao approached Lin Qiye, playfully slapping him awake. "Wake up. Did you go thieving last night?" Lin Qiye wore a look of resentment. Who could he blame for this? Leaning against the doorframe, Zhao Kongsheng observed the two. "From today onward, we will commence training early to help you both acclimatize to the various exercises." He pondered how to explain the situation to his aunt, fearing that if he returned home yesterday, he would never wish to leave again. Thus, he decided to accompany Zhao Kongsheng, as he had spent the previous night away, likely causing considerable worry. Jing Yao shrugged. Without parents or relatives, he harbored no concerns about such matters. In fact, during his high school years, the orphanage had closed, forcing him to take on various part-time jobs to survive. He had even aspired to enter the entertainment industry, but before he could debut, he attracted the attention of someone who wished to sponsor him. It was amusing, as he was unaware of the allure of wealthy patrons at that young age. After a confrontation, he was thrown out, and his attempts at streaming were thwarted, resulting in his immediate ban. Nevertheless, his looks had afforded him some advantages in other part-time endeavors. "Oh, why dwell on the past?" he mused, feeling a tinge of annoyance. He rummaged through Zhao Kongsheng's pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, much to Zhao Kongsheng's alarm at his apparent lack of interest. Stepping outside, he lit a cigarette. "Honestly, we must address this properly. Leaving without a word only heightens their worries," Jing Yao reflected, reminiscent of a time when he had quarreled with the orphanage director and decided to stay on campus instead of returning home. He regretted not seeing the director one last time, especially as she had been concerned for him even in her final moments. After all, it was merely a matter of going to work. There was no need for secrecy. "I'm worried the ancient deity church might come looking for them." Lin Qiye expressed his frustration. Jing Yao chuckled lightly, brushing off the ash from his cigarette. He still found the child's reasoning problematic. "If you don't return, how would the ancient deity church even know they're your family? Besides, if the night watchmen cannot ensure the safety of their members' families, who would be willing to serve them?" "Indeed," Zhao Kongsheng interjected. "We initially intended to respect your wishes, but Jing Yao makes a valid point. Rest assured, we will adequately protect your family, so you need not worry about that." Lin Qiye listened to the conversation between the two and felt the necessity to return and bid farewell to his aunt and the others properly. He detected the hint of regret in Jing Yao's tone, which caused a flutter of unease in his heart. "I understand, but it may require the captain's assistance to arrange some formalities. I do not wish to cause my aunt any distress." "That is only natural," Zhao Kongsheng assured him. "You may inform us of any documents you require, and we shall promptly assist you in processing them." Jing Yao cast an exasperated glance at Zhao Kongsheng. "Uncle, the cigarettes you smoke are rather subpar. Perhaps consider switching to something of better quality in the future." "Hey, do you have any idea how much good cigarettes cost? Do you realize the burdens of a middle-aged man striving to provide for his family?" "I have no idea. I am not a middle-aged man." Chapter 8. The farthest distance this morning, as matters concerning Lin Qiye needed addressing, Jing Yao was assigned to peruse a book in a corner, for it had become apparent that his ignorance rendered him almost unrecognizable as a denizen of this world. Nevertheless, his identification bore no discrepancies, a testament to his previous reclusiveness and his disinterest in the affairs beyond his immediate surroundings, even in class. As he delved into modern history, he found himself increasingly vexed, battling drowsiness that threatened to overwhelm him. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he retrieved a hairpin from his possession, realizing he had yet to procure today's items. He glanced around to ensure no one was observing his reading and finally shifted his focus to the system panel. Upon checking in with the extravagant system, a staggering sum of 1 billion appeared before him, only to be met with the sudden revelation that a new task had refreshed. He was to spend 5 billion within a week. TSK. Such a trivial amount. Jing Yao promptly accessed the premium system, only to find himself perplexed by the absence of certain coveted items from the Forbidden Ruins. Surely, they did not vanish after just the initial days. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, attempting to explore the reservations, only to discover that the prices for those bespoke items had skyrocketed nearly tenfold. A sudden pang of frustration struck him. What a ripoff. He had never explicitly stated his reluctance to purchase. With gritted teeth, he lamented that had he been informed earlier, he would have acquired whatever he desired in those initial days. He sulked, lightly banging his head on the table. Oh well, he thought perhaps he should just continue to observe. He still believed that the extravagant system's quota could eventually be replenished, and perhaps he would soon afford the items he coveted. After surveying the day's offerings, an idea struck him. He searched for previously available items within the reservation system, only to find their prices inflated several times over the norm. It seemed prudent to buy whatever the system presented at the moment of refreshment. This reservation pricing was simply untenable. He procured a chocolate that promised to restore half of his mental energy. Delicious. He had a newfound understanding of mental energy. Cotton candy? Acquired. And the irresistible pearl milk tea. What was this? With 4 million remaining, he examined the description. A threefold acceleration for 30 minutes. With the side effect of exhaustion for an entire day? Ah, a fleeting burst of vigor at the cost of an entire day's worth of fatigue? He deemed it unnecessary, as he had always been rather vigorous. Nevertheless, he decided to purchase it, reasoning that he could spare the space. As for the 4 billion worth of items, quite exorbitant indeed. The farthest distance? He perused the item description, which stated it would infinitely extend the distance between himself and another. A remarkable item, he thought, decisively clicking to place the order. Then there was the final item. What was this Bala Bala magic wand? It cost 1 billion and possessed but a singular function. Prohibited item. The Hu La La magic wand transforms non-human entities into pigs. Jing Yao was taken aback. Was this truly harmless? It seemed rather frivolous. Yet he could not dismiss its potential utility. After all, this world was replete with non-human entities. Gods were not considered human, were they? Oh well, he resolved to purchase it regardless. Hearing a commotion outside the door, Jing Yao hastily inserted the hairpin into his hair and resumed his pretense of reading. However, one must admit that once this hairpin adorned his head, his focus on reading was instantaneously sharpened, and Jing Yao found himself surprisingly engrossed in the text. Zhou Ping, observing his earnest concentration, felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to linger outside, listening to the elder women recount their past tales. Throughout the morning, Jing Yao perused the book with considerable fervor. The history prior to the emergence of the mist bore little distinction from that of his former world. However, the modern history underwent a striking transformation. Its brevity resulted in scant documentation. The book he possessed was indeed distinct from the ordinary histories learned by the masses, as it meticulously chronicled significant events precipitated by the mysterious or the divine. As noon approached, Lin Qiye had yet to return, yet arrangements for his residence were already in order. Informing Zhou Ping that the location was merely 500 meters away, he strolled over to inspect it. The neighborhood was somewhat unremarkable, yet adequate enough, a modest 3-bedroom apartment. Jing Yao swiftly made up his mind, entrusted an agent to finalize the contract, arranged for cleaning, and procured some furnishings. Of course, he merely had to express his desires and await the expenditure. Having spoken his piece, he departed, knowing arrangements would be made seamlessly. After lunch, Jing Yao carried a bag of freshly cut fruit to the office. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan had returned with Lin Qiye, and he placed the fruit on the table, tossing Lin Qiye a set of keys. Lin Yuan Community, Building 5, Apartment 1202. How much is the rent? Lin Qiye instinctively inquired. Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively. This young master never rents. I purchased it outright. Feel free to stay. Living alone is rather dull. If you truly feel guilty. Jing Yao playfully draped an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulders. You could always sell yourself to me. Lin Qiye hugged himself tightly. Taking a moment to muster a response, I will sell my art, not my body. Jing Yao chuckled in amusement. I'm in for you to serve as my little brother. Not for that. Besides, I have no interest in those younger than myself. Lin Qiye silently released his grip and cast a disdainful glance at Jing Yao. Your words truly resemble those of a scoundrel. Well, you do possess with. Jing Yao shrugged. Moreover, I am without a partner. So how can I be labeled as such? Lin Qiye rolled his eyes in response. Extricating himself from Jing Yao's hold and approaching Chun Mai, who was beckoning them into the underground training room. Starting tomorrow, you will train with me in the mornings. Study theories and the use of the forbidden ruins with Qi Mo in the afternoons, and practice firearms with Lung Xian in the evenings. Today, we shall assess your current abilities. Chun Mai drew forth 2 wooden swords and tossed them to Jing Yao and Lin Qiye. Come attack me. Lin Qiye charged forward, only to be sent flying moments later. Jing Yao examined the wooden sword in his hands, gesturing a few times before turning to Chun Mai. I have no idea how to wield this. Chun Mai pinched the bridge of his nose. Just attack me. With enough practice, you will learn. Jing Yao grimaced. Must we truly practice with swords? You lack the forbidden ruins, which naturally diminishes your physical enhancements. If you rely solely on the forbidden objects, what will you do when your mental energy is depleted? Await death? However, I possess forbidden items that do not require mental prowess. Jing Yao raised a fan in his hand, which was entirely unnecessary. Chun Mai exclaimed, what the devil? How can there be forbidden items that do not require mental strength? Is that even reasonable? Very well, utilize your fan to strike me. If the enemy remains still, I shall remain unmoving as well. Captain, you may proceed first. After all, he was uncertain about the best method to attack. Chun Mai, not one to hold back any longer, soon realized that he seemed to be distancing himself from Jing Yao. Despite the training room's modest size, he halted his steps and commanded, shut down your other forbidden items. Only then did Jing Yao belatedly remember that he had purchased something called the farthest distance today, which explained why Chun Mai had been running in place. My apologies, Captain. It was an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 9. The unrefined mystery. Jing Yao removed the farthest distance and cast it into the void. Chun Mai, wielding a wooden sword, executed a strike, causing the sword to be effortlessly shredded into splinters by the wind blade, merely 30 centimeters from Jing Yao. With a slight flick of his fan, the wind blade altered its course, now directed towards Chun Mai. Unlike the abilities typically bestowed by forbidden items, Jing Yao's wind was liberated and capricious, entirely governed by his whims. For instance, he summoned a whirlwind, its currents laced with wind blades. Though it appeared quite extravagant, it was perhaps due to his lack of finesse that Chun Mai easily evaded the onslaught, instantly reappearing behind him and delivering a kick that sent Jing Yao sprawling. As for the level of combat, I shall refrain from elaborating further, but do remember to reimburse me. Jing Yao groaned, clutching his rear as he rose from the ground. Accepting his fate, a mere trifle. I am not so petty. Ouch, my backside. It was not until evening that Jing Yao, exhausted and lifeless, was carried out of the training room on Lin Qiye's back. He had learned nothing that afternoon, merely enduring a barrage of blows. And he could not fathom where Lin Qiye derived such profound insights. He felt bereft of such talent in his very genes. From the void, he retrieved a cotton candy, contemplating before offering one to Lin Qiye as well. He was not so stingy after all. This cotton candy. Lin Qiye hesitated. Is it healing cotton candy? Zhao Kongcheng approached Lin Qiye, his eyes reflecting a pained attachment to money. Indeed, it costs 100,000 each. If it were up to me, I'd have Shaoyun provide you with healing instead. It's not about the cost. Jing Yao straightened, his injuries having healed significantly. Dinner was prepared by Chun Mai himself, as the others lacked culinary skills but were adept at readying the ingredients, making it far more convenient for Chun Mai to stir-fry upon his arrival. Jing Yao leaned against the table, his fingers tapping rapidly on his phone. By the time dinner was served, the milk tea and dessert he had ordered arrived. Speaking of which establishment provided this fruit? It's delectable. Hong Ying and Si Shaoyun took a bite of the fruit, utterly satisfied. Jing Yao casually mentioned shop name, causing Hong Ying's expression to freeze in disbelief. Surely this fruit must have cost thousands. As long as it tastes good. Jing Yao maintained his philosophy of savoring each day, relishing every moment. Who knew if he might meet an untimely demise once more? In the absence of financial constraints, why concern oneself with prices? After the meal, they seamlessly transitioned into firearms training. Firearms are typically an object of fascination for most young men, yet in his previous life, not everyone had the opportunity to even touch a gun. Thus, Jing Yao cherished the moment he held one. Lin Qiye imparted some foundational knowledge before allowing them to attempt shooting at the targets ahead. The two wore serious expressions as they concentrated on firing 10 shots in succession. How we fare? Lin Qiye fell silent for a moment. Well, Jing Yao scored a 4 ring, while Lin Qiye achieved a 9 ring. Before Lin Qiye could revel in the realization of his innate talent, Lin Qiye interjected, "That was Jing Yao's doing." Jing Yao touched his nose and realized that he was merely suited for enjoying life. It was entirely normal for someone like him, a law-abiding and socially conscious youth in his past life, to shy away from fights and firearms. Life does not necessitate such self-imposed hardships. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that they were finally allowed to return home. Fortunately, their residence was not far from there. Yet he had no desire to take even a single step. Spotting a shared electric scooter by the roadside, Jing Yao turned to Lin Qiye and inquired, "Can you ride?" Lin Qiye nodded. "Can't you manage this?" Jing Yao would never divulge that in his previous life, he had once crashed an electric scooter into a car and incurred significant expenses, leaving him with a lingering fear. "You ride it," he insisted. "Are you going to make me ride?" All right. Just hold on tight, young master." Lin Qiye felt utterly helpless against Jing Yao. They were essentially a team now, and mutual care would be inevitable during their training. Moreover, he understood that Jing Yao genuinely cared for him. He was not one to be ungrateful. The short distance of merely 500 meters took them half an hour to traverse. Lin Qiye carried barbecued snacks in one hand and tea and fruit in the other, trailing behind Jing Yao. As Jing Yao remarked, one must eat well before sleep to have the strength to rest. Upon entering the house, one could truly perceive the distinction between wealth and poverty. The place was impeccably tidy, with daily necessities already arranged, a few fruits and beverages in the refrigerator, and several bouquets of fresh flowers adorning the living room. Jing Yao rummaged around and unearthed 2 pairs of slippers, only to disdainfully toss them into the trash, retrieving 2 new pairs from his storage instead. "I can wear those," Lin Qiye remarked, exasperated. Jing Yao shot a disdainful glance at the slippers. "No, they're ugly and uncomfortable." "Suit yourself," Lin Qiye sighed, having grown weary of debating lifestyle choices with Jing Yao. He was a young master who relished the finer things in life, and Lin Qiye couldn't help but worry about whether Jing Yao would cope with the rigors of training. Night watchmen, despite their differences, were still soldiers, and their training would likely be even more arduous. As time passed, Lin Qiye had initially thought that Jing Yao might temper his entitled demeanor through repeated training. Yet, to his surprise, he discovered that Jing Yao remained quite unabashed. In a world of adults, perhaps a more diplomatic term would be better suited. Jing Yao exemplified how he treated Lin Qiye like a subordinate. Lin Qiye followed behind him into the office, burdened with a bag of breakfast, while Jing Yao strolled along, lollipop in mouth and fan in hand, making Lin Qiye feel like a schoolboy accompanying a young master. The members of Team 136 had grown accustomed to this scene. "You two are here. Perfect timing. We have a matter to discuss." With that, they beckoned the pair to the conference room. As Lin Qiye entered, he spotted a familiar face. Li Yifei, the youth, known as Li Yifei, looked up in surprise. "Lin Qiye, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to join the military?" Lin Qiye turned to Chen Mai, the team leader. "What happened?" Chen Mai gestured for Li Yifei to recount his experience, which began when he returned home from school only to realize he had forgotten his homework. He decided to go back to retrieve it and discovered a female student from their class engaged in conversation with the principal. Fearing exposure for not having returned home, he observed in disbelief as the student consumed and subsequently regurgitated the principal. Alarmed, he contacted the authorities and made his way to the office. Jing Yao stood nearby, pointing and commenting on the incident, criticizing the mysterious figure for such uncouth behavior, consuming only to expel. Lin Qiye covered his forehead, already anticipating the unfolding chaos. Chimai, uninterested in the distractions, swiftly organized their tasks. The group was divided into 2 teams. Hong Ying, Shaonan, Qiye, and Jing Yao were to accompany Li Yifei to investigate the school, while Lao Zhao was instructed to establish a secure perimeter. Qimo and Xiang then were tasked with probing into the families of the affected students, and Lin Qiye was cautioned to prevent the enigmatic figure from escaping. Jing Yao pinched a piece of the Changnan No. 2 high school uniform, his expression rife with disdain. Must we truly don such an unattractive uniform? Hong Ying placed a hand on Jing Yao's shoulder, reminding him that not only must he wear it, but he should also temper his audacious demeanor. She reflected on how she had once been captivated by his visage, particularly when he was silent, exuding a striking androgynous beauty. Chapter 10: The Mystery of No. 2 High School. Jing Yao, reluctantly dragged by Lin Qiye, was forcibly dressed in a school uniform that he wore in a disheveled manner, clearly not resembling a diligent student. His half-tied hair was let down and fashioned into a small bun tucked into the collar of his uniform. Lin Qiye, leading the puffed-up Jing Yao, ushered him into the car. "You look splendid, truly splendid. You would look good in anything," Lin Qiye coaxed. Though the school uniform decidedly clashed with Jing Yao's aesthetic sensibilities, Lin Qiye dared not allow him to gaze into the mirror for long. Hong Ying scrutinized Jing Yao from head to toe, observing, "Indeed, you embody the essence of a reluctant heir, forcibly returned to school." She then patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, adding, "Today, I entrust you with a formidable task. Keep a close watch on our young master. We cannot afford for Jing Yao to unleash a tempest upon the entire No. 2 high school. His destructive tendencies have escalated recently, resulting in a hefty fine exceeding 1 million due to his reckless destruction of the training grounds. Should he cause havoc at No. 2, I have no doubt about his ability to pay, but I question their capacity to handle the aftermath. It will be difficult to explain a whirlwind that arises out of nowhere, solely wreaking havoc on No. 2 high school." Jing Yao found this to be a blatant slander against him. Surely, he had not descended to such foolishness. Li Yifei, seated in the front, kept glancing back at Jing Yao. The first impression was indeed striking, yet if he did not take the initiative to engage, Jing Yao appeared quite unapproachable. Though he and Lin Qiye were not particularly close, Li Yifei held the impression that Lin Qiye possessed a remarkable patience. How could he manage the temperament of such a privileged young man? They were in the car driven by Shaoyun, who, despite her petite stature, drove with great steadiness. Swiftly arriving at Changnan No. 2 high school. "Must we scale the wall?" Li Yifei asked, gazing at the 3-meter-high barrier, looking to Lin Qiye and then to Hong Ying and Shaoyun, not daring to expect anything from Jing Yao. Hong Ying nodded with certainty, recalling her desire to climb it during school days, and now, finally, the opportunity had come. With that, she nimbly vaulted over the wall in a graceful 3-step motion, followed closely by Shaoyun. Lin Qiye offered Li Yifei an encouraging glance before joining them. Only Jing Yao and Li Yifei remained outside. "Go on," Jing Yao urged, slightly tilting his chin towards Li Yifei, prompting him to take a step back in fright. I have a leave note. I'll go through the front entrance. Farewell," he said, swiftly disappearing from sight. Jing Yao was left bewildered. He had intended to assist Li Yifei should he fail to scale the wall, but since Li Yifei had fled, he too contemplated attempting to leap over as they did. Sighing, feeling somewhat hurt by Li Yifei's reaction, he resigned himself to the wind's embrace. Upon landing, Lin Qiye curiously inquired, "Where's Li Yifei? Why didn't you bring him along?" At the mention of Li Yifei, Jing Yao felt a pang of melancholy. "How would I know? The moment I glanced at him, he bolted. However, this young man is destined for greatness." Even in the face of such a monstrous creature, he remembered to ask for leave, a quality that is rare among ordinary individuals. Jing Yao even gave Li Yifei a thumbs up. Upon hearing Jing Yao's words, Lin Qiye's brow furrowed sharply. Did he really ask for leave? Yes, indeed. Before Lin Qiye could ponder further, Hong Ying interjected, "Let us split up. Shaoyun, Jing Yao, and I will head to the principal's office, while Qiye, you should return to the classroom to assess the situation. Please keep communication open." Lin Qiye nodded, and the group dispersed. The three arrived at the office door, where Hong Ying politely knocked and inquired. No response emanated from within, prompting Jing Yao to push the door open without hesitation. It matters not. If caught, I shall simply claim I was here to discreetly evaluate your school and consider investing," he remarked nonchalantly. Hong Ying discreetly complained to Si Xiaonan, such a detestable, wealthy individual. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. The office was empty, and Hong Ying, along with Si Xiaonan, quickly conducted a search, finding nothing amiss. They resolved to investigate the girls' dormitory. "Wait, how am I supposed to go in there?" Jing Yao questioned, pointing at himself. He prided himself on his moral integrity and could not possibly enter the girls' dormitory. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang, prompting the trio to hastily vacate the office. "Jing Yao, you find Qiye, Xiaonan, and I will go," she instructed. Jing Yao signaled an okay with his hand. It was the end of the second period, and a flag-raising ceremony was to be held. He blended into the throng and descended the stairs. Naturally, he positioned himself at the back of a line of boys from a class. His striking appearance quickly drew attention. "Excuse me, which class are you from?" A girl standing beside him inquired. Jing Yao playfully touched his chin with his fan and winked at her. "I have a crush on a girl in your class. Could you keep that a secret? I merely wish to catch a glimpse of her." The girl's cheeks flushed with excitement as she eagerly assented, engaging him in whispered gossip. He casually surveyed his surroundings, only to lock eyes with Li Fei. A jolt of surprise coursed through Li Fei. How did this rascal end up in their line? He hastily swapped places with others and stood beside Jing Yao. The flag-raising ceremony commenced, when suddenly, Lin Qiye appeared, carrying the flag. Not only did he approach, but he also circumvented the flagpole, spinning in circles before it. Jing Yao scoffed. Whose bright idea was this? How utterly embarrassing. Li Fei nodded in agreement, but quickly silenced himself upon recalling that Jing Yao was critiquing Lin Qiye. Abruptly, Lin Qiye's voice crackled through the earpiece. After listening to Lin Qiye's report, Jing Yao could only respond with, "You really are quite the show-off." Lin Qiye calmly began to relay information. With each revelation, Ling Xian decisively opened fire. Witnessing classmates transform into monstrous beings, students on the playground immediately scattered in all directions. Jing Yao couldn't help but sigh, pondering whose foolish idea this was. They had not eliminated many infected individuals, and this could easily lead to a stampede. Silence enveloped the headset, yet the students, well acquainted with their surroundings, swiftly navigated the expansive playground, managing to evade any stampede. Lin Qiye maneuvered through the throng, tirelessly addressing those afflicted. A multitude of students surged towards the entrance, only to find themselves ensnared by an impenetrable barrier of light, rendering escape impossible. "Silence! Silence!" Lin Qiye bellowed, striving to restore order, but his voice fell on deaf ears. Jing Yao brandished a firearm, discharging a shot skyward before aiming it at the raucous crowd. Grinning as he proclaimed, "Quiet down. Can't you comprehend human speech?" For a fleeting moment, the clamor subsided until someone emerged from the masses, shouting defiantly, "Why should we listen to you? You're not a police officer." "Indeed, I am not," Jing Yao retorted, not waiting for Lin Qiye to intervene, as he fired at the belligerent individual. In an instant, the once vocal figure transformed into a repugnant serpent demon. Jing Yao whistled, remarking, "The more you squawk, the more suspicious you appear, my friend. Don't you grasp that?" Chapter 11. Lin Qiye found himself utterly reliant on the situation at hand. The ordinary students, startled by Jing Yao's decisive gunfire, were momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, the weapon itself was merely a deterrent, posing no real threat to the unassuming populace. Observing this, Lin Qiye swiftly acted, severing the head of a mysterious entity that tumbled to the ground. He quickly communicated a few commands into his earpiece, and soon, Zhao Kongcheng appeared at the entrance. "From now on, I will release you one by one. Please form an orderly line." Before long, several hundred individuals were ushered out, their memories erased by the arriving Wen Qima and Chun Mai. In the midst of it all, 3 infected were dispatched. Once Lin Qiye concluded his tasks, he hurried towards the school's interior. A tremendous explosion erupted from the girls' dormitory. Just as Lin Qiye was about to advance, he was held back by Jing Yao. "Allow me to go. You should scout elsewhere." Very well. The mystery surrounding that area was likely already exposed, ensuring no harm would come to the innocents. As students filled the teaching building, the extent of the mingling between the mysterious entities and the students remained uncertain. Lin Qiye pressed forward, a sense of unease growing within him until he encountered Li Yifei, at which point his discomfort peaked. "Qiye, you've arrived?" Li Yifei exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye acknowledged him while continuing to eliminate the mysterious foes. "I thought you would be with Jing Yao." Li Yifei's expression faltered, a hint of fear creeping into his demeanor. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. "If you're unafraid of such mysteries, why cower before Jing Yao?" The mysterious beings outside the classroom had been thoroughly eradicated. Most students within exhibited expressions of fervor or admiration, save for one individual whose gaze was peculiar. Lin Qiye shivered involuntarily, suspecting that he had been tainted by the influences of Jing Yao and Hong Yingxi Xiaonan. Otherwise, why would his mind dwell on notions of obsessive love? Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts and reported the situation via his earpiece. Lin Qiye instructed everyone to proceed to the grand auditorium while he continued his efforts to rescue others. "Qiye, I wish to accompany you," Li Yifei expressed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yet, Lin Qiye regarded him with a hint of confusion. Just then, Hong Ying's voice crackled through the earpiece. "The deputy team has uncovered pertinent information. This mysterious entity hails from rural folklore, the Nantawa snake demon. They possess extraordinary camouflage abilities. Once a snake seed is planted, they can transform their vessel into offspring for manipulation." Extraordinary camouflage abilities? Lin Qiye felt a sense of perplexity regarding the doubts surrounding this place. Yet Hong Ying confirmed it nonetheless. At that moment, Jing Yao alighted on the classroom balcony, seemingly riding the wind. The sight of him reminded Lin Qiye of a previous remark. The more he leaped, the greater the suspicion grew. Considering all the known information, he felt a dawning realization within himself. "What are you doing dawdling here?" Jing Yao descended from the air, standing beside Lin Qiye, instinctively leaning closer. However, upon noticing the blood of the Nantawa snake demon staining Lin Qiye, he recoiled in distaste. "I promise to take a thorough shower when I return," Lin Qiye stated with exasperation. Jing Yao nodded in satisfaction. "You are increasingly demonstrating the qualities of my subordinate." Feeling the intense gaze behind him, it was impossible for Jing Yao to ignore it when the fervent target was none other than him. He turned to look over his shoulder, exclaiming in awe, "Qiye, your school is truly a place of exceptional talent." Lin Qiye followed Jing Yao's gaze and instantly frowned, saying, "Could you refrain from acting so dramatically upon seeing someone good-looking? Besides, I feel as though his eyes are yearning to dissect us." Jing Yao stroked his chin, remarking, "He seems to possess a rather delicate disposition." Lin Qiye sighed, "I can't bear to look at this. Life seems utterly despairing." He truly did not want to admit that his first relatively close friend was such a peculiar character. The individual approached Jing Yao and Lin Qiye, introducing himself. "Hello, I am in Qingyu." Jing Yao paused momentarily, commenting, "Are all your names reminiscent of protagonists in novels?" Lin Qiye twitched his lips, shaking hands with Qingyu. "Hello, I am Lin Qiye, and this is Jing Yao." Li Yifei, standing nearby, poked Lin Qiye's arm, asking, "Don't you recognize him?" "Should I?" Lin Qiye replied. "He is our school's prize gem, a rare genius, a top scholar." Lin Qiye was bewildered. He did not recognize him at all. "What are you all planning to do? Can I join you?" And Qingyu asked eagerly. Lin Qiye shook his head. "I believe we need not go. I think I have identified the true form of the Nantawa serpent demon." Li Yifei looked around nervously. "Huh? The true form? Where? Where? Oh dear, who is it? Let's resolve this quickly, so we can go back to sleep," Jing Yao concurred. An uncomfortable silence hung in the air, causing Jing Yao to doubt himself. He trembled, pointing at himself. "Could it be me? No, Irafuza. If I were the Nantawa serpent demon, that would be a monumental blunder in my life, were it not for the blood of the Nantawa serpent demon offspring on his hands." Lin Qiye would have wanted to cover Jing Yao's mouth. They had lingered too long, and a few serpent breeds rushed in from outside. Their appearance was indeed ghastly. Jing Yao could hardly bear to look and swiftly waved his hand, sending the serpent breeds flying into the air. Lin Qiye swiftly maneuvered, aiming his blade at Li Yifei. The true form is you, Li Yifei. Li Yifei turned pale, exclaiming, "What joke are you playing, Qiye? This is hardly amusing." And Qingyu's expression brightened with understanding. Now it makes sense. This aligns perfectly. For the first time, Jing Yao doubted his own intelligence. He couldn't believe he hadn't suspected Li Yifei. No, how could he doubt himself? Indeed, one should blame others more and oneself less. As a former classmate, Lin Qiye naturally found it difficult to accept this reality. He raised his gun, resolutely aiming it at Li Yifei. Then, the bullet grazed Li Yifei's hair as it flew past. Jing Yao was astounded. How is it possible that you missed such a close target? Lin Qiye's embarrassment flickered momentarily before he furiously tossed the gun to Jing Yao and summoned the celestial domain to force the Nantua serpent demon to reveal itself. Jing Yao was overwhelmed, thinking, "Why are you here alone again? Can't you bring someone along? You know how much I detest one-on-one confrontations." He unfurled his fan, manipulating countless blades of wind that rampaged across the surface of the Nantua serpent demon, inflicting numerous fine cuts upon its skin. Lin Qiye, utilizing the perceptive abilities of the mortal realm, ensured that each strike landed precisely on the wounds created by Jing Yao's wind blades. The Nantua serpent demon roared in fury, utterly perplexed as to how it had been exposed. Lin Qiye, akin to a merciless executioner, explained the situation to the nearby and Qingyu, each offering their own commentary. Jing Yao couldn't help but click his tongue at these two. Yet he was astonished to realize that Lin Qiye's insight stemmed entirely from the two sentences he had uttered. He understood well that, as the elder brother, his intellect could never surpass that of his younger sibling. Lin Qiye was indeed indispensable to him. Chapter 12. Death of a Friend. Life of a Monk. Let me clarify suddenly. The protagonist does not possess a character that is indecisive or stubbornly resistant to fate. He neither imposes nor rejects. He is rather despicable yet principled in his demeanor. I shall refrain from elaborating on his characterization, as he is aware of his own flaws and maintains a distance from others. He engages in merriment when it pleases him and treats others as brothers when it does not. He is a rather principled yet flawed individual. The Nantua serpent demon is not an enigmatic entity endowed with high damage resistance. Rather, it relies predominantly on disguise and intellect. With occasional disturbances from Jing Yao and the cooperation of Lin Qiye ultimately severed the head of the Nantua serpent demon with a single stroke. Jing Yao wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Ah, I am quite formidable." Lin Qiye responded with a perfunctory nod. "Indeed, indeed. I can sense your insincerity." Shao Qiye, this demeanor may hinder your prospects for romance. Jing Yao jested, placing his hand on a rare clean spot on Lin Qiye's shoulder, his fan lightly teasing his chin. Lin Qiye pushed the fan away, replying earnestly, "I consider myself rather appealing. I doubt I shall struggle to find a partner." Ugh. Jing Yao rolled his eyes in disdain. "You're no fun at all. Time to head home. I desire hot pot tonight." He flaunted his way out of the classroom, while Lin Qiye quietly reported the situation and tidied up the remnants. And Qingyu observed Jing Yao's departing figure, then turned to Lin Qiye. "May I join you?" And Qingyu's intellect was indisputable, yet Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment before responding. "Let me inquire." After explaining to Chun Mai, Lin Qiye regretfully declined, stating that the mysterious was exceedingly perilous. "We do not recommend ordinary individuals join the Night Watchers. I apologize." And Qingyu felt a tinge of disappointment, but expressed understanding nonetheless. "Lin Qiye, what are you doing?" Jing Yao peeked back through the doorway. "Could you exhibit some awareness as a junior? The elder has departed, and you still linger." Lin Qiye sighed helplessly, sometimes wishing he could give Jing Yao a good kick. "I'm coming." The ensuing days unfolded with remarkable stability, as Jing Yao's nocturnal habits were forcibly adjusted. During this period, he had not produced anything particularly extraordinary, mostly amassing chocolates and marshmallows. Upon reviewing the contents of his current space, it was evident that chocolates and marshmallows dominated. Forbidden item, Whispering Bell, forces the soul to become disoriented for 2 seconds. A bowl that transforms ingredients into delectable, edible food. Wind Treader, manipulates the wind. The farthest distance, extends the distance between oneself and another infinitely. Forbidden item, skyward bomb, designates an object to become a bomb that will undoubtedly launch something into the sky. However, the damage is uncertain, meaning one could inadvertently harm oneself. Forbidden item, discordant mic, a microphone that renders songs unpleasant, capable of causing widespread mental distress, with varying effects on different entities. Soft strawberry, consuming one grants a critical hit effect for the next attack. The irresistibly delightful bubble tea. A mere 30 minutes of indulgence can leave one feeling drained for an entire day. Forbidden item, the whirling magic wand, a tool that transforms any non-living entity into a pig. The most outrageous of all is a lollipop flavored like excrement. Jing Yao could scarcely fathom the mindset of its creator, yet its effects are indeed astonishing, capable of reviving those on the brink of death and erasing all their negative conditions. In a critical moment, one must ponder whether to consume this peculiar item or abstain. Indulging is quite off-putting, yet refusing means certain demise. Curiously, Jing Yao found himself intrigued, for he had never tasted such a thing before. The final item is a forbidden object known as Star Leap, which allows for instantaneous teleportation. After mingling with his premium system for an extended period, he discerned a peculiar distinction. Only items marked as forbidden would deplete his mental energy, while those unmarked could be utilized without limit. The damage they inflicted remained uncertain. Yet he found himself devoid of any constraints. After nearly a month of training, Jing Yao had made significant strides in firearm usage, finding solace in his progress compared to Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye. However, his proficiency in close combat left much to be desired. Having endured countless blows with little improvement, Xuanwo took solace in the fact that perhaps he had developed a reflex to evade most attacks. This alone sufficed to satisfy him. In contrast, Lin Qiye had flourished in close combat under the rigorous training of Xuanwo and Zhou Ping, mastering the techniques of both mentors. Jing Yao, stop twirling that wretched fan. Xuanwo lamented as he surveyed the training ground, now a disheveled mess due to the wind. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. Never mind, you all are heading to the training camp tomorrow. There will be no training today. Let's go out and purchase some ingredients for hot pot tonight. As for their supplies, Xuanwo had no intention of assisting them. Jing Yao's pair of slippers cost more than his monthly salary. Affordability was a distant dream. He merely outlined what they needed for the camp and decided to cover any shortcomings. On the bustling streets, Jing Yao, Lin Qiye, Hong Ying, and Shaoyun strolled together, each savoring a bowl of ice cream. They had gathered most of their daily necessities and were now solely on a quest for snacks. Hong Ying tossed her empty ice cream cup into a trash bin. I'm full now. How will I eat when we return? Shaoyun sighed. Captain will scold us. It's all Jing Yao, as Fall Hong Ying lamented, playfully pinching Shaoyun's waist. Look at you, Shaoyun, you've gained weight. This remark landed like a thunderclap, and Shaoyun looked at herself in horror. I've gained weight. All Jing Yao's fault. Jing Yao, bewildered, pointed at himself. Me. Both Hong Ying and Shaoyun nodded in unison, yes. If you didn't buy so many snacks every day, we wouldn't have gained weight. It turns out, in moments of speechlessness, laughter can indeed emerge. Jing Yao chuckled dryly, devoid of emotion. Therefore, you must take responsibility, Hong Ying and Shaoyun declared, flanking Jing Yao, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Speak up, what do you intend to do? Certainly. The four individuals paused before a women's clothing store, where Hong Ying and Shaoyun wore mischievous smiles. Ah, dear sister, we have but one humble request. You surely wouldn't decline, would you? After all, you promised to make amends. It's merely a few garments. Just buy them. Today, young Master Jing shall foot the bill, Jing Yao proclaimed, waving his hand with extravagant flair. Hong Ying and Shaoyun firmly restrained Jing Yao, insisting, what are you saying? Of course, this is for you to wear. Lin Qiye subtly stepped back, a cold sweat trickling down his back. It seemed as though Hong Ying had eyes on the back of her head as she turned toward Lin Qiye. Why are you running away, Qiye? I haven't asked you to wear anything. Come and lend a hand. What do you mean by that? Jing Yao attempted to break free, but his struggles proved futile. Lin Qiye steeled himself, embracing the adage, better to perish alongside a friend than to abandon them. Farewell, my brother. Chapter 13, Training Camp for Jing Yao. Donning women's attire was hardly an affront. After all, he had embraced such garments in a previous life. With a playful smirk, he raised an eyebrow at Hong Ying, who had selected a black qipao for him, before striding confidently into the changing room. His cool visage, with fox-like eyes slightly arched and shoulder-length hair casually pinned back, exuded an air of nonchalance. Leaning against the doorframe, he brushed aside a few stray strands of hair with his right hand and cast a flirtatious glance at Hong Ying and Si Shaoyun, teasing, "Are you both captivated by this young master? You may consider yourselves my loyal servants." However, the excitement of Hong Ying and Si Shaoyun was swiftly doused by Jing Yao's remark, as they quipped, "You ought to silence yourself." After trying on several outfits and capturing numerous photos, they finally relented, allowing Jing Yao to purchase all the garments he had modeled with a mere wave of his hand. Lin Qiye, ever the opportunist, sidled up to them, asking, "Could you send me a copy?" What brother wouldn't covet a photo of his friend in women's attire? Hong Ying and Si Shaoyun exchanged bemused glances before stifling their laughter, giving Lin Qiye an exaggerated okay gesture, as if to dismiss the moment. Before long, the time for the training camp arrived. Traditionally held in Shangjing, this year's location had been shifted to Cangnan. Chen Mai had intended to buy train tickets for the two, but was gently rebuffed by Jing Yao. Were it not for the inconvenience, Jing Yao would have considered chartering a private plane for himself. Upon entering the airport, a phone call interrupted Chen Mai. "The training camp has been relocated to Cangnan. Hurry, bring them back." Fortunately, they had arrived early, as boarding time had yet to approach. Jing Yao and Lin Qiye were indifferent to the camp's location. Cangnan was preferable, and they promptly refunded their tickets, with Chen Mai driving them to the training camp. As they traveled, the duo indulged in snacks without the burden of luggage. Jing Yao possessed both space and wealth, keeping the extent of his supplies a secret from others. As the road became increasingly desolate, with buildings dwindling around them, they eventually reached a makeshift structure. Chen Mai halted the vehicle. "We've arrived. You two may disembark. The remainder of the journey is yours alone." Jing Yao paused momentarily, responding, "What S?" with a somber tone. He rummaged through his space and tossed Chen Mai 2 bags of cotton candy and a few chocolates, then draped an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulder as they exited the car. "We're off. Farewell." Chen Mai chuckled at the treats in his hands, replying, "Farewell." On the surface, the young master appeared free-spirited and arrogant, yet beneath that facade lay a sensitive soul. Though his words might provoke a desire to retaliate at times, he always sensed Lin Qiye's sadness immediately, revealing a contradiction within him. After securing the snacks, he glanced at the retreating figures of Jing Yao and Lin Qiye before driving away. Jing Yao and Lin Qiye ambled towards the training camp, unencumbered by luggage, each clutching a bag of snacks as if on a leisurely outing. The guards, upon spotting them, promptly reported their presence. The two seemed to have wandered into the wrong venue, yet their intentions were unmistakably directed towards the training camp. Jing Yao trod upon the uneven, muddy path, grumbling in exasperation. "I can't go on any longer. Let us simply soar above." Lin Qiye hesitated, pondering whether using forbidden objects at the training camp entrance would result in punishment. On what grounds would they chastise me? I have not even expressed disdain for his wretched path. Aware that he could not outmaneuver Jing Yao, Lin Qiye conceded, for the filthy road was indeed rather repulsive. A gust of wind swept through, and the two ascended into the air, gliding toward the training camp. Upon witnessing their use of forbidden objects, the guarding special forces confirmed that the duo were indeed participants in the training. However, the individuals who recommended these two seemed rather remiss, failing to procure any essentials for the young men. Just as they arrived at the entrance, they were halted. The officer prepared to exit his vehicle in order to ascertain the identity of the instructors who had yet to emerge. Names? Lin Qiye, Jing Yao, both replied in unison, prompting a knowing nod from the instructor. He recognized Lin Qiye, the sole divine proxy this time, and Jing Yao, who, according to reports, possessed a plethora of forbidden objects despite lacking a forbidden sanctuary. Rumors swirled that the heir of the Baili family, renowned as the repository of forbidden objects, would also be present. It was uncertain what encounters might unfold between these two. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Lin Qiye and Jing Yao, is it? Allow me to show you around, he offered. Thank you, instructor, Lin Qiye replied courteously, while Jing Yao leisurely fanned himself. The gentle breeze emanating from his fan, palpable even at a distance, indicating that this fan was indeed one of his forbidden items. After meandering through the training camp and absorbing its essence, they proceeded towards their dormitory. Yet, a divergence of opinions arose regarding their accommodation. Why not reside together? Lin Qiye questioned, bewildered, as he deemed their cohabitation a natural and logical arrangement. Jing Yao regarded him with feigned disdain. You would obstruct my romantic pursuits. What romance could possibly flourish in a male dormitory? Lin Qiye abruptly ceased, suddenly recalling Jing Yao's preference for men. A twinge of discomfort settled within him, and he could only mutter, I understand. Jing Yao meticulously unpacked Lin Qiye's belongings, having prepared every minute detail. It dawned on Lin Qiye just how reliant he had become on Jing Yao over the past month. Leaving home alone, the presence of another for companionship in meals and daily activities had alleviated his loneliness, but he now realized that Jing Yao did not share the same dependence. This revelation left a poignant gap in his heart. Jing Yao patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, imparting advice with the demeanor of an elder. This place is splendid for forging friendships. Do remember to make a few, little Qiye. You might even encounter some lovely young ladies. Perhaps there is someone with poor eyesight who might take a liking to you. Lin Qiye was instantly engulfed in exasperation. What do you mean by someone with poor eyesight taking a liking to me? Is that meant to be a disgrace? Jing Yao shook his finger playfully. No. I fear they might profess their affection right before you, and you'd still think they were merely playing a game of truth or dare. Should you find someone appealing, do let me know. I shall devise a strategy for you. After speaking, he swiftly exited the room, aware that there were not many fine accommodations available, and he needed to secure one promptly. Ultimately, he selected a chamber on the upper floor of a Lin Qiye building. The two had arrived rather early, and it was not until the following day that others began to trickle in. Jing Yao was roused from his slumber by the sounds emanating from outside. As he opened his eyes, he discovered the presence of another individual in the dormitory, though the person was speaking in hushed tones and had not disturbed his rest. A miscalculation. Had he known, he would not have stayed up late the previous night. He could scarcely fathom how he would endure the year if his roommate happened to be unattractive. Upon noticing Jing Yao had awoken, the individual turned around. Ah, you're awake? We'll be roommates from now on. My name is Shen Qingzhu. Jing Yao raised an eyebrow, observing someone even more self-important than himself. Chapter 14. Parents' love for their children is deep and far-reaching at first glance. Jing Yao lost half his interest upon seeing the high school student. However, this did not hinder his tendency to speak irreverently later on. Habitually tying his unruly hair back, he leaned against the head of his bed and observed Shen Qingzhu, who was busy organizing his belongings. Arrogant, indeed, more so than Jing Yao himself. This was the first impression he had of the boy. The second impression was that the child seemed rather impoverished, and as for a third impression, he dismissed the notion entirely. There was no need for more impressions when he had no regard for the person. The incessant noise from outside was quite bothersome. Jing Yao casually donned a piece of clothing and opened the door. Peering down the staircase, he saw a chubby little boy laden with gifts, making the rounds, a clear picture of a foolish child from a wealthy family. Yet, he appeared to be a tad too foolish for his own good. Tilting his head, Jing Yao momentarily lost himself in thought. Since he was already out, he might as well find Lin Qiye for lunch. They had 2 days before training officially commenced, having arrived a day early, which rendered them somewhat bored. Leaning against the wall, Jing Yao knocked on the door of Lin Qiye's dormitory with a fan. The dormitories accommodated 2 students each, so he felt it inappropriate to enter uninvited. When Lin Qiye opened the door, he immediately recognized the familiar fan. Even before seeing the person, he fully opened the door and stepped aside, inviting Jing Yao in. Upon entering the dormitory, Jing Yao was taken aback by the abundance of gift boxes cluttering the space. After surveying the room with surprise, he remarked, "That foolish-looking chubby boy isn't your roommate, is he?" Lin Qiye nodded helplessly, affirming yes. "Ah, well, children have their own fortunes. Let us go eat," Jing Yao replied. Taking a deep breath in response to Jing Yao's paternal aspirations, Lin Qiye ultimately could not restrain himself and playfully delivered a light smack to Jing Yao's head. When will you learn to control that mouth of yours? Control it? I must seal it. Jing Yao grinned at Lin Qiye, who stared at him in momentary confusion before realizing the implication of his words, causing his face to flush bright red. I genuinely wish to stuff Uncle Zhao's smelly socks in your mouth. Lin Qiye mumbled in a mix of embarrassment and anger, quickening his pace, clearly irked. Jing Yao, laughing so hard his stomach ached, draped an arm over Lin Qiye's shoulder. I was merely joking, don't be upset. I'll cover your cotton candy for the year. Lin Qiye pursed his lips in silence, a faint sense of annoyance rising within him. He couldn't fathom why Jing Yao could speak so freely to anyone. Qiye, Brother Qiye, and who might this be? Jing Yao raised an eyebrow at the approaching figure, the foolish boy from the wealthy family. Hello. I'm Bai Li Tuming, Qiye's roommate. Qiye, is this your friend? Lin Qiye exhaled slowly, nodding calmly. Yes, this is my friend, Jing Yao. Your friend is quite handsome. No wonder Qiye is so impressive. Even his friends are good-looking. Well, if he is your friend, he is also mine. Here, take this and enjoy, if you dislike it. I have others. Bai Li Tuming unfurled a row of watches across his arm, eagerly attempting to grasp Jing Yao's hand to adorn him with one. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. The intensity of his expression, capable of crushing a fly, and obstructed Bai Li Tuming's attempt to seize Jing Yao's hand. Do you treat your friends so casually? Before anyone could respond, he took Jing Yao's hand and departed. Jing Yao offered no resistance, allowing Lin Qiye to lead him away, though Lin Qiye himself was uncertain of their destination until they had distanced themselves from the throng. Are you not going to let go? Jing Yao teased, his voice a playful lilt, prompting Lin Qiye to realize the immaturity of his actions. Are you jealous? Jing Yao suddenly leaned in closely, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling in the air. The sly glint in Jing Yao's fox-like eyes made Lin Qiye's heart skip a beat, as if Jing Yao could peer into the depths of his concealed thoughts. In the next moment, a fan struck his forehead, and Jing Yao admonished him, "Go eat. It's time." He stepped back, fanning himself as he strolled toward the dining hall. Lin Qiye found himself at a loss, grappling with a blend of emotions, tinged with both melancholy and a sense of loss. Jing Yao had intruded upon his nearly barren world at a critical juncture, painting it with a vivid splash of color. Although often frivolous, Jing Yao proved remarkably reliable in pivotal moments, instilling a sense of support. Lin Qiye's brows knitted tightly. Something felt amiss. As an adult, he mused, he ought not to depend on Jing Yao, for such a bond could never wholly belong to him. With a deep sigh, he hastened to Jing Yao's side, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. My apologies, I acted impulsively. Jing Yao cast a sidelong glance at him, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. Lin Qiye felt his fists clench. He resolved to seek an opportunity to give Jing Yao a sound thrashing. The following morning, when Jing Yao was once again roused by the cacophony, his frustration peaked. However, upon glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 5. He tousled his hair and reluctantly climbed out of bed. Chen Mai had forewarned him about the training camp, preemptively inoculating him against any potential upheaval. He sluggishly prepared himself, donning that unflattering uniform before meandering to wash up. Ah, this is so inconvenient. Jing Yao sighed, while both roommates completely disregarded one another. Perhaps they had both discerned each other's prickly nature and chose to avoid conflict by opting for silence. After finishing his own grooming, Lin Qiye, concerned that Jing Yao might still be asleep, ascended the stairs to rouse him, only to find Jing Yao already awake, albeit in a state of utter lethargy. To prevent him from being late, Lin Qiye took it upon himself to expedite Jing Yao's preparations. Watching Lin Qiye adeptly assist Jing Yao, Shen Qingzhu scoffed lightly. Is the gilded young master really in need of a servant to attend to him at this training camp? Jing Yao, his eyelids drooping, slowly opened his eyes and shot a provocative smile at Shen Qingzhu, retorting, "Mind your own business." He simply leaned against Lin Qiye's back. "Qiye, I don't wish to walk. Please carry me down." Lin Qiye, with a blend of skill and a hint of tenderness, caught Jing Yao's legs. donning an expression that conveyed a mix of helplessness and affection as he carried him out of the dormitory. Not far from the dorm, Lin Qiye released his hold and shook his shoulders with a hint of disdain. Get down. How heartless. I might just be saddened by this. You, who feign kindness to my face while harboring disdain behind my back. Jing Yao smiled, though any trace of sorrow was utterly invisible. However, you've already clashed with your roommate on the very first day. Perhaps you should consider discussing a room change with someone? Lin Qiye expressed his concern. Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of indifference. With children like you, I can easily manage. Chapter 15. The masked squad. The watch distribution event organized by Li Qiye was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the instructor, prompting everyone to gather on the playground. Although the crowd had assembled, they stood in a rather scattered manner. His ostentatious roommate stood out conspicuously among the throng, notably donning his hat backward and wearing his clothes in a disheveled manner. In contrast, Lin Qiye was neatly attired, fanning himself leisurely with a hand fan, exhibiting a certain restraint. On the martial arts platform, over 20 instructors were arranged in a precise formation, with Yuan Gang, the chief instructor, positioned at the forefront. Observing the sparse crowd below amidst a cacophony of chatter, he narrowed his eyes, emanating an aura of authority. Stand in formation, boomed a deep, resonant voice from one of the instructors behind Yuan Gang, causing the crowd to jostle and reluctantly form a semblance of order. Jing Yao surveyed his surroundings and discerned that this training camp was not solely populated by individuals of Lin Qiye's youthful ilk. Some appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. Nevertheless, he understood that the most gifted individuals were likely among these relatively younger participants. He recognized his own lack of talent, relying instead on financial investment. Yet fortuitously, he was not alone in this regard. As the noise on the playground gradually subsided, Yuan Gang began to speak from the martial arts platform. The words he uttered were reminiscent of countless admonitions he had encountered in his previous educational experiences. Oppressive education seemed perpetually in vogue. Though you may be regarded as geniuses in your own realms upon awakening the forbidden ruins, here, you hold no value. You are merely a cadre of recruits, novices, and you have yet to confront the enigmatic. In the face of true power, you will only serve as a burden to your comrades. Jing Yao could not resist the urge to cover his ears. The incessant chattering of Yuan Gang was grating, provoking a rebellious stir within him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, someone else, unable to contain themselves, spoke out first. He glanced upward to discover it was his roommate, which was hardly surprising. Shen Qingzhu was still chewing gum, embodying the quintessential troublemaker. I refuse to accept this. Who else dares to defy? Yuan Gang scanned the crowd, relishing the presence of such dissenters, for training became far more engaging with individuals willing to challenge authority. With Shen Qingzhu leading the charge, the pent-up frustrations of the crowd erupted. I refuse. So do I. Li Qiye glanced between Jing Yao and Lin Qiye. Qiye, do we accept this? Lin Qiye looked at him with a bemused expression. Are you not aware of your own stance? He turned his gaze toward Yuan Gang on the martial arts platform and softly declared, I accept. Only those who have truly encountered the enigmatic comprehend their terror. Li Qiye nodded in agreement. Then, if Qiye concedes, I shall as well. However, he then turned to the previously silent Jing Yao. Upon learning that Jing Yao was 2 years his senior, he seamlessly adjusted his address. Brother Yao, do you concede? I do not. Jing Yao replied with an air of nonchalance. But must I vocalize my dissent? That would merely play into his hands. Wait and see. He is deliberately provoking us, preparing to put on a grand show later. The basic gaming moves include returning to base to taunt, inciting the opponent, followed by an impressive display of skill, and finally departing with flair. Well, since so many of you are unconvinced, I shall present you with an opportunity to submit. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie, signaling for them to come down. Li Qiye looked at Jing Yao with admiration in his eyes, thinking, Yao, you are amazing. You anticipated this. You truly stand on a different level. Lin Qiye remained silent, as if this scene had unfolded countless times in his life, giving him an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Jing Yao coughed lightly, tapping his fan twice, maintaining his composure. Lin Qiye suddenly realized why the sense of DJVU was so strong. It was reminiscent of the times Jing Yao insisted on duo queuing without a support player, and how he would become infuriated by the slightest taunt from the opposing team, only to be outplayed spectacularly in the end. The crowd was still puzzled about Yuan Gang's intentions when someone suddenly shouted, "Look up! Someone is falling from the sky." Following the gazes of the crowd, Jing Yao saw a group of 7 people plummeting from above, having taken no safety precautions whatsoever. A peculiar thought crossed his mind, and he whispered to Lin Qiye, "What if I just fan the air to create a breeze?" Before he could finish, Lin Qiye swiftly covered his mouth, warning him that the captain expected him to be more restrained in training camp. Otherwise, he would chase him down to give him a beating. Jing Yao brushed Lin Qiye's hand away with his fan, jesting, "Come on, I was just kidding. Hello, everyone. We're the Mask Squad." Before the 7 on stage could finish their introduction, one member wearing a swirling mask suddenly collapsed to his knees. The air momentarily froze, and Jing Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Qiye frantically tugged at his sleeve, cautioning him that his behavior would attract trouble. "Oh!" Jing Yao opened his fan to shield his beaming face, yet the trembling of his shoulders betrayed him. Meanwhile, the masked individual on stage had a sudden inspiration, declaring, "The Masked Squad Swirl wishes everyone an early Happy New Year." Wang Mian, unable to watch, covered his face. Fortunately, the mask hid his expression, preventing complete embarrassment, though his gaze remained fixed on the one who laughed the brightest. Jing Yao's fox-like eyes crinkled in mirth, sparkling as if filled with starlight. Yet the cunning smile in his gaze was unmistakable. Wang Mian squinted, thinking he must find an opportunity to give this kid a good beating. Li Tuming chimed in. "The masked special squad is rumored to have a captain who is the agent of the god of time, Kronos. Since he wears a mask with the character for a king, he is also referred to as the Masked Time King. But surely, they can't be genuine, can they?" "No, I can sense it," Lin Qiye replied. Jing Yao leaned in with curiosity, asking, "Will he pull out a driver and Shaoyun Shen?" "What?" Li Tuming looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Jing Yao's words. Jing Yao offered no further explanation, merely wearing an enigmatic expression. It is commonly acknowledged that the King of Time shall ultimately be constrained by time itself. After all, the monarch he had once observed, the so-called King of Time, was perpetually ensnared in a temporal standstill. His words, though softly spoken, resonated profoundly in the silence that enveloped the crowd, who had momentarily stilled under the imposing presence of the newly assembled masquerade troupe. All eyes converged upon him, and Jing Yao felt a sudden stiffness in his demeanor. It was akin to being engrossed in whispered conversation with a deskmate when suddenly the teacher walks in, drawing the attention of the entire class, leaving him oblivious to the shift. He unfurled his fan, placing it before his face, revealing an awkward yet courteous smile, urging them to proceed. Chapter 16. Let us eat first. Wang was somewhat perturbed by Jing Yao's statement. He intended to inquire further once the matter was resolved. However, the immediate priority was to demonstrate to these young recruits their place. It was unnecessary to deploy 7 individuals against them. 5 would suffice. Such audacious words ignited a surge of anger among the new recruits, prompting shouts of inquiry regarding the commencement of their challenge. Yuan Gang glanced at the timer and smirked, declaring that from now until 9 in the evening, if anyone on the mask team could have their mask removed, he would consider it a victory for all, granting them immediate graduation. A colossal hammer sent a group of frontline recruits flying, prompting Lin Qiye to pull Jing Yao backward in haste. Li Tuming followed closely behind, asking, "Qiye, aren't we going to remove their masks?" As they ran, Lin Qiye shook his head. Compared to their disciplined training, they were merely a disorganized mass. They had also eliminated their weakest link, making the task of unmasking them considerably challenging. "What then shall we do?" Li Tuming inquired again. "To the armory," Lin Qiye replied, glancing at Jing Yao. As Jing Yao unfurled his fan, a gust of wind propelled the 3 of them into the air, the wind contained around them, causing minimal disruption to the surroundings, though they did attract the attention of numerous onlookers as they soared above others' heads. They landed at the armory entrance, where Li Tuming's hair stood on end from the wind. He observed the other 2, who, upon descending, had effortlessly arranged their hair, evidently accustomed to such swift travel. The armory's door was firmly locked, substantial in size, and not easily breached. The trio gathered at the entrance, murmuring among themselves. Jing Yao contemplated blasting the door open, but Lin Qiye deemed it sufficient to break it outright. Lin Qiye attempted to interject with a solution, but was unable to do so. "Step aside." A chilling, authoritative voice resonated behind them, unmistakably belonging to someone formidable. Jing Yao, displaying keen insight, stepped aside, while the chubby recruit stared at the red-haired lady, nearly drooling. Shaking his head, Jing Yao fanned himself vigorously. The chubby boy would never win her affection, although he might consider imparting a few tips if the boy were sincere in his inquiries. "Greetings, beautiful miss. I am Lin Qiye, a child of a humble family. May I have the honor of your acquaintance?" Lin Qiye's eyes were glued to her. Jing Yao paused in his fanning. This boy was hopelessly naive at such a young age. "Molly," the cold female voice replied, her hand pressing against the door, forcibly breaking it open. Lin Qiye, still eager to offer compliments, was met with a disdainful glance from Molly. "I detest the wealthy. The richer they are, the more I despise them." Lin Qiye froze. Turning to Jing Yao, "Brother Yao, we are being scorned. Oh, how I yearn for comfort." Jing Yao, using his fan to brace against Lin Qiye's impending embrace, smiled politely. "I am a connoisseur of beauty, and I must graciously decline." Lin Qiye felt as though his heart were shattering. While Lin Qiye had already disregarded him and began introducing himself to Molly, discussing matters of collaboration. Upon realizing that Lin Qiye was the agent of that divine being, Molly acquiesced to the partnership, as she found it arduous to proceed alone. Teamwork would indeed enhance their chances of victory. Just as Lin Qiye and Molly reached an agreement, he sensed a figure surging toward Jing Yao's back. "Jing Yao," he urgently called out. Jing Yao halted momentarily, his fan snapping shut in his palm as countless invisible blades of wind swirled around him. The assailant, taken by surprise, materialized with an exclamation. Lin Qiye, wielding his blade, struck out, while Jing Yao observed the figure that had briefly revealed itself before vanishing again. Unhurriedly, he retrieved the farthest distance, a delicate bracelet adorned with a blue gemstone, which accentuated the pallor of his slender wrist. Lin Qiye gazed in astonishment at the forbidden object adorning Jing Yao's hand, one that even his own family had never encountered. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tap on his shoulder, and, bewildered, he lifted his gaze to find the moon ghost attempting to strike him from above, only to be thwarted by a golden shield. He offered a foolish grin, thinking, "You wish to ambush me?" The moon ghost was then forcefully repelled by Molly, and Lin Qiye and Molly, demonstrating remarkable synergy, cornered the assailant with nowhere to flee. "Zhou Ping, help me!" Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Unwilling to relinquish such a splendid opportunity, he shouted the same as the moon ghost. Jing Yao sighed, feeling the odds of success were slim. Yet he promptly produced the whispering bell. With a flick of his wrist, the moon ghost was forcibly immobilized in place. Lin Qiye decisively reached for the mask, and at the moment his fingers brushed against it, he felt an immediate loss of weight, while the moon ghost regained mobility. Lin Qiye, with a serious expression, turned to the swiftly approaching Zhou Ping. His speed was indeed remarkable. "Jing Yao, prepare." Compared to the newly acquainted Molly and Lin Qiye, he was evidently more familiar with Jing Yao as forbidden objects. They needed no further clarification to understand their next course of action. Molly broke through. After addressing her, both Lin Qiye and Molly forcefully propelled Zhou Ping and the moon ghost away, a gust of wind bursting through the armory's roof, sending the four soaring into the air. Jing Yao whisked the trio in a circle above the entire training camp, assessing the battlefield before landing atop a building. Accustomed to soaring through the skies, Lin Qiye immediately began analyzing the situation upon descent, while Molly and Lin Qiye remained in a daze, and Jing Yao, squatting to the side, displayed a complete lack of interest. His involvement with the night watch was solely to avoid a prison sentence. He cared little for where he was assigned as a night watchman, having no grand aspirations, believing that when disaster struck, the protagonist would bear the burden. Based on his recent understanding of the world, it is undoubtedly a tale of a protagonist striving to rise, while otherworldly beings loom ominously, leading the protagonist to rally the Night Watchers in a valiant struggle against these external deities to protect their homeland. With no experience in the Forbidden Wastelands, what could he possibly achieve? The gods are engaged in their celestial battles, and what could he do, merely meddling in their affairs? Jing Yao found a spot to settle down, washed his hands with water from his spatial pocket, and began to indulge in his meal. The aroma was overwhelmingly enticing, successfully capturing the attention of 3 individuals nearby. Bai Li Tu-ming's stomach audibly rumbled, a cacophony that could not be ignored. He gazed longingly at Jing Yao's steaming rice and, with a silly grin, inquired, "Brother Yao, may I exchange a laborious service for a portion of your meal?" Given the circumstances, Jing Yao decided to set up a table and 4 chairs, and the 4 of them commenced their feast on the rooftop. After a long morning of gathering without a morsel to eat, hunger had truly set in. This meal was indeed delightful. Chapter 17. The battle. Bai Li Tu-ming was absorbed in his meal, yet a flicker of concern occasionally crossed his face. Would the chief instructor truly refrain from punishing us? In contrast to Bai Li Tu-ming, Lin Qiye, who often engaged in mischievous antics alongside Jing Yao, appeared remarkably composed. Even if we weren't eating, we would still have to wait. It was better to dine, as the young master was rather delicate. Skipping a meal would certainly lead to stomach pains. Jing Yao, with a mouthful of rice, cast an incredulous glance at Lin Qiye, who, feeling a twinge of guilt, ignored him. Jing Yao could only display a helpless yet affectionate expression. What was it to bear the burden for one's son? A father's duty often involved resolving numerous predicaments for his offspring. His cotton candy of son had all but turned into a snack, and if there were issues, the blame would fall upon the system for producing such inferior products that even his gastric ailments remained unresolved. After finishing his meal, Lin Qiye tidied up the box while reminding Jing Yao to eliminate any evidence of their deeds. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now?" he teased. Meanwhile, in an underground surveillance room, the instructors gathered before the monitors, where the atmosphere in other locations appeared entirely normal, save for the peculiar scene magnified in the center. Yuan Gang's expression darkened as he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Who are these gluttons?" Beside him, Instructor Hong, equally pallid, replied, "The one with golden eyes is Lin Qiye, the divine agent of Michael. The one beside him, never parting from his fan, is Jing Yao, sent here by Team 136. He lacks a prohibition zone, but the quantity of his restricted items remains unknown. Next to him is M.O. Lee from the M.O. clan sword sect, and that chubby lad is the young master of the Bailey group. What a curious assembly. All 4 were on their watch list. Notify the mass team of their location and ensure they are apprised of their actions." Yuan Gang gritted his teeth and commanded. The 4, having finished their meal, were quite diligent about disposing of evidence. However, Jing Yao refused to allow trash into his space, prompting the group to pack everything and dispose of it in Bai Li Tu-ming's personal realm. Rubbing his belly, Bai Li Tu-ming began his new round of inquiries. "Qiye, what shall we do next? If I were part of the mass team, I would certainly dismantle these small factions one by one." However, Lin Qiye observed the monitors, and Jing Yao, sharing a glance with him, simultaneously remarked, "They will likely attack us first." Bai Li Tu-ming, perplexed, questioned why they would suddenly strike, given that they had not even appeared among the crowd. Lin Qiye refrained from clarifying Bai Li Tu-ming's confusion and instead focused on analysis for a stronghold battle. The optimal locations are the dormitories, cafeteria, lecture halls, and tactical research rooms. From our previous observations, the dormitory area harbors the most ambushed factions. However, since they are now pursuing us, we cannot head directly to the dorms. Lin Qiye rose and declared, "Let us depart. It is time to take the dog for a walk." Jing Yao retrieved his fan, feeling somewhat like a driver. However, when it came to utilizing his intellect in the presence of the astute, he found himself disinclined to exert effort. He glanced back briefly, noticing 2 distinct figures pursuing them. Jing Yao waved at them, and with a gust of wind, they vanished from the rooftop. The pursuers were Rose and Tian Ping, who evidently realized that the moon ghost's ability to become invisible was futile against them. As he ran, Jing Yao cast several tornadoes in the direction of the pursuers. The farthest distance was a hypothetical illusionary tool that did not alter the actual distance between individuals in reality, but rather manipulated the perceived distance within the opponent's illusion. Thus, the range of their attacks was determined by this illusory distance. This device was effective in one-on-one scenarios, but became less useful in larger confrontations. Nonetheless, it was better to have it than not. The four of them initially meandered to the teaching building, where the crowd was relatively sparse, with a few dozen individuals on high alert for the moon ghost's ambush. Lin Qiye's mortal realm could effortlessly sense the moon ghost location. Lin Qiye whispered a few words to Bai Li Tu Ming, who appeared to have received a formidable task, and promptly departed. He quickly located the moon ghost and confronted it, compelling it to reveal its form. As Jing Yao entered the teaching building, he addressed the apparent temporary leader, saying, "Retreat. They are coming." Emoli stepped forward to obstruct Rose, while Jing Yao observed Tian Ping with a nonchalant smile, thinking to himself that he too was capable of fighting. Countless blades of wind transformed into lethal swords, cutting through the air in pursuit of Tian Ping. The two floated mid-air, evading and attacking simultaneously. Jing Yao chuckled lightly as he retrieved the whispering bell from his spatial realm and gently shook it. Tian Ping, bewildered, halted in mid-air, while the wind blades ruthlessly sliced towards him. Upon witnessing this, Rose delivered a powerful blow, sending Tian Ping flying. The wind blades grazed the mask, leaving numerous scratches, yet it remained intact, indicating that the mask's quality was commendable. Jing Yao shook his head, stowed away the fan, and called out to Lin Qiye and Emoli, "Let's go." The three decisively retreated, and another gust of wind whisked them away. Wasn't this wind a bit too overpowered? The moon ghost watched them depart with such ease, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, especially since they had been running for their lives. Rose cast a sidelong glance at him, asking, "What can be done? Should I accompany you?" The moon ghost chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely speaking casually." Indeed, the trio treated Tian Ping, Rose, and the moon ghost as if they were mere pets. The three under the guise had also sensed this. Their mental energy was being depleted, though it was Lin Qiye whose mental energy was most significantly consumed. He never held back in any of his actions, yet he remained unfazed. In this battle, his greatest trump card was, in fact, Jing Yao. Not only did the training camp's individuals lack clarity regarding Jing Yao's forbidden items, but even Xuanwo was somewhat uncertain about them. However, due to their ongoing partnership in battle, he had come to understand Jing Yao's forbidden items more intimately. In fact, when Jing Yao acquired new forbidden items, they would often collaborate to explore their uses and develop strategies together. Certainly, he would not inquire how Jing Yao managed to possess such forbidden items without ever stepping outside. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he too has his. In his space, Jing Yao rummaged and produced a piece of chocolate and a marshmallow, tossing them to Molly and Lin Qiye respectively. Molly, holding the chocolate and marshmallow, felt perplexed. Could one truly indulge in snacks amid such tension? Was this individual excessively relaxed? However, upon witnessing Lin Qiye unhesitatingly pop the chocolate and marshmallow into his mouth, she hesitated for a moment before succumbing to temptation herself. The combination of marshmallow and chocolate was delectably sweet, soothing her nerves slightly. In the next instant, she sensed her injuries gradually healing, and even the considerable depletion of her mental energy was instantly replenished. So what she had just consumed was indeed a forbidden item. Such a thing, capable of turning the tide in a critical battle, had been consumed so nonchalantly? Ha! She truly detested the affluent. Chapter 18. The flying bomb. After being led halfway by Lin Qiye and his companions, the masked trio were not foolish. They discerned that Lin Qiye and his group were headed towards the dormitory. Consequently, they refrained from engaging in a confrontation, particularly the individual named Jing Yao, whose mere whispering bell had already unsettled them significantly. Had it not been for the limitation of controlling only one target at a time, they might have been unmasked long ago. Exchanging glances with Jing Yao and Molly, Lin Qiye's trio fully incited the enmity of the entire masked team before hastening towards the dormitory. The dormitory, being tall and offering a broad view, presented an excellent vantage point for an ambush. Upon their arrival, Li Tuming excitedly waved at them, calling to Yao, Molly, hurry. Prior to this, Lin Qiye had instructed Li Tuming to seek out those lying in wait in the dormitory and to forge an alliance, leading the mass team into a trap, while simultaneously wearing them down. They would then execute a final assault within the dormitory building. As Lin Qiye and his companions followed Li Tuming into the dormitory, they were caught off guard to find that the dormitory was occupied by his arrogant roommate, Shen Qingzhu. The sight of Jing Yao seemed to fluster Shen Qingzhu, leaving him visibly perturbed. Did you flirt with him, or lay your hands on him? Lin Qiye questioned with a dubious glance at Jing Yao, unable to fathom why Shen Qingzhu harbored such animosity towards him. Ridiculous. You even spread rumors about me, Jing Yao retorted, seizing Lin Qiye by the throat, a blatant act of unfounded defamation. Although he had jested with several members of Team 136, he had not made any advances since arriving here. The mass team is here, Molly announced from her perch by the window. At the moment they appeared, a tremendous explosion ensnared them, surrounding them with chaos. Numerous wooden projectiles rained down upon them from the dormitory windows, a relentless barrage of firepower. Zhou Ping manipulated the crumbling structure to hurl debris outward, while Vortex appeared, absorbing all incoming attacks, as the hammer in Rose's hand swung with fierce momentum. Is this all you can muster? You are woefully insufficient against us, the Vortex boasted arrogantly. Let's raise the stakes, brothers. Shen Qingzhu exchanged a glance with Lin Qiye, prompting everyone to simultaneously insert earplugs. Jing Yao retrieved a forbidden object from his space and tossed it to Lin Qiye, a microphone. Molly, who had been following Lin Qiye and Jing Yao's lead, was bewildered by Jing Yao's forbidden item. Observing her confusion, Li Tuming quickly handed her 2 earplugs. Lin Qiye's voice resonated through the microphone, its haunting melody akin to a wailing specter, raspy and mournful, filled with despair and suffocation. The mass team immediately sensed impending doom. They wished to silence the sound, but the relentless onslaught rendered them powerless to cover their ears. Ordinary objects proved futile in muffling the sound, and they felt their hearts gradually sinking, the panic exacerbating their pulse, while horrific illusions began to materialize before their eyes. The vortex clung tightly to the scales, burying its entire head against the back of the scales, while its hands instinctively spread out to shield against incoming attacks. Scales, oh my goodness. I'm truly terrified of ghosts. This is too much. What kind of cursed object is this? Who is responsible for this? Is it Jing Yao or Li Tuming? The moon spirit raged as it darted about chaotically. It was that Jing Yao, Rose exclaimed, smashing a grenade away. I just saw it. Captain, the vortex howled. It's not looking good. You must act quickly. Wang Mian's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that this new batch of recruits could push them to such a desperate state. Furthermore, thanks to Lin Qiye, Jing Yao, and Mo Li's mid-battle rescue, their losses were minimal, with over 200 recruits still remaining, posing a significant disadvantage for them. He drew a long knife from his waist, and under the empowerment of his divine realm, all attacks were rendered null. The waves of slashes radiated outward, instantly demolishing surrounding structures, crushing a significant portion of the recruits beneath the rubble. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, snapping his fingers towards the mass squad, resulting in a tremendous explosion near them. Simultaneously, the air around the mass squad was sucked dry. Wang Mian remained unfazed, unleashing countless invisible blades that forcibly pierced through Shen Qingzhu's air barrier. Jing Yao nudged Lin Qiye at the waist and leaned closer, whispering, "Would you like to see something intriguing?" Lin Qiye turned his head in confusion, nearly bumping into Jing Yao. However, accustomed to such antics, he merely leaned slightly aside. "Have you acquired a new cursed object?" Jing Yao shook his head. He had only gathered some food during this time. He produced a ring-like object from his space. Lin Qiye couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the cursed object and gave Jing Yao a thumbs up. "That's impressive." Li Tuming approached curiously, asking, "What is that?" Jing Yao did not respond, saying, "You'll find out shortly." He donned the ring and, channeling his mental energy through the cursed object, directed it towards a piece of debris near the masked squad. Then, emulating Shen Qingzhu, he snapped his fingers and, suddenly, a massive mushroom cloud erupted in front of the dormitory, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Who stole a nuclear bomb? They wondered. Not only the new recruits, but even the instructors underground were taken aback. The perplexity lay in the fact that no one had seen where this so-called bomb had come from or when it had appeared. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, and everyone witnessed 5 figures plummeting rapidly from the sky. Yet before they could reach the ground, a gust of wind lifted them back up, spinning them several times before Wang Mian dispersed the wind, and the scales unfolded their divine realm, bringing the 5 down to the ground. Jing Yao sighed in amazement. How could they not find this entertaining? Li Ming shuddered. Who would even play with something like this? I would. Back when I was in Team 136 with Qiye, we often sought out deserted spots to play. Jing Yao spoke with an air of nonchalance, and Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, acknowledging the inevitable repercussions of their playful antics. This explosive device possessed minimal destructive power, capable of being withstood even by the surroundings. Yet it would surely launch individuals into the air, Lin Qiye added, expressing their lack of intention to eliminate the specialized team. Upon finishing his statement, he felt a tinge of regret for not having brought down their masks. Among the members of the masked team, aside from Xuanwo, who suffered from acrophobia and trembled uncontrollably, the others merely appeared slightly disheveled. Xuanwo clutched the arm of Ping, striving to maintain his composure, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, "This fellow is targeting me? There's no doubt about it." Chapter 19. Captain, do not sell me, however. It seems that this airborne game has also provoked the masked one. What initially began as a display of bravado has now escalated into an all-out assault. Rose has abandoned even Molly, wielding a massive hammer in pursuit of Jing Yao. While Jing Yao may not excel in combat, the relentless torment from Chunmai over the past month has honed his ability to flee to perfection. Exhausted from the chase, Rose ultimately swapped positions with Ping. Just as Jing Yao turned back to make a face at Ping, he collided with a monk. "Goodness, brother, are you trying to calm me?" Seeing Ping closing in, Jing Yao summoned a gust of wind, whisking both himself and the monk away. "Qiye, save me." Jing Yao dashed towards Lin Qiye. The monk, suddenly awakened from his stupor, pondered, "Qiye? What is his surname?" Jing Yao scrutinized the monk's appearance for a moment, before concluding, "You might as well give up. Qiye has no inclination towards men, let alone monks." The monk paused, perplexed. "How so? If he doesn't even fancy me, what makes you think he would fancy you?" Jing Yao cast him a sidelong glance. He was exceedingly confident in his own visage. Of course, if Lin Qiye preferred the unattractive, that was not his concern, after all. It was not him who desired. Ba, benefactor, I harbor no intention of usurping his beloved's place. I merely seek to learn his surname. It's Lin, of course. Suddenly enlightened, Jing Yao sensed an invisible object ahead, raising his fist and delivering a punch straight into the air. Little Moon Ghost, still attempting a sneak attack? Jing Yao scoffed, waving dismissively in a certain direction. By when he turned back, he found the monk seemingly entranced, chanting, "Surname Lin, 2 would stand tall. 8 gods lead the way, entering the night for a decade, guiding the world." With a deadpan expression, Jing Yao kicked the monk aside. "Goodness, I haven't even begun to be a devoted admirer, and Lin Qiye has already garnered one, complete with a cheerleading chant. Now splendid." He found himself reluctant to even gaze upon Lin Qiye. With a bracelet adorning his wrist, Jing Yao sought refuge in a nearby spot to observe the ongoing skirmish. Ping, realizing he could not reach Jing Yao, opted to abandon the pursuit and casually settled down in a different location. Yet, he soon discovered that once he relinquished his desire to pummel Jing Yao, the latter was now situated not far from him. Ping. Gradually, others ceased their contests and took seats near Jing Yao and Ping, leaving only Lin Qiye and Wang Mian engaged in combat, reminiscent of a turn-based game, where one would strike and the other would respond. As dusk descended, Jing Yao, long famished, noisily munched on a bag of chips. Tuming sidled up to Jing Yao, occasionally snatching a chip. "Your mental energy must be nearly depleted, right?" Wang Mian and Lin Qiye remained locked in a stalemate, though his mental reserves were indeed running low. However, he would never reveal that. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. What gives you the confidence to assert that my mental energy has waned? Lin Qiye once again unleashed the power of the divine ruins, confronting Wang Mian in a fervent clash. At the very moment of conclusion, he tossed a cotton candy and chocolate into his mouth. Astonishingly, both his physical injuries and mental fatigue recovered within mere seconds, leaving Wang Mian utterly bewildered. Xuanwo pointed at Lin Qiye, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? He asked, cheating. This provoked Jing Yao's discontent. After all, every bit of this power had been painstakingly acquired through his investments. What are you talking about? It's all thanks to my financial commitment. Xuanwo glared at Jing Yao, suppressing his irritation. Curse those wealthy individuals. Suddenly, he wailed, what difference does it make if there's one more rich person in the world? Jing Yao, unfazed, glanced at him and replied, it would merely mean one additional affluent individual. Xuanwo felt momentarily speechless. You don't think you're amusing, do you? Can't you see I'm currently distressed? Jing Yao rested his chin on his hand, his gaze fixated on the battlefield. By the way, how old is your captain? Is he handsome? Xuanwo was taken aback by this abrupt shift in topic, but responded with unwavering confidence. Our captain is only 23. Very handsome. What? Do you have sisters or cousins you'd like to introduce to him? A glimmer of gossip sparked in Xuanwo's eyes, and his annoyance dissipated as he squeezed beside Jing Yao. Jing Yao shook his head. No, but he pointed himself. What about me? The masked squad, initially eavesdropping discreetly, could no longer contain their amusement upon hearing Jing Yao's words. Jing Yao frowned. Well, based on my instincts developed over many years, he should be quite the handsome fellow, but what? Xuanwo protested. Let me tell you, our captain is super handsome. Far more so than that Lin Qiye over there. He is gentle, considerate, can cook, and takes care of others. Sure, he may not be as wealthy as you, but he is not lacking either. What is there to complain about? As Xuanwo was on the verge of promoting their captain excessively, Zhou Ping and Shaoyun hurriedly covered his mouth. Jing Yao, amusement dancing in his eyes, found the situation quite entertaining. As the battle continued, he casually remarked, if your captain were to be with me, wouldn't you become wealthy as well? Xuanwo wasn't foolish enough to fall for that, though his mouth was covered. His eyes were filled with confusion as he gazed at Jing Yao. Unhurriedly, Jing Yao explained, because I have plenty of money. Do you think if I were with your captain, I wouldn't support you? Upon reflection, Xuanwo recognized the validity of this reasoning, his eyes brightening as he looked toward the others, silently urging them to bring their captain over. Shaoyun struck Xuanwo on the head, exasperated. Can't you see he is just teasing you? Xuanwo stood frozen in place, realization dawning upon him. So he was merely being toyed with? Had he truly misjudged the situation? Amidst peals of laughter, Jing Yao clutched his belly, doubling over with mirth. He turned his gaze toward Xuanwo, exclaiming, you are quite adorable. In comparison to your captain, I find myself more intrigued by you. Xuanwo brushed aside the hand of the scale, his tone laced with gravity. That's unacceptable. It's sufficient to sell out the captain, but how could you possibly sell me as well? The newcomers watched in astonishment as Jing Yao seamlessly blended into the atmosphere of the masked team, exchanging banter with them. They held the special squad in high esteem, viewing them as idols. Yet it is well understood that there exists a palpable distance between idols and their admirers. Standing a short distance away, Shen Qingzhu wore a particularly grim expression. However, due to the cover of night, few took notice of him. His gaze intermittently fell upon Jing Yao, and after a deep inhalation followed by a long exhale, he refrained from casting another glance in Jing Yao's direction. Chapter 20. The dilemma of choice. The contest between Lin Qiye and Wang Mian had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Behind both contenders, ethereal silhouettes of deities manifested, vying for supremacy. Lin Qiye appeared to be in a significantly better state than Wang Mian. With a resounding crack, Wang Mian's mask shattered, revealing a portion of his face. Jing Yao's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet his expression quickly reverted to an impassive facade, leaving an odd sensation lingering in his heart. Lin Qiye stared wide-eyed at Wang Mian, his gaze eloquently conveying the accusation of cheating. Wang Mian, with a sly grin, pulled Lin Qiye aside, employing every means of persuasion, offering favors and goodwill until Lin Qiye feigned ignorance of the incident. Just then, Yuan Gang emerged, delivering a heartfelt and reasonable discourse, coupled with a substantial compensation, which ultimately led Lin Qiye to begrudgingly acquiesce, a smile plastered across his face despite his conflicted conscience. As the clock struck 9, the absence of anyone removing their masks resulted in the conclusion of the new recruit's failure. From the outset, Jing Yao had anticipated this outcome. The school and the company were notorious for their grandiose promises. His instincts told him they had not truly lost, primarily inferred from Yuan Gang's demeanor towards Lin Qiye. However, gazing upon the desolate scene before him, he pondered whether they were destined to sleep beneath the heavens, using the earth as their bed for the night. Just as he was enveloped in his thoughts, a voice exclaimed, "The dormitory and cafeteria have returned to normal." Jing Yao was genuinely taken aback. How could something so utterly shattered revert to its original state? Could it be that this training camp possessed some form of enchantment? Crouching by the wall in contemplation, he mused that if he could acquire an enchanted item that unfolded into a house, the prospect of residing wherever he desired seemed quite appealing. Though he was uncertain of the cost involved, before he could crystallize his thoughts, he spotted the masked team supporting the weakened Wang Mian as they emerged from a secluded alley. A mutual glance passed between the two parties, the air thick with awkwardness. It was Jing Yao's first encounter witnessing the masked team unmasking. Indeed, the swirling rumors had not exaggerated. Their captain was rather presentable. He raised his hand, smiling warmly as he greeted them. "Hello." The members of the masked team were equally surprised to encounter someone in such a remote location. With no option to retreat, they could only awkwardly respond to Jing Yao's salutation. Wang Mian appeared to be gravely injured. "Do you require assistance?" Jing Yao inquired. But the response from the swirling individual was one of suspicion. "What is your intention? Are you attempting to curry favor with our captain? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your previous misdeeds." Wang Mian interjected, perplexed. "Wait, what is happening? Why are you suddenly interested in pursuing me?" The swirling figure, indignant, replied, "Captain, you must not be swayed by his wealth. He is quite treacherous in his ulterior motives." Wang Mian, utterly bewildered, found himself unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The others, aware of the truth, stifled their laughter, showing no inclination to clarify the situation for him. Jing Yao nonchalantly rested his elbow on the shoulder of Shen, his fan playfully lifting his chin. "I have something here that might be of use to your captain. Are you willing to risk yourself for this slender chance?" Observing the playful smile in Jing Yao's eyes, Wang Mian soon comprehended the situation. The foolish Shen was being toyed with, blissfully unaware of his predicament, gazing at Jing Yao with a silly expression. "Is this really useful?" His face flushed crimson as he instinctively covered his backside. For the captain, I suppose I could. Perhaps." Jing Yao was genuinely entertained by Xuanwo's antics, finding this amusing little fool far more entertaining than Lin Qiye. "So, shall I visit your room tonight?" Xuanwo gazed at Jing Yao with a pitiful expression. "Did you not say you were fond of the captain?" Wang Mian couldn't bear to watch any longer and interrupted Jing Yao's mischief. "It's getting late. You should return to rest. You have training tomorrow." Jing Yao had merely intended to tease, but he couldn't help but inquire, did Captain Wang utilize the divine ruin to restore this place? Wang Mian, not one to conceal the obvious, confirmed it. Observing Wang Mian's demeanor, Jing Yao pondered, "So, using this divine ruin incurs negative repercussions?" "I didn't mean to pry into your secrets," he added, "but I suddenly recalled possessing something that might be of assistance in this situation, though I have yet to test its efficacy and am curious about its potential." Wang Mian shook his head, explaining that while invoking the divine ruin does not inherently lead to negative consequences, altering causality and reversing time does carry certain drawbacks. The cost is the consumption of life. "Ah," Jing Yao nodded knowingly, "a rather cruel divine ruin." He produced a lollipop from his space and offered it to Wang Mian, initially intending to conduct a serious test of the item's actual effect. However, the thought of its flavor made him struggle to suppress his laughter. "I suspect you intend to harm me." Wang Mian hesitated to take it. Jing Yao fought to keep a straight face. I assure you, I do not. It simply may have a peculiar taste. The restoration of the dormitory must have consumed some energy, right? Why not give it a try? In this regard, Jing Yao spoke no falsehood. The treat indeed might possess an odd flavor, but then again, it was merely a lollipop flavored like excrement, not excrement flavored like a lollipop. Before Wang Mian could hesitate further, Jing Yao tore open the packaging and shoved it into Wang Mian's mouth. Wang Mian's brow furrowed in a strange manner, instinctively wanting to spit it out, but Jing Yao quickly sealed his lips. 3 million, remember? But it truly tastes bizarre. Unable to expel it, he had no choice but to swallow hastily. What on earth is this flavor? It's both bitter and salty. Jing Yao remained silent, questioning internally. Does it have any effect? Wang Mian, retching slightly, took stock of his condition, his expression one of astonishment. It seemed that the injuries he had sustained, along with the effects of using the divine ruin, had vanished, including the lifespan he had expended. Jing Yao displayed a contemplative expression, realizing that one could indeed trigger such a reaction even when not on the brink of death. Thank you, thank you. He patted Captain Wang Mian's shoulder, expressing gratitude for his willingness to sacrifice himself in the name of experimentation. Wang Mian hesitated, caught between words. Just tell me, what is it about that thing that makes you reluctant to try it? Jing Yao stepped back, adopting a stance ready for flight, his face serious as he inquired. So, Captain Wang Mian, which would you find more acceptable? Chocolate that tastes like feces or feces that taste like chocolate? The entire faceless team stared blankly for a moment. In the next second, an indignant shout from Wang Mian echoed through the training camp. Jing Yao, oh my goodness. Is it because my previous character was a dominant one? Why does Yao Gu exude such a strong, assertive aura? My heavens, everything is about to collapse. Chapter 21. Eating and Taking. First, let be known that Yao Gu is undoubtedly the one beneath, whispering softly. As soon as he sensed the precariousness of his situation, Jing Yao turned on his heel and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye like a gust of wind. Wang Mian sneered coldly. The competition had concluded, and did he still think he was in a realm of illusions? With little effort, he seized Jing Yao by the collar and dragged him back, cowering in the corner. Jing Yao found himself encircled by the masked team, each face radiating ill intent, especially Wang Mian, whose handsome visage seemed slightly contorted. Ha ha, it's merely candy with a hint of fecal flavor, not feces-flavored candy, right? It's unpleasant, indeed, but not entirely without merit. He gently nudged Wang Mian, attempting to slip through a gap. Though his actions were morally questionable, he pondered whether they had nothing to gain from this. The little man in Jing Yao's mind crossed his arms, feeling emboldened, until he looked up to see the grim expressions of the masked group, causing him to retreat once more. He reflected deeply on his own shortcomings. His escapism skills needed refinement, and he scanned his surroundings, his heart racing. Oh no, where have all the people gone? Lin Qiye, you're finished too. How could you not come to seek me out? Jing Yao, like a rudderless fish devoid of dreams, gazed at the masked individuals. Speak up. What is it that you desire? I might even offer myself in service. Vortex shot Jing Yao a glare. What do you mean by taking and eating? Mind your own business, Jing Yao retorted, ignoring him. His mind raced with calculations. There were only 4 special teams in this world, 5 pinnacle humans. Thus, aligning with a special team was akin to grasping a sturdy leg to lean on, ensuring a life of ease. Moreover, given his relationship with Lin Qiye, once he matured, he would also become a formidable ally. His future was clearly laid out before him. Wang Mian cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. Can you still procure that candy? Is there no other flavor available? Jing Yao stroked his chin. I can obtain it, though I'm unsure of this particular flavor. I must return to conduct further research. After all, it is a premium system. Surely, money can resolve the issue, right? If money cannot solve problems, then what is the point of a premium system? Wang Mian exhaled deeply. Very well. If it can be resolved, I would like to establish a long-term collaboration with you, and I can offer additional funds. Jing Yao fixed his gaze upon him. I'm not in need of money. Then, Wang Mian's face turned crimson from his ears to his neck, finally glancing at Vortex, who hastily shielded his backside in alarm. Captain, he exclaimed, his face a portrait of impending tears mingled with determination. Jing Yao twitched his lips, rising expressionlessly. What are you thinking? Am I the kind of person whose mind is consumed with such matters? If we were to collaborate, you must come to my aid in times of peril. The members of the masked team collectively exhaled in relief. Wang Mian smiled broadly and extended his hand to Jing Yao. Naturally, I hope we shall have the opportunity to collaborate. Indeed, Jing Yao replied, grasping his hand, his heart surging with excitement. Wonderful. He could finally relax. As the moment of parting approached, Wang Mian suddenly called out to Jing Yao, inquiring about the meaning behind his words. The Time King is ultimately bound by time. Jing Yao was taken aback, wondering how Wang Mian knew. It was merely a spontaneous remark, not one he had given much thought to. Nevertheless, he feigned deep contemplation. Fragments of the play he had once watched surfacing in his mind. He looked up at Wang Mian, striving to appear enigmatic. The Time King should master time rather than be ensnared by it. Having uttered this, he slipped away, as he could no longer fabricate a continuation. Upon returning to the dormitory, he encountered Shen Qingzhu, who had just come back from a shower. Given that the training base was hastily constructed, the dormitory contained nothing but a bed and all necessities like washing, bathing, and using the toilet required a trip to the first floor, a point of great annoyance for Jing Yao. At that moment, water dripped from Shen Qingzhu's hair, a towel draped around his neck, exuding an aura that seemed to ward off any approach. Jing Yao found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend how he had offended this arrogant youth. Could it be that Shen Qingzhu harbored a fear of homosexuality? That seemed plausible, as he had never broached the subject. If the other party were indeed homophobic, then so be it. Jing Yao merely sought amusement and possessed decency. However, if someone were to be homophobic yet intentionally drew closer to others, that would indeed be a most foolish act. He pushed the door open and entered the dormitory, rummaging through his clothes to prepare for a shower while maintaining a supercilious distance from Shen Qingzhu. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed that the young lad appeared even more displeased. Never mind, men have their peculiar days each month, and he understood. Having returned late, the bathhouse was nearly deserted, much to Jing Yao's relief. As a southerner in his previous life, he found it quite uncomfortable to bathe in the presence of others. He swiftly completed his shower, tousling his hair with a gust of wind. Fortunately, no one was outside at that hour. Otherwise, he, clad in a white bathrobe with his hair billowing about, might have frightened someone with a fear of ghosts into a state of shock. Once the lights were extinguished, Jing Yao retrieved his phone from his belongings. As the screen illuminated, he noticed Shen Qingzhu gazing in his direction. Jing Yao pondered for a moment, realizing that his actions might indeed be somewhat impolite. Am I disturbing your sleep? My apologies, I'm merely playing under the covers. Shen Qingzhu hesitated, ultimately turning away to close his eyes. The next morning, the whistle blew abruptly, startling Jing Yao awake. He recalled Chun Mai's warning that the training camp required assembly within 3 minutes of the whistle, or else there would be penalties. He quickly sprang from his bed, donned his clothes, swished mouthwash, and wiped his face with a wet tissue, before dashing out of the window with a piece of bread in his mouth. Under the astonished gaze of the instructor, he descended from a great height, landing in a playground that had but one occupant. The instructor's face displayed uncertainty. Jing Yao was puzzled. He hadn't gone to the wrong place. After whispering among themselves, the instructors turned their serious attention to Jing Yao. How is it that you can still use the Forbidden Realm? With a helpless shrug, Jing Yao replied, I do not have the Forbidden Realm. Instructor, they instantly recognized who this person was, although there were no forbidden areas. There were forbidden objects, Jing Yao. The most notable distinction between Jing Yao and Bai Li Tu Ming, as the rumors suggest, lies in Jing Yao's extraordinary appearance, which is indeed striking upon closer inspection. Merely standing there, even draped in a tattered burlap sack, he seems to create his own picturesque scenery. One by one, others began to arrive, and upon spotting Lin Qiye, Jing Yao shot him a glare. Lin Qiye looked bewildered, wondering what was wrong. Were you last night? Jing Yao questioned through gritted teeth. Lin Qiye, appearing innocent, replied, I searched for you for quite a while but couldn't find you. I was so hungry, so I went to eat. Jing Yao, pardon my remark, but with such a personality, Lin Qiye would struggle to find a partner. Chapter 22. The true troublemaker's Jing Yao was thoroughly exasperated by Lin Qiye, deciding to ignore him for 10 minutes. Within 3 minutes, those who had not arrived would be forced to run 10 laps around the playground. Jing Yao was confident he had made it in time, as was Lin Qiye. However, in this situation, one must adhere to the rules. It is widely acknowledged that military discipline is paramount, and if an instructor takes issue with you, it matters not whether you are at fault. Obedience to orders comes first, and punishment must be endured before any discussion. Jing Yao understood this well, and he would never stoop to such a level at this moment. However, the instructors would not allow those with notable reputations to escape unscathed, especially since aside from Shen Qingzhu and Shaoyun, the others had not been late. Thus, Jing Yao, Lin Qiye, Bai Li Duming, what are you three laughing at? Is it amusing to see your comrades punished? Go run 10 laps. A question mark slowly formed above Jing Yao's head as he touched the corner of his mouth, confirming it had not curled upwards. He promptly raised his hand, reporting, I did not laugh. Instructor Hong had indeed seen that Jing Yao was not laughing, but whether he had or not was not up to Jing Yao to decide. If he claimed to have laughed, then he had. I saw it all. That little chubby one was grinning so brightly. You three, go run 10 laps. Feeling rebellious, Jing Yao protested, I won't. Lin Qiye swiftly covered Jing Yao's mouth and dragged him away, sensing that if Jing Yao uttered another word, they would be sentenced to an additional 10 laps. Unwilling to accept this, Jing Yao resorted to using his wind-treading technique to take flight, thinking, if you provoke me, I shall simply slack off. How perfectly normal. Consequently, the wind-treading technique was confiscated. Jing Yao leaned against Lin Qiye's shoulder, wearing a forlorn expression, as if lamenting, little cabbage, withering in the field, unloved and uncared for. He stood there, utterly despondent. One must understand that he had grown accustomed to flaunting a fan in his hand, treating it as if it were his beloved. Hey, what are you standing like that for? Jing Yao thought, I have lost my beloved, lost my dreams. He felt on the verge of a breakdown, and Lin Qiye, observing his state, sighed and gently coaxed, I will fetch it back for you later. Just behave for a while, all right? Really? Indeed. Lin Qiye pondered that Yuan Gang still owed him something, and perhaps he could negotiate to retrieve Jing Yao's fan. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's assurance, Jing Yao complied, standing at attention, albeit with a sullen expression etched upon his face. Instructor Hong scrutinized Jing Yao for a moment, surveying the surroundings before declaring, dismissed. The hour was indeed early. Even after completing 10 laps, it was barely past 5 o'clock. Lin Qiye hoisted Jing Yao onto his back and began to lead him home, saying, come on, let's go back. Can I sit for a moment? I've never run this many laps in my life. Without a care for hygiene, Jing Yao plopped down wherever he could find a spot. As Jing Yao remained, Lin Qiye found it difficult to leave as well. Bai Li Tuming, upon noticing Lin Qiye's reluctance to depart, also felt disinclined to move, having grown weary himself. Suddenly, both Jing Yao and Bai Li Tuming sighed in unison, with Jing Yao lamenting the harshness of fate. Bai Li Tuming gazed at him with tearful eyes, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. In the midst of the two, Lin Qiye wore an expressionless facade. If you both consider your lives to be so tragic, then what am I? Pray tell, what am I? Jing Yao leaned against Lin Qiye's shoulder, yawning repeatedly. Even though his schedule had been rectified, it could not counteract the fact that he had risen at 3 in the morning. As he continued to yawn, he soon found himself unable to resist the pull of slumber. It felt as though he had just closed his eyes when a sharp whistle pierced the air, jolting him awake. Little did he know the extent of the grueling training Chan Mai had devised to acclimatize him to the training camp, which had conditioned him to react instinctively to such sounds. If he failed to rise at the sound of the whistle, Chun Mai and Zhao Kongsheng would be hot on his heels with knives in hand. As dawn broke, the three seated on the playground shared a silent exchange with the approaching instructor. Instructor Hong was taken aback to find that some had not returned. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same trio. He was left bewildered, pondering how these three had managed to evade every trap set for new recruits while forcibly seeking out excuses for their behavior. Jing Yao, pulled up slowly by Lin Qiye, eventually stood on the playground. This time, within 3 minutes, everyone had gathered. Instructor Hong glanced at his watch and announced that they could disperse for a meal, reconvening in 30 minutes. At the mention of food, everyone perked up, rushing toward the cafeteria upon hearing the announcement. However, the tables were laden only with plates of steamed buns and raw meat. Jing Yao was utterly perplexed. What? Do we need to cultivate culinary skills as night watchmen? Before he could ponder further, a figure reminiscent of a former soldier approached the table and took a bite out of a piece of raw meat. Shen Qingzhu glared at the meat on the table, his face darkening, and slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I refuse to eat this. Eat it or don't. If you don't want it, leave," came the curt response from an elderly man emerging from the kitchen, showing no leniency. Jing Yao grimaced. Could this be a case of parasitic infection? Lin Qiye, hearing Jing Yao's words, felt uncertain himself. Recalling how often Jing Yao insisted that raw meat should never be rinsed in the vegetable sink due to bacterial contamination. Must we eat this? Perhaps. It would be better not to. Lin Qiye hesitated. He knew Jing Yao had an abundance of food stashed away in his space, so he felt no pressure to comply. "We must eat," suddenly declared Instructor Hong, who had entered silently behind the three still in indecision. After uttering his words, he quietly departed. Jing Yao closed his eyes tightly. Realizing he had no choice, they were forcing his hand. He swiftly retrieved a bowl from his space, tossing the chunk of raw meat and steamed bun into it. A golden light emanated from the bowl, and soon a delectable meat sandwich materialized within. Lin Qiye was utterly astonished. "Is this a new creation of yours?" "It is uncertain when it was acquired. It has merely been gathering dust in my space." He pushed the bowl towards Lin Qiye, while Bailey Tumming gazed at Jing Yao like a little puppy, imploring, "Brother Yao, may I borrow it?" Jing Yao casually nodded. "Feel free to use it." The instructors observed this scene below, initially finding some solace in the sight of someone daring to consume raw meat. Even the rebellious Shen Qingzhu began to partake. However, upon witnessing the antics of Jing Yao and his companions, they could scarcely contain their laughter in exasperation. Where on earth did Jing Yao procure such an abundance of peculiar forbidden items? I had initially perceived Lin Qiye as a rather earnest individual. Yet it turns out that the true troublemakers emerged when these three congregated. Chapter 23. One must be accountable for one's own words. Jing Yao, reveling in the triumph of having discovered a bug, was suddenly enveloped by a rich, tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Curiosity piqued, he turned his head to behold, at a nearby table, an array of exquisitely prepared dishes that had mysteriously appeared. The new recruits, already on edge due to Jing Yao and his companions' earlier indulgence in forbidden delicacies, were now further agitated. They had tolerated the earlier intrusion of a meat sandwich, as it was their own possession, but the sight of this fragrant feast laid before them, tantalizing yet out of reach, was intolerable. Just then, the masked team entered and took their seats at the table. Without a moment's hesitation, one of the less astute newcomers stood up to voice their discontent. "Why do they get to eat? We deserve this raw meat." Elder son, busy in the kitchen, emerged wielding a ladle, barely sparing a glance at the insubordinate rookie. "If you manage to return to the recruit training camp in the future, I'll gladly prepare a meal for you." With that, he returned to the kitchen, bringing forth a pot of richly aromatic soup to the table. The masked team quickly gathered to assist, their faces aglow with delight. "Thank you, elder son. There's no need for gratitude. Just eat." Jing Yao found the meat sandwich in his hand suddenly unappetizing, his frustration boiling over as he took a resentful bite, itching to rise up in rebellion. "Jing Yao, Qiye, come join us," Wang Mian called out with a smile, beckoning the two. Upon hearing this, Jing Yao's eyes sparkled, and he sprang forward in a flash. This action provoked immediate discontent among the new recruits. Wang Mian slammed a long knife upon the table, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd, instilling a palpable fear. Lin Qiye approached, holding his meat sandwich, though he refrained from touching the food on the table. Jing Yao, indifferent to his companion's hesitation, was driven solely by the desire for enjoyment, unperturbed by the potential disapproval of others. He had faced far greater discontent in his past life. If he had cared about such trivialities, he would have perished long ago. Lin Qiye was still too young, his skin too thin, I wish to inquire about the divine agents. I knew you would ask that. Wang Mian glanced at Jing Yao, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal, while Vortex and Moon Ghost alternated in feeding him. He then turned his attention back to Lin Qiye. What do you wish to know? I will share all I can. It concerns the relationship between the deities and their agents. After a lengthy conversation with Wang Mian, Lin Qiye felt something amiss. He had no contract with Mikhail. Their connection was merely a fleeting gaze, yet it had ensnared him in darkness for a decade. At that moment, a whistle pierced the air, prompting Jing Yao to pause his meal. He retrieved a damp tissue from his pocket to wipe his mouth. How absurd! Even our 30-minute break is being interrupted. Jing Yao exhaled deeply, rising from his seat, and playfully pinched Vortex's cheek. Until next time, little darling. Vortex, bewildered, covered his face and turned to Wang Mian. Captain, did he just tease me? Wang Mian nodded ambiguously. So Xuanwo, I cannot. I refuse. I do not agree. Xuanwo firmly rejected the notion 3 times in succession. Captain, it is clearly you whom I noticed first. Wang Mian intended to persuade Xuanwo further, but suddenly, Jing Yao interjected. All right, a welcome gift. He placed 2 bags of cotton candy and a box of neatly wrapped chocolates on the table. The chocolates restore half of one's mental energy, while the cotton candy serves as a remedy. Remember to think of me, Xuanwo. Xuanwo stiffened, forcing a smile. I understand. Mom, I've been targeted by a weirdo. As Jing Yao and Lin Qiye exited the cafeteria, Li Tuming seemed to possess a tracking system for Lin Qiye, swiftly following them, causing Jing Yao to suppress the witty remarks that were on the tip of his tongue. Why did you deliberately scare Xuanwo earlier? Having spent considerable time with Jing Yao, Lin Qiye could distinctly sense that Jing Yao was merely teasing, which allowed him to coexist peacefully with him. Otherwise, having someone obsessively concerned about him, especially when living together, would be quite unsettling. Don't you find it amusing when he teases? Jing Yao chuckled joyfully, while Lin Qiye could only shake his head in exasperation. You truly have a wicked sense of humor. Hee. Jing Yao instinctively reached for his fan, only to realize it was missing, which dampened his previously cheerful mood. Qiye, I've never asked anything of you. Promise me, please, to bring back my fan. I truly cannot do without it. Lin Qiye's eyelids twitched, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. Ah, Yao, have you not been reprimanded in a while? Making you itch for it? He rolled up his sleeves and chased after Jing Yao, with Li Tuming trailing behind them. Wait for me, Yao Qiye. The morning class was a discussion on weapons and their applications. Perhaps due to their recent arrival and in an effort to showcase his amiable disposition, they were seated during the lesson. Most of the information had already been conveyed by Chunmai and Zhao Kongcheng, causing Jing Yao to yawn repeatedly. You there, yawning? Jing Yao wearily opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, searching for his fellow comrade, only to find Instructor Han staring directly at him. He blinked and then pointed to himself. Yes, you. What do we primarily rely on to combat those formidable mysteries? What do we rely on? Jing Yao propped his chin thoughtfully before slowly replying. We rely on money. Li Tuming wholeheartedly agreed with Jing Yao's words. What Yao Gu said is right. Rely on money? What can money do? Are you going to throw money at the mysteries to defeat them? Buy forbidden items with money and use those to vanquish them. Jing Yao replied lazily, or hire a powerful security team to handle matters for me. Han Li's forehead twitched with irritation as he rebuked sternly. You are a night watchman, not a pampered young master here for enjoyment. Behind you stand countless ordinary citizens. If you encounter a mystery, their lives will depend on you. What, pray tell, is your purpose in joining the Night Watch? As Jing Yao delves deeper into the intricacies of this world, his self-awareness becomes increasingly profound. He realizes that even without aligning himself with the Night Watch, the arcane artifacts at his disposal could suffice to negotiate his safety with them. Thus, despite understanding that proclaiming the so-called noble ideals may be the most prudent choice, he finds himself disinclined to voice them. He is acutely aware that when peril rears its head, he would never sacrifice his life to ensure the safety of ordinary individuals. Rather, he would offer assistance only when his own safety is assured. One must be accountable for the words they utter, and it is clear that he cannot bear this responsibility. With a wry smile, he raises his hand, Addressing the instructor, this is merely to evade the ancient god cult. Jing Yao, resigned, spreads his hands, lamenting that without joining the ancient god cult, they would pursue him relentlessly, and aligning with them would only lead to imprisonment at the hands of the Night Watch. Therefore, he has no choice but to enlist with the Night Watch. After losing a night of games, I have finally lost my mind, he. Chapter 24. The Art of Moderation and Truth. The children within the training camp had yet to encounter the individuals from the ancient god church. Typically, when they first discovered their awakening in the Forbidden Ruins, the Watchers would promptly detect this and extend an invitation for them to join their ranks. Should they decline, the Watchers would elucidate the situation before erasing any traces of their engagement with the Forbidden Ruins. However, in the case of Jing Yao, he and the mischievous Lin Qiye possessed an uncanny ability to evade detection. While Jing Yao could manage to escape, Lin Qiye, despite his penchant for mischief, displayed a certain restraint. Yet, he seemed to frolic through the air with reckless abandon, inevitably drawing the attention of the ancient god church. It was evident that Han Li was decidedly displeased with this response, nearly thrown into a fit of exasperation. "What do you take the Watchers for?" he exclaimed. "What do you suggest I do? Join the ancient god church?" His arrogance was palpable. Indeed, he had encountered rebellious spirits before. Yet Jing Yao surpassed even the most audacious of them. He did not regard joining the Watchers as a matter of great significance. He lacked faith, and his beliefs were in stark opposition to those of the Watchers. While this might be a reflection of human nature, Han Li recognized that individuals like Jing Yao were ill-suited as companions. In the face of peril, such a person might betray their comrades to save themselves. In the realm of danger and the unknown, one requires allies who can be trusted implicitly. With a grave expression, Han Li observed as Lin Qiye, distressed, covered his face. He had realized that he should not have dozed off earlier, and now he was thoroughly alarmed. He swiftly placed a hand over Jing Yao's mouth and urged, "Instructor, let us first proceed with the lesson. We can address any issues afterwards." Han Li sensed the gravity of the situation, understanding that this was not the appropriate time for discussion. Thus, he chose to overlook Jing Yao in the subsequent lesson. However, Han Li's luck was decidedly poor. First, he called upon Shen Qingzhu, then by Li Tuming, and subsequently Lin Qiye. "You take the knife and attack me. That is not permissible, instructor. I cannot wield a knife." "Do it." "I cannot. I command you to do so. That is unacceptable." Jing Yao watched in bewilderment as a confrontation unfolded between the instructor and a monk on the training platform. Puzzled, he turned to Lin Qiye and inquired, "What is transpiring here?" Lin Qiye leaned closer and whispered, "Once Chao Yuan touches a blade, he loses his reason and transforms into the Black King." "How do you know this?" Jing Yao asked, his expression one of astonishment. "I encountered him yesterday while you were being pursued by the Rose and the Scales." "Oh, that explains it. He was reciting your support slogan to me yesterday," Jing Yao scoffed. "I couldn't tolerate it and kicked him off the stage." "You are envious that I am more popular here than you?" Lin Qiye replied with an air of calm assurance, which only served to further irritate Jing Yao. "Little Qiye, it seems you are itching for trouble," Jing Yao retorted, barely able to contain his amusement. Just as they engaged in their banter, Chao Yuan on the training platform was enveloped in a dark aura, occasionally emitting a menacing chuckle. Jing Yao was momentarily stunned by the laughter, but in the next instant, Lin Qiye shouted, "Run!" After uttering this command, he hoisted Jing Yao onto his shoulder while swiftly pulling by Li Tuming along with him. Meanwhile, the scene was left with Instructor Han, bewildered and forced to confront Chao Yuan. Lin Qiye soon realized that without Jing Yao's fan, things were indeed rather inconvenient, especially during their escape. He glanced back at the struggling Instructor Han and said to Bai Li Tuming, "Pang Pang, the sealing scroll. Jing Yao, restrain him." Jing Yao retrieved the whispering bell from his spatial pocket and gently shook it in his hand. Suddenly, Chao Yuan, who had been relentlessly pursuing Instructor Han, halted in place, confusion clouding his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qiye produced the sealing scroll and bound him. Moments later, the dark aura surrounding Chao Yuan dissipated, yet his clothing had been entirely incinerated. An utterly bare individual stood brazenly in front of the crowd, rendering the atmosphere momentarily silent. Well, your assets are quite impressive. Jing Yao whistled and tossed a set of clothes onto Chao Yuan. But do refrain from flaunting. There are ladies present. It's quite impolite. Chao Yuan's face shifted from green to red, the initial 3 parts of embarrassment escalating to 7 after Jing Yao's jest. He hurriedly donned the clothing, which, unfortunately, was still a bit snug for him, being Lin Qiye's attire. After this incident, Instructor Han fell into a state of utter despondency, completely forgetting about Jing Yao. Lunchtime still consisted of steamed buns and raw meat, but with an added dish of pickled vegetables. Before the trio could enter the cafeteria, an instructor blocked their path, seemingly intent on confronting them. Instructor Hong extended his hand, demanding, "Hand over that bowl of forbidden items." Jing Yao, with an expressionless face, locked eyes with Instructor Hong and retorted, "Do you not feel that your behavior is rather impolite? This is a path every new recruit must traverse. Your preferential treatment is unfair to others." What is fairness? Jing Yao's expression darkened. He despised the notion of fairness being thrust upon him. Throughout his life, prior to arriving here, he had never encountered true fairness. The very act of being born is inherently unfair. How could one compare those with higher sequences in the Forbidden Ruins to those with lower sequences and claim it to be fair? I purchased these items with my own money. So on what grounds do you deem it unfair? It is utterly ridiculous. Your inability to achieve absolute balance is your issue, not mine. He held a deep admiration for these soldiers. They were deserving of respect, but that did not equate to his acceptance of these absurd rules. To put it plainly, he was rebellious. If one were to engage him with civility and request his cooperation, he would comply. However, if they attempted to exert dominance and coerce him into submission, he would ensure that if he were not permitted to thrive, then neither would they. Before Instructor Hong could respond, Yuan Gang approached from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder. In his grasp was a fan, the treading wind of Jing Yao. He returned the fan to Jing Yao and said, "On behalf of Instructor Hong, I apologize for this matter. It is indeed a shortcoming on our part, but it is also for your own benefit. It is better to refrain from utilizing forbidden items for training. What do you think?" Jing Yao has always been one to yield to gentleness rather than harshness. He seized the fan with a touch of arrogance and responded, "Understood." He then glanced at the others in the cafeteria and stated solemnly, "This afternoon, there will be an intense training session. It is advisable for you to eat your fill." The raw meat truly was unfit for human consumption. Lin Qiye and Jing Yao were somewhat reclusive, yet Bai Li Tuming was quite the opposite, known for his wide network of friendships. Consequently, those with a close rapport with Bai Li Tuming sought his assistance in inquiring whether Jing Yao would permit them to borrow his forbidden bowl. Jing Yao was entirely unconcerned. If they wished to borrow it, they were welcome to do so, and he graciously consented. However, there were a few who refrained from borrowing, such as the small group of his roommate who had always regarded him with disdain. After the crowd dispersed, Chao Yuan approached Lin Qiye, holding a tray, and asked Qiye, "May I sit beside you?" Lin Qiye, puzzled as to why Chao Yuan sought his permission, given that the cafeteria was not his domain, replied, "Feel free." "Thank you," Chao Yuan said as he took a seat, looking at Lin Qiye with a serious expression of gratitude. "Qiye, thank you." "Huh?" Lin Qiye, munching on a meat sandwich, wore a look of utter bewilderment. "You are indeed the destined one who can absolve me of my sins." "Wow," Jing Yao exclaimed with a playful expression, poking Lin Qiye. "Qiye, is this a confession?" "This must be a confession." "Absolutely not. Thank you, my dear friend, for the gifts. I love you all." Chapter 25. Camp training. A fit of laughter threatened to escape Lin Qiye's lips as he contemplated the unfolding plot. His expression morphed into one of terror as he glanced at Chao Yuan, a myriad of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. If he were to pursue non-tone, the most he could manage would be to accept Jing Yao, preferably in a submissive role. He squeezed further away from Chao Yuan, attempting to maintain distance while resolutely declaring, "Forget it, I will not be with you." Chao Yuan, taken aback, replied, "I have no intention of courting you." He attempted to clarify, but having had little interaction with anyone aside from the abbot for quite some time, he found himself at a loss for words. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. You have afforded me the chance to atone for my misdeeds. You should be regarded as my benefactor." "Atonement? Why can I facilitate that for you?" Lin Qiye was baffled. having listened to Chao Yuan's assertions since yesterday. How was he unaware of possessing such a talent? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Impossible, Chao Yuan responded firmly. I trust the abbot. What he has stated must be the truth. Two trees stand upright. The 8 deities converge as one. A decade passes in the night, guiding the souls of the world. Lin Qiye covered his forehead. I understand now. Please refrain from revealing my identification number. Jing Yao, seated nearby, erupted into laughter, and Lin Qiye swiftly covered his mouth before addressing Chao Yuan. I'm unsure why you are so certain, nor can I guarantee anything. It matters not. Simply allow me to accompany you. Chao Yuan smiled gently. Jing Yao pushed Lin Qiye's hand away, exclaiming, Oh my, what a classic case of love blossoming over time. Fatty, your position is about to be usurped. Bailey Tumming smacked the table in a fit of tears, gazing at Lin Qiye with longing. Qiye, am I not your favorite person? Lin Qiye's lips twitched as he pulled Jing Yao away, retorting, Why are you stirring up trouble? In a corner of the cafeteria, brothers Li Jia and Li Liang cast envious glances towards Jing Yao, while Shen Qingzhu instinctively frowned. Go if you wish, Li Jia and Li Liang shook their heads vigorously. We know, Brother Shen, that you dislike Jing Yao. We won't go. Deng Wei nodded in agreement. I do not harbor any dislike towards him. Shen Qingzhu's expression returned to calm. Then shall we proceed? Li Jia and Li Liang's eager eyes turned towards Shen Qingzhu, who nodded faintly. However, Brother Shen, do you not want to join? Li Liang asked. Shen Qingzhu shook his head. No, I prefer my food raw. A procession of vehicles arrived at the training camp. What is this for? Jing Yao inquired, observing the cars. Didn't they say there would be training this afternoon? Are we leaving the camp? Lin Qiye echoed, equally perplexed. The figure of Zheng Zhong, presumably a former Special Forces soldier, strode past them. Typically, if we are to leave the camp, it indicates that the current venue can no longer accommodate our training needs. A question mark slowly formed in Jing Yao's mind. Was the first day already deemed insufficient? What are you all standing there for? Get on the bus. An instructor called out, prompting Jing Yao and the others to comply and board the vehicle. Once everyone had gathered, the vehicle slowly departed from the training camp. Having lived in Sangnan for many years, Lin Qiye quickly discerned that they were heading towards Jinan Mountain. After an indeterminate duration, the vehicle came to a gentle halt, and all disembarked. Jing Yao stifled a yawn as they stood in front of the bus. Instructor Hong surveyed the group and spoke. You are about to embark on an extreme training exercise. Carrying this 35-kilogram load, you must traverse these mountains before dawn. However, the challenge is far from simple. A swarm of drones, densely packed with miniature gun ports, emerged from the bus. Instructor Hong gestured towards the drones, stating, Your burdens are equipped with tracking devices. Once the exercise commences, these drones will pursue you through the mountains. Should you be struck by the paintball guns, it will signify failure, and failure entails punishment, harsh and merciless repercussions. A hint of a smile crept onto Instructor Hong's lips as he recalled the nature of the penalties. He raised a finger, emphasizing several rules. First, while you may exchange the burdens, you cannot discard them. Second, do not attack the drones or obstruct their fire in any manner, nor can you remain motionless in a terrain dead zone. Third, you may form groups, but attacking to hinder others is prohibited. Any violations will also be deemed a failure. Do you understand? Understood, they replied in unison. Now, come forward to collect your weapons. With their burdens secured, each individual received a small knife, and when it was Chao Yuan's turn, the instructor handed him a spoon. Upon seeing the knife, Jing Yao couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Instructeur, on inquiète. Jing Yao, by Li Ming, soudain de spatio divits. No way. Those are quite valuable. Instructor, protested by Li Ming, crossing his arms, a look of refusal etched across his face. Jing Yao shrugged. I have no choice. My space is integrated within my body. Bai Li Ming stared at him in astonishment. Yao Ge, you're incredible. Jing Yao rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? My space is akin to a binding that melds with my body, lacking a physical presence. Oh, I see. Bai Li Ming exhaled, having just imagined where Jing Yao might conceal forbidden items. Then, please present all restricted items. To prevent a repetition of prior incidents, Instructor Hong added. This is only a temporary confiscation. Everything will be returned afterward. Reluctantly, Bai Li Tu-Ming surrendered his spatial device, and when it came to Jing Yao, the instructor directly received a box. You are indeed formidable. Among the items he had just retrieved were a fan, the used whispering bell, a bowl, chocolate marshmallows, the most distant distance, a flying bomb, and a microphone, all extracted from the box. The chocolate and marshmallows alone filled half the container. Once they had finished, Instructor Hong calmly addressed Jing Yao. This training is for your benefit. You know well that this world is fraught with danger. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. Jing Yao fell into a momentary silence, revealing the contraband items within the space. A dozen cups of meticulously packaged milk tea, several exquisitely wrapped strawberries, a pink magic wand, a bracelet, and a few oddly colored lollipops. This was truly all there was. Observing Jing Yao's less-than-pleased expression, Instructor Hong chose to trust him. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about the substantial quantity of food. Were these truly forbidden items? Jing Yao nonchalantly affirmed, each possessing unique effects. Instructor Hong picked up the magic wand, inquiring, what is this? It is an object capable of transforming any non-human into a pig, Jing Yao replied, crossing his arms. Instructor, you're being rather verbose. At this point, Instructor Hong found himself at a loss for words. Compared to the contraband of Bai Li Tu-Ming, Jing Yao's collection seemed exceedingly bizarre and extraordinary. Could such things truly be conceived by human ingenuity? He handed the entire box of items to his subordinate for safekeeping, reminding them that even in the mountains, there would be those watching over them. Jing Yao recognized that this warning was primarily directed at him, and he waved his hand in irritation, exclaiming, I know. Chapter 26, My Affection for Him Well. I must confess something here. I have yet to finish the original work, and am currently slowly catching up. Thus, the plot may not shine too brightly. Let us regard this as a romance narrative. Although it may veer into the peculiar due to personal experiences, it should remain devoid of any grievous harm. Please alert me to any significant issues with the setting or plot. Trivial matters can simply be taken as my creative license. This mountainous forest remains untouched by development, resulting in a particularly dense growth of trees and underbrush. The unidentifiable grass that grazes the skin invariably provokes a vexatious itch. Jing Yao finds himself completely unarmed, forced to emulate Lin Qiye by using a small knife to carve a path. It is now afternoon, the sun's rays beating down mercilessly, with a burden of 35 kilograms. He quickly becomes drenched in sweat. Merely enduring this is already excruciating, and the buzzing sound of several drones emerges from behind a thicket. The instant Lin Qiye perceives the drones within his vicinity, he urgently calls for the three to flee. Wait for me, Qiye, Bai Li Tu-Ming cries, his face contorted with despair. Having lived a life of luxury for so many years, he is ill-prepared for such tribulations, his flesh quivering with each movement. Jing Yao is not in a much better predicament. Ugh, we might as well give up. Really? Bai Li Tu-Ming's anticipation rises at Jing Yao's words. As long as he has Jing Yao by his side, he feels he could endure any punishment. Lin Qiye, with a furrowed brow, looks at Jing Yao and Bai Li Tu-Ming, exasperated. We've only just entered the mountains. Can't you both hold on for a bit longer? I truly cannot endure this. If it were flat ground, I could manage running with a 35-kilogram load, but this is mountainous terrain, uneven ground, thick underbrush, and something is relentlessly pursuing us. It's a dual challenge of both physical and psychological endurance. Lin Qiye grasps Jing Yao's hand, forcibly urging him to run together. You should run. Otherwise, when you face punishment, you'll wonder why didn't he help you. Lin Qiye has gleaned much from such experiences with Jing Yao. Bai Li Tu-Ming, seeing this, casts a hopeful glance at Lin Qiye, who merely glances back before resolutely turning away, feigning ignorance. He then directs his hopeful gaze toward Shaoyun, who doesn't even acknowledge Bai Li Tu-Ming's presence. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanates from the weighted backpack, followed swiftly by a voice. Hello, can you hear me? The four dodge a round of drone fire, gradually coming to a halt as the voice continues from the backpack. We can hear you. Let the punishment commence. What's the most shameful thing you have ever done? I once spied on the neighbor's older sister while she was bathing. Oh, was she attractive? Yes. I often dream about her. What sort of punishment is this? Jing Yao's expression becomes somewhat dazed as he exchanges a glance with Lin Qiye. Instantly, both become alert and dash away with great speed. Lin Qiye and Shaoyun were momentarily taken aback before hastily following in the footsteps of the two ahead. The loudspeaker continued to blare an array of mortifying inquiries, sending shivers down the spines of the listeners. How could the world harbor such cruel punishments? Especially disconcerting were the faint sounds of laughter from the instructors, which made one wonder how to navigate life in this training camp henceforth. Consequently, everyone surged forward with an almost frenzied vigor. As dusk descended, Jing Yao's shoulder-length hair, drenched in sweat, clung to his face. Fortunately, the instructor only required him to surrender prohibited items, sparing his food supply. The quartet now sat upon a few stones, sipping juice that Jing Yao had stored in his spatial compartment. After replenishing their sugar and hydration levels, they felt considerably better. Is this mountain truly as it seems? I recall Jingyan Mountain not being this expansive. How could we have been wandering for an entire afternoon without finding an exit? Lin Qiye's expression grew grave, and indeed, something felt amiss. Under the veil of night, Lin Qiye's mental acuity sharpened, and the perceptual range of the mortal realm expanded. His brow furrowed deeply. After such a prolonged trek, were they merely circling in a relatively confined area of the mountain? It defied logic. Once more, a sound emanated from the backpack, the count of such interruptions being beyond measure. Listening to the embarrassing tales, they found it increasingly difficult to muster laughter. Your name is Li Liang, correct? Yes. Tell us about the person you admire. I don't have anyone I admire. Oh, how aloof. Is there someone you look up to? Yes, it's my brother, Shen Qingzhu. Why? In my first year of high school, my younger brother was deceived and got entangled with a group of delinquents. It was Shen who assisted us. Yet he was expelled due to this incident and had no choice but to return home to farm. Since then, my brother and I vowed to follow Shen. For although he has a rather temperamental demeanor, he is, in truth, a gentle soul. Wow, Jing Yao exclaimed, taken aback. I had no idea my roommate possessed such a fierce yet tender spirit. Just be cautious not to speak carelessly in front of him. I fear for your safety. Lin Qiye cautioned, fully aware that Jing Yao could indeed be reckless. Jing Yao smirked. I wouldn't dare. That guy clearly can't be bothered with me, and frankly, I feel the same. Before long, the loudspeaker crackled to life again, this time featuring the previous protagonist. Oh, isn't this the rebellious, Shen Qingzhu? What brings you to the ranks of the eliminated? Indeed, do you still dare to shoot down drones? The instructor's tone carried an unmistakable hint of malice. I apologize. I'll let my pride get the better of me. In that case, your punishment shall be doubled. By the way, was what Li Liang just said true? Yes. Why do you present yourself as heartless, lawless, and arrogant? Because people are naturally inclined to bully the weak. Well, while I am intrigued by your past, let's discuss some gossip of greater interest. Do you have a crush? Yes, Jing Yao. Excuse me? Jing Yao was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. He couldn't believe someone else shared his name. Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye, and Shaoyun were equally taken aback. Lin Qiye murmured, could this be the reason why the arrogant one dislikes Yao Ge? The inquiries from the loudspeaker persisted. Jing Yao? Which Jing Yao? My roommate. Suddenly, a voice of struggle emanated from the loudspeaker, only to be swiftly silenced. Oh, why do you like him? When I first entered the dormitory, he was asleep, and he looked truly captivating in slumber. My heart fluttered at first sight, and as I drew nearer, I felt my heart racing. But as far as I know, your relationship with Jing Yao isn't particularly good. That's because the questioning abruptly ceased, as if forcibly cut off. Lin Qiye, Shaoyun, and Lin Qiye cast peculiar glances at Jing Yao. His hair, damp with sweat, was slightly disheveled, yet it did nothing to diminish his allure. Instead, it added a certain chaotic beauty. Lin Qiye suddenly exclaimed, the arrogant one has great taste. Yao Ge is indeed quite handsome. Lin Qiye gazed quietly at Jing Yao, that face he had admired for over a month. He always knew Jing Yao was attractive and well-liked, Yet he had never experienced such a profound sense of impact before. It was as if he sensed that this person could be taken away from him at any moment. He felt an urge to do something to ensure that this person remained by his side. OOC warning. It's impossible to stay in character. Never mind. I'll stop reading the comments, feeling a bit apprehensive. Time to unleash my creativity. Chapter 27. Consider this: the drone is approaching. We must leave. Lin Qiye spoke calmly, pulling Jing Yao up from the ground and forcibly dragging him deeper into the shadows. An inexplicable sense of anxiety welled up within him, as if the only way to alleviate it was to keep moving forward with this person by his side. Why couldn't Jing Yao remain as he was now? Why couldn't they just stay together like this? Why did he always have to attract the attention of others? Why were there always those who had their eyes on him? So many questions flooded his mind, yet as he gazed into Jing Yao's emotionless eyes, they dissipated into nothingness. He remembered that since he had turned him down, their current relationship was precisely what he had always desired. Jing Yao had defined their relationship, while he himself had overstepped the boundaries. He thought about how simple their relationship could be and how he wished for nothing more than the unwavering companionship they shared. His pace quickened, but Jing Yao, unable to keep up, finally halted. He could not comprehend Lin Qiye's sudden burst of energy, especially considering his own frail, sleep-deprived body. I can't run anymore, Jing Yao declared, sitting down on the ground. He looked up at the sky. Under the blanket of night, the stars shone particularly brightly. Let the punishment come. If I hold on a bit longer, I'll find a way out. Lin Qiye, gripping Jing Yao's hand, was reluctant to let go, displaying an unusual determination. No, I truly cannot move any further. You take the burden and go on ahead. I just saw that those who faint from exhaustion do not face punishment. Lin Qiye remained undeterred. Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of his own limits. He was the type who could linger at the brink of collapse without actually fainting. He had endured this old torment long enough. Lin Qiye stood firm, stubbornly locking eyes with Jing Yao until he finally conceded, "Fine, I understand." Not far off, another drone approached, and Shaoyun exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Li Tuming, placing their burdens beside Jing Yao. "Brother Yao, we are leaving now." Lin Qiye also removed some of his load, but retained the device containing a speaker, eager to uncover some secrets about Jing Yao. Colorful ammunition struck Jing Yao, who surrendered and allowed himself to be lifted. Inside the tent, the instructors encircled Jing Yao, their smiles laden with mischief. The explosive revelations from Shen Qingzhu had stirred their curiosity, and they were eager to hear the thoughts of the person involved. His wrists were bound to a chair, and a truth ring adorned his finger. "Ahem, Jing Yao, do you have someone you like?" "No." "What type of person do you fancy?" "Someone good-looking and mutually affectionate." "What do you think about Shen Qingzhu saying she likes you? Is she serious?" "What the hell?" The instructors were taken aback by Jing Yao's sudden, bold retort. Was this something one could say in front of an audience? Jing Yao innocently blinked, seemingly unfazed by the circumstances, revealing no apprehension about divulging any secrets. "Ahem. Let us shift the topic. Do you have any regrets?" "Once a wealthy woman offered to support me financially, but I turned her down. She indeed regrets that decision. I should have accepted her proposal, informed her husband, and then departed gracefully, concealing my achievements and renown. There are countless regrets he harbors, far too many to articulate. So casually mentioning one seems trivial." The instructors fell into silence, for records indicated that Jing Yao was quite affluent, leaving them perplexed as to why he would lament such an incident. "I recall you seemed disinterested in women. May I inquire why?" "Ah, it is because that wealthy woman, whom I rejected, struck me." "Is that the sole reason for your aversion to women?" "Oh, not entirely." Leaning back in his chair, Jing Yao found buried memories surfacing with unexpected clarity. All his sisters had perished. How fragile young girls are. His expression betrayed no emotion, as if merely recounting an inconsequential anecdote, yet the heaviness of the topic weighed down upon them. Instructor Hong exchanged glances with the other instructors, signaling them to remove the items. Jing Yao rubbed his wrist, murmuring softly about the bindings being rather tight. Instructor Hong cleared his throat. "Jing Yao, your belongings are in that box." "Oh." Jing Yao returned his possessions to his spatial realm, and a number of new recruits awaited outside the tent. presumably to escort everyone back together. Upon his exit, he locked eyes with Shen Qingzhu, the awkward atmosphere thickening in the air, while several alert freshmen scrutinized the unfolding drama between them. Jing Yao's mind was consumed by the recently awakened memories, leaving him devoid of any desire for amusement. He sought a secluded spot to gaze at the stars. When those children passed away in his youth, the director would deceive them, claiming they had merely transformed into stars in the sky. As he matured, he grasped the harsh truth: death is final, and with it comes nothingness. Yet, he later discovered that even in life, one often possesses nothing at all. By the time Jing Yao emerged, few remained. Soon, only Lin Qiye lingered on Jinan Mountain, continuing his endeavors. The instructors instructed others to escort the new recruits back. Shen Qingzhu and Jing Yao shared a dormitory, an unavoidable circumstance. Inside, 2 large bathtubs brimmed with medicinal herbal baths, the fragrance permeating the room, steam rising in wisps. An instructor passed through the corridor, urging them to soak while the water was still warm for optimal absorption. Shen Qingzhu wore a stern expression, as though someone owed him a fortune. Yet his ears were crimson, nearly bleeding. Jing Yao smirked, boldly shedding his clothes and settling into the herbal bath. He rested his arms on the tub's edge, glancing at the stiff Shen Qingzhu. Why not find a crevice to hide in? Is it so shameful to admire me? I maintain that it would be odd for anyone not to be captivated by someone as dashing as I. Once again, Shen Qingzhu was astounded by Jing Yao's audacity. What do you mean? Jing Yao yawned and shrugged. Well, considering your instant infatuation with me, I shall overlook your previous frosty demeanor. Shen Qingzhu was taken aback. Had his attitude truly been so disagreeable? I did not intend to be aloof. His face flushed as he resignedly admitted. It's just that whenever I am near you, my heart races uncontrollably, which is quite bothersome. Jing Yao gazed at him with a smile. Have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier? What did you say? A look of confusion clouded Shen Qingzhu's features. Ah, the matter regarding C. Chapter 28. Unbelievable. Are you out of your mind? Shen Qingzhu, flustered and at a loss, stumbled backward several steps. Upon witnessing this reaction, Jing Yao lost interest and turned his head away, dismissing the moment. Do you treat everyone this way? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Shen Qingzhu. He had already anticipated this question, having previously resolved not to dwell on it, convinced that he and this person would never intertwine. Yet, seeing Jing Yao casually pose such a query ignited his ire. How could he so nonchalantly utter such words? Jing Yao pondered for a moment. Not really. I did say I only like the aesthetically pleasing, but every beautiful person I've encountered thus far has rejected me. It's rather disheartening. His tone carried a hint of regret, even a touch of self-doubt. Was his charm truly lacking? Otherwise, why did every invitation he extended result in refusal? He had been sincere with each proposition, yet none, neither Lin Qiye, Wang Mian, Xuanwo, nor even the very Shen Qingzhu before him, had acquiesced. It was truly exasperating. He leaned against the edge of the bathtub, closing his eyes. After a long afternoon and evening of running in the mountains, exhaustion had overtaken him, and he drifted into slumber. Noticing Jing Yao's sudden silence, Shen Qingzhu softly called out, "Jing Yao?" Receiving no reply, he realized the other had fallen asleep. With a complicated mix of emotions, he settled into the bathtub. The following morning, Jing Yao was awakened by an overwhelming stench, suspecting someone had defecated on his head. For the odor was unbearable. Struggling to open his eyes, he noticed the daylight streaming in, his mind still hazy. He realized that the source of the foul smell emanated from the very bathtub beneath him. Ugh! He quickly wrapped himself in a bathrobe and rushed to the washroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. Once the odor had dissipated, he felt a sense of relief. On his way back to the dormitory, he encountered Lin Qiye, Bai Li Tuming, and Shaoyun. They scrutinized Jing Yao, examining him from head to toe before Lin Qiye slowly inquired, "Shall we go for breakfast? I heard it's back to normal." "Yes. I need to change clothes first." "All right." Lin Qiye followed closely behind Jing Yao. Upon entering the dormitory, they found Shen Qingzhu still tidying his bed. At the first glance, he cast upon Lin Qiye It seemed he perceived something unusual in his gaze, a sense of possessiveness. "Huh, what is this? It's truly vexing." Shen Qingzhu finished packing, casually donned his hat, and chewed on gum as he made way for them. Li Tuming, watching Shen Qingzhu's retreating figure, leaned in and whispered to Lin Qiye, "Did that guy have a barrel of explosives for breakfast today?" "I don't know." Though he couldn't claim complete ignorance, he had a faint idea. "By the way, why was there no morning training today?" Jing Yao inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps the instructors have had a change of heart." Lin Qiye adjusted Jing Yao's clothing and led him out of the dormitory. Jing Yao observed Lin Qiye grasping his hand, pulling away before releasing it, asserting, "It interferes with my pretense of sophistication." Lin Qiye merely chuckled. The breakfast training camp seemed to have infused everyone with a renewed vigor. Jing Yao retrieved several portions of fruit and juice from his spatial storage, placing them on the table. Li Tuming rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on Jing Yao, and asked, "Brother Yao, are your fruits and juices for sale?" "What is the matter?" Li Tuming "I wish to send some to Mo Li." Jing Yao extracted a portion of fruit and juice, saying, "Go on," the pure and beautiful sentiments of youth. He consumed the juice in one gulp, feeling a tinge of melancholy. In these times, it is indeed challenging for a man to find rest, he mused, dismissing the notion that there were so few attractive individuals in the world. Lin Qiye looked towards Jing Yao, producing a tissue from his pocket to wipe his mouth clean. "I have matters to attend to later. You and Fatty should head over first." "Oh, I'm not a child. I don't require such instructions," he retorted, brushing aside Lin Qiye's hands that were playfully flailing at his face. "Attend to your own business." According to the instructor, the initial half of the training would focus on physical conditioning. Jing Yao, lacking any natural aptitude for weaponry, felt somewhat disheartened. However, upon discovering that his fan did not require mental energy to wield, Instructor Han devised a specialized training regimen tailored to Jing Yao's use of the fan after a period of study. The wind, both tangible and intangible, wielded significantly greater power in Jing Yao's hands than in those of others. Instructor Han primarily instructed him on how to deliver precise and maximum damage. The ensuing training settled into a monotonous routine, repetitive and uninspiring. Jing Yao was not one to persistently inquire about the same matter when faced with clear resistance. So after having broached the subject with Shen Qingzhu and perceiving his aversion, he never mentioned it again. He interpreted Shen Qingzhu's reaction as a definitive rejection, perhaps even a disdain for his casual demeanor. Reclining on his bed, the sporadic sounds of kills emanated from his phone. He had little energy for gaming lately, but fortunately, he was financially secure, allowing him to enlist others to assist in achieving his goals in the game. However, he had heard that the current leaderboard was quite challenging to ascend, though he was not in want of funds. Today, he was not playing as Yao. He was, alas, banned. He sprawled carelessly on his bed, his bathrobe slipping to his waist, his long, slender legs crossed over each other. Thanks to his rigorous training, his legs bore no excess fat, and his fair complexion, coupled with scant body hair, rendered him undeniably captivating. Occasional praises from male voices echoed from his phone, causing Jing Yao to beam with delight. Shen Qingzhu lowered the novel that had been covering his face. He hadn't absorbed a single word. Turning to glance in Jing Yao's direction, he found those legs particularly distracting, an involuntary irritation creeping into his gaze. "TSK," he murmured softly, yet Jing Yao caught the sound. "Apologies for the interruption. Am I disturbing you?" Shen Qingzhu's expression remained cool. "Could you please put on some clothes? It's rather inappropriate." Jing Yao lowered his gaze to his legs, contemplating, indeed, quite satisfactory. He turned to Shen Qingzhu, questioning why, being male, he was wrapped so tightly. Was it not uncomfortable? "After all, I am not without my trousers. Or is it that?" "What?" Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brows as Jing Yao propped his chin on his hand, the screen of his phone illuminating with a victorious icon, which he promptly turned off. "Shen Qingzhu, you truly wish to engage with me, do you not?" In truth, those who have perused my previous work might be aware of my inclination to add supplementary chapters. However, I now find myself uncertain about whether to proceed with this endeavor. Oh dear, I truly dread the thought of entering the dark room. It terrifies me. Should I find myself confined there, it would spell disaster for me. Chapter 29. A discussion. I was at a barbecue, and someone suggested a skirt. I pondered whether to implement it, and honestly, I detest buying stocks. So everyone was harmonious and cheerful, she said. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Qingzhu's face flushed crimson. Jing Yao tossed his phone aside, descended from the bed, and stood by Shen Qingzhu's side. Leaning down, he locked eyes with her. I recall you once confessed you liked me, didn't you? That was in the past. Shen Qingzhu felt her heart race, also somewhat irritated by Jing Yao's proximity. Why couldn't he control his own feelings? Is that so? Very well. Jing Yao stood up, feeling rather disinterested. The dormitory lights were turned off, and he suddenly felt as if he had lost his mind. Why was he engaging with people who didn't appreciate him? He had no shortage of wealth or looks. Rolling his eyes in the darkness, Jing Yao concluded that it was merely a case of poor judgment on their part. And with thoughts of finding a few beauties for a night of indulgence once the holidays arrived, he drifted off to sleep. Shen Qingzhu gazed at Jing Yao's retreating figure. It would be a lie to say she wasn't disappointed. A bit speechless, she covered her face with her hands. She couldn't comprehend why Jing Yao could speak of such matters so casually. To her, these were experiences meant to be shared with someone she cherished. She couldn't deny her feelings for Jing Yao, nor could she dismiss her desires. Yet, she pondered why he couldn't value her a little more. The indifference he exhibited towards her truly irked her. Unaware of Jing Yao's thoughts, Shen Qingzhu, burdened with her worries, found herself unable to sleep. After adapting to the training camp's lifestyle, it felt rather relaxed, provided the instructors didn't suddenly act erratically. Over time, a small group naturally formed. Their clique was quite stable. Jing Yao, Lin Qiye, Shaoyun, Li Tuming, and occasionally Molly would drop by. As Jing Yao stepped through the dining hall's entrance, 3 gazes instantly turned towards him. Yao, go over here. We save you a spot. Jing Yao looked at Li Qiye, and Deng Wei with a puzzled expression. Shen Qingzhu, frozen in disbelief, directed a bewildered glance at his 3 underlings. To understand the situation, we must rewind a few minutes. Because of the events from the previous night, Shen Qingzhu was utterly perplexed, arriving that morning with dark circles under her eyes. She found herself the subject of her 3 underlings' eager concern. Embracing the idea that 3 heads were better than one, she subtly sought their advice regarding matters of the heart, leading to the current predicament. Jing Yao tilted his head, signaling them to express their intentions. Deng Wei, without hesitation, stood up and gestured for Jing Yao to proceed. Yao, go. We are well aware of your preferences and have already prepared breakfast for you. You need not queue. You may eat right away. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu finally grasped why they had gone to fetch an extra breakfast. She shot them a fierce glare, watching as Jing Yao approached, yet found herself at a loss for words to send him away. She had urged them to devise a plan, only to discover they had directly invited him to her presence. Jing Yao, Chong Lin, and Qi waved their hands nonchalantly, picking up their bowls to eat without a hint of hesitation. He glanced at Shen Qingzhu, who sat rigidly, almost unable to eat. And Jing Yao realized that this was entirely his little brother's doing. After Shen Qingzhu's declaration in front of so many people, his little brother hadn't approached him at all. Why the sudden visit now? Was it because of what he said last night? Such an insincere child. Jing Yao's fingers lightly tapped the table. Are we going to have a chat tonight? After all, we will be living in the same dormitory for several months, and the tension between us is quite uncomfortable for me. Perhaps you should consider switching rooms? No. Shen Qingzhu grasped Jing Yao's hand and took a deep breath. Let's talk tonight. He was someone who found it difficult to change his feelings once he liked someone, so no matter how Jing Yao appeared, he would continue to harbor affection. He also realized that avoiding the issue was not a viable solution, especially since Jing Yao was not the only one in his vicinity. Another person was also watching him closely, possibly unaware of their own feelings. Despite their constant flirtations, Shen Qingzhu noted that Jing Yao seemed rather oblivious to the affections others held for him. Was it merely his misperception? He sensed that Jing Yao seemed uncertain that anyone could truly like him, despite being exceptional in every regard. Once again, he spoke. Let's have a conversation. All right, I will wait for you. Jing Yao replied with a light chuckle. Well then, thank you for the hospitality. See you next time. Jing Yao placed his utensils on the table just as Lin Qiye and the others returned with their meals. Lin Qiye discreetly glanced in Shen Qingzhu's direction. Did they suddenly come to you for something? Jing Yao flicked his hair and, with a hint of narcissism, remarked, perhaps it is simply my irresistible charm. Lin Qiye wore a knowing expression. Are you planning to go after your roommate? But with Shen Qingzhu's temperament, if you two were to fall out, it wouldn't lead to a fight, would it? Jing Yao looked at him in disbelief, saying, I haven't even started yet, and you're already cursing me with failure? It feels like something even a child could predict. Lin Qiye sighed and shook his head, adopting an expression of helplessness towards his boisterous friend. Bai Li Tuming curiously leaned in. Wow, Yao Ge and Zhuang Ge. How fascinating. Even someone like Zhuang Ge could have feelings for someone. Enough. You all be quiet. Jing Yao stuffed a bun from Bai Li Tuming's plate into his mouth. This was truly a group of mischievous friends, already predicting doom before anything had even begun. Shaoyun, oblivious to the dynamics, simply harbored an unyielding affection for married women. During training today, Lin Qiye seemed distracted all day long, and his already subpar shooting skills appeared even more dismal under his daydreaming. Jing Yao could hardly fathom how someone from a nation of socialist civilization could handle a gun reasonably well. Yet Lin Qiye's shooting was akin to utter incompetence. He wasn't just missing the target. He was completely off the mark. Lin Qiye reluctantly set down his gun, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, this was not something that additional training could remedy. By the way, Jing Yao, would you like to come to my dormitory tonight? This was the first time Lin Qiye had extended such an invitation since entering the training camp. Most of the time, he was the one visiting Jing Yao as dormitory. However, recalling the matter concerning Shen Qingzhu, Jing Yao declined, saying he had other commitments today. Very well then, perhaps another time. Lin Qiye slowly made his way back to his dormitory, his mind swirling with thoughts. An inexplicable feeling nagged at him, suggesting that he might be on the verge of losing Jing Yao. But why would that be? Surely, even as friends, they would always remain together, wouldn't they? He was acutely aware of Jing Yao's temperament. He had known it all along, had he not? Chapter 30, a chapter not to be corrected for typos. In his childhood, although he penned hundreds of love letters, those days were long past. In reality, he had never truly experienced romance. Shen Qingzhu returned far earlier than Jing Yao, sitting on the bed, his heart consumed by uncontrollable anxiety. Upon hearing Jing Yao mention a dormitory change, he impulsively suggested they talk, though what was there really to discuss? Despite his uncertainty, he knew he could not utter words of rejection. He was no fool, after all. It made no sense to push someone away. Jing Yao sauntered back to the dormitory, leisurely chewing on a chocolate bar. He was somewhat surprised to see Shen Qingzhu back so early, as he usually lingered out late with his companions. Jing Yao had worried he might have returned too soon. But with Shen Qingzhu present, he had no intention of striking up a conversation just yet. After a day of training, he was too exhausted to manage that. I'll take a shower first, and then we can talk, he declared. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu sprang up from the bed, stammering, I'll go too? Jing Yao raised an eyebrow. If that makes you happy? He picked up his clothes, unable to resist muttering under his breath. What has gotten into this kid today? There were quite a few who had just returned from training and were heading for a shower. Given that some from the south were unaccustomed to communal bathing, there were small private rooms available, though they were all currently occupied. Jing Yao settled onto a small stool by the entrance, and Shen Qingzhu chose to sit beside him. Do you want some candy? Jing Yao asked, producing a lollipop from his pocket and offering it to Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu accepted it. Do you like candy? Not really, just nothing else to do, he replied. He used to have low blood sugar, so he habitually kept some sweets on hand. Although he no longer needed them, they still served well to cheer someone up occasionally. A profound silence enveloped them once more, and Jing Yao, barely able to contain himself, leaned on Shen Qingzhu's shoulder. I say, you're usually quite the tough guy. Why can't you muster a single word now? Shen Qingzhu turned his head away, noticing that Jing Yao, despite having trained all day, bore no scent of sweat. He must have just eaten his candy, for there lingered a sweet aroma. He rubbed his warm ears, feeling somewhat awkward outside. What a bore! Jing Yao rolled his eyes, then noticed someone exiting the shower. Suddenly, He leaned closer to Shen Qingzhu's ear and whispered, "Want to wash together?" Shen Qingzhu felt his face flush crimson, his arms tinged with visible veins. He exhaled deeply to dispel the warmth, grasping Jing Yao's hand and flashing him a teasing smile. "Let us go, together." "Are you serious?" Jing Yao raised an eyebrow. "Of course I am. You've invited me so many times. When someone you like is this proactive, I'm not so dense as to ignore it," Shen Qingzhu declared as he pulled Jing Yao into the small private shower room. While it is quite normal for two boys to wash up together and scrub each other's backs, it is well known that Shen Qingzhu had confessed his feelings for Jing Yao, who preferred boys. Thus, curious glances from onlookers were unavoidable. Jing Yao found himself squeezed alongside Shen Qingzhu, propping his chin on his hand, casting several curious glances at him. "Oh, it seems our Shun is rather proactive today," he mused. Shen Qingzhu responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. "Well, you did invite me." "Ah, very well," Jing Yao replied, unperturbed. He was genuinely there for a bath. The private room was ample enough for two, especially since Jing Yao was rather slender. Previously, Shen Qingzhu had noticed Jing Yao's thin legs, but today he realized that Jing Yao's waist was equally delicate, the kind that appeared as if two hands could easily encircle it. Jing Yao tossed the towel onto Shen Qingzhu's face. "Now that I'm here, help me scrub my back." Shen Qingzhu, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "All right. However, this towel is rather too soft for scrubbing." Jing Yao looked at him quizzically. "What should I use, then?" Forgive him. Being a pure southerner in his previous life, he had never scrubbed himself before. Shen Qingzhu retrieved a glove-like item from his basin. "Sit still. I'll help you." Jing Yao brought out a small stool, allowing Shen Qingzhu to lather soap and rinse it off with hot water on his back. Suddenly, he questioned, "Why are you holding me down?" "To apply more force," Shen Qingzhu explained succinctly. Jing Yao, still perplexed, was taken aback when he felt a sharp sting as if being rubbed against the ground. He turned abruptly to Shen Qingzhu. "Do you have to be this forceful?" "Yes. Otherwise, it won't tea clean properly. You'll get used to it." Before long, the room was filled with Jing Yao's cries of protest. "Shen Qingzhu, you rascal. I'm done," interspersed with Shen Qingzhu's bemusement. "How can it not be working?" Those eavesdropping outside were sorely disappointed, expecting some juicy gossip, only to find the two inside engaged in such earnest bathing, putting aside their respective roles. It was clear that neither was truly in control. The previously ambiguous atmosphere had dissipated entirely. Jing Yao even contemplated delivering a punch to Shen Qingzhu's face. Shen Qingzhu seemed to realize he had bungled things, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "I apologize." Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Qingzhu promptly expressed his regret. Jing Yao scoffed. "Even if you called me father now, I wouldn't forgive you." Shen Qingzhu wrapped his arms around Jing Yao's waist. "Does it hurt?" "I'm sorry." He anticipated Jing Yao's skin to be so tender, entirely unlike the rugged man he had pictured. Jing Yao sensed Shen Qingzhu's attempt to interrupt his spell, but the conversation had veered off course. Shen Qingzhu had taken the initiative, pushing him onto the bed. He knelt over him, looking down from a dominating height. Jing Yao furrowed his brow slightly, as if a sudden realization struck him. "Are you going to be on top or bottom?" "On top." Shen Qingzhu finally comprehended that Jing Yao had indeed considered the option of being on top. No wonder he had been so casually flirtatious. It turned out he had misjudged the situation entirely. Perhaps he ought to be more concerned about others, rather than Jing Yao. However, at this moment, he cast a glance at Jing Yao, pondering the improbability of their coincidence. Jing Yao furrowed his brow. He had not considered the implications of his flirtation, yet he decided to let it slide, attributing the fortunate turn of events to sheer luck. "I haven't done anything," Shen Qingzhu remarked, somewhat pensive. "Ah, I see. I shall manage on my own then." A parenthetical note whose details remain undisclosed. The familiar sound of a whistle jolted him awake. As Jing Yao sat up, he was acutely aware of the soreness in his body, particularly in his rear. He stared at the ceiling for 5 seconds before noticing that Shen Qingzhu had also risen. "Shen Qingzhu, your technique is as lacking as your body scrubbing skills," he teased. Shen Qingzhu planted a gentle kiss on Jing Yao's lips, assuring him, "I shall strive to improve." Chapter 31. Holiday, what is this? Can love truly be compelled? I have a profound experience in this regard, and I sense that emotional entanglements may arise. Brother Yao has an alarmingly low sense of belonging to this world. I should issue a precautionary warning in advance. Brother Yao, aren't we going together? Li Tuming observed Jing Yao, who was yawning and stationary, whereas they usually dashed off together in haste. Shen Qingzhu approached from the other side and took Jing Yao's hand, joining him. Li Tuming's eyes widened. Was it not Brother Yao who acted swiftly? He couldn't help but glance at Shen Qingzhu's dairy reef fatty. What are you staring at? Shen Qingzhu's smile bore a hint of danger, prompting Li Tuming to instinctively hide behind Lin Qiye, shaking his head vigorously. I wasn't looking at anything, Brother Zhu. Let's head to dinner. Jing Yao stifled another yawn. Although the cotton candy had effectively alleviated his body aches, the fatigue remained unabated. He nearly dozed off during the morning training. Shall I ask the instructor for a leave of absence for you? Shen Qingzhu remarked, noticing Jing Yao's reluctance to open his eyes. Jing Yao slowly blinked awake. His voice weak. Must I declare to the world, am I the one beneath you? Never mind, let's just eat. Jing Yao unfolded his fan, concealing his weariness. Upon entering the dining hall, he instinctively glanced at Lin Qiye and the others, suddenly realizing that Lin Qiye was unusually silent today. He approached and leaned over Lin Qiye's head, teasingly. How curious. Why are you so withdrawn today? You're the one who's withdrawn. Lin Qiye brushed Jing Yao's hand away. If we don't eat soon, we'll have to assemble. Do you think I don't keep track of time? Well, never mind. I'm indeed hungry. Jing Yao stood up, walked past him, and sat beside Shen Qingzhu. Lin Qiye stared blankly at Jing Yao for a moment, a bittersweet sense of confusion rising within him. He had indeed sensed something last night. Even though the divine realm was suppressed, they were too close. His gaze met Shen Qingzhu's in the air, but he instinctively averted it. There were no rules among the night watchers prohibiting colleagues from dating, and even in the training camp for recruits, no one monitored such affairs. Thus, aside from a few days of gossip regarding Jing Yao and Shen Qingzhu's relationship, the remaining reactions were merely some girls shipping the couple. Some even believed that it was most peculiar for these two to be together. However, if Jing Yao were to learn how they truly felt, he would likely scoff at their notion of being together, deeming it merely a casual fling. Time passed swiftly. As autumn winds blew, pale yellow leaves were swept away, signaling the onset of winter. The new year approached, and it was expected that they would celebrate in the training camp, a fact they had known beforehand. However, for reasons unknown, this year the instructor announced a 4-day holiday. Though it was a holiday, they were not permitted to leave Sangnan. Violating this rule would result in expulsion from the night watchers. The group, initially prepared to return to their respective homes, instantly fell into despair. Nevertheless, the prospect of 4 days of leisure outside invigorated their spirits once more. As Jing Yao entered the vehicle, he immediately began to examine his system. For today, it had refreshed to reveal a perplexing item that nearly depleted his savings. Miniature World Simulator. This feature allows the user to replicate selected architectural areas or create their own miniature world, wherein the souls of the deceased can be housed as residents. The miniature world is capable of autonomous operation and can nurture its own laws. Priced at an astounding 5 billion, Jing Yao had not intended to make such a purchase, as he had been focusing on acquiring more formidable relics lately. It was no small feat to accumulate this sum. He had relied solely on the system, which had not provided any worthwhile items. Such an exorbitantly priced item had never appeared in his system before, and he could hardly fathom the potential increase in cost should he choose to order it later, although he doubted he would find any practical use for it. Its sheer extravagance stirred a desire within him to make the purchase. After a moment of self-persuasion, Jing Yao impulsively clicked the buy button. Gazing at his remaining balance of 180 million, he swiftly cleared out the last few unremarkable items. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the purchase. He straightened up and addressed the group. Since we can only stay in Sangnan, you all may as well come stay with me. Jing Yao looked at Shen Qingzhu and the others, including Shaoyun and Li Tuming. Isn't this a bit too many people? Shen Qingzhu frowned. With their 4 plus Shaoyun and Li Tuming, that made a total of 7, while Lin Qiye seemed to be a local. Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively. Lin Qiye can stay at the office with Fatty and Shaoyun. I'll take you all to the other side. He paused, then added, never mind, Lin Qiye. You can sleep in my room. Let Shaoyun or Fatty take yours. However, since it hasn't been occupied for a while, I'll call someone to tidy it up. I remember I left the keys with the captain. Despite his familiarity with Shaoyun and Bai Li Tuming, he was not fond of others encroaching upon his personal space. Initially, Lin Qiye had felt a bit displeased, but upon hearing Jing Yao's arrangements, a faint smile crept onto his face. It doesn't have to be so complicated, does it? I can tidy up when we return. Jing Yao shot him a disdainful glance. How is it that after all this time, you still manage to be so frugal? We only have 4 days off, and you wish to waste time cleaning? He hastily sent a message to Chen Mai, but received no reply. Subsequently, he harassed everyone in Team 136, yet none responded. What's going on? Not a single person is replying to me. They're finished. Jing Yao exclaimed in frustration. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Are they on a mission? That can't be. Jing Yao was uncertain. Even if they were on a mission, wouldn't Uncle Zhao respond? Just then, a cacophony erupted inside the vehicle. What is that in the sky? It seemed to be a missile. The missile was clearly aimed at them and the base. Amidst the collective fear, a red figure hurled a long spear, intercepting the missile midair, which detonated with a tremendous blast, sending shockwaves that nearly overturned the vehicle. Though the missiles did not explode upon their vicinity, the debris descending from the sky was beyond their ability to intercept. Shen Qingzhu instinctively pulled Jing Yao into her embrace, shielding him beneath her, while conjuring an air barrier above the vehicle using her forbidden domain. Lin Qiye also turned his gaze towards Jing Yao, and upon seeing him protected by Shen Qingzhu, looked skyward. The dark divine domain enveloped several vehicles, and Jing Yao blinked in surprise at Lin Qiye's newfound ability. Goodness, this fellow possesses even more divine domains than his forbidden items. There's no doubt about it. Lin Qiye is indeed the protagonist. However, he did not remain idle. He had fully mastered the wind treading technique, and a gust of wind swept across the car's roof, diverting the falling debris. The remaining fragments that still descended were effortlessly dealt with by Lin Qiye. He turned back to look at Jing Yao, wishing to express the unspoken understanding they had maintained all this time, but upon seeing Jing Yao cared for by another, all his words caught in his throat. How bitter. Chapter 32. Intrigue. The vehicle, remarkably, sustained little damage. Several buses gradually entered the heart of Sangnan City, herding the passengers out as if they were cattle. A throng of individuals disembarked and made their way directly to the vicinity of the office, their minds still reeling from the astonishing missile attack they had just experienced. Coupled with the ominous red shadow they had witnessed, it was evident that Chen Mai and his companions were aware of the situation. Thus, after a brief discussion, they resolved to visit Team 136 to ascertain the circumstances. The office door was firmly locked. Jing Yao exchanged a glance with Lin Qiye, concluding that it would be prudent to return later, as there were likely still some residual tasks to complete. Jing Yao nodded in agreement. The group returned to the residence in the Linyuan community, and to their surprise, the interior was impeccably clean and tidy. Lin Qiye surveyed the surroundings and mused. Did the captain send someone to clean up in advance? I suppose my place must have been tidied as well. Jing Yao replied, somewhat uncertainly. That is hard to say. After all, Yu Haven Tea stayed there for long. With a resigned shrug, Jing Yao remarked, I guess I should return soon. If it hasn't tea been cleaned, I'll need to arrange for it. Lin Qiye gazed at Jing Yao thoughtfully before breaking into a faint smile. Once you finish your tasks, let us go out for dinner. All right, Jing Yao responded, pulling Shen Qingzhu along, while 3 other companions trailed behind, curiously observing their surroundings. They hailed a taxi and proceeded to Jing Yao's other residence. Retrieving his nearly forgotten access card from a corner of the space, he informed the others. The code is 123789. As the elevator doors opened, a cloud of dust rushed out, causing them to cough. The house still contained numerous items he had purchased upon his arrival, many of which remained unopened. Feeling no necessity to return, he had not set foot in the place since moving to the Linyuan community with Lin Qiye. He urgently contacted a cleaning service, shoving some boxes aside. The house had several empty rooms, though none were adorned with sheets or blankets. "Wow, Brother Yao, I realize you are quite wealthy," one of his companions exclaimed. Jing Yao paused, slightly bemused. "How did you only just discover my wealth?" Lin Qiye chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Well, during our training camp, we didn't need to spend money. You're nothing like Bai Li Tuming, who seems to hand out cash daily." Jing Yao rolled his eyes. "Do you fancy cash handouts?" He rummaged through a few boxes on the floor, tossing several items to the three companions. "I'm not particularly fond of cash handouts. How about Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin? Take these and enjoy." Deng Wei, Lin Qiye, and Li Liang stared at the items, bewildered, glancing at Shen Qingzhu. "What are you looking at him for?" Jing Yao shot a sidelong glance at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu tugged at the corner of his mouth, turning his head aside, feeling somewhat defeated, as if he could not afford to maintain Jing Yao's lifestyle. The cleaning service soon arrived. With little to organize in Jing Yao's space, they efficiently sorted and cleaned, preparing the necessary rooms with fresh linens and bedding. At that moment, Honging managed to call, "Yao Yao. Why haven't I seen you stay here?" Due to the presence of other friends, there was no room for them over there. "Have you all returned?" "Yes. Are you coming over by yourself?" "Just me?" "All right. I'll be there shortly." Jing Yao glanced at Shen Qingzhu, stating that he had ordered some food for them, and he needed to step out for a moment. Recently, Sangnan has not been particularly peaceful, so do remember to be cautious when going out. Shen Qingzhu looked at Jing Yao, inexplicably wanting to kiss him, but with his three younger brothers present, he lacked the boldness to engage in any intimacy beyond holding hands in front of them. "I understand. Please take care as well." Jing Yao's eyes crinkled with a smile as he beckoned to Shen Qingzhu, asking, "Shall I escort you down?" Shen Qingzhu's eyes lit up. "Yes. We also want to see you off." Li Liang covered Lin Qiye's mouth, realizing for the first time how oblivious his younger brother was. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Jing Yao embraced Shen Qingzhu, teasingly saying, "Oh, our dear brother misses me even after such a short separation." The youthful, clear voice took on a deeper tone at that moment. He pressed a hand against the surveillance camera and leaned down to kiss Jing Yao on the lips. Compared to a few months ago, his skills had undoubtedly improved, all thanks to his own tutelage. Jing Yao gasped for breath, placing a hand on Shen Qingzhu's chest. "All right, we'll continue this later when I return tonight." Noticing Jing Yao's slightly swollen lips and the ambiguous mark he had left on his neck, Shen Qingzhu replied, "Okay." The thought of Jing Yao potentially spending time alone with Lin Qiye made him quite displeased, perhaps due to the impending new year. The road that had been clear upon his arrival was now exceptionally congested. Jing Yao fiddled with his phone, finally catching a glimpse of Shen Qingzhu's subtle ploy in the reflection of the screen. A noticeable red mark on his neck prompted a chuckle, and he snapped a picture to send to him. He didn't mind Shen Qingzhu's jealous antics. He just couldn't comprehend why Shen Qingzhu had clashed with Lin Qiye. After all, the two had lived together for a month without any signs of bending. So what hope was there for change? The 10-minute journey took 30 minutes due to traffic, and upon arriving at the office, besides Lin Qiye, Bai Li Tuming was also present. As Jing Yao entered, Honging swiftly approached and pulled him into an embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, Yao Yao, did you miss me?" Something seems off. After scrutinizing Jing Yao for a while, she noticed his slightly swollen lips, evidently a recent occurrence. She then glanced at Lin Qiye, sitting nearby, and thought, oh no, the couple she had been shipping seemed to be in trouble. Who had dared to disrupt her little Qiye's romance? Jing Yao gently set Honging aside and turned to Chen Mai. "Didn't you mention there was something important?" Chen Mai cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Yes, there's something. Please take a seat." Lin Qiye diverted his gaze from Jing Yao's lips and neck, making an effort to conceal the sourness he felt. After all, Jing Yao and Shen Qingzhu were already together, and he certainly could not intrude upon their relationship. Fortunately, Chen Mai swiftly broached the subject at hand. The members of the ancient divine church had dispatched a considerable number of individuals to Sangnan, and it was rumored that a formidable figure from the Sea Realm was among them. The identity of the agent of the twin gods had been compromised, leading me to believe that their likelihood of attempting to win over the twin gods was rather slim. Simultaneously, there was Lin Qiye, who had also come to pursue you, and the number of those intent on your capture was not insubstantial. Lin Qiye waved his hand dismissively, declaring that his forbidden artifact was on its way and that there was no need for excessive concern regarding his safety. Chen Mai's hesitant gaze fell upon Jing Yao, who had previously managed to escape from the clutches of the ancient divine church. However, Jing Yao did not possess any particularly remarkable background that would render him a target for scheming, and the extent of his forbidden artifacts remained unclear to others. He was uncertain whether Jing Yao was included in the ancient divine church's assassination plan. "What are you looking at?" Jing Yao leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I reckon the chances of them coming after me are quite slim, especially with the presence of the agent of the twin gods and the young master of the Bailey family standing in front. Attempting to capture me would likely yield a disproportionate cost compared to the benefits." Chapter 33. The Arena of Demons. It is difficult to articulate, but Chen Mai glanced at Lin Qiye, who ought to venture out more often. Taking the initiative would be far more advantageous than remaining passive. Lin Qiye gestured an okay with his hand, and the group proceeded to deliberate on various precautions. "Shall we dine together?" Let's go. I will contact Shen Qingzhu and the others." Jing Yao retrieved his phone and sent a message to Shen Qingzhu. Lin Qiye opened his mouth, prompting Lin Qiye to message Shaoyun while he himself arranged the dining venue. "Aren't you going to visit home?" Jing Yao pocketed his phone and turned to Lin Qiye, noting the rarity of a holiday, after which they might be assigned elsewhere. Speaking of returning home, a conflicted expression crossed Lin Qiye's face. Jing Yao patted his shoulder, suggesting that perhaps after resolving the issues with the ancient god sect, he should take a trip back. This time, Lin Qiye did not refuse, agreeing with a simple all right. Considering the recent events, Lin Qiye opted for a hot pot restaurant nearby, rather than a distant location. After selecting the dishes, he handed the list to Shen Qingzhu. "What would you like to eat?" Shen Qingzhu presented the tablet to Jing Yao. "I have already made the selections for him. You can choose what you desire, Jing Yao," Lin Qiye said with a smile. The gazes of the two met in the air, and aside from Jing Yao, who was engrossed in a mini-game between them, the rest felt an inexplicable chill creeping up their spines. Suddenly, Jing Yao let out a long sigh, looking up to find everyone staring at him. "What's the matter?" Jing Yao felt perplexed. "Is something wrong?" Shen Qingzhu asked with a disconcerting sweetness that sent shivers through the onlookers. Jing Yao placed his hand on Shen Qingzhu's head and the other on his own, asserting, "I'm not feverish. What's with your strange behavior?" "Shen Qingzhu, why are you sighing?" This subject irked Jing Yao. "I didn't catch the big goose. I never managed to do so. It infuriates me. Hand it to me." Lin Qiye took Jing Yao's phone, admonishing him not to engage in such trivial games, as he always ended up playing without success, yet remained so absorbed. "Can this be blamed on me? It merely indicates that the game was designed with no intention of letting me succeed," Jing Yao retorted defiantly. Shen Qingzhu seized Jing Yao's hand and began to knead it, pulling him slightly closer to assert his claim, nearly vocalizing that despite any semblance of closeness, this person belonged to him now. Lin Qiye poked Shaoyun, and the two communicated through their phones, nearly cracking their screens with intensity. Lin Qiye. "It's an arena of demons, Lao Chao. How terrifying." "Shaoyun, let them fight it out." Lin Qiye. "Truly, Brother Yao remains composed. Look at how the others are nearly at each other's throats, yet he remains unperturbed." "Shaoyun, let them fight it out." Lin Qiye. "Do you think Qiye might steal a march? After all, it was our Qiye who arrived first." "Shaoyun, let them fight it out." Lin Qiye. "Wait, aren't you Qiye's devoted admirer? Why do you wish for a confrontation?" "Shaoyun, Qiye will never be defeated." Lin Qiye. "I see. You have quite the knack for showcasing Qiye's strength to Yao Ji, only to abandon Zhua Ji and remain with Qiye. However, it must be said that Zhua Ji's prowess is not to be underestimated." "Shaoyun, we'll discuss it once a confrontation arises." After their playful banter, Lin Qiye and Shaoyun noticed that several of Shen Qingzhu's underlings were fixated on Lin Qiye, their eyes glinting with malice. Upon seeing this, Lin Qiye and Shaoyun exchanged stern looks. Lin Qiye, with remarkable speed, adeptly maneuvered the pot, hitting his targets with pinpoint accuracy. In no time, he had successfully completed the challenge against Jing Yao. As the trio looked up, they found both sides glaring at each other. "What on earth are you doing? Is this a game of who blinks first?" Jing Yao observed the peculiar scene, utterly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. Deng Wei and his companions, their eyes weary from the strain, refused to blink, believing they were defending Shen Qingzu's affections. Bailey Tumming felt that Shen Qingzhu was deliberately undermining their relationship, despite Lin Qiye being the first to arrive. Meanwhile, Shaoyun mindlessly supported Lin Qiye. Shen Qingzhu rubbed his temples, declaring that it was time to eat. Lin Qiye then pulled Bailey Tumming and Shaoyun along, and the group resumed their meal as if nothing had happened. "You seem quite close to Lin Qiye," Shen Qingzhu murmured, biting into Jing Yao's neck, his tone laden with resentment. Jing Yao felt a twinge of pain, yet it was nothing severe. He leaned into Shen Qingzhu's embrace, affectionately ruffling his hair, as they had known each other for quite some time. "Are you jealous?" Jing Yao chuckled lightly. "Isn't it obvious?" Shen Qingzhu bit down a little harder, exasperated by Jing Yao's obliviousness to his feelings. He was not merely jealous, he was consumed by it. "That hurts," Jing Yao protested, gently pushing Shen Qingzhu's head away, revealing a deep bite mark on his shoulder. Shen Qingzhu lifted him and placed him on the bed, their breaths mingling in the air. "In truth, I quite enjoy your voice. Indeed, the soundproofing in this house is rather commendable. Sangnan should experience tranquility ahead. When you go out, try to frequent bustling places. Enjoy the local hospitality. Dine and drink, and I shall cover the expenses." Jing Yao placed a card on the table, the password matching the entry code. "And do return home early. Don't linger outside too late." After giving his instructions, Jing Yao suddenly remarked, "Why do I feel like a mother?" Shen Qingzhu chuckled softly. "Strangely enough, you do resemble one. If in the future they were to adopt a child together, would he also be as nagging as he was now?" The thought seemed rather delightful. Shen Qingzhu dutifully escorted Jing Yao to the door. "That card is merely for last night's service, so there's no need for excessive formality." Jing Yao teased Shen Qingzhu, not missing the look of surprise in his eyes. He pulled Jing Yao into his embrace, saying now, "Dear, do enlighten me. What is the value of my service? That would depend on your subsequent performance." As the elevator approached the ground floor, Jing Yao playfully bit Shen Qingzhu's lip. "See you tonight, my dear." As the year draws to a close, the streets become increasingly congested with vehicles. Jing Yao has abandoned the thought of hailing a taxi. After all, it is merely a 2-kilometer distance, easily traversed on foot. Numerous vendors line the roadside, selling festive goods and delectable snacks. Whenever he encounters something intriguing, he indulges himself, savoring bites as he strolls. When he comes across particularly delicious treats, he discreetly stashes them away in his space when no one is watching. He wanders through the bustling streets and, upon passing an empty alley, decides to venture inside. "Having followed me for so long, do you have something to say?" His voice carries an icy undertone, and the fan in his hand seems poised for action. Contrary to expectations, his tone is youthful and smooth, evoking a sense of ease. "There's no need for alarm. I merely wish to propose a transaction." Chapter 34. My interest lies more with you. Jing Yao was certain he had never heard that voice before. Turning around, he saw a figure cloaked in a black overcoat, a large hood nearly obscuring his entire face. Upon noticing Jing Yao's gaze, the individual removed his hood, and Jing Yao instantly recognized him. "And Qingyu?" And Qingyu smiled shyly. "I didn't expect you to remember me." Jing Yao remained on guard. "What transaction do you seek from me?" And Qingyu stepped closer. "It is rather unsafe outside lately. Would you mind discussing matters at my place?" "Rest assured, I pose no threat to you. I am merely intrigued by the restorative foods consumed by Team 136. Seeing Jing Yao's lack of interest, and Qingyu continued, "My forbidden ruins can assist me in analyzing everything I can decipher, which I have named the unique solution. Alternatively, I recall your fascination with my face. If you are willing to offer something for my study, I could allow you to do anything." Jing Yao's lips twitched slightly. Was this the price of academic pursuit? Quite impressive. However, he was indeed curious about those consumable forbidden items, foods unrelated to known forbidden substances, yet capable of affecting one's body. He softened his vigilance and nodded at Qingyu, indicating for him to lead the way. All right, and make it a bit dark. Would you like to hold my hand? And Qingyu extended his hand towards Jing Yao. No need, I have a flashlight. Jing Yao retrieved a flashlight from his space and turned it on before Qingyu, demonstrating its remarkable brightness. And Qingyu's shy smile remained. I always saw you being led by Lin Qiye before. I thought you enjoyed it. My apologies. Jing Yao pondered for a moment, recalling how he had been engrossed in novels back then, leading Lin Qiye to guide him to avoid running into lampposts or falling into ditches. While he found Qingyu's interpretation somewhat baffling, he chose not to explain. It was unnecessary to elaborate on such matters with someone he barely knew. And Qingyu guided Jing Yao to a secluded area before directly entering a sewer. Jing Yao exclaimed, "Why are we going into the sewer?" The foul stench and dampness, coupled with a cold draft that seemed to seep in from nowhere, made him feel nauseous. And Qingyu flashed another shy smile. "I apologize. Some of my research has been pursued by the Night Watchers. If you mind, I can carry you in." Jing Yao replied, "I'm also a Night Watcher." He felt somewhat exasperated. Was he really being treated as though he were less than human? "I believe you wouldn't disclose anything." And Qingyu said, extending his hand again, "Do you need me to carry you?" "No, thank you." Jing Yao smirked slightly as a gust of wind lifted him. And Qingyu did not insist. He merely desired the peculiar items in Jing Yao's possession, and selling a bit of charm was of little concern to him. Jing Yao followed Qingyu deep into the sewer until they arrived at a grand door. As Qingyu entered the password, the grand door creaked open, revealing a world that left him utterly astonished, an array of mysterious specimens and an assortment of intricate instruments. "Make yourself comfortable. Would you care for a drink?" "No, thank you." Jing Yao politely declined, feeling hesitant to indulge even if offered. He placed a piece of cotton candy and chocolate before Qingyu, who picked them up and activated the only correct solution. In the next instant, a trickle of blood unexpectedly streamed from his eyes. Unfazed, he calmly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the crimson from his face. There exists a substance here that transcends human understanding. I cannot analyze it at the moment, but I shall attempt to explore other possibilities first. That power likely only determines its effect. Jing Yao observed how Qingyu momentarily transformed into a frenzied researcher, feeling a sense of helplessness as he pulled out his phone. No signal? How could this be? He stowed his phone away and began to survey his surroundings, noting the various mysterious corpses suspended in jars, their flesh grotesquely exposed, inducing a wave of nausea upon prolonged inspection. "I advise against touching anything over there, some of those experimental materials." His warning remained unfinished as he witnessed Jing Yao suddenly collapse. And Qingyu sighed, having already cautioned him against such recklessness. He lifted Jing Yao from the ground, surprised by how unexpectedly light he felt, and laid him on the bed, tucking him under the covers. He gazed at him for a long while, murmuring to himself, "If I were to dissect him and then heal him, would it be discovered?" "Indeed it would." Jing Yao abruptly opened his eyes, looking at Qingyu as he sat up and rubbed his bumped head. Perhaps it was due to his frequent consumption of cotton candy that his body's natural healing abilities exceeded expectations. And Qingyu's gaze shifted back to the drugs Jing Yao had just encountered. It was a potent sedative capable of incapacitating the mysterious being from the pool realm. How had Jing Yao awakened so swiftly within 2 minutes? With an eager glint in his eyes, he asked, "May I collect a small sample from you? Just a little." "Absolutely not." Jing Yao rejected without a moment's hesitation. Even a drop of blood would suffice. Jing Yao hesitated. In truth, he wasn't so stingy with his blood. He had lost plenty during training, but he still declined. "No." And Qingyu donned a pitiful expression, gazing at Jing Yao with longing. He recalled that this individual appreciated his visage, so perhaps it would be acceptable to exploit that a little. Just a tiny bit. He grasped Jing Yao's hand, pressing it against his own face. Jing Yao felt a sharp alarm ringing in his mind, his heart racing uncontrollably. Who could understand? That damp, delicate demeanor truly struck a chord with him. Although he was aware of Qingyu's ulterior motives, he appreciated the effort he was willing to expend for him. He withdrew his hand and cleared his throat, just focused on researching that cotton candy, I must have overindulged, which is why my recovery is so swift. After all, at 100,000 each, consuming them as snacks poses no issue. Yet, I find you far more intriguing. Jing Yao pressed in Qingyu's face and pushed him away, stating, "All right, enough. It would be impolite to continue this conversation. My dear brother is now in a relationship, and we are simply not suited for one another. Well, having one more doesn't seem to be a problem, does it? Excuse me?" Jing Yao found himself both amused and exasperated by Qingyu's audacity. He swiftly turned the tables, pinning Qingyu onto the bed, his hand reaching beneath him. "I would mind having a few more. It's not as though I can't afford it. So, how about I indulge a little?" The smile on Qingyu's face gradually faded, realizing the jest was no longer lighthearted. Jing Yao released Qingyu, stood up, and adjusted his clothing. "Tsh, I shall see to it that I can handle this mischievous little brat." Chapter 35. Do you understand what you're going through? When can I depart? Jing Yao sat in the chair, his phone devoid of signal, rendering him utterly bored. "Can't you stay with me a little longer?" And Qingyu, perhaps startled by him, or perhaps due to the research they had been engaged in, appeared particularly pallid, evoking a sense of guilt within Jing Yao. No, that was not the right sentiment. He was merely an uncomplicated lecher, after all. However, he could not linger here. There was someone waiting for him back home, primarily due to Shen Qingzhu's undeniably adept skills. Cough. No, there were others at home. And Qingyu set aside the items in his hands, the bashful smile on his face fading. "Let us wait here a bit longer. It's unsafe outside." Jing Yao adopted a serious expression as he gazed at him. "I understand." The threat was not solely directed at Lin Qiye and the young master of the Bailey family. The target of the ancient god society this time also included you. Jing Yao refrained from inquiring about the source of this information, though he was somewhat intrigued. "Me? What is there about me that warrants targeting? There are moles from the ancient god society within the training camp," and Qingyu merely stated, and in an instant, Jing Yao comprehended. He had previously showcased all manner of forbidden objects within the camp, and his items were indeed rather unique. Yet could it truly be so alarming? Han Qingyu chuckled softly. "Surely you don't believe forbidden items are mere commonplace trinkets? Do you grasp the immense impact of instantly restoring 50 of 1's mental energy on the battlefield? And that cotton candy of yours? While I have yet to precisely calculate its healing efficacy, its effects are cumulative and impervious to external influences. One merely needs to consume a few items on the battlefield, completely unencumbered. It seems you're underestimating your own significance. Well, even if what you say holds true, I still must venture out. Don't speak as though you are invulnerable." Jing Yao's fan lightly tapped in Qingyu's head, and in the brief moment their gazes met. Jing Yao quickly averted his eyes. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. "Very well. You are welcome to visit again, Jing Yao. Mind your manners. You ought to address me as brother." And Qingyu smiled. "All right, brother. I shall escort you out." He opened the door, revealing a pitch-black tunnel that seemed endless. Jing Yao followed closely behind Qingyu, and just as his mind began to swirl in confusion, Qingyu opened a sewer entrance, leading him out. "Proceed straight, then turn left. Lin Qiye may require your assistance." Jing Yao's expression sharpened as he regarded Qingyu intently before activating his swift movement towards the indicated direction. Ascending slightly, the battlefield's scenario became distinctly clear before him. Lin Qiye's clothing was completely drenched in blood, yet his expression suggested he was still in a relatively stable state. Surrounding him were several corpses sprawled haphazardly, and the individual confronting Lin Qiye bore an exceptionally grave countenance. Despite having severely injured Lin Qiye moments ago, the individual swiftly consumed something that miraculously healed his wounds and restored his mental acuity. When Jing Yao arrived, a fierce blade of wind enveloped the man, and in the blink of an eye, a myriad of wounds appeared on his body, blood seeping slowly from them. It was at this moment that he finally felt the pain. Jing Yao landed beside Lin Qiye, inquiring about the situation. Lin Qiye wiped the blood, presumably splattered by someone, from his face and coldly replied, "The followers of the ancient god church are here to abduct my aunt and cousin." Jing Yao rubbed his temples, suggesting they resolve the matter swiftly. Given that adversaries had already appeared on their side, It was likely that others were approaching from Li Tuming's faction as well. He had just received intel indicating that the ancient god church had also sent individuals to pursue him. No sooner had he finished speaking than applause rang in his ears. Clever indeed. No wonder you have caught the eye of my serpent lady. The serpent lady, twisting her alluring form, appeared beside Jing Yao in an instant. Long time no see. Handsome, have you decided to come with me this time? Sister will take good care of you. Jing Yao, with a stony expression, regarded her and remarked, I must confess, I have an aversion to snakes. Perhaps you could return as a different species? Cats or dogs would suffice, preferably a dog, as I rather enjoy having someone to serve me. The serpent lady's expression twisted momentarily before she whispered in his ear, Never mind, sister won't be angry. When you join the ancient god church, I'll ensure you experience what it's like to be a good little pet. I refuse. I have never been one to allow others to serve me, Jing Yao declared with utmost seriousness, asserting that he could never be anyone's pet. The serpent lady was momentarily at a loss for words, seizing Jing Yao by the collar. I'm trying to recruit you into the ancient god church. Jing Yao rubbed his ear, stinging from her sharp voice. I heard you. Why shout so loudly? I refuse just as I did last time. Why are you so persistent? It's unbecoming for a lady. You claim to desire others as your pets, yet you keep throwing yourself at me. Don't you find that rather embarrassing? The serpent lady paused, contemplating, and gradually loosened her grip. You make a valid point. My arguments are always sound, Jing Yao replied, pulling her aside to further elaborate. After a lengthy discourse, the serpent lady nodded in agreement. You're right. Let us join the ancient god church together and make the pet-keeping enterprise flourish. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Qiye was listening to their conversation, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Scorpion, one was nearly on the verge of bleeding out. Had the serpent lady forgotten her purpose? Was she not aware that he was on the brink of death? Yet, it seemed Lin Qiye was intentionally preventing him from voicing his thoughts. Jing Yao restrained the serpent lady, questioning, why must we join the ancient god church to keep pets? Are there many handsome men there? The serpent woman pondered for a moment before silently shaking her head, seemingly at a loss. There was only one Han Shaoyun who was somewhat presentable, and Yu was also rather handsome. However, she had no interest in those of an older age. Her darling was quite commendable as well. Jing Yao gave her a playful tap on the head, exclaiming, What darling? How can you have such a thing? Have you forgotten our principle? I remember. I have made my decision. You shall no longer be. The serpent woman shifted closer to Jing Yao, inquiring, Are there many handsome night watchmen? I believe there are, more than those in the ancient divine church. Jing Yao pointed towards Lin Qiye, asking, What do you think of him? The serpent woman gazed intently at Lin Qiye for a long moment before nodding with great certainty. Handsome, notably to the side. There was Scorpion One, who had been relentlessly subdued by Lin Qiye, yet she did not spare him even a glance. I must tell you, there's also that masked squad, particularly their captain, who is quite striking, and furthermore. The serpent woman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she touched her lips, exclaiming, How delightful your days must be. Do you truly comprehend the bliss you are experiencing? Allow me to partake. Chapter 36. Are you just fooling around? At that moment, Lin Qiye struck down the head of Scorpion One with a single blow. He stood still for a while, then picked up the forbidden item that belonged to Scorpion One from the ground. Jing Yao, have you finished your conversation? It's time to head home, he said. Jing Yao nodded, glancing at the serpent woman. You might as well skip that ancient god cult. It seems rather dull, and there are hardly any handsome fellows to admire. Then, should I accompany you to the night watch? The serpent woman hesitated. In truth, she had only recently become an agent and was invited into the ancient god cult without fully understanding the situation. They had made it clear that refusal would result in her demise, which compelled her agreement. Jing Yao, in a show of camaraderie, patted her shoulder. Let me tell you, based on the narrative of the novels, those early antagonistic forces usually meet a grim fate. The serpent woman's expression turned serious as she nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Let us hasten our departure. Lin Qiye hesitated, choosing to remain silent. He needed to consider how to explain to the captain and the others that Jing Yao had persuaded the Medusa agent of the ancient god cult to join the Night Watch. Would the Night Watch truly accept her? He was apprehensive about the potential for betrayal or espionage. However, The two seemed oblivious to his concerns. Suddenly, Jing Yao recalled something. Wait, didn't you mention that someone from Tuming was also hunting us? He inquired earnestly, looking at the serpent woman. She nodded. Yes. It was someone arranged by Han Shaoyun, the one you found somewhat decent looking. Ah, so he is not entirely unappealing, Lin Qiye thought, taking a deep breath. He felt that perhaps it would be better for the serpent woman to return to the ancient god cult. The pairing of these two made him feel as if the sky might collapse. For the first time, he felt pity for Shen Qingzhu, only to realize that he himself might be the more unfortunate one. Jing Yao, Shen Qingzhu might be with the chubby ones, he warned. Who is Shen Qingzhu? Why didn't you mention her before? The serpent woman asked. Because she belongs to me. One cannot share what is already claimed. I see. Then I'll look for someone else, the serpent woman said, her gaze shifting to Lin Qiye. Does he belong to anyone? Both Jing Yao and the serpent woman focused their attention on Lin Qiye, who instinctively took a few steps back toward Jing Yao. The serpent woman's expression fell. Don't tell me those dogs you mentioned are yours. How could that be? Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively. By the way, do introduce me to the masked team. I heard there are 4 special teams. What about the others? Oh, I haven't seen the others. As they continued their conversation, they made their way toward the office. Passing by a shopping mall, they noticed a sign. They had encountered this object during a mission with Team 136. It was an unguarded void. However, since Zhao Kongxing was not nearby, it indicated that this item did not belong to Team 136. 7 Knights, smash it directly. Lin Qiye nodded, the divine might of the seraphim unfurling as golden light sparkled in his eyes, causing the boundless space to shatter inch by inch. The trio stepped into the boundless space, which had already been rendered a ruin due to the ravages of battle. By the way, the individuals sent by the ancient god church to capture me. They wouldn't be you, would they? Jing Yao inquired suddenly. The serpent woman quickly waved her hand. That is certainly not me. They dispatched 2 from the Sea Realm. Want to hold back that Yuan gang, while I was tasked with stalling Lin Qiye. It is Han Shaoyun who has come to apprehend you. Jing Yao pointed towards the boundless space. Why does Han Shaoyun's team have access to the boundless space of the Watchers? Because he was once a Watcher. The serpent woman explained matter-of-factly. I know a bit about him. After all, he does possess a certain charm, so I took the liberty to learn more about him. With a hint of pride, she continued, he joined the ancient god church under duress, as the Whisper threatened to harm all of his teammates, forcing him to become a believer to save their lives. What exactly is a believer? Lin Qiye pondered, having encountered this term more than once today. Initially irritated by Lin Qiye's interjection, the serpent woman's mood brightened upon seeing his face. She reasoned, even if not my own, a handsome visage can indeed uplift one's spirits. She elaborated, a believer is a position that exists within the Whisper's sanctum. To put it simply, becoming a believer is akin to being a confidant of the Whisper, holding a certain status and power within the ancient god church, though still subordinate to the divine agents. To become a believer, one must first bear the Whisper's mark upon their soul. Once a soul contract is established, they can no longer resist the Whisper's commands, not even to the extent of taking their own life. It is a contract that alters one's very thoughts at the soul level. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Qiye's expression darkened. He could scarcely fathom how desperate Han Shaoyun must have been to join the ancient god church. Han Shaoyun was once the captain of Team 017 in Gusa City, I recall. The serpent woman strained to remember, thinking of his captured teammates, who, it seemed, had not survived. How tragic! Jing Yao couldn't help but lament. The serpent woman nodded in agreement. Indeed. Wait a moment. If I were to join the Watchers, wouldn't the ancient god church pursue me relentlessly? Ah, what a naive question. Which divine agent hasn't been hunted by the ancient god church? Jing Yao remarked nonchalantly. One cannot truly appreciate their significance without having faced the church as pursued a few times. Do you see the church chasing after mere, ordinary owners of taboo ruins? You make a compelling point. Was I not rather foolish to be so easily lured into the ancient god church? The serpent woman muttered in dissatisfaction. That doesn't count. Jing Yao reassured her. Had you not joined the ancient god church, they might have slain you on the spot. You are merely biding your time, and great potential awaits you in the future. Moreover, consider this. The ancient god church does not regard you highly at all. As a divine agent, You were assigned such menial tasks. Does the Whisper undertake missions personally? Among divine agents, why should he rank above you? The more she contemplated, the more indignant the serpent woman became. You are absolutely right. How dare he consider himself superior to me, and even assign me tasks? Indeed, if this were among the Night Watch, the divine agents would be part of a special squad. Look at you. What kind of existence have you endured within the ancient God Church? Your status is far too lowly. I demand to join the Night Watch. I shall join today. I can no longer bear this wretched existence for even a single day. Jing Yao cast a glance at Lin Qiye, who widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Could it be that Jing Yao was merely pretending? However, it is true that Jing Yao is capable of such antics. Who would have thought that this entire time he was simply deceiving us? Chapter 37. She and I are merely playing. Lin Qiye discreetly retrieved his phone and sent a message to Chun Mai, succinctly outlining the current circumstances. He also, based on Jing Yao's persuasive words regarding the snake woman, preemptively informed Chun Mai to make some preparations. The snake woman had already been lured over. Even if they could not recruit her into the Night Watch, they could at least extract valuable information related to the ancient God Church from her. Upon sending the message, he suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor as he cast a stern gaze towards the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building and said in a low voice, Jing Yao, you assist Fatty and the others. I need to handle a certain matter. Jing Yao, lacking Lin Qiye's extraordinary abilities, was unable to sense anything nearby. He merely waved his hand at Lin Qiye, urging him to go ahead. A familiar explosion echoed through the air as Jing Yao hastily escorted the snake woman to their destination. Although the battlefield was not entirely one-sided, the forces were evenly matched. Jing Yao, having placed them on the ground, turned to the snake woman and remarked, "You've still allocated too few personnel. Look at this. With so few people, they can hardly achieve anything." The snake woman concurred wholeheartedly, pulling out her phone. "Should I call in more people right now?" Jing Yao looked at her, exuding an air of exasperation, his expression clearly asking if she had lost her mind. The snake woman, realizing she was about to join the Night Watch, feigned nonchalance as she tucked her phone back in her pocket and whispered, "You didn't see anything just now. Okay? Jing Yao nodded gravely, twirling his fan in a flourish. He skillfully summoned a gust of wind on the battlefield, which swept past everyone but left gashes on the bodies of select few, each blade of wind precisely carving the same spot. "Hey everyone, it's time to head home for dinner," Jing Yao announced cheerfully, waving his fan with a beaming smile. Upon spotting Jing Yao, Bai Li Tuming excitedly waved back, "Yao Ge, you're here?" "Indeed, I've come to escort you all home for dinner." The snake woman, standing beside Jing Yao, poked his arm and said, "I don't see Han Shaoyun around." Jing Yao looked at her, puzzled. "Are you not aware of your own plan?" "I am aware. It's just peculiar that Han Shaoyun is missing," she replied, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. "Logically, he should be acting together with us." I must have misremembered the time of action. It's all your fault for being so strikingly beautiful. The moment I see you, I can't help but want to trample you beneath my feet." The snake woman exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she cupped her cheeks. "Oh, Jing Yao, dear brother, can't you let your sister step on you just once? I promise to treat you well." "Absolutely not," Jing Yao replied, extending a finger to gently press against her forehead, pushing her away. The battle swiftly concluded with Jing Yao's arrival. Shen Qingzhu approached him cautiously, eyeing the snake woman warily, and inquired, "Who is she?" "I just made a like-minded friend. She is the agent of Medusa from the ancient God Church." Jing Yao introduced her to the group. Shen Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Tuming exchanged bewildered glances. "Wait, I was just grilling," Bai Li Tuming exclaimed, covering his forehead. "The ancient God Church S. Medusa agent? Are you friends who share similar interests, or just acquaintances?" "Indeed," Jing Yao nods with a sense of certainty. The serpent girl's gaze sweeps over the few individuals before her, and she leans closer to Jing Yao's ear, whispering, "Aside from that chubby fellow, the others possess quite a bit of charm. No wonder you decided to become a night watchman." "It's never too late," Jing Yao replies, patting the serpent girl on the shoulder. Shen Qingzhu watches Jing Yao's actions, her brows furrowing in exasperation, especially with Lin Qiye standing behind him like a specter, fervently reporting his grievances. Jing Yao expresses his intentions to raise a dog and establish a fish pond. His close relationship with the serpent girl, along with their plans to flirt with a handsome night watchman, stirs Shen Qingzhu's irritation. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingzhu addresses Lin Qiye with a forced smile. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions, but rest assured, you will never have the opportunity in this lifetime. Lin Qiye meets her gaze with an emotionless smile. I harbor no such intentions. Shen Qingzhu scoffs and approaches Jing Yao, seizing his hand. Where have you been for such a long time today? I messaged you, but you didn't respond. I asked Lin Qiye, and he said you weren't with him either. I encountered a minor issue. Jing Yao feigns innocence as he looks at Shen Qingzhu. The serpent girl glances back and forth between Jing Yao and Shen Qingzhu. So this is Shen Qingzhu? She is indeed somewhat attractive, though her demeanor does not appeal to me. That is fine. As long as I like her, it suffices. Feel free to look elsewhere. If I dislike her, I can always find another. Don't worry, I have the means, and we can seize what we desire, Jing Yao remarks nonchalantly. Initially calm by the first half of his statement, Shen Qingzhu is nearly driven to a fit of rage by the latter half. The serpent girl blushes, clutching her heart. Oh, Yao, you truly understand me. Ahem, this is not the place for such discussions. Why don't we head back? Lin Qiye interjects, breaking the peculiar atmosphere and conversation. The tension that had arisen due to the pursuit by the ancient god sect dissipates amidst the bizarre dialogue between Jing Yao and the serpent girl. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps everyone into the sky, with Bai Li Tu Ming spreading out his Yao Guang to shield them from the frigid air above. On their way, Jing Yao cannot help but inquire, what exactly are your plans for action? The serpent girl glances at her phone. It should be tomorrow. Han Shaoyun will arrange for someone to ambush the young master of the Bai Li family, while I will either eliminate or intercept the dual divine agents. And then he will come to capture you. Jing Yao sighs. I'm relieved you're not going. Why? The serpent girl asks, puzzled. Because you might very well be ambushed by Lin Qiye. At this, the serpent girl becomes somewhat indignant. I am at the late stage of the Pond Realm. How could I possibly be ambushed by Lin Qiye, who has just ascended from the Lantern Realm to the Pond Realm? Am I truly of a lower priority than Lin Qiye? How can they assign someone from the Sea Realm to capture me? The serpent woman cast a glance at Jing Yao, her expression one of disdain, as she mused on the advantages of being a dual deity's agent. Yet, the inability to forge a soul contract with the murmurs of the void was a significant drawback. Lacking a forbidden domain and surrounded by an array of mysterious forbidden objects, her situation was far superior to that of a mere dual deity agent. No matter how scarce they were, a mere agent at the pool level could easily be eliminated by the ancient god cult. It's no surprise that I am so well regarded wherever I go. Jing Yao lamented with a tinge of helplessness. So you share this burden too? The serpent woman remarked, meeting Jing Yao's gaze. In that moment, a mutual understanding flickered in their eyes, and they both sighed in unison. Lin Qiye wore a stoic expression, feeling the familiar sense of exasperation wash over him. He was convinced that the look Jing Yao had just cast his way was devoid of ulterior motives. The man was simply being himself, unadorned and genuine. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingzhu, unable to contain his frustration any longer, pulled Jing Yao into an embrace and demanded, "Tell me, how many more do you wish to pursue? Shall we discuss this thoroughly when we return tonight?" Jing Yao blinked, flashing a charming smile as he replied, "Oh, not at all. My interactions with her are mere trifles. My true engagement lies with you." The serpent woman could only respond with a perplexed expression. Chapter 38, Arrangement in the Office. Chenmai gazed at the group before him, running a hand through his hair. He felt a sense of incredulity upon receiving Lin Qiye's message, but seeing the person seated in front of him made the situation seem even more absurd. How on earth did Jing Yao manage to lure the agent of the Medusa from the ancient god church? Was this truly not part of some grand scheme by the ancient god church? He found it utterly unbelievable that someone would choose to defect simply because a certain organization had attractive individuals. Jing Yao leaned closer to Chenmai's ear, suggesting, "If you are truly concerned, can't we use that truth ring? Have them send it over, and we will know if the ancient god church has any plans." After all, this was an agent of a deity. How many such agents existed in the Great Xia? How many were there among the Night Watchers? With a resigned sigh, Shen Mai rubbed his forehead. Fine, they brought this mess upon themselves, so they shall deal with it. However, due to Jing Yao's acquisition of the Snake Woman, they could indeed anticipate the ancient God Church's plans and prepare accordingly. He turned to the Snake Woman and asked, Does the ancient God Church know about your defection? The Snake Woman looked at Shen Mai as if he were foolish. I haven't told them, so how would they know? Shen Mai felt a pang in his heart as he glanced at the members of Team 136. All right, everyone mobilize. Begin the search task and notify us immediately upon discovering Han Xiaoyun's whereabouts. Speaking of Han Xiaoyun, Lin Qiye hesitated, saying, Captain, about Han Xiaoyun. He glanced at the Snake Woman. Is it true that the soul contract cannot be undone? The Snake Woman shook her head. I don't know. I've only been with the ancient God Church for a little over 6 months. However, I have not heard of anyone breaking a soul contract. Shen Mai interjected. The followers are the backbone of the ancient God Church. If it were so easy to dissolve such contracts, they would not have developed into what they are today. Jing Yao stroked his chin thoughtfully. I do have a method we could try. Logically, consuming the king's face should negate the negative effects brought on by the god ruins. Thus, the negative effects of the soul contract, such as the murmurs, should also be able to be counteracted. You have a way, Shen Mai exclaimed. If we can break the murmur soul contract, it would mean the Night Watchers could send an undercover agent into the ancient God Church. Wait, Shen Mai's gaze shifted to the Snake Woman. Isn't there already a ready-made undercover candidate? If the Snake Woman truly wishes to join the Night Watchers, wouldn't it be better for her to infiltrate the ancient God Church and relay information to us? He voiced his thoughts, but the Snake Woman crossed her arms defiantly. Don't even think about it. Not to mention that the followers are under the jurisdiction of the murmurs, and other deity agents cannot reach them. My position within the ancient God Church prevents me from accessing much information. Besides, I joined the Night Watchers precisely because there aren't any attractive individuals in the ancient God Church. Why would I return there now? Shen Mai chuckled awkwardly. You do make a valid point. Let us proceed with protective measures and personnel separation for now, and we can discuss this matter further afterwards, Lin Qiye suggested. However, Shen Mai turned to the Snake Woman. Until her intentions became clear, she was neither suitable to appear before others nor to be left alone. This matter shall be handled by us. You little ones should remain at home. And, Qiye, did you not mention wanting to return home to see your aunt? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, arguing that having more people would expedite the process. Moreover, yes, it would be better to go together. Jing Yao concurred, of course. He would not admit that he was curious to see what the somewhat attractive Han Xiaoyun looked like, as described by the Snake Woman. Bailey Tumming patted his chest and asserted, Captain Shen, we are Qiye's brothers. Sangnan is Qiye's home. Please allow us to assist. Even if we are not permitted to join, will the ancient God Society not come knocking? I do not wish for my home to be torn apart. Jing Yao muttered softly. Such a compelling argument left Shen Mai speechless, and he decided to have the members of Team 136 escort them separately. Naturally, the Snake Woman would accompany Jing Yao, though it remained unclear how Jing Yao had managed to keep the Snake Woman under control. This seemed the most prudent course of action. To prevent Han Xiaoyun from pursuing Jing Yao, he and the Snake Woman would move with Shen Mai. On the eve of the new year, the streets were bustling with families out to celebrate. Prior to their departure, Shen Qingzhu wrapped a thick scarf around Jing Yao's neck, leaving much of his face hidden, with only his mouth occasionally visible, exhaling faint wisps of mist. He glanced at the Snake Woman beside him, noting that she was still wearing a skirt in the dead of winter, her long, fair legs reddened from the cold. Aren't you cold? He inquired. The Snake Woman wrapped her shawl tighter around herself, responding, I'm fine. Jing Yao retrieved a few hand warmers from his space and offered them to her, saying, If it gets too cold, just let me know. I have a warm coat. The Snake Woman sniffed and replied, Got it. The three of them patrolled the bustling street, with Shen Mai remaining vigilant of their surroundings, while Jing Yao and the Snake Woman engaged in occasional conversation. It's quite lively, the Snake Woman remarked, glancing over. The New Year's Eve celebrations in my neighborhood are even more boisterous. So, you're not returning home for the new year? The inquiry came naturally. The Snake Woman shook her head. I have no home. My parents passed away when I was young. I was raised by my uncle, who also died last year. Ah, what a coincidence. I too am without parents. Jing Yao spoke of this with a flat tone, showing no concern. But you have money. The snake woman retorted with dissatisfaction. When my uncle died, I had to drop out of school and work. I encountered some ruffians who attempted to lay hands on me. In that moment, I resolved to fight back, and thus I became the divine agent of Medusa. Ah, that sounds truly arduous, Jing Yao mused, questioning whether he possessed some form of emotional detachment, as he felt no stirrings in his heart upon hearing her tragic tale. I suddenly remembered something, Chen Mai interjected, interrupting their conversation. Snake woman, the incident at Missile Base 39 was orchestrated by you, was it not? Some matters cannot simply be rectified by proclaiming a turn to righteousness. She has taken lives, and this cannot be easily overlooked. The serpent woman seemed to recall an incident. Ah, indeed, it came back to her. However, at that moment, I was too eager to indulge. Seeking Yao should have merely resulted in their petrification. If you had not buried or shattered them, I would still be able to reverse the petrification even now. It has only been a little over a day, and I would not starve. Chen Mai fell silent for a moment, then retrieved his phone from his pocket and hastily called the personnel responsible for the follow-up. 2 minutes later, he ended the call and addressed the serpent woman. They will deliver the individuals to the office later. I must trouble you to accompany us back to reverse the petrification. Oh, it's a trivial matter. Perhaps I should call Han Shaoyun to come out. I am quite hungry after all this walking. Suddenly, both Chen Mai and Jing Yao's gazes fell upon the serpent woman, and Jing Yao patted her shoulder with an expression that spoke volumes. In truth, it would have been preferable to mention such matters sooner. What do you mean? It seems as if both of you have just remembered. Chapter 39. Siege the Serpent Woman. With her mischievous demeanor, summoned Han Shaoyun with a phone call, imperiously instructing him to assemble at a designated location. This spot had been meticulously chosen by Chen Mai, a place sparse in population and open in expanse, ensuring that any ensuing conflict would minimize casualties and damages. All parties have been notified to converge at this site. Although Han Shaoyun found himself perplexed by the serpent woman's enigmatic intentions, the sole contract of murmured promises bound him to comply with the commands of these divine agents. Upon his arrival, he found no trace of the serpent woman. The surroundings were desolate and silent, leading him to question whether she had conjured this gathering from mere whim. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light pierced through, rendering his eyes nearly unable to open, and in the next instant, a circle of people surrounded him. Han Shaoyun thought to himself, had he been summoned only to be encircled by the Night Watchers? Yet, he recalled that it was indeed the serpent woman who had called him, and her tone had seemed appropriate. So what was amiss? He scanned the area with vigilance, noting that the entirety of Team 136 had assembled, alongside the dual divine agents, the young master of the Bailey family, and what appeared to be the new recruits of the Night Watchers. But he did not see Jing Yao among them. At that moment, Jing Yao and the serpent woman lingered at the rear of the crowd, the serpent woman gesturing towards Han Shaoyun and exclaiming, "See, I told you he possesses a certain charm." Jing Yao nodded in agreement, indeed acknowledging that there was a certain allure, a blend of vulnerability and strength that suggested he could withstand torment until the very end, eyes brimming with unshed tears. The serpent woman extended her long tongue to caress her crimson lips, a glimmer of excitement dancing in her eyes. "Ah, you truly are my kindred spirit, so perceptive." The two of them whispered amongst themselves, their words inaudible to others, yet it felt as though their conversation bore an undercurrent of mischief. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, glancing back intermittently, contemplating how to extricate this serpent woman from the scene, sensing that she was leading Jing Yao astray. Han Shaoyun found it perplexing that only Night Watchers were present. He decided to cast aside his thoughts, as there was little of merit to ponder. Perhaps it would be best if he met his end here. The murmured command urged him to eliminate Lin Qiye and capture Jing Yao. His sole task was to slay Lin Qiye. A flicker of sorrow crossed his desolate gaze, only to be deeply concealed again. Chen Mai and the others, having been privy to Han Shaoyun's motivations for joining the ancient god cult, felt only pity for his plight. They had no intention of questioning him. Their sole objective was to rescue Han Shaoyun from the abyss in which he found himself ensnared. Han Shaoyun felt he had little to say to the Night Watchers. Ultimately, he believed himself unworthy of their discourse. "Let me witness your strength," he declared, raising his spear against the howling cold wind. This sensation felt reminiscent of Jing Yao's prowess. Jing Yao suddenly looked up, exclaiming, "Oh, is a fight about to break out? What a predicament!" His voice was drowned out by the howling wind. The formidable strength of the sea realm was beyond the capacity of mere novices like them, who had just ascended from the lamp realm to the small pool realm. The serpent woman dragged Jing Yao to the side. "Oh dear, you fool. Under the soul contract of murmurs. Even if you claim to have a solution for his soul contract, he cannot be stopped unless you are prepared to fully control him." Shun Mai and the others heard the serpent woman's words and simultaneously charged towards Han Shaoyun. As they departed, Jing Yao and the serpent woman became visible. Han Shaoyun's mind momentarily froze. He could not discern whether the serpent woman had defected to the Night Watchers or if she had always been a spy sent by them to the ancient god society. However, considering her usual demeanor, he leaned towards the notion that she had indeed betrayed them. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt a laugh bubbling within him. Perhaps it was for the best, though he might never escape that place alive. Though Han Shaoyun's forbidden ruins were a tempestuous disaster, he did not rely solely on them for action. As a former captain of the Night Watchers in Gus's city, his close combat skills were remarkably proficient. Yet, one could not overlook Han Shaoyun's sea realm prowess, which rendered him nearly overwhelming among those of the highest river realm. Wow, is this guy a bit too difficult to control? Jing Yao retrieved the whispering bell from his space, but hesitated to use it himself. Instead, he tossed it to Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan, who he knew to be a former member of the elite Blue Rain team, undoubtedly possessing greater mental strength than his own meager small pool realm. Wen Shima's forbidden ruins were also of the mental variety. But in comparison to the whispering bell's forced disorientation for 2 seconds, they lacked such convenience. However, given Han Shaoyun's experience, combining the two might prove advantageous. He swiftly conferred with the members of Team 136 to devise a battle strategy. As the whispering bell chimed, forcing a momentary disorientation, Han Shaoyun hovered in midair for 2 seconds. Had he not noticed Jing Yao handing the artifact to Wu Xiangnan, he would have been caught off guard, sustaining some injuries from their assault. Yet the wind was the easiest element to manage in Shen Mai's eyes. Who among them had not been swept by Jing Yao's gusts? Amidst the fierce and unrestrained chill, they quickly adjusted their positions. Suddenly, an idea struck Jing Yao. He brandished his fan, and the previously rampant cold wind began to lose control. The sole inscription of the wind step was, "Control the wind." Thus, what difference did it make whose wind it was? All winds were subject to his command. As Han Shaoyun felt the subtly uncontrollable forbidden ruins, he broke free from Wen Shima's domain and cast his gaze towards Jing Yao. A profound sense of crisis sent chills down Jing Yao's spine. The serpent woman's forbidden ruins had unexpectedly unfolded, allowing her to teleport away with Jing Yao through the serpent's eye on the ground. "You nearly scared me to death," the serpent woman exclaimed, patting her well-endowed chest. In that instant, both sensed the looming threat of death. After escaping this peril, she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. "This, I don't want it anymore. You take it. Can you not aspire to greater things? Don't you find this exhilarating?" In that fleeting moment, Jing Yao was momentarily paralyzed by the imminent threat of death, his mind rendered blank. For the first time since arriving in this world, he acutely sensed that death loomed just a mere centimeter away. Had the serpent woman's actions been delayed by even half a second, both she and Jing Yao would have had to restart, though in his case, it was unlikely. However, it seemed that the serpent woman beside him would indeed be required to begin anew. He realized he could not afford to underestimate this world. It was far more perilous than he had previously imagined. Shen Mai was equally unprepared for Han Shaoyun's direct approach towards Jing Yao. Fortunately, the serpent woman had acted swiftly. Yet, it left him pondering what exactly Jing Yao had done to capture Han Shaoyun's attention. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu's expression was one of profound distress. He snapped his fingers, unleashing a series of explosive bursts around Han Shaoyun, swiftly depleting the air in his vicinity. In that instant, Shen Qingzhu's desire to eliminate Han Shaoyun reached its zenith. Chapter 40. Do you wish to live? Once more, I must reiterate that Brother Yao is indeed a wretched recipient of fate, utterly despicable. Han Shaoyun brandished his spear, forcefully shattering the wall of air that had coalesced before him. The disparity in strength between him and Shen Qingzhu was insurmountable. Even the thought of ensnaring him and draining the air around him was utterly futile. Primarily, he discerned that those before him harbored no intention of ending his life. A bitter smile graced his lips. Indeed, for one as guilty as he, even the liberation of death felt like an extravagant luxury. Yet what could he do? The soul contract had fundamentally altered not just his existence, but also his very thoughts. Were it not for the haunting images of his teammates' tragic fates replaying incessantly in his mind, he feared he would have descended into utter depravity, much like the other devotees of the ancient god church, reduced to mere pawns. Suddenly, his countenance turned pale. A visceral pain emanating from the depths of his soul, an agonizing resistance to the soul contract. He swung his spear, unleashing the cataclysmic gale and a towering tornado, imbued with a terrifying intent to kill, swiftly unfurled across the desolate ground. Shaoyun enveloped the others in a protective veil, ensuring they would not be swept away by this tempest capable of annihilating an entire city. My word, Jing Yao gazed at the tornado as it expanded, extending his hand and manipulating the wind to momentarily halt its encroachment. Han Shaoyun, at the eye of the storm, regarded Jing Yao with a calm demeanor, murmuring softly, "Still too weak. If only I were stronger, I could fully control it." At that moment, Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers towards the sky, and the raging winds fell eerily silent. In an instant, Chen Mai and his companions launched an assault on Han Shaoyun. This, indeed, was the future of the Night Watchers. Asligtsmilaparing or Kanshuyun's leaps. How delightful! Soon enough, they would simply end his life. Gradually, he lessened the intensity of his defenses, ultimately relinquishing himself entirely. He collapsed amidst the ruins, gazing up at the night sky. Shen Qingzhu drew forth the star blade, his intent to slay Han Shaoyun unmistakable. Jing Yao approached and placed a hand upon his shoulder. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, questioning, "You wish to save him? Huh, he nearly killed you just now." Jing Yao shrugged. "He cannot harm me. Besides, is it not all well now? Your safety does not erase the fact that he nearly took your life," Shen Qingzhu retorted, his grip on the blade tightening. Veins bulging as barely restrained fury colored his voice. Jing Yao regarded him quizzically. "I told you I am fine. Truly, I am unharmed. Do not be angry." He pinched Shen Qingzhu's cheek playfully before moving towards Han Shaoyun, where Chen Mai was already engaged in conversation with him. Yet, it was evident that Han Shaoyun lacked any enthusiasm for the dialogue. Jing Yao crouched beside Han Shaoyun, with the serpent woman timidly trailing behind him. "Do you wish to live?" he inquired. Han Shaoyun remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed his lack of desire for life. Jing Yao pressed on. "Do you not yearn to obliterate the ancient god church and avenge your comrades?" Han Shaoyun closed his eyes, adopting a posture that conveyed resignation to his fate, an acceptance of his impending demise. The serpent woman tugged at Jing Yao's sleeve, reminding him that the soul contract still persisted. What did he expect her to say? Indeed. Jing Yao withdrew a lollipop from the spatial realm, the very same with an unusual flavor. Though he had toiled for quite some time to create a blind box with an unpredictable taste, this particular lollipop remained unfinished. No need to waste it. Without hesitation, he forcefully thrust it into Han Shaoyun's mouth, causing him to snap his eyes open. Was it truly necessary to torment him before death? Was this brat so vengeful? Even faster than Han Shaoyun could spit it out, Jing Yao covered his mouth. This lollipop was unlike any on the market. It melted in the mouth. Han Shaoyun felt his stomach churn. He realized he was no longer inclined to relent. He could still fight. Jing Yao shook his head a couple of times, and the melting lollipop was swallowed whole. He sensed his body beginning to recover, yet a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Why save him? But in the next moment, he noticed that the murmured soul contract seemed to vanish from his being. It appeared to be effective, after all. Jing Yao gazed at Han Shaoyun, inquiring about his current sentiments. Was he not thrilled? Had he finally freed himself from the shackles of the soul contract? Would he not express his gratitude to the young master? Han Shaoyun could hardly muster the energy to move. He gazed at the sky, his voice laden with confusion and disbelief. Why save me? Huh? He truly did not anticipate Han Shaoyun's fervent desire for death. He had assumed that resolving the soul contract would bring tears of joy and an expression of gratitude. I have killed many, slain countless night watchmen. Why do I still live? By what right do I persist? A desolate expression graced Han Shaoyun's face, his hands stained with the blood of the night watchman. What did it matter if the murmured soul contract had vanished? He could never return. He had long since died. On the day his comrades threatened him to join the ancient god cult. From that day forward, each moment he lived was akin to a walking corpse. In an instant, Jing Yao grasped his thoughts. Truly, it was unacceptable for him, a lecherous old man, to witness a beauty he had not even obtained perish before his eyes. He earnestly advised, "But you have yet to avenge your comrades. Do you not wish to obliterate the ancient god cult? Will you simply allow yourself, drenched in the blood of the night watchman, to seek out your comrades? Do you truly feel no remorse? To perish like this, while the ancient god cult remains unscathed." Han Shaoyun's body stiffened. Indeed, he had accomplished nothing. How could he face the souls of his fallen comrades? For reasons unknown, it seemed that ever since acquiring that miniature world simulator, Jing Yao had developed a certain perception of souls, a vague awareness. He sensed that at the moment Han Shaoyun's fighting spirit ignited, several faint soul entities appeared around him, enveloping him protectively. He produced the simulator and tapped it against Han Shaoyun's. A flicker of soft light emanated, and those faint soul entities were drawn into the miniature world. On a brighter note, perhaps, they have always been safeguarding you. Han Shaoyun revealed a bitter smile. I must have disappointed them greatly. The crowd fell into silence, particularly Chen Mai, who, as a fellow captain, dare not contemplate what choices he might make should he find himself in a similar predicament. Yuan Gang arrived fashionably late, surveying the evidently tumultuous surroundings, before casting a glance at the group who appeared untouched by the chaos. Had he wandered into the wrong scene, or was the manner of his entrance amiss? Something about this situation felt distinctly amiss. Chen Mai took the initiative to rise and approached Yuan Gang to elucidate the circumstances at hand. Han Shaoyun turned his gaze toward Jing Yao, an expression of mild warmth in his eyes, suggesting that he could indeed manipulate the forbidden realm I had conjured. Jing Yao, scratching his chin with a fan, remarked, "So you can sense it. No wonder I wondered why I suddenly attracted such animosity." Han Shaoyun replied, "Why not see if you can feel it when someone starts to strip you?" Chapter 41. Conflict after discerning the relevant circumstances from Chen Mai. Yuan Gang turned to Han Shaoyun and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Han Shaoyun's eyes brimmed with animosity. "I wish to return to the ancient god church. Subsequently, I shall provide you with intelligence regarding their operations." Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before responding. "I must report to my superiors before deciding on your fate." Han Shaoyun had no objections, but expressed a desire for swift action, fearing that prolonged delays might lead to exposure by the murmurs of the wind. Turning his gaze toward the serpent woman, he asked, "And what shall be done about her?" It was then that Yuan Gang became aware of another presence behind Jing Yao, an individual whose demeanor suggested a lack of propriety. Noticing Yuan Gang's attention, the serpent woman peered out from behind Jing Yao. Who might this be? Yuan Gong inquired. The serpent woman of the ancient god church, the agent of Medusa, Chen Mai explained. She has expressed a desire to join the Night Watchers. Yuan Gang was taken aback. What transpired during the night to yield such abstract developments? Chen Mai began to murmur further explanations into Yuan Gang's ear. Upon listening, Yuan Gang realized he had underestimated Jing Yao's capacity for intrigue. Nevertheless, the proposal from a divine agent to join the Night Watchers was one they could not dismiss. Albeit a preliminary evaluation was in order. He addressed the serpent woman. "Tomorrow, we shall require your cooperation for a brief assessment." "What sort of assessment?" "You won't harm me, will you? What if you mar my exquisite visage?" The serpent woman's brow furrowed in mild reluctance. "Fear not. It is merely a matter of asking you a few questions with the truth ring," Jing Yao clarified on her behalf. Yuan Gong hesitated. He had not intended to disclose their intentions to the serpent woman, concerned she might devise a means to circumvent the truth ring. Yet, Jing Yao had revealed it outright. The serpent woman's face flushed crimson, her hands fidgeting before her. Those should not involve any personal inquiries. Mind you, Yuan Gang felt he was beginning to understand how Jing Yao had managed to sway the agent of Medusa. Swiftly, Yuan Gang submitted a request to his superiors, and after thorough consideration, they acquiesced to Han Shaoyun's demand. Subsequently, At Han Shaoyun's insistence, Yuan Gang engaged him in combat, resulting in Han Shaoyun sustaining grave injuries and making a hasty retreat. As he departed, Jing Yao handed him a lollipop with a distinctly unpleasant flavor. Han Shaoyun was somewhat disenchanted. He had not truly desired it. Regarding the serpent woman, there was no immediate urgency. However, given her decision to align with the Night Watchers, Han Shaoyun reported that she was slain by Lin Qiye and Jing Yao while attempting to intercept Lin Qiye. After addressing these matters, the serpent woman was escorted back to the office by Chun Mai. Below the office, the individuals petrified by the serpent woman's powers were already brought to this location. With a graceful wave of her hand, the serpent woman lifted the petrification. However, as they had been in a stony state for nearly 2 days, they emerged from their ordeal in poor condition. Once all matters were resolved, the group convened for a late-night meal. Ultimately, the serpent woman was entrusted to Hong Ying for her return, as it was somewhat inconvenient for the men to accompany her. On the way back, Shen Qingzhu remained unusually silent. What's wrong? It seems you haven't spoken much since earlier. Despite being his current boyfriend, Jing Yao couldn't help but notice. We'll talk about it when we get back. Shen Qingzhu appeared calm, yet Jing Yao felt an inexplicable sense of unease within him. Reflecting on the day's events, it seemed nothing significant had occurred, but still, something felt amiss. Jing Yao reached out and grasped Shen Qingzhu's hand. I feel like you might be upset. Is it about what happened earlier? I'm fine, see? Jing Yao twirled Shen Qingzhu's hand before leaning on his shoulder, while their 3 companions discreetly distanced themselves. We'll discuss it later. Shen Qingzhu pressed down on Jing Yao's shoulder, his tone somewhat rigid. All right. Jing Yao held Shen Qingzhu's hand, and the two walked in silence. This was the first disagreement they had experienced since being together. Although Shen Qingzhu often appeared headstrong, he was, in fact, quite easygoing, and it was Jing Yao's first time witnessing him this angry. What is the matter? Problems need to be voiced to be resolved, right? Jing Yao rested his head on Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, attempting to charm his way through the tension. Shen Qingzhu felt a bit bewildered. Earlier, anger and helplessness had nearly overwhelmed his mind. He had exerted considerable effort to restrain his impulse to confront Jing Yao at that moment. Why did you rescue Han Shaoyun today? Jing Yao frowned, standing up to face Shen Qingzhu, clearly puzzled by the question. Why save someone needed an explanation? Shen Qingzhu pressed his finger against Jing Yao's brow. Your eyes shine brightly whenever you see something you like. That person must be quite to your taste, right? Jing Yao tapped his fingers on the table, realization dawning on him. So that's what this is about. He shrugged, admitting, she's indeed to my liking. But Shen Qingzhu, didn't you already know what kind of person I am? You can really say that? Shen Qingzhu was almost amused, his hand falling limply from Jing Yao's neck before turning to leave, muttering to himself about his own foolishness. The door slammed shut with a thud, and Jing Yao moved to the window, watching Shen Qingzhu's retreating figure, followed closely by Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it against his lips. It had been a while since he last smoked, as Shen Qingzhu disapproved. Ruffling his slightly long hair, he murmured, That's why I said, I don't like those younger than me. This issue was not new. It had always existed, but Shen Qingzhu had chosen to avoid it. However, avoidance did not equate to disappearance. Jing Yao had never concealed his true nature, nor did he feel compelled to change for anyone. He was even somewhat reluctant to engage in deceit. Running around late at night could indeed be troublesome. He stood by the window for a long time, until the cigarette burned down to the end. He extinguished it on the windowsill and casually grabbed a coat before stepping out. There are only a few hotels in the vicinity. Considering that Shen Qingzhu is accompanied by Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, it is unlikely they will venture far. Moreover, with limited funds at their disposal, they would not opt for an expensive accommodation. Jing Yao skillfully pinpointed a modest inn. He approached the front desk and gently knocked, inquiring if 4 individuals had recently checked in. The receptionist's eyes sparkled upon seeing him, just as she was about to respond. She remembered the importance of customer confidentiality and quickly closed her mouth. Please help me out. My boyfriend and I had a quarrel, and he stormed out. If I don't manage to appease him soon, our relationship may come to an end. Jing Yao's enchanting fox-like eyes glimmered with mischief. his every smile and frown imbued with charm. The receptionist, feeling her heart race, thought to herself, my boyfriend. Among the four who just arrived, the one leading the group was indeed handsome and appeared quite agitated. It was imperative to soothe him properly. She confirmed, yes, for individuals did check in a room. Number 309. Thank you. Chapter 42, Reconciliation. Shen Qingzhu was indeed quite upset. Although he claimed that Jing Yao was blind, he could not deny Jing Yao's merits. Jing Yao was handsome and gentle, and apart from matters of the heart, he possessed a remarkable sensitivity, always able to perceive others' negative emotions and offer subtle comfort. He could also discern the difficulties faced by others and extend assistance in a way that spared them embarrassment. Jing Yao was a person deserving of love. However, it was undeniable that those who fell in love with him might ultimately regret it. The affection one harbored for him could never penetrate his heart. He was never lacking in love from others. What he truly sought was a toy that matched his preferences, rather than a long-term companion. Toys could be acquired at any time, and as the collection of toys grew, the first one would inevitably become obsolete. Shen Qingzhu nestled in his chair, repeatedly turning his phone on and off. Deng Wei and the others dared not utter a word, shrinking back into the sofa. Brother Shen, why don't you get some rest? Deng Wei suggested softly, fearful that a raised voice might disturb Shen Qingzhu's mood. You all should sleep. There's no need to worry about me. That won't do. If you don't sleep, I won't sleep either. I'll keep you company. Deng Wei immediately replied, with Li Jia and Li Liang echoing, we'll stay with you, Brother Shen. If I say you should sleep, then you should sleep. Before Shen Qingzhu could finish his sentence, a knock on the door interrupted. Deng Wei pointed towards the door, swiftly standing up. Brother Shen, I'll go answer it. Upon seeing Jing Yao at the door, Deng Wei let out a sigh of relief, though he was unaware of the cause of their quarrel. An angry Shen Qingzhu could be terrifying. He was even cautious about his own breathing. Yeah. You're here. Deng Wei raised his voice slightly, anxious that Shen Qingzhu might not hear. Jing Yao smiled and nodded at him. I'm here to see Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu stood up from his chair, his face still somewhat clouded by lingering anger, so it was not particularly pleasant to behold. Jing Yao pulled out a stack of paper and a pen from his bag, handing them to Deng Wei. Could you three please go book another room? I have matters to discuss with your brother Shen, if that's all right. Deng Wei glanced at Shen Qingzhu before discreetly making his exit with Li Jia and Li Liang. While the boss might be intimidating, it was the sister-in-law who was truly formidable. If the boss was enraged, only one person would be subjected to his wrath. But if the sister-in-law were to become angry, it would be a formidable duo. Jing Yao watched them leave and then closed the door behind him. He approached the bed and sat down, crossing his legs and setting his coat aside as he looked at Shen Qingzhu. Running out in the middle of the night like this is concerning. I'm not a child, Shen Qingzhu retorted, turning his head away. He did not wish to see Jing Yao, nor did he want to converse with him. The mere presence of this person made him weak, his heart racing uncontrollably in that fleeting moment. Truly unfair. Jing Yao nodded, acknowledging the truth in Shen Qingzhu's words. Yet he continued, but I still worry. Is that why you've come? To tell me such things? Shen Qingzhu's face bore a hint of mockery. How calm Jing Yao appeared, serene to the point of resembling a child who, after a trivial quarrel, caused a ruckus and stormed out of the house. Of course not. Jing Yao chuckled lightly, fearing that you might overthink things. I came to express that this is my issue. You need not be angry or upset. It's quite audacious of you to articulate your problems so confidently, Shen Qingzhu remarked sarcastically. Jing Yao nodded with a sense of inevitability. Indeed. I thought you had long been aware of this. I fail to understand your fixation on such ethereal emotions. Have we not been together all this time? Even with others in the picture, our bond remains unchanged. We will always be together. That insistence on a relationship and feelings exclusive to each other, I find it rather superfluous. He approached Shen Qingzhu, resting his chin on his leg. Isn't it better to keep things uncomplicated? Of course, I do not intend to dismiss your feelings. I merely perceive it as somewhat excessive. Shen Qingzhu covered Jing Yao's face with his hand, fully aware. He had always known that Jing Yao could not grasp that kind of emotion. He merely acted according to his own whims. Understanding did not preclude the possibility of anger. He could not help but feel a stirring for this person. However, Jing Yao, shouldn't there be some form of consequence? He withdrew his hand, gripping Jing Yao's face. As you wish. Shen Qingzhu pulled Jing Yao to the edge of the bed and pressed him down. Shall we find another place? I can hardly bear to contemplate the hygiene of this modest inn. Right here is fine. I can't be bothered to move, Shen Qingzhu replied, his expression unchanging, even somewhat resolute. Very well. Jing Yao sat up and removed his coat, as you prefer. Their familiarity rendered this encounter more akin to a release. Jing Yao understood Shen Qingzhu's anger, so he endured the pain. Shen Qingzhu pried apart Jing Yao's lower lip, which was nearly bleeding from his bites. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? I won't be angry, Jing Yao quipped, pinching Shen Qingzhu's face. No matter what you do, I will never be upset with you. Shen Qingzhu buried his head in Jing Yao's neck, his voice muffled. Let us go home. Indeed, still such a child, Jing Yao mused. After reconciling, he and Shen Qingzhu brought relief to Deng Wei and the others. Thankfully, there had been no quarrel, lest Lin Qiye seize an opportunity. After breakfast, Shen Qingzhu and Jing Yao headed to the office, leaving Deng Wei and the others free to enjoy their day. Upon encountering the snake woman at the office, Jing Yao nearly failed to recognize her. She seemed to be wearing Hong Ying's attire, donning a bright red sweatshirt over a cotton jacket, a black miniskirt paired with nude leggings, and fluffy cat slippers that appeared to be new. Her face bore no makeup, casually sitting at the office entrance, munching on sunflower seeds while listening to two elderly ladies bicker. Upon seeing Jing Yao approach, the snake woman eagerly waved, "Come here, come here." She handed Jing Yao a handful of melon seeds, then pulled over a chair to place it beside her, leaning in to whisper in Jing Yao's ear. Now it's said that their partners have both been unfaithful to the same woman, and that woman's husband confronted them, resulting in a confrontation between the two partners. They both insist that it was the other who revealed the affair, which led to the husband discovering the truth. Subsequently, both partners ended up in a physical altercation, only to discover that each other's partners were once their first loves. Wait a moment. Jing Yao pondered this convoluted tale, wondering what purpose it served. The woman, after cracking a seed, continued, they don't want a divorce for fear of worrying their children. They're contemplating simply switching partners and came to seek advice on whether that is permissible. Jing Yao responded with her unique perspective. If you ask me, I would suggest that everyone live harmoniously together. You all really are quite aloof. It makes me laugh. I'm not particularly concerned whether you engage in conversation or not, nor do I care about any advertisements you may show me or your ratings. I'm utterly indifferent to it all. Sob, sob, sob. Chapter 43. Daily Life. Shen Qingzhu grasped Jing Yao by the collar and forcefully yanked him from his seat. Though the incident had passed, and I had acquiesced, it did not imply that I could accept Jing Yao. Shen Qingzhu's voice was laced with a hint of frustration, and Jing Yao recoiled, appearing pitiful and helpless. The snake woman spat out the shell of a sunflower seed, rolled her eyes at the two, and then sashayed away, her slender waist obscured by a bulky winter coat. What a display so early in the morning. Did they not notice the room filled with single individuals? How rude. For the time being, the matter came to a halt as everyone gathered around the snake woman, who had a hastily delivered ring before her. Let be known, no personal questions are allowed. The snake woman donned the ring and raised her hand to admire it, but finding it unsatisfactory, she lowered it again. Go ahead and ask, she said. Yuan Gang stood before her and inquired, why did you choose to join the Night Watchers? Because there are many handsome men here. She winked at Jing Yao. Be sure to introduce me to some charming fellows. Jing Yao nodded, of course, certainly. Yuan Gong. Next question. Was your joining the Night Watchers orchestrated by the ancient God Church? Do they really think they can command me to go undercover? Dream on. Yuan Gong. Gradually, he posed a series of probing inquiries. Just as the snake woman began to show signs of impatience, Yuan Gang finally ceased his questioning. Contemplating the recorded responses, Yuan Gang fell into silence. Firstly, it seemed the snake woman had willingly joined the Night Watchers, although the precise motivation remained unclear. He found himself pondering whether there truly were numerous handsome men among their ranks. Secondly, It appeared that the representative of Medusa lacked considerable intellect. Lastly, she and Jing Yao could not be placed together. Well, that concludes my questions. I shall take my leave now. May you all enjoy the new year, Yuan Gang said, putting away his paper and pen. Just as he was about to retrieve the truth ring, Jing Yao suddenly spoke up. Snake woman, what type of man do you prefer? The snake woman instinctively replied, broad-chested, someone who can make me cry from laughter, with abs, 185 centimeters tall, great stamina, and handsome. Oh dear, how could you ask such a question? How embarrassing. The snake woman blushed and covered her face, while all eyes in the room fell upon Jing Yao. Jing Yao, unabashed, responded, what are you looking at? How can I introduce you properly if I don't clarify? I'm a man of my word. The snake woman gazed at Jing Yao with sparkling eyes. Oh my Yao, you are truly my beloved. I'm utterly smitten. She playfully dashed over to him and whispered rapidly in his ear, introduce me to several. I can handle it. Jing Yao discreetly signaled her with an okay gesture. The crowd pondered. Is it possible that the room is quite small and their hearing is exceptionally acute? Yuan Gang hastily gathered his belongings, more resolute than ever in his belief that Jing Yao and the snake woman should not be allowed to interact. Hey, Instructor Yuan, aren't we having a meal together? Jing Yao called out, watching Yuan Gang retreating in haste, unable to suppress a playful gesture. Only the distant sound of Yuan Gang remained, fading away. What comes next? Jing Yao glanced at the others. The snake woman clung to Jing Yao's arm. Take me to buy some clothes. All right, but do not rush over such trivial matters just yet. Shen Qingzhu pushed the snake woman aside and pulled Jing Yao into her embrace. Lin Qiye, with his hands in his pockets, looked elsewhere. I need to make a trip back to my aunt's house. Is there truly no one who wishes to accompany me for a foot massage? Li Qiye inquired, and aside from Chao Yuan showing a flicker of interest, the others merely gazed at him with lifeless eyes. Jing Yao, unhurried and somewhat mischievous, remarked, I wonder where Li is playing. Perhaps we might encounter her while shopping. Li Qiye abruptly knelt down, wrapping his arms around Jing Yao's leg. No, Yao Ge, I meant a genuine foot massage. Moreover, aren't you from Songnan too? Don't you have those places there? My dear chicken, Jing Yao spread his hands. I'm not actually from Songnan. Did you not come here with Qiye? Li Qiye rose from the ground, brushing off his clothes while expressing his confusion. When Shima patted his shoulder, that is indeed not the case. Jing Yao hails from Shanjing. Although the information on Jing Yao was scant, there was still enough to glean some details. He has never mentioned it before. It is of no consequence. I am but a solitary wanderer. Wherever I settle is where I am from. Jing Yao appeared indifferent. Shall we go shopping, everyone? Today, young Master Jing is in a good mood and will cover all expenses. Really? Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she took out her phone. Yao Yao, what do you think of this outfit? Jing Yao surveyed the outfit that was clearly mismatched with Hong Ying's style. Is this meant for me to wear? You are so clever, Yao Yao. What are you wearing? Li Qiye curiously leaned in to see. Wow, a woman's outfit? What woman's outfit? Chao Yuan's eyes brightened. Whose is it? It's Yao Ji's. Chao Yuan immediately sank into disappointment. I thought it was for Qiye. Lin Qiye, with a dark expression, declared. I could never wear women's clothing. The snake woman also leaned in to sneak a peek. I think Yao would look quite good in it. But would he be willing to wear it? It's not the first time after all. Let's go. I custom ordered it at high price. Just waiting for your return. Hong Ying wore a rather odd expression, while Jing Yao looked at her with disdain. You should cultivate some normal interests and hobbies. How serious? Hong Ying retorted. If it's so serious, why don't you wear it? I have no choice. You wear it better than I do. Hong Ying asserted with confidence. Jing Yao stroked his chin. Woman, you have successfully pleased me. Truly, his exquisite beauty was unparalleled. Very well, as it is the new year, I shall begrudgingly fulfill this wish of yours. Hooray! Shaonan, hurry! Hong Ying and Si Shaonan swiftly emerged from beneath Chun Mai's desk, rummaging through a pile of items, then excitedly dragged Jing Yao out. Lin Qiye exchanged glances with the others, then, feigning busyness, followed suit. However, Sister Hong Ying remarked that it was not the first time for Brother Yao to don women's attire. Qiye, have you seen it? Li Qiye inquired curiously, occasionally glancing toward Shen Qingzhu. Lin Qiye offered a faint smile. affirming that he indeed had seen it and found it quite appealing. Oomph. Shen Qingzhu turned her gaze away, feigning indifference, yet feeling quite vexed internally. It was merely a matter of being coerced by Hong Ying and Si Shaoyun into wearing women's clothing, and Lin Qiye happened to be present at that moment. Perhaps it would also be acceptable to have him wear it privately for her later? Chapter 44. Return. The 4-day holiday swiftly passed, and as he observed the bus arriving to take them back to the academy, Jing Yao experienced an overwhelming sensation as if he were returning to school before even having begun his vacation. Nestled in Shen Qingzhu's embrace, he couldn't help but whine. I don't want to go back to school. I don't want to go back. Well, we're going to serve as night watchman. Shen Qingzhu replied with a hint of amusement, gently ruffling his hair. Your hair seems quite long. Are you not planning to cut it? Or are you considering growing it out? Actually, I've been thinking about letting it grow, Jing Yao admitted as he fumbled for a hairpin, attempting to twist his hair into a small bun. However, his skills were rather lacking, and he failed several times. Glancing at Shen Qingzhu, he sighed, forget it. You can't help me. Qi, could you assist me with my hair? Lin Qiye accepted the hairpin and deftly wove his fingers through Jing Yao's locks, gathering his hair and wrapping it around the pin before securing it in place. Jing Yao shook his head slightly, pleased to find it quite secure. Lin Qiye's perceptive awareness was always active, and he curiously glanced at Shen Qingzhu, noting that unlike previous times when any contact between him and Jing Yao would have prompted Shen Qingzhu to pull Jing Yao away, he now simply sat peeling an orange, visibly displeased yet restrained from further reaction. What had transpired between these two? Be cautious on the bus. The road is uneven, and you might fall, Shen Qingzhu cautioned. I'm not a child, Jing Yao muttered, stroking his bun, yet he obediently returned to sit beside Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu handed him the peeled orange, saying in an ambiguous tone, stay composed. Taking the orange, Jing Yao sighed dramatically, stuffing it into his mouth. I can't stay composed. I just want to go home, lie in bed, play games, read novels, and watch anime. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, he was ultimately dragged back to the training camp. After 4 days away, the dormitory felt as though it had gathered a layer of dust. Shen Qingzhu fetched water and cleaned the inside and outside of the dormitory, changing the sheets and comforters before taking them for washing. Once he had finished, he scooped Jing Yao up, who had been engrossed in a comic, into his arms. The dormitory door swung open at the first knock, and Shen Qingzhu leaned his head against Jing Yao's shoulder, casting a somewhat provocative glance at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's expression faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. Are you going to eat? Let us eat, Jing Yao replied without lifting his head. Shen Qingzhu set Jing Yao down, then let us go eat. There is no training today. After our meal, we will gather for the award ceremony. Jing Yao toyed with a Starfire medal in his hand. In truth, it would have been entirely reasonable to award him a Starlight medal for his actions. But aside from initially assisting Lin Qiye in rescuing a bus full of people, his achievements were not something he could openly discuss. Even Yuan Gang had only reported them in private. In the midst of the battle against the ancient God Church, Jing Yao found himself lacking any noteworthy achievements. He was merely going through the motions, casting skills for assists without much concern. When facing Han Shaoyun, he nearly drew aggro that could have cost him dearly. As for recruiting the Serpent Woman and severing Han Shaoyun's soul contract, that was not something to be spoken of lightly. Even a whisper of it could provoke the Dream Weaver to take action against Jing Yao. Jing Yao toyed with the Starlight medal he had taken from Shen Qingzhu, pondering its significance. It's a soldier's honor, Shen Qingzhu remarked. If you like it, I shall give it to you. No, Jing Yao replied, returning the medal to her. With my capabilities, I will earn one for myself in due time. Shen Qingzhu tucked the medal back into her pocket. A soldier's medal is meant to be given to one's beloved. Yet, regrettably, it has been declined. After 6 months of rigorous physical training, they were about to transition into 6 months of theoretical study. Shen Qingzhu idly played with Jing Yao's hand to pass the time, struggling to absorb any theoretical knowledge. Jing Yao, on the other hand, was engrossed in watching an anime he had purchased from the system's marketplace, one he had never finished in his previous life. With Bluetooth earbuds in place, he was thoroughly entertained. Shen Qingzhu, sharing one earbud, soon grew tired from the constant need to look down at the subtitles. The anime was foreign to her, and she understood not a word. Nevertheless, the storyline was rather compelling. Had her neck not ached, she would have willingly watched longer alongside Jing Yao. Both were openly distracted, one on his phone, the other lost in thought, when suddenly the instructor at the podium spoke up. Jing Yao, what is the essence of mental power? Jing Yao blinked, quickly processing the answer in his mind. The essence of mental power refers to the supernatural force generated by conscious activity under specific circumstances. Instructor Gu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jing Yao, who seemed to be preoccupied with his phone during class, could respond so aptly. Clearing his throat, he affirmed, indeed, the essence of mental power is the supernatural force arising from conscious activity in particular situations. Jing Yao, you may take your seat. A secretive smile crept onto Jing Yao's lips. He had spent several nights with a hairpin in place, diligently mastering the theoretical material over the past 6 months, and he would not miss any opportunity to showcase his knowledge. At that moment, Lin Qiye raised his hand. Instructor, your knowledge is quite profound, is it not? Instructor Gu adjusted his glasses, replying, certainly, I am a professor at Hucking. Then, Instructor Gu, I would like to pose a question to you. Proceed. Do you believe this world is real? Lin Qiye spoke with an air of mystery, culminating in a thought-provoking inquiry. Have you considered that we are beings created by a higher dimension? Jing Yao, who had been engrossed in the anime, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be? Was this not a world where the protagonist awakens and ascends to dominate? He no longer firmly believed that this was a novel, as he discovered the ability to procure various literary works from his past life through the system. In his quest to uncover works related to this world, he employed numerous methods, yet encountered nothing, absolutely nothing. After 2 hours of existential doubt, he chose to surrender. Since answers eluded him, there was no need to linger in confusion. Instructor Gu, influenced by Lin Qiye's words, fell into contemplation, appearing somewhat entranced. Jing Yao sensed that Lin Qiye was not quite himself. Clearing his throat, as one who had traversed from another world, he felt entitled to express his opinion. Little Qiye, I believe you're mistaken. The reality of the world is contingent upon oneself. Can you truly deny that everything around you is a fabrication? Conversely, how do you validate your own existence? The moment you begin to question this, it affirms your reality. Thus, from the depths of your heart, can you dismiss everything surrounding you as an illusion? Jing Yao smiled. This inquiry bore little significance, for the reality of the world is ultimately independent of oneself. Even if it were a mere illusion, if it were beautiful, that would not matter, for I would perceive it as real. He turned to Lin Qiye, what do you think? Chapter 45. The mysterious incident at the training camp. Now, it was Lin Qiye's turn to fall into contemplation. However, Jing Yao casually mentioned something and then returned to his engrossing anime. The next class was scheduled outdoors, and Shen Qingzhu was noticeably more energetic. Jing Yao, on the other hand, preferred the indoors, as it allowed him to indulge in his anime uninterrupted. The instructors brought out several boxes, which, upon opening, revealed an array of wristbands. This will be your next course, one instructor announced. This device is called ACE, or you may also refer to it as an acrobatic detonator. It will continuously emit a stream of mental electricity to stimulate your muscles. While it poses no harm to your bodies, it will compel you to perform some rather astonishing movements. Now distribute them. Soon, these so-called acrobatic detonators were handed to each individual. Without a second thought, Jing Yao snapped one onto his wrist. He suddenly felt an odd electrical current coursing through him, prompting him to raise his hand as if to strike someone. Quick as lightning, Shen Qingzhu pulled him into his embrace, restraining his movements. Unique, aren't you? Slapping people? Shen Qingzhu remarked, his lips twitching. While others were executing somersaults, Jing Yao was attempting to slap someone. Had it not been for Shen Qingzhu's quick reflexes, that slap would have landed on his face. How many slaps had he practiced to develop such a reflex? Jing Yao mentally restrained his restless arm, contemplating that perhaps it was not solely about slapping. Perplexed, Shen Qingzhu observed as Jing Yao's hand began to tremble, and then, without warning, a resounding smack landed on his rear. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened. his face flushed crimson. "Jing Yao," he hissed, his voice low and laced with irritation. Firmly gripping Jing Yao's hand, he inhaled deeply. "Be good and don't run around." Jing Yao obediently nodded. Shen Qingzhu donned the ACE on his wrist, cautious due to the potential for the same erratic behavior that plagued Jing Yao. After a slight wriggle, he quickly regained control. He found a mental control not overly challenging. Tentatively releasing Jing Yao's hand, he immediately witnessed Jing Yao's hand once again rising towards a face. With lightning reflexes, Shen Qingzhu seized Jing Yao's hand. "Never mind. Let us just hold hands," he conceded. "This device will accompany you at all times. Whether you are eating, sleeping, or engaged in any activity, it must not be removed." With that, the instructor departed, leaving a playground full of chaotic antics. Tuming was vociferously making his way to the cafeteria, clearly demonstrating that even though his body was under control, his spirit remained unbridled. Lin Qiye glanced at Jing Yao, who was still holding his hand, and hurried to catch up with Tuming. While Lin Qiye had only one person to look after, Shen Qingzhu felt overwhelmed. Tasked with both restraining Jing Yao's hand and feeding his 3 eager younger brothers who were clamoring for food. Life's journey was indeed arduous and fraught with challenges. "Shen Manga, we need to eat too," Jing Yao chimed in, leaning against Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the hungry younger brothers before him. Shen Qingzhu chose to ignore him, replying curtly, "You can eat when we return." The sensation of having both hands restrained was utterly intolerable. Jing Yao managed to free one hand, propping on the table while observing Shen Qingzhu feed him. Once Shen Qingzhu finished feeding the 3 of them and turned around, he found Jing Yao nonchalantly supporting himself on the table. "Shen Qingzhu." Jing Yao waved his hand innocently, claiming he had gained control over it. A cold chuckle escaped Shen Qingzhu's lips. He suggested they return to eat instead. He had realized that Jing Yao had indeed regained control, yet who would willingly forego the chance to hold hands with his beloved wife. Upon returning to the dormitory, after Shen Qingzhu had fed Jing Yao a couple of bites, he suddenly heard Jing Yao exclaim, and his small hand began to wander aimlessly over Shen Qingzhu's body. "Brother Shen, I can't control my hand anymore. You won't blame me, will you?" "Of course not," Shen Qingzhu replied calmly. He had grown accustomed to Jing Yao's antics. He could tell when Jing Yao was about to pass gas just by the way he shifted. However, as Jing Yao's hand grew bolder, before Shen Qingzhu could no longer tolerate it, Jing Yao, with an air of indifference, withdrew his hand, declaring, "I'm full." Shen Qingzhu seized Jing Yao's hand and pushed him onto the bed, asserting, "I'm still hungry." The theory classes were unbearably dull. Jing Yao had managed to catch up on several lengthy anime series, prompting Shen Qingzhu, who usually accompanied him, to select genres that Jing Yao favored. Life felt rather monotonous. Jing Yao accumulated a collection of mystery blind boxes filled with lollipops and subsequently contacted Wang Mian. These blind boxes were custom-made, hence the price had tripled, and purchases were limited to one every 3 days. An item originally valued at 300,000 had transformed into a 900,000 custom blind box. He mused that even if the flavor turned out to be repugnant, at least he could buy it daily and at a lower cost. Most importantly, he was unaware of what flavor he would unearth from those blind boxes. Naturally, Wang Mian was insistent on acquiring the blind boxes and was willing to pay handsomely for them. Jing Yao had no objections, having realized that the more one spent, the higher the limit became within this extravagant system. While an ordinary person might fret over how to spend money in a reasonable and discreet manner, Jing Yao was devoid of such worries and spent with abandon. As days drifted by, one particular morning, Jing Yao was roused from slumber by Shen Qingzhu's gentle hand. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced out the window, noticing that the morning bell had yet to ring. "Why are you waking me up?" Shen Qingzhu checked the alarm clock on the table. It had indeed reached the designated wake-up time. "Perhaps the instructor has had a change of heart today and allowed us to wake naturally," Jing Yao suggested, attempting to roll over and resume his sleep. Such a splendid opportunity to avoid waking up at the instructor's behest was too good to pass up. Shen Qingzhu found himself momentarily at a loss, deciding to wash up and return later to coax Jing Yao awake. However, When he emerged, the entire building was eerily quiet. Shen Qingzhu sensed something amiss and hurried back to the dormitory, only to find Jing Yao still soundly asleep in bed, his demeanor unusually serene. As is customary at this hour, when the time to rise approaches, even if Jing Yao wished to indulge in slumber, he would not sleep soundly. Instead, he would toss and turn in bed, murmuring restlessly. He never slept so peacefully under such circumstances. Jing Yao, Jing Yao. Shen Qingzhu pinched Jing Yao's cheek. There was no response. Jing Yao. He applied a bit more pressure, yet even as red marks appeared on his face, Jing Yao remained in a deep slumber. A sense of unease crept into Shen Qingzhu's heart. What could have transpired in the mere span of brushing his teeth? He exited the dormitory, knocking on doors as he went, but only a few responded. The same was true for Deng Wei, Li Jia, Li Liang, and Jing Yao. Shen Qingzhu quickly pieced together the situation. The only possible explanation for this widespread occurrence was the emergence of something mysterious within the training camp. Chapter 46. The mysterious assault. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Qingzhu securely closed the door and placed a metallic object near the door and windows, ensuring that he would hear any disturbances should anything intrude. He then descended the stairs. At the corner of the staircase, he encountered Lin Qiye, who appeared visibly anxious, droplets of water still clinging to his face. Without delay, Lin Qiye inquired urgently, "Where is Jing Yao?" "He hasn't awakened," Shen Qingzhu replied, his expression darkening. "I had just roused him before washing up, yet upon my return, I could not awaken him at all." A fleeting thought crossed Lin Qiye's mind. "When did you call him?" Shen Qingzhu reflected briefly at 5:58. He claimed he didn't hear the alarm and didn't wish to rise. "I proceeded to wash up, and when I returned, it was just past 6. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. "I believe I understand now. When I arrived, I inquired, and those who had not risen before 6 experienced similar phenomena. Our immediate task is to identify and eliminate the mysterious entity responsible." Shen Qingzhu gazed out the window, noting that the training camp had descended into mystery. "What about the instructors?" "There are 2 possibilities." Lin Qiye raised 2 fingers. "Either the instructors have also encountered misfortune and are incapacitated, or this is a drill." I personally lean toward the latter. The entire training camp was unnaturally silent, without signs of disturbance. If an invasion had occurred, the strength of the instructors would certainly have produced some noise. Moreover, if someone had stealthily taken the instructors, it would be improbable that they would leave only a few mysteries to contend with us, especially with a specific time frame for awakening set against us. "I see." Shen Qingzhu nodded. "Then I must trouble you to trace the whereabouts of that mysterious entity, while I ensure this place remains secure." Meanwhile, Jing Yao, having lain quietly for some time, without Shen Qingzhu calling him or the wake-up signal sounding, found himself increasingly restless. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered his surroundings ensnared in a dense web of spider silk, each strand ensnaring souls. What is happening? He looked down, realizing he too was a spirit. Many others had begun to awaken, struggling in vain against their bonds. Jing Yao propped his chin in contemplation, but after 2 seconds, he abandoned his thoughts. This peculiar situation reminded him of his small world simulator, in which he had previously cast the individual clinging to Han Shaoyun into the miniature realm. He wondered how that individual was faring in the ancient god sect. He was rather fond of that strikingly handsome face and considered visiting him soon. From his spatial pocket, Jing Yao retrieved an item, and to the astonishment of those around him, he vanished into the web. He had not constructed anything within the simulator, leaving the entire small world enveloped in a white haze, with a few spirit forms present, likely weakened due to their prolonged demise. Jing Yao accessed the panel, observing the words repairing displayed behind the spirit forms. It seemed that extracting information about Han Shaoyun from them would be futile. After conducting some research on panel construction, Jing Yao casually selected options for the sky and the earth, randomly placing a few mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. He endeavored to build a house to his liking. After spending quite some time on it, he ultimately erected 2 towering walls and chose to abandon the project. Never mind, he thought, when the time comes, he could simply copy and paste the most aesthetically pleasing elements he encountered. Glancing at the clock, he realized an hour had passed, prompting him to hastily exit the small world simulator. Upon reopening his eyes, he was met with the anxious faces of Shen Qingzhu and Deng Wei, who looked at him with concern. As soon as they saw him awake, Shen Qingzhu pulled him into an embrace, questioning, "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to wake up?" "We've been awake for quite a while." Feeling embarrassed, Jing Yao rubbed his nose, thinking he couldn't possibly admit to indulging in a construction game. "I'm fine," he reassured, gently patting Shen Qingzhu's back. "I didn't mean to worry you." Shen Qingzhu held him tightly for several minutes before gradually relaxing. He had almost begun to doubt Lin Qiye's analysis. Had it not been for the instructor's arranged drill, and had the dreamer discovered that Han Shaoyun had broken the soul contract to eliminate Jing Yao, he would have pondered too much during that brief interlude. Jing Yao leaned against him, allowing the embrace, saying, "I'm not so easily harmed, so there is no need to worry excessively." Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu's expression shifted dramatically as he pondered. What if something truly did happen? If a calamity were to occur, regret would be the only option left. Despite the numerous restrictions placed upon Jing Yao, he remained merely at the pool level, and there were countless beings in this world capable of vanquishing someone at that stage with ease. Shen Qingzhu could not fathom Jing Yao's nonchalance. "I was just thinking, why is it that only you remained unconscious? I wondered if Han Shaoyun had exposed the dreamer to eliminate you." "Jing Yao, do you have any idea how worried I was?" Sorry. Deng Wei and the others quietly exited the dormitory, shutting the door behind them. "Oh dear, life is truly difficult. The boss and his partner have quarreled again." Jing Yao wrapped his arms around Shen Qingzhu's waist, saying, "Please don't be angry, all right? Then you ought to avoid placing yourself in such perilous situations." Shen Qingzhu replied, his tone somewhat harsh. He recalled how they could have sent Han Shaoyun to the fasting hall directly or aligned with his thoughts. His words trailed off, stifled. If Han Shaoyun were a true believer, he would unreservedly wish for his demise. Yet, as he stood now, he was merely a pitiful soul still embedded within the night watchman's infiltration. Despite his disdain, he could not utter a curse against him. Jing Yao, feeling somewhat helpless, tousled his hair and said, "Shen Qingzhu, I will take responsibility for my actions and will not place myself in irretrievable danger. I fear death, so you need not worry." Shen Qingzhu fell silent for a moment before standing up, muttering, "Do as you wish." In truth, their arguments were infrequent, with the two disputes stemming from Jing Yao's near mishaps. He understood Shen Qingzhu's concern, but, to be candid, the intensity of their relationship felt burdensome to him. He believed that maintaining a relationship as partners without excessive interference in each other's private lives was the most comfortable way for them to coexist. Perhaps the blame lies solely with him. He failed to clarify matters with Shen Qingzhu and allowed his behavior to go unchecked. He should find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with him. Jing Yao casually donned a jacket and rose to his feet, the outside world abuzz with commotion. He randomly approached a passerby and inquired, "What is happening?" The person glanced at Jing Yao, initially poised to utter a reprimand but refrained, explaining that a mysterious entity had attacked the training camp, having escaped after assaulting the boys' dormitory and claiming several lives. They were currently conducting a search, while Lin Qiye and his team had ventured to the girls' dormitory for rescue efforts. "Oh!" Jing Yao released the individual he had grasped, exasperatedly remarking on the absurdity of it all. He found it hard to believe that anyone had truly been killed. He sensed no trace of a soul. 520 Shen Qingzhu Special Edition irrelevant to the main text. Those who speak insincerely may transform into catgirls. It was meant to be a day of joy for couples, celebrating their love, yet the two had quarreled. Couples strolled hand in hand down the street, enjoying their dates, exchanging declarations of love. Such occurrences were entirely commonplace. Jing Yao carelessly draped his coat over his shoulder and lit a cigarette, the dense smoke wafting from his lips obscuring the furrow of his brow. His relationship with Shen Qingzhu had endured for several years, and, as he had persistently emphasized, their bond did not necessitate emotional entanglements. Nevertheless, on this special day, Shen Qingzhu expressed a desire for an exclusive relationship between them. How many times must such sentiments be reiterated? If it must be so, I believe it would be best to terminate our relationship. Jing Yao methodically finished dressing, adding, I hope you will contemplate this deeply. Shen Qingzhu gazed at him, a bittersweet taste lingering in his mouth. Just moments ago, they had been entwined, yet now they were severing ties. After all these years, he had yet to penetrate the depths of this person's heart. Could you not utter the words, I love you? Shen Qingzhu implored, looking upon Jing Yao's impassive visage. Surely, such disingenuous words would not be difficult for you to utter? A wave of irritation surged within Jing Yao. At that moment, he yearned for a cigarette. I do not enjoy deceit, Shen Qingzhu. There is no need to reside within a sweet illusion. With that, Jing Yao departed from the hotel, feeling overwhelmed. His encounters with Shen Qingzhu had dwindled, and he recognized that his demeanor instilled a profound sense of insecurity in Shen Qingzhu. Transforming one so proud and self-respecting into this state was entirely his fault. Yet, could all the blame rest upon his shoulders? He had repeatedly warned Shen Qingzhu that he was not a person of stability, and if Shen Qingzhu continued to stumble in his company, perhaps he ought to reflect upon his own choices. After finishing his cigarette, Jing Yao stood by the river, braving the cold wind for over an hour, still feeling perturbed. I did say that children are difficult to manage. Alas, he decided to appease him. After all, he had no intention of severing ties with Shen Qingzhu. If one day Shen Qingzhu chose to end things himself, he would accept it with grace. He perused the in-game purchase system and soon discovered a bouquet of roses radiating an exquisite luminescence in the shop. He mused that perhaps Shen Qingzhu merely desired a sense of ritual. After all, children are often fond of such things, especially on this day, the 520 festival. Cradling the flowers, Jing Yao returned to the hotel. Shen Qingzhu had just alighted from the elevator, his complexion somewhat pallid, burdened with a bag, and appeared ready to depart. Upon seeing Jing Yao return, his eyes momentarily brightened before he quickly averted his gaze, lowering his eyes. Don't tell me you've arranged another meeting at this hotel? Shen Qingzhu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, for he believed this was precisely the sort of thing Jing Yao would do. I'm not that callous. Jing Yao replied with a resigned smile, placing the red roses into Shen Qingzhu's embrace. These are for you. I hear they never wilt. How could flowers possibly not wither? Shen Qingzhu gazed down at the vibrant blooms, which were as striking as Jing Yao himself, bold and attention-grabbing, drawing one closer until they were utterly captivated. As he idly fiddled with the flowers, he suddenly noticed a small card affixed to the outer wrapping, inscribed with the words, Special flowers for Tsundere confessions. The person holding the flowers will transform into a catgirl if they utter words contrary to their true feelings. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow in perplexity, casting a peculiar glance at Jing Yao, who wore an unperturbed expression. Given his knowledge of Jing Yao, he was certain he would not purchase something so self-defeating, leading him to wonder if Jing Yao had unwittingly acquired yet another bizarre trinket. He felt torn between pitying Jing Yao's thoughtlessness and his curiosity about the flower's effect. Will you accompany me upstairs for a while longer? Shen Qingzhu suddenly proposed. Jing Yao, having no pressing matters, readily agreed, sure. Could you hold the flowers for a photograph? Shen Qingzhu requested. Jing Yao raised an eyebrow. All right. He settled on the edge of the bed, cradling the flowers and striking an attractive pose. Shen Qingzhu diligently captured several photographs, no matter the angle. Jing Yao was undeniably photogenic. As he focused intently on the image of Jing Yao, he unexpectedly declared, Jing Yao, I love you. Do you love me? Huh? Why bring this up again? Jing Yao sighed. Even if you ask countless times, my answer remains unchanged. I cannot love anyone. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the cat, ears sprouting from Jing Yao's head, his emotions in turmoil. Jing Yao was a deceitful feline at heart. The soft, furry sensation swept over his hand, prompting Jing Yao to glance back curiously, discovering a tail had inexplicably appeared behind him, swaying back and forth. What is this? Jing Yao questioned, perplexed as he grasped the tail, astonished to find that he could actually feel it, as if it had always belonged to him. Shen Qingzhu tucked away his phone and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, Did you not realize? The gift you bestowed upon me was chosen so carelessly that you failed to notice its true power. What power? Jing Yao was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed overlooked the purpose of the flower, being captivated solely by its beauty. Shen Qingzhu gazed at Jing Yao, her voice laced with a teasing tone, remarking that those who are insincere in their affections often end up transforming into catgirls. And the question I just posed to you was, Jing Yao, do you love me? In that instant, Jing Yao felt as though something within him had detonated. His expression stiffened, tinged with a hint of panic, and he almost immediately accessed the system panel to check the function of the bouquet he had just purchased. He opened his mouth. Did he love Shen Qingzhu? In truth, he was uncertain. Yet, he could not bear the thought of parting from her. If asked to let go, he knew he could never do so, even if their relationship had devolved into mutual grievances. As long as Shen Qingzhu did not initiate the end of their bond, he would not relinquish her. If this could be deemed love, I believe the flower is defective. Let us discard it. I will buy you another one. He retorted, unable to restrain his stubbornness. He considered himself destined never to fall in love, convinced that those who offer their hearts face dire consequences. Shen Qingzhu would occasionally find herself both amused and exasperated by Jing Yao's obstinacy, lowering her head to bite his lips and drawing him into her embrace. If your heart were as unyielding as your words, I might believe you. Alas, Jing Yao, your heart is remarkably tender. Those who speak insincerely must face their own reckoning. Happy 520 to everyone. To those in relationships, rejoice. For the singles, come celebrate with me. Moi. Chapter 47. Conclusion with his penchant for mischief. Jing Yao approached the entrance of the girls' dormitory, where a group of individuals stood in dismay, unable to open the door. He glanced at the dormitory building, pondering, is there truly no window? Without hesitation, Jing Yao leapt and shattered a window. However, in the blink of an eye, the broken window vanished, replaced by a solid wall. So that is the situation. An illusion, perhaps. He kicked the wall, only to feel the impact reverberate through him. Ouch, my foot. Yet, being a person of pride, he would never allow such an embarrassing moment to show. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the pain in his foot to subside before pretending to soar gracefully in the air, only to descend shortly thereafter. Jing Yao, can we get in? He heard someone ask. Shaking his head, he replied, it seems difficult to enter. There must be some mysterious force at play. However, there was no need to be overly anxious. Thus far, no one had come to harm. Wait, no one has been harmed. We've witnessed several people perish. Jing Yao fanned himself with a handkerchief, declaring, I can sense the souls of humans, and so far, there is not a single soul present here. What then? Were those who died before our eyes? The question left everyone momentarily stunned. They could not fathom that Jing Yao would jest about such matters, although it was difficult to understand how he could perceive souls in this realm. Given his history of conjuring peculiar phenomena that even the young master of the Bai family found astonishing, they trusted that Jing Yao had his reasons. At that moment, the dormitory building shifted and a camera turned towards them. Jing Yao shared a meaningful gaze with the camera, rolling his eyes at it. What are you looking at? Always meddling about, he scoffed. The instructor monitoring them exclaimed, points deducted. I will deduct 5 points. Instructor Hong pointed at Jing Yao, having endured his antics for quite some time. Ever since Jing Yao had taken his fan and bowl, they had been at odds, with Jing Yao often teasing him. Beside them, Instructor Han attempted to mediate. Come on. He didn't mean it. He's still just a kid. There are fewer younger than him here. Let us just deduct 1 point. After all, with his grades, a 1-point deduction is hardly consequential. Instructor Han continued to placate. Then why can't I deduct 5 points? Instructor Hong retorted, his eyes wide with incredulity as he looked at Instructor Han. Instructor Han scratched his head, cautiously suggesting, because the regulations only allow for a 1-point deduction? Instructor Hong responded with a blank stare. Didn't you say that Lin Qiye and the others went inside? How did they manage to do so? It seems they broke through the wall forcibly. Came to reply. Jing Yao stared intently at the wall, reflecting, the predecessors dug a pit, and the successors fell in. Oh well, if we cannot enter, so be it. They will eventually emerge. Why trouble ourselves over what we cannot understand? Yet, I must say, this arrangement is rather unreasonable. They have only placed a handful of peculiarities Yet so many individuals are outside while those inside are excelling. Ah, by the way, who has entered? It seems to be Lin Qiye, Shaoyun, and Li Tuming. It appears that Xuanwo has also joined them. Jing Yao nodded in understanding, realizing that they indeed formed a group of protagonists. No wonder he perceived everyone as the lead. Clearly, this had nothing to do with those of them who could barely be considered supporting characters, mere cannon fodder. He stifled a yawn, thinking to himself that he should have simply indulged in more sleep. As anticipated, 2 hours later, Lin Qiye and his companions successfully resolved the mysterious incident, and all the girls were saved. At this moment, Jing Yao was engaged in a lively conversation with a handsome young man. Lin Qiye instinctively took a few steps forward, but halted, glancing at Shen Qingzhu, who wore an expression of impatience, and then turned his gaze away. Had they quarreled? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. He approached and pulled Jing Yao up from the ground, asking why he was sitting there. It was too dull. They ought to find something to do. Jing Yao stretched lazily, his movements overly exaggerated, revealing a slender, fair waist. Lin Qiye's eyes darkened momentarily as he reached out to pull his shirt down. Jing Yao draped his arm over Lin Qiye's shoulder, asking about the situation in the girls' dormitory. Lin Qiye's expression turned serious. Many had perished. Jing Yao scoffed, questioning who had actually died. As expected, a few instructors emerged to calm the crowd, ultimately revealing that this had all been prearranged, a mere drill, albeit one that proved disappointing in its execution. As he spoke, Instructor Hong glanced toward Jing Yao a couple of times. What surprised them most during the exercise was indeed Jing Yao. Usually he would contribute as a facilitator, yet today he had done nothing at all. He showed no interest in his future or any aspirations for this nation or the world, a truly vexing child. Were it not for his decent academic performance, his ranking would have plummeted. With Jing Yao's capabilities, being assigned to a remote area with a low ranking would be a waste. Shen Qingzhu, too, should have known better. Given their relationship, he ought to encourage Jing Yao. They couldn't afford to be so lackadaisical if they hoped to be together in the future. Graduation was just around the corner. Li Tuming felt a pang of melancholy, realizing that they would soon part ways. Who knows, perhaps some would never meet again. Jing Yao slyly added a remark. Li Tuming's expression turned woeful. Wasn't it said that Qiye might form a special team? Why not? Qiye, assemble a team so that they wouldn't have to separate. Life rarely unfolds as we desire. Jing Yao firmly patted Li Tuming on the shoulder, reminding him that life is often about farewells. Yao, must you be so disheartening? Li Tuming seemed on the verge of tears as he clutched Lin Qiye's arm tightly. Qiye, I cannot bear to part with you. With great effort, Lin Qiye extricated his arm from Li Tuming's heavy embrace of reluctance. If I ever have the opportunity to establish a special team, I shall certainly seek you all out. I will wait for you. Qiye, please ensure you notify me at the earliest. Shaoyun said with a solemnity akin to an oath as he grasped Lin Qiye's hand. Jing Yao observed this group with profound bewilderment. He was filled with 100-fold confusion. Why did Lin Qiye have followers and Shen Qingzhu as well? Did he lack wealth? Was it his appearance? Or perhaps he lacked personal charm? Why was it that he had none of these? Ah, forget it, Jing Yao thought, brushing himself off as he stood up. If it was not meant to be, then so be it. He was indifferent to it. Chapter 48. Which one do you choose? Since the conclusion of the recent assessment, their daily routines and training have become considerably more relaxed. In the days that followed, the rankings and reassignment orders were finally released. All the participants stood in neat rows on the playground, for from this day forth, they would soon ascend to the status of true night watchers. In Huaihai City, Tianping briskly entered an office. Captain, the rankings for this year's training camp have been published. Wang Mian took the report, exclaiming, a score of 95. Thankfully, it's the same as my score back in the day. Otherwise, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Tianping, standing nearby, quietly interjected, Captain, he scored only 6 in shooting. Wang Mian inquired, what about Jing Yao? He scanned the report from top to bottom, but could not find Jing Yao's name, even after reviewing the first page entirely. Tianping's lips twitched as he extracted the first 3 score sheets and pointed to the front of the fourth one, 318. His score is only just above the surface. Were it not for his theoretical and shooting scores, he would have landed in the 200s. Wang Mian looked at the results. Puzzled. I remember his abilities being quite commendable. After all, he used to walk the dog for you, Xuanwo, and Yuegue. Tianping's expression fell. Captain, must you bring up such embarrassing history? Wang Mian quickly covered Tianping's mouth, silencing any further utterances. All right, let us put an end to this mutual harm. It would be impolite to continue. He examined the report, feeling a headache looming. How am I supposed to adjust his placement with this score? Tianping nonchalantly remarked. This score makes it easier to apply. Just look at someone like Lin Qiye. How could he possibly apply with such a score? The higher-ups would certainly prefer him to form a special team of his own. By the way, Captain, you should inform Jing Yao about this in advance, Tianping advised. Wang Mian's expression grew peculiar. Why not send Shen Yuan instead? Tianping struggled to suppress a laugh, his face contorting in amusement. Shen Yuan. He might prefer to endure a beating from Xuanwo. Jing Yao, a figure who instilled fear in the entire mass team single-handedly, was notorious for his disregard for decorum. He would seize every opportunity to make provocative remarks. Tianping had also been a target of his teasing, which eventually led Jing Yao to focus solely on Wang Mian and Shen Yuan, claiming that those two were the more entertaining ones. Ironically, the item Jing Yao possessed was something their team desperately needed. With it, Wang Mian could effectively reverse time indefinitely. Tianping patted Wang Mian's shoulder. If he agrees to join us, we will be spending every day together, so consider this an opportunity to acclimate. Wang Mian shot him a glare. Once he falls into my grasp, will I still allow him to be so brazen over the phone? On the playground, only Yuan Gang's voice remained. I shall now announce the reassignment orders. Zheng Zhong reassigned to the Night Watcher team number 117 in Wudong City. Jing Yao, team No. 136 in Songnan City. Yang Zi, team number 152 in Hailan City. Mo Li, team number 017 in Gusu City. Bailey Tumming, team 010 of Guangshan City. Chao Yuan, team 007 of Huaihai City. Shen Qingzhu has been reassigned to team 006 of Shangji City. Lin Qiye has been transferred to team 136 of Songnan City. When the final results were announced, the atmosphere was rife with commotion. Lin Qiye was their top performer. How could he possibly be assigned to team 136? Jing Yao raised his hand. Instructor, I have a question. Yuan Gang, with a serious expression, replied, What is it? Did our captain Chen slip you some money? How else could he manage to keep both of us in Songnan? Jing Yao's curiosity was genuine. He and Lin Qiye had both remained in Songnan. Surely Captain Chen must have spent a fortune on their behalf. But wait, their captain was notoriously poor. Where would he procure such funds? Had they been placed in another team comparable to Songnan, Jing Yao might have suspected some ulterior motive. But this was a direct assignment back to Songnan. What difference was there between serving in the night watchman team of Songnan and returning home as a distinguished figure with a salary? Yuan Gang initially thought Jing Yao was questioning the fairness of the arrangement, only to realize he was merely speculating on whether their captain had leveraged connections for them. How amusing! Those who had once deemed the arrangement unjust momentarily faltered in their reasoning, only to remember that both of them hailed from Songnan and thus did not need to travel to another city, forge new relationships, or acclimatize to a new environment. With their families still nearby, a pang of envy began to surface. Observing the envious gazes from the crowd, Yuan Gang, with a stoic expression, tucked away the transfer orders, realizing his concerns had been unfounded. The radiant smile on Lin Qiye's face was unmistakable. Just after dispersing, Jing Yao received a call from Wang Mian. His phone was inundated with messages, and the instructor could hardly keep up, advising him to refrain from using it in public. Oh, Captain Wang, such a rare visitor. Miss me? Wang Mian's lips twitched with graduation approaching. Have you considered joining our team? Jing Yao glanced at Chao Yuan and Bailey Tumming, who were discussing the future establishment of special team led by Lin Qiye, and at Shen Qingzhu, who was reluctantly dragged along by Bailey Tumming. His gaze drifted elsewhere. I'll need to think it over. All right, you can contact me once you've made your decision. Wang Mian did not press him. He had heard rumors from Yuan Gang about Jing Yao's relationship with a highly dangerous individual from the training camp. He remembered Shen Qingzhu, the arrogant one. However, Given the extent of Shun's harassment towards him and the Vortex, had this been before, he would have merely dismissed wealthy individuals as frivolous. Yet Yuan Gang had subtly hinted that Jing Yao might be the one beneath Shen Qingzhu's influence. What was the purpose of such extravagance? Wang Mian found himself at a loss for words, but whether or not Jing Yao would join remained uncertain, especially since he had a good relationship with Lin Qiye, and it was possible he would choose to wait for Lin Qiye to establish that special team. Zhou Ping looked at Wang Mian. Did you manage to sway him? No. How peculiar. Zhou Ping pondered, stroking his chin. Could there be another contender out there? He actually turned you down. Wang Mian lifted his foot and kicked Zhou Ping, exclaiming that the latter already had a boyfriend. Whenever the subject of dogs arose, he couldn't help but recall the foul-tasting lollipop that Jing Yao had shoved into his mouth, causing his expression to contort in disgust. Perhaps it was for the best that he did not come after all. Zhou Ping sighed, initially hoping that he would join their team, and then sacrifice the captain and Xuanwo so that they might negotiate a discount. Wang Mian's face darkened as he tugged at Zhou Ping's sleeve, reminding him that it was agreed they would only sacrifice Xuanwo. Zhou Ping raised his fingers, reasoning that if one would yield a 10 discount, 2 would result in a 20 discount, and if they sweetened their words a little more, it could drop to 30. A 30 discount on 9 million would amount to 7 million, allowing them to purchase another one. Captain, would you prefer longevity or physicality? Wang Mian gazed at Zhou Ping, his lips moving silently for a moment before he opted to take a stroll to clear his mind. To clarify, there are not merely a handful of personnel. We shall leave it to fate. Currently, I have only confirmed these few individuals who will definitely appear. Chapter 49. Rescue since the disbandment. A gentle rain had begun to fall from the heavens. As the moment of parting approached, a sense of melancholy enveloped the group, rendering the atmosphere eerily quiet. Lin Qiye paused mid-stride, inquiring, "Do you feel the ground trembling?" The urgent call for assembly prompted them to hastily return to the playground, where, drenched by the rain, they stood in the center without a hint of complaint. They received urgent news. A massive landslide had occurred near Jinan Mountain just 10 minutes prior, devastating 6 surrounding villages, with preliminary estimates indicating nearly 200 casualties. The rescue teams were en route to Jinan Mountain, yet due to the distance, the nearest responders were them. "We are the night watchmen. We are soldiers. It is our duty to protect the people. Now is the time we are needed. Everyone, get on the vehicles. We're going to rescue." As the vehicles sped towards the villages, Jing Yao conjured winds to shield them from the rain. The closer they approached the mountain dwellings, the more reticent he became. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiye asked, noting Jing Yao's unusual silence. Typically, even in the face of life and death, he maintained a light-hearted demeanor, making his current quietude all the more concerning. At Lin Qiye's inquiry, many within the vehicle turned their gaze toward him. Jing Yao averted his eyes and spoke in a subdued tone. "There are fatalities." A hush fell over the vehicle. Instructor Hong, who shared their transport, broke the silence with a question. "Can you sense how many have perished?" "The number is rising. I can currently sense over 20 lives lost, but beyond that, I cannot ascertain." Instructor Hong felt a tightness in his chest at the revelation and swiftly relayed the information to the other instructors. The vehicles accelerated, and everyone braced themselves to maintain stability amidst the sudden speed. Instructor Hong, both anxious and curious, pondered how Jing Yao could discern the existence and count of the deceased. Upon reaching a blocked intersection, everyone disembarked. Instructor Hong unfolded a map and began marking it. "Lin Qiye, you will lead the team to Village 1, accompanied by Shen Qingzhu, Bailey Tumming, Jing Yao, Deng Wei, Li Jia, Li Liang, and Mo Li along with myself." He had not assigned many personnel, recognizing Jing Yao's extraordinary abilities. He glanced at Jing Yao. "Any resources you expend during the rescue will be reimbursed." Jing Yao nodded nonchalantly. Monetary concerns were trivial to him. His gaze drifted towards the distant mountains, and he sighed, "Instructor Hong, the death toll has risen." Instructor Hong's heart raced, as if something dire were about to transpire. "Let us move." With their teams organized for their respective areas, a gust of wind summoned by Jing Yao lifted them into the air, while Bailey Tumming skillfully unfurled Yao Wang, to shield them from the elements. What do you think happens to souls after death? Lin Qiye was taken aback by Jing Yao's sudden question. He pondered for a moment, recalling various myths and legends. Perhaps they journeyed to Fengdu. However, there were no yin and yang officials to escort them. Bailey Tuming instinctively chimed in. The absence of deities in the Great Xia is a universally acknowledged truth, is it not? Jing Yao stretched lazily and decided to feign the role of the king of hell for today. He extended his hand, perceiving the souls around him, and retrieved a small world simulator. Streams of white light ascended from below, coalescing into an inconspicuous orb of white light in his palm. Lin Qiye observed the faint white orb and inquired, "What new forbidden object have you crafted?" Jing Yao pondered how best to articulate his explanation, ultimately summarizing it as a game simulator capable of constructing one's desired world. Ah, quite fitting for something Jing Yao could create, Lin Qiye mused. His curiosity piqued, yet he chose not to press further. Shen Qingzhu cast a glance at the unknown object in Jing Yao's hand, revealing his unfamiliarity with Jing Yao. He had assumed that Jing Yao was indifferent to the lives of others, given his apparent lack of concern for his own existence. Yet today he unexpectedly grasped Jing Yao's hand in a concealed manner as they were about to part ways. However, he truly cherished Jing Yao. Would this relationship come to a premature end? He had never lacked companionship, yet Jing Yao tilted his head slightly to observe Shen Qingzhu, gently teasing the palm of his hand with his index finger. Shen Qingzhu had countless words to share with Jing Yao and numerous questions to pose, but the timing felt inappropriate. Shall we discuss it upon our return? Their time together was still abundant, and the distance from the capital to Cangnan was not insurmountable. He reasoned that Jing Yao would not be reproached for taking the time to meet with Captain Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for a thorough discussion regarding their future. The wind gradually subsided, descending softly from above as the group swiftly organized themselves to search for the missing. Lin Qiye's keen perception greatly facilitated their efforts. Bailey Tuming located a house that had remained largely unscathed, which served as their resting place, while Deng Wei assisted in clearing it out. One by one, individuals, some gravely injured and unconscious, others merely wounded, were transported to the shelter, where Jing Yao diligently pried open their mouths to feed them cotton candy. When Shen Qingzhu approached, Jing Yao was busy stuffing chocolate into bags of cotton candy. "What is the purpose of this?" Shen Qingzhu inquired. "I'm portioning it out. Each of you will take a bag to keep on hand," Jing Yao replied, placing a freshly filled bag into Shen Qingzhu's arms. "Make sure to hold on to it." "Understood," Shen Qingzhu responded, casually stowing the items in his pocket. He had been fed an unknown quantity of cotton candy by Jing Yao, and his recovery rate surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In truth, he felt no need for such provisions, though the chocolate was a welcome addition. At that moment, Instructor Hong approached from outside, his expression fraught with urgency. "Jing Yao, could you please head to Village 3? There are several critically injured individuals there, and when Qingqing has patients in Village 2 who cannot be transported in time." "Very well." Without hesitation, Jing Yao acquiesced, handing over the pre-packaged supplies to Instructor Hong. "This is for each person, and the one with 2 chocolates is for Lin Qiye, as he expends more mental energy in the divine ruins." "I understand." Instructor Hong held something in his hand, and he felt that Jing Yao was still a good child, albeit a bit unruly. It was likely not his intention to provoke him. A gust of wind swept through, and Jing Yao vanished in an instant. Lin Qiye sensed this scene and hurried over. What was Jing Yao up to? There were several critically injured individuals in Village Number 3 who needed Jing Yao's assistance. Understanding the situation, Lin Qiye felt a sense of relief. At present, there was no one left in the village. Yet, he sighed, lamenting the loss of 8 lives. Chapter 50. Disappearance. This was likely the first occasion these children witnessed the ephemeral nature of life before their very eyes. Instructor Hong, concerned about the emotional toll this might take on them, offered some words of comfort, assuring them of their commendable efforts. "You have done sufficiently well after a long day's work. Take a moment to rest." He then handed Lin Qiye a packet of cotton candy chocolate that had been saved by Jing Yao, noting that Lin's portion was slightly larger than the others. Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile at Jing Yao's thoughtful gesture. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu, feeling somewhat disgruntled, rolled his eyes and muttered, "I'll step outside for a moment." Thanks to the cotton candy, the surviving children, despite their mental strain, were physically unharmed. Shen Qingzhu found a secluded corner. The rain had ceased, leaving the ground muddy and waterlogged. It was easy to imagine Jing Yao sulking about returning home, perhaps lamenting, "The mud from playing all day is filthy. Why can't the instructor provide a few extra sets of training clothes? I absolutely detest washing." He was bound for the capital, while Jing Yao remained in Songnan. The distance and time were about to become formidable obstacles between them. Brother, a timid voice from a little girl interrupted his reverie. Shen Qingzhu turned to her, inquiring, "What is it?" "My mommy and daddy haven tea," returned Grandma, said Grandpa is asleep and told me to play by myself. But she didn't say when Grandpa would wake up, and Mommy and Daddy still haven tea come back. Where have they gone? Shen Qingzhu's brow furrowed. Daddy went up the mountain, and Mommy went to find him, but she hasn't returned either. A heavy feeling settled in Shen Qingzhu's heart. "You should go back inside and stay there. I will help you find your parents, all right?" He spoke gently to reassure the little girl, who nodded earnestly in response. Casting a glance back at the house, he then stepped onto the path leading up the mountain. Before long, he halted. "Come out." Deng Wei, Li Liang, and Li Jia emerged furtively from the bushes, grinning sheepishly. "Brother Shen, we want to accompany you in the search. Return at once. You're only causing trouble." Shen Qingzhu admonished sternly. "Brother Shen, we can be of help, and it will be quicker with more of us searching," Deng Wei persisted. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qingzhu reluctantly acquiesced. "If you encounter any danger, notify me immediately. And have you brought the items Jing Yao gave you?" The trio patted their pockets, affirming, "We've got them. Don't worry, Brother Shen." "Look, it seems someone is over there." Jing Yao arrived at village number 3 earlier than anticipated, only to find it devoid of any inhabitants. "What's going on?" He scanned his surroundings warily, uncertain of the situation. Had he been ambushed, or? The space around him darkened, quickly engulfing him in shadows. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the gloom, a man clad in an opulent suit, exuding an air of elegance. He was quite handsome, yet there was an air of pretentiousness about him that Jing Yao found off-putting, mentally marking him unfavorably. He could tolerate Sundara personalities, yet he could not abide the strong brother. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself." Jing Yao extended his hand to interrupt. "No, I do not permit it." The man's lips twitched. "Do you know who I am, boy?" "I do not, for I have no interest in men who do not pique my curiosity." The man exhaled sharply. "I am a member of the ancient God Church, and I invite you to join us. I hope you recognize the gravity of your situation. Otherwise, you may find it quite challenging to leave here today." "Oh, on what grounds do you presume to dictate my exit?" Jing Yao unhurriedly adorned himself with the most distant of distances. "Come, let us see who can outlast whom." With that, he unleashed a flurry of devastating strikes. A myriad of wind blades swirling around him, striking with precision and leaving no room for escape. The man could only passively defend against the onslaught, his murderous intent toward Jing Yao escalating. Yet he found himself drifting further away, the relentless wind blades pursuing him like a shadow. Unperturbed, Jing Yao produced a small lamp and began watching an anime on his phone. Meanwhile, at Village 1, Lin Qiye, upon learning that Shen Qingzhu and the others were searching for the little girl's parents, sensed the presence of unwelcome individuals entering the mountains. Indeed, the landslide here was no natural disaster, but rather a human-made calamity. Lin Qiye's first instinct was that it was the work of the ancient God Church. However, if that were the case, news would surely have reached him from Han Shaoyun. Or perhaps, could it be that Han Shaoyun has also encountered misfortune? In less than a minute of contemplation, he and Bailey Tumming resolved to venture into the mountains in search of Shen Qingzhu and their companions. Shortly after their departure, Instructor Hong received troubling news. Commander Yuan Gang had gone missing. Before he could even begin to worry, a message arrived from the instructor at Village 3, reporting that Jing Yao had not yet arrived at their location, though traces of his weapon had been found over 800 meters away from the village. Yet, upon reaching that spot, the traces had completely vanished. Instructor Hong felt a profound sense of dread. He stepped outside only to find that the area was deserted save for a solitary Molly. Gritting his teeth, he wondered where they had gone. Molly hesitated before responding. Shen Qingzhu and Deng Wei went to find Yaya's parents. Lin Qiye sensed that strange individuals had entered the mountains in search of them. Utter nonsense. Instructor Hong's face flushed with anger. You stay here to protect them while I venture into the mountains to find them. Not long after entering the mountains, Lin Qiye and Bailey Tumming encountered a group of people, and unfortunately, the two were quickly scattered. Relying on his protective talismans, Bailey Tumming managed to inflict some damage. But he suddenly realized that his offensive talismans were woefully insufficient. Perhaps he should return to Jing Yao and acquire a more potent weapon? Ideally, something akin to his Wind Strider, which offered both flair and utility as a mount, with commendable damage output and defense. Most importantly, it required no expenditure of spiritual energy. Just imagining that scenario brought a smile to Bailey Tumming's face. He dismounted from Yao Guang, his spiritual energy having been significantly depleted. Yet he had no intention of indulging in chocolate at this moment. Suddenly, he sensed a pungent metallic scent emanating from the tip of his nose. Cautiously, he reached out and discovered it was Shen Qingzhu. Beside them, Deng Wei and Li Liang were struggling to fend off the relentless assaults, while Shen Qingzhu faced an adversary alone, bearing several wounds upon his body. Had it not been for Jing Yao's timely provision of cotton candy, Deng Wei and Li Liang might not have endured until now. Observing the dire situation, Bailey Tumming hastened to assist. With a sudden explosion, Shen Qingzhu cloaked the figures of the group, and in unison with Bailey Tumming, they managed to vanquish the slightly weaker adversary targeting Deng Wei and Li Liang. He swiftly hoisted Li Jia onto his back, instructing Deng Wei and Li Liang to retreat alongside Bailey Tumming. As they glanced back at their relentless pursuers, and feeling Li Jia's weakening breath against his back, Shen Qingzhu turned to Bailey Tumming. I will intercept him. Ensure you bring the three of them back safely. Li Jia's injuries were wreaking havoc within him, and the recovery offered by the cotton candy could barely keep pace with the damage inflicted. He could not remain in such a perilous environment any longer. Chapter 51. You must find him. Bailey Tumming swiftly returned with Yao Guang, and before Mo Li could inquire about anything, he promptly recounted the events that had transpired. He left a piece of cotton candy with Mo Li, instructing her to feed it to him periodically, ensuring that it was done before Yao Ji's return. By the way, where is Instructor Hong? Bailey Tumming glanced around, only to find Mo Li standing alone in the house. Instructor Hong went to look for you all. Mo Li opened her mouth, ultimately deciding to inform Bailey Tumming that she had just received news that both Instructor Yuan and Jing Yao had gone missing. Bailey Tumming's eyes widened in shock. What has happened? Mo Li shook her head. I am not sure, but you must exercise caution. Without further delay, Bailey Tumming urged Yao Guang to dash up the mountain, his heart filled with hope that Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu were safe. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and Bailey Tumming felt as though the very earth was turning upside down. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a maze of dirt pathways. Jing Yao had nearly finished watching an anime, one that Shen Qingzhu had wanted to see previously. He was reluctant to rewatch it and wondered if Shen Qingzhu would be upset knowing he had done so. He smacked his lips. Although he had nothing pressing to do here, there was one discomfort that nagged at him. He needed to use the restroom, but he felt somewhat embarrassed to do so in front of others. Are you all right, brother? If not, just let me go. Jing Yao sighed. Continuing to linger felt increasingly impolite. EU, intent on manifesting the divine ruins, planned a direct mental invasion. You are not adhering to the rules of engagement. Jing Yao withdrew a ring from his spatial storage, a flying bomb that could designate a target to explode. He flicked a crispy snack into the air, which detonated in the illusion, creating a series of explosions. This contraption lacked any real harm. It was merely for amusement. Watching EU being tossed about in midair was rather entertaining, akin to a circus performance. Yet, he truly needed to relieve himself. He regretted consuming so many strawberries earlier. Jing Yao closed his eyes in silence. Does the system sell toilets? Could he possibly purchase one? Surely there must be ready-made houses for sale. Perhaps he should buy one. Just as he felt himself spiraling into despair, a fissure suddenly broke through the illusion from the outside. Jing Yao turned to see a bright point of light, tossing all the explosives he held and conjuring a whirlwind, which ensnared the hand that reached in from outside. And Qingyu? Jing Yao gazed at him in surprise, thinking he might encounter Lin Qiye instead. And Qingyu smiled shyly at Jing Yao. Yes, it is me. How did you end up here? My intelligence network has been monitoring the movements of the ancient God Church since they arrived in Songnan, but it took a while to decipher this gap. We should leave at once. Without hesitation, Jing Yao was swept away by a gust of wind, carrying both of them away into the distance. He glanced down to find that he was quite close to village number 3, yet he had no intention of returning there at that moment. By the way, how has the nearby village fared since your arrival? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and reassured, there is no need for concern. The one who sought you is merely a feeble avatar, not likely to cause any trouble. The treatment for the forbidden wasteland in your village has already been dispatched. However, I have received some news. It seems Lin Qiye and his companions have become ensnared underground. Underground? Are they being buried alive? That seems rather cruel, Jing Yao exclaimed, his eyes widening. Not quite. The entity beneath is likely a certain earth dragon. Unless something unforeseen occurs, they should be safe from suffocation. However, I spent quite some time rescuing you, so I'm uncertain of the current circumstances. Before we proceed, there is a pressing matter I must attend to, Jing Yao stated gravely. What is it? And Qingyu pondered, seemingly recalling nothing of particular significance. I need to use the restroom. And Qingyu, indeed a matter of utmost importance. Then will you go, or do you require my assistance? And Qingyu displayed a mysterious smile, prompting Jing Yao to roll his eyes for a brief moment before casting him aside. In search of a restroom in the nearby village, Jing Yao felt as if his entire existence had been salvaged. Upon his emergence, he found Qingyu waiting at the restroom door. Suddenly, they both looked up to behold a colossal dragon-shaped figure in the sky, with a diminutive silhouette clad in a black dress opposite it. Wait, Jing Yao retrieved his binoculars, noticing that the creature bore a striking resemblance to Lin Qiye. He produced his camera, zoomed in, and swiftly captured a photograph. And Qingyu's lips twitched. Aren't you going to check on him first? I will, but I cannot overlook this historical moment. After all, it's a photo of Lin Qiye in women's attire. With that, he stowed his camera and a gust of wind whisked them toward the scene of the incident. By the time they arrived, Lin Qiye was completely unconscious, lying beside a massive earth dragon carcass. Jing Yao rummaged through his space for a lollipop blind box and opened it, exclaiming, Lin Qiye has struck lucky with a stinky tofu flavor. He promptly stuffed it into Lin Qiye's mouth, while Qingyu, after acquiring a piece of the earth dragon's corpse, squatted beside Lin Qiye, eagerly inquiring, May I dissect him? Rest assured, I won't let him die, and Qingyu assured. Lin Qiye blinked and struggled to open his eyes, murmuring, I heard that. Oh, and Qingyu replied, slightly disappointed. So, can I dissect him? Not permissible, Lin Qiye retorted, sitting up. We need to hurry to Instructor Pang and Shen Qingzhu. I'm uncertain of their situation. And Qingyu stood, declaring, Then I shall take my leave. Let us hasten as well, Jing Yao said, his tone betraying his anxiety at the mention of Shen Qingzhu. Although he did not currently sense any spiritual entity, losing an arm or leg was certainly unacceptable. Wait, Lin Qiye grasped Jing Yao's hand. Could you assist me in transporting this earth dragon carcass? Very well, Jing Yao replied, waving his hand and pulling Lin Qiye along as they dashed away. In an unfathomable corridor, 3 individuals clung precariously to the walls, their conditions far from favorable. Bailey Tumming had entrusted his cotton candy to Li Jia, while Shen Qingzhu had long since exhausted his supply in previous battles. Instructor Hong gazed at the last piece of cotton candy he held tightly in his hand. I will descend to intercept them. You two must ascend, he commanded. Shen Qingzhu grasped his arm, insisting, if we are to leave, we shall do so together. I am your instructor, and you both must heed my orders. Instructor Hong bellowed, his grip firm not only on the final piece of cotton candy, but also on the ghostly spirit. A sudden attack nearly knocked Bailey Tumming from his precarious position. His mental fortitude was waning. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, summoning a wave of explosive heat beneath him. Instructor Hong's voice lowered, Shen Qingzhu, I must confess, I have not revealed until now that Jing Yao is missing. You must venture out and find him. Chapter 52. Farewell. Shen Qingzhu felt as though an explosive device had detonated within his mind. What did it mean? What had transpired? Where had he gone missing? His thoughts were in disarray, yet he compelled himself to remain calm. No, it cannot be true. He had already quarreled with Jing Yao several times over these matters, and Jing Yao would not allow any harm to befall him. He needed to place his faith in him. He could not let Instructor Hong sacrifice himself for his sake. Even if he were to venture out now, given his current physical state, accomplishing anything would be exceedingly difficult. Shen Qingzhu seized the ghostly guide from Instructor Hong's hands, pleading, "So please promise me, you will certainly find him, right?" As he spoke, he prepared to leap deeper into the abyss. Where are they? It's so dark. Are Qi and the others truly down there? Jing Yao squinted at the pitch-black opening, inquiring. They are indeed, Lin Qiye affirmed with unwavering certainty. Jing Yao rummaged through his spatial pocket, retrieving an incomplete snack, a crispy stick adorned with a flying bomb, which he then cast into the depths below. Just as Shen Qingzhu heard Jing Yao's voice, a glowing crispy stick tumbled past him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He murmured, "I seem to sense it as well." Instructor Hong and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances just as a thunderous explosion erupted from below, propelling them skyward in a wave of heat. This reckless child. Instructor Hong's composure faltered. They were plummeting at breakneck speed, and given their current physical condition, they would surely meet their demise upon impact. Thankfully, before they could crash to the ground, a powerful gust of wind enveloped them, spinning them around before gently lowering them to the earth. Shen Qingzhu stumbled towards Jing Yao, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Thank heavens you are unharmed. You always worry too much. I told you I am strong. There is no trust between us, Jing Yao replied, returning the embrace, patting his back gently as one would soothe a child, with his face buried in Jing Yao's neck. Shen Qingzhu felt tears cascading down, quickly dampening the fabric. Jing Yao stroked his hair, murmuring, "Do not be afraid." Lin Qiye struggled to suppress the pang of bitterness within him, averting his gaze. He did not wish to witness this moment. Bai Li Tu Ming, observing the scene, resolved to support his good friend. "Bro, we must hasten our return. Li Jia is still waiting for us." Jing Yao lifted his gaze to Bai Li Tu Ming, asking, "What has happened to Li Jia?" "He is gravely injured. His condition is quite dire. When I left, I had to leave my cotton candy behind, but it should hold out for a while longer." Shen Qingzhu discreetly wiped away his tears before turning to Bai Li Tu Ming. "Thank you. I promise to return the favor in the future." "Just a small matter," he replied modestly. Instructor Hong remained to wrap up their affairs, while Jing Yao tossed him a package of cotton candy and chocolate. The trio was swiftly swept away by the wind, and within mere minutes, they returned to Village 1. Jing Yao gazed upon Li Jia, whose breath had grown feeble. He retrieved a blind box from his space. Blue cheese flavor? His luck was, as always, abysmal. But at least it wasn't the flavor of excrement, so he would count himself fortunate. He inserted the lollipop into Li Jia's mouth, and his body was swiftly healed. Li Liang stood vigilantly beside Li Jia, his gaze towards Jing Yao filled with profound gratitude. "Brother Yao, from now on, aside from my brother Shen, you are the person I most admire. I would readily traverse fire and water for you. That one be necessary." Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively, noting that this trinket cost merely 900,000, hardly worth a fraction of his own funds. If Li Jia were to perish, Shen Qingzhu would undoubtedly be devastated, and his sorrow would disrupt their lives. This child had already grown somewhat withdrawn due to the impending separation. With the disaster relief efforts concluded, they were to return to the training camp, leaving the remaining tasks to a specialized disaster response team. Shen Qingzhu and Jing Yao ascended to the rooftop of the dormitory. Jing Yao retrieved 2 cans of beer from his space. The night sky, following the rain, appeared exceptionally clear as they leaned against the edge of the rooftop, gazing upwards. "When you go to the capital, behave yourself. I'll visit you when I can, and you can find me too." Jing Yao rested his head on Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, his warm breath igniting a hint of heat between them. Shen Qingzhu took a swig of beer, attempting to suppress the warmth that enveloped him. "Can I really come to find you?" Shen Qingzhu's voice was laden with confusion. If Jing Yao were to discover that Lin Qiye harbored feelings for him, he certainly would not turn a blind eye. What are you saying? You can come whenever you like. Jing Yao turned Shen Qingzhu's face towards him, capturing his lips, declaring, I am quite nostalgic. Ah. Is this your way of indicating that there will be someone new after me? Shen Qingzhu pressed Jing Yao against the wall, their lips entwined in a fierce clash, as if each was determined to assert their stance in this silent battle. In the end, it was Jing Yao who softened first, perhaps a reflection of the burdens that come with youth. He merely gazed at Shen Qingzhu with a pitiful expression. Shen Qingzhu, I don't understand. Shen Qingzhu sighed deeply. Why can't it just be the two of us together? Jing Yao corrected him earnestly, but Shen Qingzhu, we aren't together. You truly are. Shen Qingzhu, feeling somewhat defeated, rested his head on Jing Yao's shoulder, leaving no room for sentiment. Because I dislike reiterating matters, Shen Qingzhu, I really like you. And I hope we can be well together. Shen Qingzhu said nothing. Jing Yao's affection felt entirely different from his own. Jing Yao's fondness was akin to that for a pet, devoid of any love between them. I understand, but I love you. Following the oath ceremony, everyone received their distinctive equipment as night watchers. Cloaks, star knives engraved with their names, and badges adorned with divine symbols. Shen Qingzhu was taken back to the capital by Yuan Gang and others. As he departed, he grasped Jing Yao's hand tightly. I will come and find you. You must also seek me out, and you must answer my calls. If anything arises, you must tell me. Don't forget me. Jing Yao ruffled Shen Qingzhu's hair playfully, making it tousled, and replied, I'll fly to the capital tomorrow to give you a good beating. Very well. I shall not retaliate. Shen Qingzhu revealed a faint smile, bidding farewell to everyone one by one. After exchanging a few words with Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, she boarded the aircraft. Instructor Hong, arms crossed, stood aside, gesturing and commenting, what an affectionate couple. Jing Yao showed no leniency towards him, adopting the same crossed-arm stance. Instructor Hong, despite his age, remained a bachelor. Perhaps it is time for some self-reflection. Hey, you rascal, Instructor Hong remarked, casting a glance at the other instructors as he pointed at Jing Yao. You, my friend, have a truly irksome mouth. Chapter 53. He has returned to ascend as emperor. As Jing Yao and Lin Qiye exited the training camp, their hands were empty. Not far from the entrance, a modest sedan was parked, beside which stood a girl clad in red, engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing her, both Jing Yao and Lin Qiye waved in unison. Hong-ing, Sister Hong-ing. Hearing their voices, Hong-ing looked up, stowed her phone away, and said, You're out? Quickly, get in the car. Originally, the captain was supposed to come up here to pick you up, but something mysterious has come up these past few days, so it's just me. Upon hearing the mention of the mysterious, Jing Yao couldn't help but smirk. This small town of Tsangnan truly concealed extraordinary talents. Indeed, Hong-ing replied, as she started the car. This past year has been fraught with calamities for Tsangnan. So, what exactly is this mystery? Lin Qiye asked curiously. I don't know. Hong-ing responded with a helpless shake of her head. It's precisely because I don't know that it's so troubling. A tavern owner reported a case, claiming to have captured a terrifying and bizarre scene. We initially suspect it to be linked to the mysterious. Jing Yao's expression turned peculiar. This statement felt oddly familiar. He muttered under his breath. It seems like something similar has happened before. Hearing this, Lin Qiye also sensed a strong déjà vu. He hesitated, then said, Isn't our last experience with a mysterious event somewhat akin to this? Really not. Only shekel de quadli. What are the odds of that? The reporter being the culprit or something. However, catching the glances exchanged between Jing Yao and Lin Qiye in the rearview mirror, she fell silent, recalling Lin Qiye's intellect. She suggested, why don't you both take a look at that video first? All right, Lin Qiye nodded. As for Jing Yao, Hong-ing held no expectations. He was notoriously lazy, even disinclined to think, making it difficult to gauge his true intelligence. The planned gathering was temporarily shelved as Lin Qiye repeatedly scrutinized the video. An unsettling feeling washed over him, yet he couldn't articulate what was amiss. Jing Yao, take a look at this. Lin Qiye held the tablet before him, hoping to gain some unique insights from Jing Yao, who often possessed inexplicable yet distinctive perspectives. Jing Yao didn't believe he would discern anything significant. But since Lin Qiye placed such trust in him, he felt obliged to offer his support as a good mentor. However, the more he watched, the more his inner contrarian instincts surged forth. Drawing upon years of experience with short videos, he couldn't restrain himself and blurted out, "Isn't this just played backward? Oh, playing it backward seems even stranger. I can't tell. Don't expect me to." Jing Yao pushed the tablet aside. Without Shen Qingzhu around, there's nothing to engage with. It all feels a bit dull. I think I'll take a stroll. Call me if you need me. With that, he stood up, dusted off his pants, and sauntered away with a carefree demeanor. Indeed, young Master Jing felt as though he had returned home, ready to reign as emperor once more. The restricted items from Team 136 can indeed be provided. Yet the thought of engaging in such laborious tasks leaves him rather reluctant to move. Perhaps he should prepare some restricted items for Shen Qingzhu to take along. Alas, it seems he is not the most considerate of souls. He resolves to check when he returns and perhaps deliver them to Shen Qingzhu tomorrow, though it is certainly not because he wishes to wander outside. As Jing Yao passes by a milk tea shop, he pauses momentarily and decisively steps inside. Upon his exit, he finds himself holding 2 cups of milk tea. With 2 new flavors available, as a person of means, it is only fitting to procure them both. This is the essence of true prowess. Holding the 2 cups of milk tea with delight, he steps out, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a small white mouse at his feet. Startled, Jing Yao stumbles, loosening his grip, and watches helplessly as his precious milk teas fly from his hands. However, the extensive training he has undergone proves invaluable. Executing a Thomas spiral backflip, he deftly catches both cups. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause. "Oberi! Splendid! Such remarkable skill!" Jing Yao revels in their admiration, feeling an immense swell of pride. Silly mortals! Are you not dazzled by this young master's charm? Indeed, he is astonishingly striking. Casting a glance at the small white mouse, he offers a sinister smile, thinking, "So you wish to provoke me, do you?" He lifts the mouse before his eyes, declaring that it is finished for it now that it has fallen into his grasp. The mouse squeaks a few times in protest, then unexpectedly produces a small white note from its mouth. Jing Yao grimaces at the sight, unwilling to touch it, disgusted by its saliva. The mouse pauses, looking up at him with eyes full of grievance. "Very well, lead the way to your master." The mouse jumps down and, after stashing the note back in its mouth, scurries toward a sewer entrance, guiding Jing Yao along. He retrieves his flashlight and, using a gust of wind to lift himself, follows the mouse until he arrives at a familiar door. As he approaches, the door slowly creaks open, revealing Qingyu clad in a white lab coat. "Long time no see, brother." A hint of some unknown bloodstain graces his face, and he wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of morbidity. Jing Yao feels a shiver run down his spine at the sound of his voice, uncertain whether it stems from excitement or fear. Clearing his throat, he remarks, "What do you want? You nearly made me spill my milk tea. I will compensate you later." And Qingyu's smile remains unwavering. "But could you do me a favor?" "What?" "If it's something impossible, do not bother calling me." Jing Yao refuses to take responsibility, thinking that had Qingyu not been so attractive, he would have turned and walked away upon hearing those words. Alas, this predicament is quite troublesome for someone like him. It is not a difficult matter. I am quite intrigued by the mysterious incident you have been investigating recently. Could you take me to see the body? It is currently in the morgue at Orange S, and I cannot gain entry. Jing Yao absently tapped his chin with a fan, sighing, why must I engage in endeavors devoid of benefit? And Qingyu's expression faltered, his features contorted in conflict as he wrestled with his thoughts. Ultimately, he seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, stating, "You may do as you wish." "Hey, that makes me sound rather villainous, doesn't it?" Jing Yao remarked, concealing the upward curve of his lips with the fan. Look, an opportunity has presented itself. Let us go. I shall apply directly and take you to see it." And Qingyu beamed with satisfaction, replying, "Then let us depart at once." Jing Yao pursed his lips, bemused, realizing just how easily amused the child was. Nevertheless, and Qingyu was astute, Having his assistants would expedite their tasks. After all, he had returned to reign as emperor, not to engage in laborious undertakings. Chapter 54. The ritual. As soon as Jing Yao emerged from a sewer, he noticed that Lin Qiye had called him 2 minutes prior. He promptly returned the call. "Hello." Lin Qiye's voice echoed through the line. "I'm planning to check on that corpse at the orange grove. Would you like to join me?" Jing Yao glanced at Qingyu, who stood beside him. "Are you going alone?" "Yes, why?" "Then please wait for me." Jing Yao summoned a vehicle for himself and Qingyu, heading towards the designated meeting point with Lin Qiye. Upon seeing Qingyu, Lin Qiye paused momentarily. "Qingyu? What are you doing here?" Qingyu adjusted his glasses and smiled shyly. "I'm quite interested in this matter, so I asked Brother Jing Yao to take me along." "Brother Jing Yao?" Lin Qiye squinted, casting a scrutinizing glance at Qingyu, his eyes revealing a hint of hostility. "Not too familiar, just a few encounters." Qingyu replied sweetly, yet Lin Qiye sensed a tinge of provocation in his demeanor. This one was even more insufferable than Shen Qingzhu. Why were there so many vying for Jing Yao's attention? "This is a matter for our night watchman. It's not appropriate for outsiders to get involved," Lin Qiye stated coldly. Qingyu, unperturbed, adjusted his glasses. "I was the one who relayed the message to you during the New Year." Lin Qiye felt as if he could shatter his teeth in frustration. He never anticipated owing Qingyu a favor to someone he despised, especially at a time when his disdain was at its peak. This uncomfortable sensation was beyond mere words to describe. "Understood. Let us go." "All right." Qingyu's nonchalant response tightened Lin Qiye's fists. He took a deep breath and pulled Jing Yao closer to him, while Qingyu shot a glance that was laden with unspoken significance. Jing Yao fanned himself, standing between them, deliberately ignoring the lethal glares exchanged. "Let us hurry. It's sweltering." "Sure." The two averted their gazes and proceeded towards the orange grove. After Lin Qiye presented his credentials, the three entered the mortuary together. Qingyu and Lin Qiye meticulously examined the condition of the corpse, while Jing Yao sat off to the side, sipping tea. Lin Qiye found it hard to articulate his thoughts. How was Jing Yao able to eat amidst so many corpses, especially with the faintly eerie odor lingering in the mortuary? After thoroughly inspecting the body, Qingyu contemplated his findings. "I need to return and verify something. Would you care to accompany me?" Lin Qiye had begun to form some ideas, albeit not many. Faced with the gravity of the situation, he chose not to quarrel with Qingyu and nodded in agreement. The three approached a sewer entrance, and Lin Qiye watched as Jing Yao adeptly retrieved a flashlight and lifted himself into the air. Qingyu led the way forward. "I want to join too," Lin Qiye exclaimed, grasping Jing Yao's hand. With a gust of wind, Jing Yao lifted Lin Qiye alongside him, determined to look after his younger companion. Lin Qiye was taken aback to discover that Qingyu had constructed such a laboratory underground, particularly upon witnessing Jing Yao's demeanor, which was not unfamiliar to him. He felt a surge of frustration. Yet, what could he articulate? Nothing at all. He could merely keep Jing Yao close by his side. "I'll kindly step back a bit. I wish to conduct a small experiment." Qingyu meticulously set up the camera and activated the recording mode, donning a pristine white protective suit. At that moment, he mirrored the posture of the victim from the video, before methodically severing his own finger with a knife. Blood gushed forth, and only then did they comprehend why Qingyu had requested them to maintain their distance. Jing Yao, startled, clung to Lin Qiye, burying his face against his neck. "Hiss. Doesn't it hurt? I feel a phantom pain." Initially, Lin Qiye did not share this sensation, yet upon hearing Jing Yao mention his own discomfort, he instinctively embraced him tighter, both captivated by Qingyu's actions, as if frozen in terror, if one were to overlook the barely concealed smirk of a certain individual. Then, they witnessed Qingyu's finger gradually regenerating. A sudden realization struck Lin Qiye. Wait, was that video truly in reverse? Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this logically elucidates the sparse bloodstains at the scene, and the DNA found only corresponded to the victim. As you can see, if the fingers were methodically consumed, the volume of blood loss would be entirely inconsistent. The corpse in question differed from the previous three. While the latter had their finger severance oriented from bottom to top, the one they had just observed was from top to bottom. He pressed his palm against the wall and gestured with his fingers, explaining the discrepancies in the order of the severed fingers to Lin Qiye and Jing Yao. Upon concluding, Lin Qiye and Qingyu simultaneously arrived at the same conclusion. The corpse in the recording was not that of the individual who had recently died. And Qingyu's complexion remained somewhat pallid, yet his expression was devoid of any superfluous emotion as he cleaned the blood from his person and switched off the camera. "Do you wish to see more?" "No need," Lin Qiye replied, pulling Jing Yao towards the exit. "I must return urgently." As Jing Yao was dragged out by Lin Qiye, he could not stifle a yawn. The analysis they had discussed swirled in his mind before slipping away, yet he caught a fragment. Indeed, the video was in reverse. Could he truly be a genius? Upon returning to the office, they encountered Wu Xiangnan, who emerged with a stack of documents in hand. "Based on your descriptions, I have uncovered some pertinent information. The most fitting explanation appears to be the 10 Cuts ghost child. However, it lacks the capabilities of invisibility and telekinesis and exhibits low intelligence, suggesting it might be an entirely new mystery. Then why couldn't it be a gang operation?" Jing Yao expressed his confusion. The group paused momentarily, and Chinmai remarked, "While that is a possibility, it is exceedingly rare for mysteries to involve collaborative criminal activity." "I never claimed it to be a mystery," Jing Yao murmured. "Do you not find the tavern keeper rather suspicious? Is that truly the case?" Wu Xiangnan remained silent, gazing into Jing Yao's eyes, which sparkled with an unusual light. "I must admit, I am beginning to feel that the tavern keeper indeed harbors some secrets. Historical accounts suggest that long ago, in the West, there existed a sacrificial ritual that enabled certain weak spirits to enhance their power. To execute this ritual, one must offer a human soul every 2 days. This entails severing all 10 fingers of the victim within the last 10 seconds before their demise, ensuring that their feet do not touch the ground at the time of death, which must occur precisely at 3:33. Upon the completion of 5 consecutive sacrifices, the ritual reaches its initial fulfillment. Subsequently, by infusing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the feeble, vengeful spirit can undergo a profound transformation, emerging as a formidable entity. Wu Xiangnan pointed to the final corner of several ritual sites, stating, "If we consider the timeline, the last individual is destined to meet their end at this very location tomorrow night." Chapter 55. The tavern keeper, it has been said that he poses a problem. Why then must we linger? Would it not be more prudent to apprehend the tavern keeper directly? Are we not the police? Must we still deliberate over evidence? Jing Yao spread his hands, beseeching, as he yearned to hasten the completion of this matter and embark on his grand adventure. Yet, I recall that the tavern keeper expressed his profound fear of remaining here, wishing to leave the city. When Shima's voice trailed off, and Chunmai instinctively furrowed his brow. If the tavern keeper is indeed the culprit, how could he fulfill the ritual if he has departed? Has he left? Lin Qiye sensed a discord in the atmosphere. I had prohibited him from leaving, but now I am not entirely certain. When Shima hesitated as he spoke, "Shima, you should proceed to the airport and ascertain the situation while intercepting the tavern keeper. The rest of you, accompany me to the site of the final ritual," Jing Yao commanded. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and retrieved it to find a message from Qingyu. It depicted a dimly lit chamber. At its center, a vast array, the first crime scene. Jing Yao could discern nothing substantial and handed his phone to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye took the phone and exchanged a few words with Qingyu, when suddenly he heard the ominous hum of an aircraft overhead. A glance at the time on his phone made his pupils constrict. This is bad. He intends to complete the final ritual aboard the plane. Chimai gasped, staring at the aircraft, which seemed beyond his reach, feeling a chill of dread wash over him. This truly invites trouble. Jing Yao clicked his tongue in annoyance, lamenting that he had intended to return as an emperor, yet found himself first reduced to servitude. "Buckle up. I shall not be responsible if you fall." Jing Yao unfurled his fan, a gust of wind sweeping them towards the airplane with remarkable speed. The wind was invisible, leaving them unaware of how to stabilize themselves. Aside from Lin Qiye and Jing Yao, the members of Team 136 were trembling in fear. A fall from such heights would surely be fatal. As they ascended, The air grew increasingly frigid. Jing Yao brought them to hover above the plane, but it soared through the sky, leaving them precariously balanced. Shaoyun swiftly enveloped the group in a layer of protective fabric to prevent them from being swept away by the wind. How do we gain entry now? Hong Ying glanced at the top of the aircraft, eager to breach it, only to be firmly restrained by Shaoyun. I have a plan. Lin Qiye requested a pen from Jing Yao and sketched a magic array on the plane's surface. In the next instant, a cube materialized in their hands. He twisted the cube, and with a dizzying whirl, they found themselves inside the aircraft. Jing Yao stared at the cube, his expression peculiar. You, ahem. Lin Qiye stowed the cube away. You pilfered from the training camp. Jing Yao whispered conspiratorially in Lin Qiye's ear. What do you mean pilfered? This is my trophy. Lin Qiye retorted, as they found themselves crowded into a cramped restroom. With great effort, Lin Qiye managed to open the door, and the group dispersed to survey their surroundings. Almost the entire team was present, except for Wen Qimo and Lung Xian. After Lin Qiye assessed the situation, Jing Yao boldly disregarded the flight attendant's disapproving gaze and swung open the cockpit door. Upon entering, Jing Yao surveyed the surroundings, ignoring the tavern owner, who had a small vial beside him containing a tiny insect. Chunmai and the others quickly checked their surroundings and then entered the cockpit as well. Jing Yao waved at the bewildered tavern owner. Hello? You are surrounded. The tavern owner broke into a cold sweat. How did you get up here? We flew up. Jing Yao replied with an air of nonchalance. Flew up? The tavern owner felt an urge to slap Jing Yao. Did he even realize what he was saying? At such heights, could they possibly fly up here? He was certain that this group was not on the plane when he arrived. So even if they could soar to such altitudes, how did they manage to enter the aircraft? He had heard no sounds whatsoever. Forget it. Conversing with him was futile. Time to take action. Jing Yao gestured to his companions, making it seem as though they were his underlings. Chenmai was unceremonious, giving Jing Yao a slap on the back of the head. Who are you giving orders to? Shouldn't the captain take the lead? I'm not opposed to that, Jing Yao retorted daringly. Chenmai delivered another slap to Jing Yao's head. Captain, perhaps we should handle the situation first? Lin Qiye pulled Jing Yao behind him, fearing that he might appear even more foolish. Chenmai drew his starblade, locking eyes with Hong Ying, and they both charged forward. A glint of malice flickered in the tavern owner's eyes as he unleashed a mysterious figure, revealing the tin-cut demon boy. Lin Qiye ensured Jing Yao was safely positioned aside before rushing to assist. Stay back, Zhao Kongchang said, lifting Lin Qiye aside. Watch how the seniors handle this. What do you mean? I am atop of our training camp. Lin Qiye protested. First? Zhao Kongchang laughed. You boast without hesitation. If you were truly first. How did you end up with us? Lin Qiye fell silent. Ask Jing Yao if you don't believe me. Jing Yao, leaning against the side, watched the spectacle, affirming Lin Qiye's claim of being first. The cockpit was quite cramped, with the group unable to fully extend their limbs, especially with the tin-cut demon boy having split into multiple forms. Their fighting movements also disrupted the aircraft's normal flight. Sensing the situation turning dire, the tavern owner struck Hong Ying away, shattered a window, and seized the vial, attempting to leap out. Chenmai knocked away two tin-cut demon boys, weaving through the crowd to deliver a lethal strike to the tavern owner's head. The head was severed and flew out, yet to everyone's astonishment, it returned and reappeared atop the tavern owner's shoulders, with not a single wound visible on his neck. Lin Qiye comprehended the unfolding scene. Everything was a meticulously orchestrated performance by the tavern owner. Standing to the side, Jing Yao let out a gasp and decisively produced the Whispering Bell. A flurry of wind blades severed the tavern owner's head once more, and Jing Yao cast the severed head into the void. As the head failed to return to its rightful place in a timely manner, a torrent of blood erupted from the neatly sliced neck mere seconds later, forcing those nearby to recoil in horror, except for Jing Yao, who had shielded himself with a wall of wind. The remaining 10 cut ghost children were easily dealt with. Jing Yao surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Did you see the jar the owner was holding? I had intended to bring it back to amuse in Qingyu, but it seems I cannot find it." Chunmai cast a glance at the window now obstructed by Si Xiaonan's ethereal barrier, fearing it had been discarded. "I say, Let's not dwell on this for now. Who can pilot an aircraft? Shaoyun timidly looked at the group, who turned their heads to see that, following the tavern owner's demise, both the captain and co-pilot lay lifeless at the control panel. The group exchanged glances, each uncertain of what to do next. Chapter 56. My attempt to console. It must be acknowledged that ensuring the survival of all passengers aboard the aircraft was not beyond Jing Yao's capabilities. The real challenge lay in preventing the plane from descending into a residential area, thereby averting chaos and casualties. Chunmai felt the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and with a determined bite of his lip, he retrieved a fragment of the wet mother-esque grievance from his embrace. An idea sparked. Jing Yao produced a necklace from his spatial storage, an artifact long forgotten, known as Star Leap. This talisman enabled instantaneous movement, or more accurately, spatial teleportation. However, it necessitated a clear understanding of the desired destination. Otherwise, it would transport the user at random. Upon hearing this, Chunmai hastily returned the wet mother-esque grievance to its resting place. Have you devised a solution? He inquired urgently. Not yet, but I can summon someone who can resolve this situation, Jing Yao replied, the necklace glimmering in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the plane, and moments later, he reappeared, accompanied by another individual. Quickly, you know how to pilot a plane, right? Jing Yao urged, pushing Qingyu forward, who stared back, a question mark forming above his head. He can pilot a plane? Since when? And Qingyu mused, quickly assessing his surroundings. In a mere second, he grasped the current predicament. Wait a moment, he said, moving to the control panel to engage the correct settings. Within 5 seconds, the aircraft stabilized and altered its course towards the outskirts. Chunmai scrutinized Qingyu, finding the figure oddly familiar. Is this your friend? More accurately, he is a classmate of Qiye. After all, I cannot confess that I am merely infatuated and attempting to win him over. Can I? That would be rather forward. To his surprise, Qingyu turned out to be a possessor of a forbidden ruin. Qingyu did not respond to Chunmai. He was not keen on engaging with the night watchman at that moment. The aircraft gradually descended onto an open space, and Qingyu turned to Jing Yao. All right, send me back now. Without hesitation, Jing Yao grasped Qingyu, and they vanished once more. They re-emerged in the sewer, and Qingyu grasped Jing Yao's arm. By the way, could you procure a piece from that mysterious corpse on the plane for me? Consider it a reward for this incident. Sure, I'll arrange that for you. But do you want the whole corpse? I seem to have a head here. Jing Yao tossed out the head of the tavern owner. His forbidden ruin is likely related to healing. Yet curiously, his head can detach and still return to heal itself. If you're interested, you might want to study it. This piqued Qingyu's interest. He smiled shyly at Jing Yao. Thank you. Oh, no need for thanks. Just remember your promise. I will return to find you. Jing Yao waved casually as he departed, and Qingyu's expression stiffened for a moment. Then a contemplative smile crept onto his lips. Jing Yao did not head to the outskirts, but instead returned directly to the office, squatting at the entrance for a considerable time until Chunmai and the others returned. About time, he muttered, shaking his somewhat numb legs and bidding farewell to a large yellow dog nearby. Why didn't you come help us? Hong Ying lightly tapped Jing Yao's head, her tone slightly irritable. Oh dear, matters like this can be resolved without fuss. I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us dine together later. What restaurant? I crave seafood. Upon hearing about food, Hong Ying's annoyance dissipated, and she raised her paw in eager expression. Si Shaoyun chimed in, fresh seafood, of course. All right. A change of plans is of no consequence. Jing Yao then inquired, by the way, is that forbidden item something new you acquired? I've never seen you use it before. Zhao Kongqing slung an arm around Jing Yao's shoulder, exuding camaraderie. No, it's quite old, actually. It's just been gathering dust at the bottom of my storage, forgotten. I had used it once, but it belongs to the category of forbidden items, which depletes mental energy significantly. Using it once consumes nearly a third of my current mental capacity. This considerable drain made him reluctant to use it again. Although he could restore energy with chocolate, the fatigue it induced was quite uncomfortable. Lin Qiye turned and noticed Jing Yao and Zhao Kongqing in a friendly embrace. A flurry of information surged through his mind. He approached and pulled Jing Yao away from Zhao Kongqing. What are you discussing? We were talking about the forbidden item I used today. Oh, Lin Qiye recalled that Jing Yao had not been particularly fond of that item. By the way, did you bring back the mysterious corpse today? Uncertain of Jing Yao's intent in asking, Lin Qiye nodded in affirmation. Yes, I did. Oh, I'll go fetch some. What do you need that for? Lin Qiye tightened his grip on Jing Yao's hand, sensing that only and Qingyu would be interested in this. He could now empathize somewhat with Shen Qingzhu's feeling of helplessness. Loosen up. You're making me uncomfortable, Jing Yao remarked, patting Lin Qiye's hand, puzzled by his reaction. And Qingyu likes it, so I'll take it to amuse him. The mysterious corpses must be collected. Lin Qiye felt a pang of bitterness rising within him. He had arrived first, yet it seemed that Shen Qingzhu was first in line, followed by Qingyu. I'll go find a captain for the items. Don't delay in taking care of it for me, Jing Yao said, breaking free from Lin Qiye's grasp. A prominent red mark appeared on his wrist, and he felt that Lin Qiye had inexplicably gone a bit overboard. However, Jing Yao's desire for the mysterious corpse turned out to be fortuitous, for upon his arrival, Chimai finally discerned the identity of that individual, the thief of secrets. Instead of handing it over directly, Chimai mentioned another matter. Did you know? Recently in Songnan, a thief of secrets has emerged, specializing in the theft of mysterious corpses, and they even actively hunt the mysterious. Huh? Isn't that a good thing? The peculiar behavior of the individuals today left him baffled. With a sigh of resignation, Chimai clarified. What I meant is that the little friend you brought back today is an undocumented owner of an unknown forbidden domain. You know this is unacceptable. His forbidden realm is one of analysis. He simply harbors a fascination for enigmatic corpses, posing no threat to human society. In the past few days, I have personally taken the initiative to instruct him. Chunmai fixed his gaze upon Jing Yao, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through everything. Are you truly giving him lessons? He inquired. What sort of talk is this? What about the trust between us, Captain? Jing Yao murmured in dissatisfaction. Isn't my striking appearance merely an attempt to entice you? Chunmai displayed an expression of knowing acknowledgement, yet conceded, nevertheless, he has indeed lent us a hand today. If he chooses to accept this as remuneration, then let it be. Jing Yao responded with an okay gesture, casually severing the head and stowing it away in his space. Chapter 57. Jing Yao, overjoyed with the severed body part, exited eagerly, with Lin Qiye trailing closely behind, unable to catch up. He was left with no choice but to take a cab to the sewer wherein Qingyu resided. Jing Yao, much faster than him, opted to teleport directly. And Qingyu had just finished examining the tavern owner's head and realized that his own forbidden domain must possess a specific forbidden object to achieve the effect Jing Yao had just described. He directed his army of mice to search for this object, only to turn around and find Jing Yao standing behind him. He paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Here, Jing Yao said, placing the head on the table. And Qingyu, noticing the sight, felt a surge of excitement. Jing Yao remained patient, watching Qingyu dissect the findings. In no time, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It was indeed a highly effective forbidden domain. Is that so? Jing Yao leaned closer, whispering in his ear, I'm glad you like it. And Qingyu met Jing Yao's gaze, his attention finally fixated on the young man's striking features. Jing Yao was exceptionally handsome, his captivating eyes exuding a sense of intrigue that invited exploration. No wonder Lin Qiye was so anxious around him, having studied numerous corpses, and Qingyu possessed a clear understanding of human anatomy. Yet, he had never considered the reactions elicited by touching a living body. He reached out and touched Jing Yao's eye, exclaiming, Your eyes are beautiful. Jing Yao raised an eyebrow slightly, responding with a hint of arrogance. Naturally, I am handsome everywhere. And Qingyu chuckled lightly, intrigued. Is that so? I find myself rather interested. Perhaps we could explore this together? He tilted his head and pressed his lips against Jing Yao's, feeling the warmth and softness, which was quite different from his expectations. At least, touching with his hand did not evoke such extraordinary sensations. Jing Yao was taken aback by Qingyu's initiative, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. How could anyone refuse him? Lin Qiye was simply blind. However, he and Qingyu were meant to be one. He could not allow Qingyu to take the lead. He needed to seize control. He wrapped his arms around Qingyu's waist and kissed him. And Qingyu did not resist, moving in sync with Jing Yao, though his half-closed eyes were filled with curiosity. And Qingyu's laboratory had a resting room. And Jing Yao caressed the slightly swollen corner of Qingyu's lips, asking, "Where is the room?" "This way," and Qingyu replied calmly, leading Jing Yao toward the partition. However, his composure made Jing Yao feel somewhat uneasy. Something felt amiss, but he couldn't quite place it. Could it be that he was still adjusting after a prolonged encounter with Shen Qingzhu? Surely not. He felt quite attuned. Jing Yao pushed Qingyu onto the bed, his hands slipping beneath his garment. But before he could proceed further, a loud knock echoed from outside. He jolted, his expression darkening instantly. "No way." He looked at Qingyu with a hint of grievance in his voice. "You have visitors here?" And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, pulling Jing Yao into his embrace. "Typically, no one comes here. So, he's here for you." As he spoke, he instructed his little white mouse to open the door. Lin Qiye, with a dark expression, precisely located Jing Yao's position, and the sight of their intertwined postures deepened his frown. Jing Yao propped himself up, ruffling his hair, and said, "Little Qiye, this is rather unethical, don't you think? I regard you as a brother. Yet you push me into a ditch?" Lin Qiye had no desire for conversation. He forcefully pulled Jing Yao along, seething with frustration. Had he arrived just a moment later, would they have taken things further? "Hey, Lin Qiye, what are you doing?" Lin Qiye's grip was astonishingly strong, leaving Jing Yao no choice but to be dragged along. After a few futile struggles, Jing Yao surrendered entirely. "Are you angry? Why are you angry?" "Lin Qiye, let go." Jing Yao, exasperated by Lin Qiye's silence and insistence on dragging him, warned, "If you don't release me, I'll retaliate." Lin Qiye glanced at him before hoisting him up, hailing a taxi by the roadside and unceremoniously shoving him inside. "Driver, to Lin Garden Community." Jing Yao sat in the taxi, rubbing his wrist, which had endured considerable torment at Lin Qiye's hands today. "What has got into you?" he grumbled, his brow furrowed, feeling irritable as the opportunity he had nearly grasped slipped away. Lin Qiye opened his mouth, words hanging unspoken on his lips. Ultimately, he decided against voicing them, opting instead for a more direct approach. Jing Yao was forcibly brought back to Lin Qiye's home. Upon entering the room, Lin Qiye pinned him against the door, delivering a heated and impatient kiss. The thought that Jing Yao had just been intimate with Qingyu only intensified his irritation, prompting him to kiss with even greater fervor. Jing Yao, taken aback by this unexpected advance, stammered, "What are you doing? Can't you tell?" Lin Qiye gritted his teeth. "Or is it that I can do it, but you cannot? Damn it." Jing Yao swore he had no intention of tormenting Lin Qiye. He truly regarded Lin Qiye as a close brother. Perhaps he occasionally teased Lin Qiye's poor taste, but with so many attractive men around, he certainly wasn't fixated solely on Lin Qiye. Yet, he thought, "Big brother, what on earth are you doing?" He was not that easygoing. Wait, I don't think this is right." Jing Yao covered his face, his mind racing. "You needn't be like them. You will always be my little brother. I will never abandon you." His perception of Lin Qiye had always been that of a steadfast, straightforward man. After living together for so long, surely he hadn't suddenly developed feelings for him just because he was with Shen Qingzhu. He was not Shaoyun. Thus, he could only conclude that Lin Qiye feared being cast aside. Lin Qiye's expression hardened, and he unceremoniously tossed Jing Yao back into the room, pinning him down in a flurry of chaotic movements. When Jing Yao regained consciousness, it was the middle of the night. His mind felt muddled, and Lin Qiye, despite being asleep, held him tightly in his embrace. He attempted to pry Lin Qiye's arm away, but it felt as unyielding as steel. "Damn it, let me go." Lin Qiye, blinking sleepily, pulled Jing Yao back into his arms, burying his head in his shoulder. Feeling exceedingly weary, "Shall we indulge in a brief slumber?" With an impassive expression, Jing Yao brushed aside his hand, declaring, "I am famished. It is time to dine." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye reluctantly released his grip. Jing Yao, wincing as he clutched his waist, limped out of the room, tossing a cotton candy into his mouth with nonchalance. What a wretched creature. Even though his body had largely recuperated, he still felt a pervasive discomfort, as this rascal had no understanding of moderation. Jing Yao expressionlessly guzzled a bottle of juice, returning to his room to lock the door behind him, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Alas, he suddenly found himself yearning for Shen Qingzhu. As per tradition, the extra content has been added in the group. Chapter 58. The end. If you dislike reading, simply exit. There is no need to complicate matters for one another. Lin Qiye went to work with the imprint of teeth still visible on his lips, exuding an air of defiance. Hong Ying and Si Shaoyun regarded Lin Qiye and Jing Yao with inquisitive eyes, their gaze so intense that Jing Yao felt compelled to turn away. Chen Mai, however, wore a puzzled expression. Yesterday, Jing Yao had mentioned pursuing that thief, yet here he was with Lin Qiye instead, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed rather displeased. In contrast, Lin Qiye was in high spirits, occasionally checking on Jing Yao and offering him snacks, making it all too obvious that Jing Yao's mood darkened further. After all, who would be in good spirits after being forced to play the submissive role for an entire night? Today, the team planned an outing, and Chen Mai suggested they all go together to procure ingredients. He refrained from buying anything in advance, fearing that the young master Jing Yao would be dissatisfied and cause a ruckus. Outing? Procuring ingredients? Captain, are we going for a barbecue? Jing Yao teased, fiddling with a black crow that had mysteriously appeared on the table. Its antics, akin to fighting for food, made Chen Mai's brow twitch, unable to tolerate it any longer. Hong Ying scolded Jing Yao, reminding him of the crow's exorbitant value and suggesting he find something else to play with. Jing Yao, unfazed, retorted that it couldn't be that expensive and offered to compensate her later. Ah, you wouldn't understand. That thing serves as a disaster warning. In any case, refrain from playing with it. Fine, I won't play with it. Jing Yao shifted to a different position, noting that cotton candy could heal his wounds, even alleviating some of the red marks, though the lingering soreness remained unaddressed. Thus, he and Shen Qingzhu decided to keep it to a minimum. That scoundrel Lin Qiye. Chen Mai had already instructed Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima to start preparing. I'll handle the cooking. Jing Yao, are you not leaving yet? Coming. Life comprises two great pleasures, exquisite food and love that should not be forsaken. Do you want me to carry you? Lin Qiye inquired with feigned concern, inching closer to Jing Yao. Get lost. Your presence annoys me. Jing Yao gritted his teeth, subtly massaging his waist, though everyone could see his discomfort. For the first time, he realized his body was indeed quite resilient. Otherwise, enduring Lin Qiye's antics would have made it a miracle if he could even rise from bed in 3 days. The group arrived at the foot of Jinan Mountain, laden with various supplies. As they busily set up the barbecue grill, washed vegetables, and sliced fruits, Jing Yao sprawled on the grass, utterly lethargic. After a while, he managed to turn over. Zhao Shu, do you have any cigarettes? Zhao Kongsheng chuckled. Didn't you say my cigarettes were subpar? Mind your own business, Jing Yao retorted, catching the cigarette Zhao Kongsheng tossed his way. He extracted one, lighting it up. I said, Zhao Shu, if money is no object, why not indulge in better cigarettes? You little rascal. Not far away, Lung Xian and Si Shaoyun approached, arms full of items, with Si Shaoyun cradling a bouquet of green Lycoris radiata, commonly known as the spider lily. What kind of flower are you holding, Shaoyun? Wen Qima inquired, leaning forward with curiosity. Lacking experience, Zhao Kongsheng muttered a few words, but the thought slipped his mind before he could articulate it. Si Xiaonan smiled, though her laughter bore an air of fatigue and reluctance. It is the flower of the other shore, the green flower of the other shore, symbolizing the ceaseless hope of life. Jing Yao, lazily sprawled on the ground, remarked, this variety of flower attracts pests. Be cautious, Sister Shaonan. Si Xiaonan's hand froze, her gaze towards Jing Yao laden with unspoken resentment. Chen Mai had prepared some food, and Lin Qiye approached Jing Yao with a plate to offer him a taste. Isn't it? Who exactly purchased these oysters? Jing Yao felt as if someone were subtly mocking him. The group nearby exchanged glances, deliberately avoiding looking at Jing Yao. It's quite delicious. Would you care to try? Lin Qiye held an oyster to his lips, and Jing Yao silently lowered his head and consumed it. After finishing one, he declared he would eat no more, insisting Lin Qiye should indulge instead. Lin Qiye responded with a beaming smile. Very well. I shall eat more and make sure to perform well tonight. Jing Yao stiffened, memories from the previous day flooding his mind, and he turned away, murmuring, little beast. Upon returning to the office in the afternoon, Jing Yao discreetly messaged Chun Mai to request leave before making a hasty exit. He felt overwhelmed and feared that continuing would lead to his undoing. He had also prepared some items to deliver to Shen Qingzhu. When Shen Qingzhu received the message, he was initially in disbelief, but he quickly requested leave from the captain and rushed to the airport. From a distance, he spotted Jing Yao among the crowd. Jing Yao. Shen Qingzhu dashed to his side and enveloped him in an embrace. They had not been apart for a year, and even 2 days apart felt unbearably long. He had thought Jing Yao might not seek him out anymore. "Let us head back," Jing Yao said, grasping Shen Qingzhu's hand. Shen Qingzhu informed the captain and led Jing Yao to the base of Team 006. In a courtyard, the snake girl was playfully teasing a cat, waiting until this year to attend the new recruit training camp. Thus, Yuan Gang had brought her to the capital. It would have been somewhat disrespectful to send her to the training camp, as she was already at the pool level and still had to wait 6 months. She was nearing the mid-stage, which would be a significant disadvantage to the new recruits. Sensing an arrival, the cat swiftly dashed away, and upon raising her head, the snake girl beheld her long-missed confidant. "My Yao, what brings you here?" she exclaimed with excitement, leaping into Jing Yao's embrace, nuzzling her head against his shoulder. "Oh, my Yao, your face is still so captivating. Allow me to cherish you properly." Shen Qingzhu's smile vanished instantaneously. He had overlooked the presence of the snake girl. In truth, the snake girl had stabilized considerably during her time in Team 006, and Shen Qingzhu was surprised to find that upon seeing Jing Yao, she seemed to trigger some sort of buff. "How have you been here?" Quite well, quite well. Let me tell you." The snake girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly shared stories of the handsome individuals she had encountered during this period. She was inherently beautiful, and even when approaching handsome men, they would readily give her face. The night watchmen, upon discovering her status as a divine agent, were equally eager to make her acquaintance. As Shen Qingzhu listened, her face grew increasingly dark. She pulled Jing Yao away from the snake woman, chiding him not to linger at the entrance. Couldn't he simply enter and speak? Indeed, that was a fair point. The snake woman, still unsated, licked her lips, lamenting the absence of anyone to share her little indulgences with, while Yuan Gang had sternly forbidden her from playing with Jing Yao, nearly stifling her. Just as they spoke of the devil, Yuan Gang emerged from his duties, seeking a moment of respite with tea, only to behold Shen Qingzhu approaching with Jing Yao. The snake woman beside them flushed with excitement. At that moment, he felt as if the ground had vanished beneath him. It was over, truly. It was all over. 6 months of effort rendered futile. Chapter 59. Collaboration. Yuan Gang gazed at Shen Qingzhu with an expression of despair, causing Shen Qingzhu to feel a prickling unease. He had indeed submitted his request to the captain, who had granted it. How could he be blamed? There had been no prior warning about prohibiting Jing Yao from meeting the serpent woman. "My Yao, let us go shopping." The serpent woman cast a knowing glance at Jing Yao. The time was perfect for a stroll and a bite to eat, and afterwards, she had plans to meet several handsome gentlemen for a night out. In unison, Shen Qingzhu and Yuan Gang exclaimed, "No." "Well, if it's a no, then why the loud outcry?" Jing Yao remarked, digging into his ear. The serpent woman nodded fervently beside him, though she had been under Yuan Gang's stringent supervision. Even with Jing Yao present, she felt a lingering apprehension towards Yuan Gang. This thought left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, she could not deny that she had indeed attracted numerous charming suitors. However, she had failed to secure even one for herself. Yuan Gang forbade her from spending the night outside, and on top of that, he was quite critical of her attire. Jing Yao and the serpent woman exchanged glances, leaning back together against the sofa in a state of relaxation. "All right, Shen Qingzhu," Jing Yao continued, tossing a ring to Shen Qingzhu. It was not an extravagant piece, but rather a fine and delicate ring that would not interfere with daily life. Upon receiving the ring, Shen Qingzhu flushed slightly, wondering what it was. It resembled a compact space, albeit small, with a volume of merely 12 cubic units. Inside, he had placed various consumables, including a strawberry that could enhance the critical hit of the next attack, and a milk tea that provided a 30-minute speed boost. Albeit with a one-day side effect, caution was advised. There were also other items intended for self-preservation, such as attack boosts, shields, and teleportation tools. Jing Yao admitted he had not thoroughly examined the contents, as most of it had been acquired impulsively during his shopping excursions. His expenditure had become so effortless that his in-game purchasing system no longer required advance reservations, sparing him much hassle, even though he had never utilized the reservation feature. As Jing Yao finished speaking, the surrounding individuals turned their teasing gazes towards Shen Qingzhu. Zhou Ping reclined in his chair, hands behind his head, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful! It makes me want to fall in love." Yuan Gang shot him a sidelong glance, mercilessly retorting, "Don't even think about it. You wouldn't be able to attract so many wealthy suitors, nor would you be able to procure such items." Zhou Ping feigned injury, clutching his chest, visibly wounded. Shen Qingzhu rubbed his reddened ears, feeling a tad embarrassed. "Honestly, I would be delighted just to have you visit." The members of Team 006 directed disdainful and reproachful looks at Shen Qingzhu. Among them, only the serpent woman had her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. However, after indulging in her fantasies, she extended her hand towards Jing Yao, declaring, "I want one too." Jing Yao, not one to be stingy, recognized the rarity of finding someone with similar interests. "What do you desire?" "Something beautiful and flashy, like that fan of yours," the serpent woman replied without hesitation. "Well, you certainly have discerning taste," Jing Yao remarked. "That which requires no mental fortitude, if not newly refreshed, is often priced at multiples. Yet such extravagant forbidden items can still be procured. The fan does not suit you. Would you prefer the hairpin, the dagger, or the supple whip?" The serpent woman contemplated momentarily. Indeed, all that Jing Yao offered was quite befitting her, strikingly beautiful while not ostentatious. "Then I shall choose the whip." Jing Yao searched briefly and selected a green, serpent-shaped whip adorned with barbs, its tip ending in a sharp needle that could be neatly coiled upon her arm without causing harm. Upon receiving it, the serpent woman's eyes sparkled, and she enveloped Jing Yao in a bear hug, exclaiming, "My Yao sister, I find myself loving you more and more." Shen Qingzhu frowned. "Could you refrain from such exuberance and speak properly?" "No more hugging him. Oh, you stingy man. I shall find 100 handsome men for Yao." Just as it seemed a quarrel would ensue, Yuan Gang coughed and discreetly gestured to separate the two. Indeed, while Jing Yao was the one being embraced, such affectionate displays between men and women were rather inappropriate. Jing Yao, how many forbidden items do you have left? We wish to purchase some from you." His primary interest lay in the peculiar edible forbidden items Jing Yao possessed, their effects leaving him astounded. "Quite a few. What are you seeking?" Jing Yao propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Yuan Gang. "The cotton candy, chocolate, and that strawberry lollipop. As for the milk tea, I do not intend to acquire that, having seen it is rather inconvenient to carry. Regarding other forbidden items, feel free to present them, and we can negotiate." However, Yuan Gang had previously reimbursed Jing Yao for these expenses, which were indeed exorbitantly priced. "Currently, I possess only a limited quantity. Should you wish to place an order, it would require additional funds, at least double the previous quoted price." Jing Yao raised 2 fingers, and Yuan Gang calculated the cost in his mind, nearly faltering. Though purchasing at double the price was still a bargain, it would significantly reduce the amount they could procure. However what? Yuan Gang hastily interjected. "If you do not mind a lesser efficacy, I could acquire a substantial quantity of those that heal and restore mental fortitude." "How much lesser?" Jing Yao spread his hands. "I am uncertain. Allow me to contact someone." With that, he dialed in Qingyu, for he was one who never occupied his mind with matters unrelated to himself. If left to wait, he could easily forget entirely. When Qingyu answered, his voice bore a hint of fatigue and raspiness. "Hello?" Upon hearing the voice on the line, Shen Qingzhu's mind immediately sounded an alarm. Young man, Jing Yao would undoubtedly avoid meddling. Thus, an additional nuisance had appeared in his vicinity. Jing Yao briefly relayed some circumstances to Qingyu, who fell into silence for a moment. "Very well," she said. "The efficacy of what I produce is likely only half that of Jing Yao's creations. I propose to exchange half the sum for a mysterious corpse fragment, in return for the cancellation of the 136 team's pursuit of me, and for the night watchers to refrain from investigating my affairs." Naturally, I shall not meet with them. The transaction can occur at a designated location. The speakerphone was set to loud, and the members of Team 006 exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. Where do they find such criminals? One mused. Oh, he merely has a touch of social anxiety. Please do not take offense, Jing Yao remarked with an air of gravity. On the other end of the line, and Qingyu, hearing Jing Yao's words, questioned him. Socially anxious? The members of Team 006 were equally perplexed. Socially anxious? A being that instills fear in society? Ultimately, Yuan Gang acquiesced to Qingyu's request. While Jing Yao might not be the most dependable, Yuan Gang recognized him as a fundamentally kind-hearted individual. Presently, he had established a harmonious rapport with the Night Watchers, and with a beloved who was also among them. It was unlikely he would associate with truly malevolent individuals. Primarily, if the other party were genuinely sinister, they would likely be too intimidated to engage in commerce with them. All right, are there any other pitfalls I have yet to address? Chapter 60. The Narrow-Minded Ghost. Just as Jing Yao was about to indulge himself, a call from Chen Qingzhu interrupted him. Jing Yao, you're running far too swiftly. Jing Yao held the phone away from his ear, even covering the receiver, waiting for the voice on the other end to soften before bringing it back closer. Oh, Captain, I'm just a bit anxious. Chen Qingzhu let out a cold chuckle. Anxious? What are you anxious about? Anxious for the king? Jing Yao rubbed his nose awkwardly, the pun about losing money stinging him. He certainly couldn't confess that he was desperate to escape the impending late-night ordeal. Clearly, Chen Qingzhu was oblivious to his plight. His incessant muttering through the phone suggested he might as well be a doting mother. If you had mentioned your plans to come to Beijing, you could have accompanied the others. I had arranged for our team to come to Beijing for training. Yet here you are, darting off solo. How was I to know you had made arrangements? Did you mention it yesterday? Did you say anything while you were out enjoying yourself today? You knew I was leaving. Yet you acted as though nothing happened. Jing Yao protested, his voice rising in defiance. No matter what, he was adamant that he could not be at fault. How could such a charming and beloved figure as himself ever be wrong? In truth, Chen Qingzhu had no desire to engage in a debate with Jing Yao. He had already vented his frustrations and chose to disregard Jing Yao's objections. Hong Ying and the others will be arriving shortly, so don't wander off. Wait. They're arriving soon. Jing Yao's anxiety spiked. Is Qiye coming too? Qiye is not coming. Jing Yao sighed in relief. Without Lin Qiye's presence, he quickly shifted his demeanor. Don't worry, Captain. I promise to take good care of Hong Ying and the others. Don't kid yourself, Chen Qingzhu said, disconnecting the call. Alone in the empty office, he stared blankly at the now darkened screen of his phone, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He had been contemplating how to send Jing Yao off, only to find that fate had orchestrated his departure perfectly. This was for the best. He mustn't involve him. The last time he had inadvertently released a trace of Shiva's resentment, though it lasted but a moment. It was enough for the outer gods to take notice. Yet even if he hadn't unleashed that essence, he was aware that he could not endure for much longer. Nor could Songnan. Ultimately, everything was converging towards an end, and he felt a flicker of gratitude towards Jing Yao, who had unwittingly provided him with a reason to send them off with a smile. Composing himself, he exited the office, finding that only he and Lin Qiye remained in the entire agency. Compared to the usual lively atmosphere, the silence felt overwhelmingly stark. Captain? Lin Qiye looked up from his phone, immediately dimming the screen upon seeing Chen Qingzhu, wearing an expression akin to that of a guilty thief. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Qingzhu offered a comforting tone. This training session was arranged long ago, which is why your name wasn't included. However, I promise to ensure your inclusion next time. As for Jing Yao, well, you two can handle it. At my age, I think I'll retire for the night. Lin Qiye. This consolation is hardly better than none at all. Lin Qiye felt a deeper ache in his heart. However, he also acknowledged that he had overreacted out of anger the previous night. Yet Jing Yao had mentioned beforehand that he would temper his behavior. Lin Qiye suppressed the sense of grievance within him and continued messaging Jing Yao. Hong Ying and her companions arrived in the evening. The captain of Team 006 and their team leader shared a close bond, so accommodations had been arranged for them by Team 006. However, Jing Yao thought that since they were here, they might as well indulge themselves. Thus he booked an entire floor of a 5-star hotel. After visiting Team 006, Hong Ying prepared to return to the hotel, only to find they were being trailed by a pesky follower. Originally, there were two, but the Serpent Woman was forcibly pulled back by Yuan Gang midway, leaving only Shen Qingzhu to accompany them. Throughout the journey, Jing Yao was engrossed in his phone, while Shen Qingzhu frowned repeatedly, eventually grasping Jing Yao's chin and turning his face towards him. The members of Team 136 leaned back simultaneously, exchanging glances filled with intrigue. Hong Ying, what is happening? Didn't Yao Yao break up with this one? When Qima, it's evident. They are definitely still together. See Shaoyun. Qiye has turned into the third wheel. Zhao Kongcheng. Oh dear, this young lad. He has quite the player. Lung Xian, I want to take a picture. Jing Yao patted Shen Qingzhu's hand, suggesting, how about we return tomorrow? Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the messages Lin Qiye had sent. The group of Hong Ying paused, questioning, what is wrong? Jing Yao raised his phone for them to see, revealing Lin Qiye's message. The Captain's applications are all forged. He deliberately sent you out. Why would the captain do such a thing? Hong Ying questioned, bewildered. In truth, everyone present struggled to comprehend this. According to the conventions of fiction, such circumstances typically herald significant turmoil. Jing Yao tucked his phone away and shrugged, but it's hard to say. Team 006 appeared normal when we arrived, and the captain seemed quite typical while scolding me on the phone. Perhaps it's a personal matter, and he didn't want us to feel uneasy, hence the pretense of following the proper procedures. No, we should return tomorrow. The members of Team 136 deliberated, unanimously deciding to head back to Tsangnan the next day, as the captain's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. So, Yao Yao, will you come back with us tomorrow? Hong Ying inquired once more. Yes. He had initially come to the capital to deliver something to Shen Qingzhu while avoiding Lin Qiye. Moreover, he had yet to secure in Qingyu's affections. This time, he had also paved a clearer path for his identity. Upon returning, he would need to be more affectionate towards him. He genuinely liked that face. Jing Yao took Shen Qingzhu's hand as they walked towards the hotel. The moment he grasped his hand, Shen Qingzhu's irritation vanished, leaving Hong Ying utterly astonished at how easily he could be soothed, despite appearing quite irritable. Once inside the hotel, Shen Qingzhu pulled Jing Yao into his embrace, showering him with kisses. Missed me? Jing Yao caressed Shen Qingzhu's face, noting that the mole on Shen Qingzhu's face, much like the one on Qingyu, was perfectly placed, truly alluring. Jing Yao pressed his lips against Shen Qingzhu's nape, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. After a prolonged moment, they separated, with Shen Qingzhu placing a hand on the side of Jing Yao's face. Her thumb, grazing his swollen lips, kissed red from her affection. Do not deceive me. Have you slept with Lin Qiye? Jing Yao brushed his lips against Shen Qingzhu's palm. Yes. Shen Qingzhu pinned Jing Yao against the door, sinking her teeth into his neck with fervor. No treatment allowed. Take this back with you. Do you understand? Jing Yao pressed a gentle kiss on Shen Qingzhu's lips, his fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, a playful smile dancing upon his features. You little rascal. Chapter 61. Miracles due to obligations the following day. The two could only indulge in a brief encounter. In comparison, Lin Qiye truly did not seem to be human. Jing Yao was awakened by the sound of Hong Ying knocking on the door. Glancing at the time, he realized it was only 6 o'clock. My flight is at 7:30. Yao Yao, hurry and get up. Jing Yao momentarily fell silent, wondering why the rush. Who could possibly be in Sangnan? Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, Jing Yao dutifully rose from his bed. Shen Qingzhu wrapped her arms around Jing Yao's waist, resting her chin on his shoulder. The two resembled conjoined twins, remaining intertwined until they stepped outside. Upon exiting, the unmistakable bite marks on Jing Yao's neck caught the attention of their companions. Shen Qingzhu seemed to intentionally showcase the hickeys adorning her body, one of her shirt's buttons undone, revealing her collarbone and neck. Hong Ying and Shaoyun exchanged glances filled with curiosity, yet the specifics of the situation would require a deeper inquiry with Jing Yao. Once aboard the aircraft, Hong Ying and Shaoyun activated their gossip mode. They flanked Jing Yao, their eyes ablaze with intrigue. Jing Yao lounged against his seat, exuding an air of nonchalance. So, what exactly is your relationship with Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye? It's precisely what it appears to be. I have the means and resources. What's wrong with enjoying the company of several partners? Jing Yao responded with a sense of entitlement. Hong Ying gazed at him, a mix of exasperation and disbelief in her expression. Brother, are you truly oblivious? Which one have you been involved with? It seems you're the one being played here. Jing Yao met Hong Ying's gaze, his expression stiffening, annoyance bubbling within him. What kind of look is that? Nothing, Hong Ying sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of affection. She recalled that Lin Qiye had been the previous night's companion, while Shen Qingzhu had occupied his thoughts the night before that. Gently, she patted Jing Yao's head. You must be exhausted. Would you like to rest your head on your sister's shoulder for a bit? Or perhaps let Shaoyun provide some comfort? With that mark on your neck, returning home might lead to an unexpected fallout. Hong Ying felt a deep concern for Jing Yao, torn between labeling him a scoundrel for his actions, only to realize he was not the one in control, yet he had multiple partners. Jing Yao rolled his eyes in annoyance, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes, ignoring the two beside him. Upon disembarking, the group boarded Jing Yao's invisible vehicle and returned to the office. As they soared through the sky, everything seemed as usual, yet an ominous aura enveloped the air above Songnan. Ah, I suddenly remembered. It seems we left without bidding farewell to Captain Xiao. Hong Ying looked towards Zhao Kongsheng. Didn't I ask you to convey that? Zhao Kongsheng scratched his head. I forgot. How could he explain that witnessing Jing Yao and Shen Qingzhu together, along with the striking bite mark, had left him so stunned that he completely forgot to inform anyone? Hong Ying sighed in resignation, deciding it was best to let it go. Since they were already back, they could simply have the captain call Captain Xiao when they arrived. The airport was not far from their office, and after a mere 15 minutes, the group arrived at the back door of the establishment. Xuanwo was seated in an office chair, while Lin Qiye sat opposite him. Both wore expressions of awkwardness and rigidity. Nearby, an elderly gentleman leisurely sipped his tea. Upon seeing the group return, Xuanwo paused momentarily. What brings you back so soon? He inquired. Jing Yao fanned himself briskly, casually producing a comfortable chair from the air and reclining upon it. Instructor Yuan Gang sent us back, stating that I shouldn't be playing with the snake lady. The members of Team 136 responded in unison. Ah, yes indeed. Xuanwo remarked. He didn't mention anything about this during his call with Zhou Ping. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself, recognizing that this gentleman was one of humanity's paragons, the master. Jing Yao scrutinized the elderly figure for a moment, took a leisurely sip of tea, and calmly exclaimed, wow. This unexpected outburst drew the attention of everyone in Team 136, and Jing Yao, noticing the collective gaze upon him, felt a sense of confusion. Yes, of course. He is indeed one of humanity's finest. I must ingratiate myself. He rummaged through his space, but found nothing suitable for someone of such advanced age. However, observing the gentleman's apparent fondness for tea, as he had been sipping it continuously, Jing Yao inexplicably wondered why he had not excused himself for a restroom break. Thus, he decided to use his mind to access the system store, searching for tea. Refreshing Clarity Tea provides immunity to any mental attack for 10 minutes. 30 million. Without a second thought, Jing Yao placed the order, retrieved the item from his space, and presented it to the master. This is a token of our first meeting. He thoughtfully included a description. A single leaf grants immunity to any form of mental assault for 10 minutes. The master initially hesitated to accept, but the promise of immunity from all mental attacks was undeniably intriguing. Could this truly be so effective? Setting aside the question of whether it could withstand divine forces, he acknowledged it as a valuable gift. Since it is a present from a junior, I shall graciously accept it, he said, signaling to his attendant, who promptly whisked the box of tea away from the table. The members of Team 136 exchanged bemused glances, once again marveling at Jing Yao's knack for acquiring remarkable items. After a brief period of idle chatter, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Jing Yao had intended to seek out in Qingyu, but found himself detained. After a while, Xuanwo could no longer remain seated, muttering quietly before hastily making his way to the restroom. Upon his return, he could not suppress a look of resignation. Master, The person you were waiting for has arrived. Feel free to proceed with your matters. The master lifted his cup and savored another sip of tea before slowly shaking his head. Lin Qiye, you may leave now. Lin Qiye, perplexed, responded. After waiting all this time for you to speak, I'm now being dismissed? However, he could not voice any objections and obediently stood up, making his way out of the office. After Lin Qiye departed, the office suddenly transformed into a vibrant landscape of lush green grass and flourishing flora. The trio had shifted from sitting on a sofa to perching upon stone benches. Captain Shen, I recall that incident from years past. You were also in Songnan, were you not? Shenmai offered a bittersweet smile indeed. The sage sighed softly. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Jing Yao interjected. What riddles are you speaking? Can a riddle maker kindly take their leave? Observing Jing Yao's confusion, the sage, preceding Chunmai in elucidation, explained. Songnan is a city that has long since vanished. 11 years ago, the entirety of Songnan disappeared. Jing Yao responded, I do not comprehend. Speak in a manner that is intelligible. The implication is that 11 years ago, during a divine battle, a deity utilized the wrath of Shiva to erase Songnan from the lands of the Great Xia. However, one individual survived, Lin Qiye, who was subsequently chosen to be the agent of Michael, resurrecting Songnan through the mortal realm of the divine. Now, this miracle approaches its conclusion. Chapter 62. A glimmer of hope. Why do you tell me this? What can I possibly do? Jing Yao pondered, feeling inadequate to conjure any miracles that might sustain Songnan's existence. Someone had told him that he could offer Songnan a sliver of hope. Me? Just me? Am I worthy of such a notion? Which deceiver spoke of this? I should be striding through this world with confidence, he retorted. The sage shook his head in resignation. Uncertain himself, merely stating that this was a matter of fate, the outcome of which remained unknown. Jing Yao, feeling a weight in his chest, finally managed to voice a question. Can the riddle maker please leave this world? Cough, cough. Chunmai cleared his throat, occasionally marveling at Jing Yao's ability to treat everyone equally. Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively. I don't know who told you that, but I wouldn't advise holding on to high expectations. The sage sighed, acknowledging that fate cannot be forced and that the winds of Songnan had indeed grown tumultuous. Jing Yao thought, how many times must I ask for the riddle maker to leave? The sage rose to take his leave. Chunmai stood with Jing Yao to escort the sage out, and upon turning, Jing Yao discovered Lin Qiye lurking in a corner, observing him like a specter. What are you doing? Jing Yao exclaimed, patting his chest, realizing he had startled Lin Qiye. What were you just discussing? Lin Qiye stepped closer. Jing Yao ruffled Lin Qiye's hair. It's not something for a child like you to concern yourself with. Oh, is that so? Lin Qiye's tone shifted, his hand resting on the side of Jing Yao's neck. Then can you tell me what this is? Jing Yao's hand instinctively moved to the spot Lin Qiye pointed at. Oh, I almost forgot. Shen Qingzhu left a mark on my neck yesterday. Are you avoiding me only to deliver goods to Shen Qingzhu? Or do you simply have a preference for him? Or is it that you just outright dislike me? Lin Qiye's gaze deepened, his fingers tracing the bite mark on Jing Yao's neck, as if trying to erase it entirely. Lin Qiye felt a deep-seated unease, unsure of its origin, and instinctively sought solace in Jing Yao's presence. Jing Yao possessed a unique aura of safety. As long as he bore no trace of worry, everything seemed trivial. Presently, however, there was no hint of concern on Jing Yao's face. Jing Yao tilted his head, glancing aside. He lacked Lin Qiye's depth of thought, instead wearing a pained expression when the subject arose. But Xiao Qiye, you really ought to act more human. Behaving like this will not earn my affection. Jing Yao's sudden intensity caught Lin Qiye off guard, causing him to unconsciously bite his lip. I'll change next time. Just don't avoid me, especially not after spending time with him and then seeking out Shen Qingzhu. That makes it seem like you're really lacking, Jing Yao said, studying Lin Qiye, whose emotions were too complex for his understanding. He gently tapped Lin Qiye's head with his fan, his voice calm. I understand. Indeed, he felt that Lin Qiye could sense something amiss, yet he was uncertain whether the captain and the others were right to conceal this matter from him. Jing Yao squatted outside the office, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and upon glancing down, he noticed several spent butts littering the ground at his feet. This city was on the brink of oblivion. No wonder Xuanwo advised him against purchasing an old house. He must have known all along. What vexation! Why had trouble found him yet again? He raked his fingers through his hair. Had he remained unaware, the city's demise would not have affected him in the slightest. Yet that old sage had made a point of coming to inform him that he had the opportunity to save these people. Damn it, how is this any different from moral coercion? If he failed to rescue them, he would inevitably encounter the despair in Lin Qiye's eyes, burdened by guilt. Wait a moment. Wasn't Qingyu also from Songnan? Oh dear, his lovely little beauty, the one he had yet to claim. Jing Yao retrieved his phone and sent a message to Qingyu, which took several minutes to elicit a response. Qingyu, I'm not a local of Songnan. I was here 11 years ago. Is something happening? Why do you ask me this? Knowing that Qingyu was not from Songnan indeed brought a flicker of joy to Jing Yao. But still, this city was doomed. He once more tugged at his hair, making a beautiful mess of his once pristine locks. How exasperating. Why had he been informed of this? He longed to find that old man and land a punch squarely on his face. Chunmai squatted beside Jing Yao, resting a hand on his shoulder. Jing Yao. Whoa. Jing Yao jumped, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. Captain, is it necessary to scare me like this when I'm still alive? Hearing his jest lightened Chunmai's previously heavy heart. I'm not trying to scare you. Rather, you should take the sage's words too seriously. Saving Songnan is not your responsibility. Even if you cannot save it in the end, no one will blame you. Don't burden yourself with such weight. Then why mention it to me? Jing Yao silently rolled his eyes. Chunmai chuckled softly, ruffling Jing Yao's hair. Because you're a kind-hearted boy. You genuinely wish to save this city. Jing Yao sighed. Well, I do possess a rather tenuous plan. Rising to his feet, he made his way home. The small world simulator, which he had merely used for amusement, appeared in the palm of his hand. This miniature realm allowed only souls to enter. The souls he had collected previously had remained in storage, and after such a long time, the few souls he had extracted from Han Shaoyun had reached a restoration progress of 99. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his mind. Have you ever fought for something with all your might? Yes, indeed, brother. For the sake of sleep. Huh? Why does it feel like something is amiss? A cold sweat broke out. Jing Yao hastily banished the thought from his mind. He activated the panel and selected the option to replicate the modeling based on the current map. After designating a section of Songnan, he confirmed the duplication. Jing Yao detached himself from the miniature world and ascended into the sky. As he gazed down at the city, he was no longer met with the ordinary visage of the urban landscape. Golden rays emanated from his hands, enveloping the entirety of Songnan. In truth, he entertained the thought of incorporating other picturesque locales into his creation, but he ultimately dismissed the idea, for he had scarcely ventured to any other promising places. Suspended in midair, the wind tousled his garments and hair, yet he bore no semblance of disarray. Golden threads swirled around him, and the white sphere of light in his grasp radiated a soft, ethereal glow, as if a deity were surveying his realm. Chapter 63. The vice captain has lost his mind. As time passed and the replication neared completion, Jing Yao sensed an immensely powerful presence entering Songnan. The sheer intensity of this aura sent shivers down his spine. He observed the progress bar at 97, his mind taut with anticipation. Fixated on the panel, he returned to the office the moment it reached 100. Captain. At that instant, the shrill cry of a crow echoed alongside his voice. After a few agonizing shrieks, the crow tilted its head and collapsed in its cage, lifeless. The members of Team 136 felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Jing Yao scanned his surroundings, noting Lin Qiye's absence, and urgently declared, "A formidable entity has entered Songnan, one far stronger than that old man we encountered earlier. It is likely a deity, and there may be more than one." In that moment, Chunmai's fleeting hope dissipated. The lingering essence of the vengeful Shiwa was potent enough for those outer gods to perceive. Although uncertain how Jing Yao possessed this knowledge of their entry, he swiftly transmitted a message to the higher-ups of the Night Watch. Regrettably, he had not managed to send his teammates to safety. They should not meet their end alongside him here. He gazed at Jing Yao, uncertainty shadowing his thoughts, yet a sliver of hope emerged. When the time comes, could you ensure their safe passage out of Songnan? Hong Ying abruptly interrupted. Captain, what are you saying? Are we not a team? Are we not night watchers? How can we abandon this city, abandon you, to flee? Even if it means death, I wish to die alongside you, in the city we are sworn to protect. Chun Mai's eyes glistened with tears as he surveyed the group within the office. Zhao Kongsheng remained silent, yet unsheathed his long knife. Hong Ying secured her spear behind her back, while Lung Xian prepared a box. When Qima and Wu Xiangnan braced themselves for action, NC Shaoyun stood resolutely in the corner, her eyes filled with determination. Jing Yao leaned against the wall, half of his face obscured by a fan. Yet his presence indicated his involvement. All right, Team 136, move out. Zhao Kongsheng, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, rubbed a badge in his hand. Old Zhao here is also destined to partake in the divine battle. Upon my return, who wouldn't he address me as General Zhao? The severity on Hong Ying's face softened slightly. Yes, General Zhao. As the group exited the office, they found Lin Qiye standing before them at the entrance. What are you all doing? Are you heading out on a mission? Why are you trying to send me away? All eyes turned to Chun Mai, who forced a smile. Think of an excuse. Fortunately, the tense atmosphere did not linger long, as a vehicle slowly came to a stop behind Lin Qiye. I am here to speak with you, my young friend Qiye. Might you join me in the vehicle for a discussion? Lin Qiye regarded the master, his gaze darkening slightly. Master, can we truly refer to this as a conversation among old friends? The master chuckled awkwardly. Why wouldn't it be? Jing Yao, uninterested in further pleasantries, hoisted Lin Qiye and tossed him into the vehicle. Why so many questions? You got a million whys. In the words of Chun Mai, if Lin Qiye does not leave Songnan, this miracle could persist for several more months. However, should Lin Qiye venture outside or meet an untimely demise, the situation would swiftly deteriorate. A gust of wind swept Jing Yao and his companions to the borders of Songnan, where a multitude of frost giants trampled through buildings, advancing toward the city. At that moment, Songnan resembled a desolate ghost town. All the inhabitants near the border remained indoors, too fearful to step outside. What a day that tempts one to retreat. He glanced at his balance, lamenting the inadequacy of his wretched system to produce anything worthwhile. His savings had amassed to over 60 billion, yet he pondered whether it would suffice to endure the impending battle. Jing Yao distributed 2 bags of cotton candy, 4 or 5 chocolates, and a couple of lollipops to each person, as carrying any more would be impractical. The uniforms of Team 136 had even been modified to accommodate Jing Yao's small provisions. After ensuring everyone was taken care of, he opened a marketplace interface and spent 10 billion on a life-saving item, a life replacement doll. Such items were often found in horror novels. Their effect was similar, allowing one's body to transform into a doll upon death, with the doll subsequently becoming the body, thereby reviving one in full health and vigor. He procured one for every member of Team 136, inscribed their names, and locked in the information. After a moment's thought, he decided to secure one for Lin Qiye as well, which brought him some solace. Observing the frosty giants exhaling icy mist, Jing Yao purchased a colossal, ultra-sticky flamethrower from the marketplace, reputed for its exceptional fire adhesion. It was reasonably priced at merely 3 billion. With a resounding thud, the enormous cannon landed on the ground. Jing Yao pressed the activation button, unleashing a fire serpent nearly 3 meters wide. He conjured a gust of wind, propelling the flames toward the frost giants, bypassing Team 136 entirely. The adhesive flames significantly hindered the giants' movements. Some even writhed on the ground in agony, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. Witnessing this, Zhao Kongsheng gave Jing Yao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done, kid. Let us add some fire to Uncle Dao's blade, too." Jing Yao entwined a swirl of wind around Zhao Kongsheng's sword, showcasing his mastery over the element. Every gust obeyed his command with impeccable order, not one to remain idle. Jing Yao believed that the truth lay within the realm of firepower. He purchased some powerful artillery shells from the marketplace, which the system claimed could inflict harm even upon deities. At 20 billion each, They were undeniably a bargain, albeit consuming approximately 2/3 of his mental energy for each shot. After some contemplation, he summoned Wu Xiangnan. Vice Captain, upon reflection, assigning this formidable task to you is the most prudent choice. Wu Xiangnan's hand was incapacitated and unable to wield a sword, reportedly injured by a deity, with the wound being of a spiritual nature, rendering lollipops ineffective. Therefore, Jing Yao provided him with a new weapon to ensure he would not merely stand behind his comrades, sacrificing himself in vain. This cannon is aimed at them, understand? Jing Yao positioned Wu Xiangnan at the cannon's forefront and handed him a bag of chocolates. Wu Xiangnan did not believe that ordinary artillery fire would prove effective against these frost giants. However, due to the ingenious craftsmanship of Jing Yao, he felt a flicker of confidence. He activated a shell, which required a 30-second charge time. After this duration, a colossal blue mushroom cloud erupted amidst the frost giants, causing the very ground of Tsangnan to tremble momentarily. The nearby frost giants were obliterated into mere fragments. Wu Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. As he glanced at the artillery pieces beside him, a glint of madness sparkled in his eyes. He munched on chocolate while rhythmically firing shells. The rapid consumption of sweets raising concerns about his potential future battles with diabetes and hypertension. Hong Ying tugged at Chun Mai's sleeve, questioning whether they should not attend to their deputy, who seemed to be spiraling into madness. Chapter 64. The Battle Should We Perhaps Reconsider? Chun Mai distanced himself from the bombardment zones of Wu Xiangnan, fearing that in a fit of rage, Wu might unleash his wrath upon them as well. However, it must be said that this precaution alleviated much of their anxiety. The battlefield ahead blazed with fervor, while behind, Jing Yao frantically rummaged through the system's marketplace in search of any available forbidden items. "What are you doing?" A melodious voice resounded beside him, startling Jing Yao. He turned to find Qingyu standing there. Not again. He had already been startled 3 times today. Did these individuals have to manifest like phantoms, appearing suddenly at his side and whispering in his ear? Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively, shooing him away like a pesky chick. "Go on, go play. Can't you see I'm busy?" And Qingyu observed Jing Yao in silence, for he could not discern what Jing was preoccupied with. All he saw was Team 136 engaged in a fierce battle, while Jing Yao squatted at the rear, lost in thought. Nevertheless, these weapons must have been crafted by Jing Yao. They piqued his curiosity. Remarkably, he could analyze the cannon, though obtaining the required materials would be quite a challenge. However, the flamethrower was another matter entirely, as was Jing Yao's fan. Both exceeded the limits of his analytical capabilities. They belonged to a realm of items akin to his own food creations, and his interest in Jing Yao intensified. If only he could dissect them. "I shall lend my assistance," and Qingyu murmured, gazing at the incessantly advancing frost giants in the distance. "If they were to destroy my home, it would pose quite a dilemma." Jing Yao glanced up at him. "Can you fight?" And Qingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. "No, but I can kill." "Jing Yao, do you need any forbidden items?" he asked, while simultaneously purchasing a life replacement doll for Qingyu from the system, inscribing his name upon it in plain view. "What is this?" And Qingyu inquired, his curiosity piqued by the myriad peculiar items Jing Yao possessed. There seemed to be no end to his studies. "A life replacement doll," Jing Yao replied, placing it alongside the other dolls. He scrolled through the marketplace and unearthed 2 surgical knives. "I told you, you have issues. Surgical knives? Wherever the blade traverses, there lies its weakness. It comes with a defensive breach effect." He introduced it with utmost seriousness, and in Qingyu's eyes sparkled, recognizing yet another forbidden item beyond his analytical reach. "Is it for me?" "Indeed, take it and enjoy. Just be careful not to cut yourself while playing with it," Jing Yao cautioned, handing the surgical knife to Qingyu, who nodded obediently, a shy smile gracing his face. "Thank you, brother." Jing Yao couldn't help but smile back. Children were indeed easy to please. See, it's as simple as that. Just as Jing Yao immersed himself in the marketplace, he faintly heard someone calling Lin Qiye's name from above. The Phoenix team had just flown into Tsangnan, their intent being to rob Lin Qiye. Yet, upon entering Tsangnan, they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. "Captain, Why does it feel like Songnan is trembling? Captain Xia Simeng of the Phoenix squad fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that in Songnan, earthquakes are accompanied by celestial tremors? No, that's not it. Captain, it's artillery bombardment. Her teammate grasped her sleeve as the members of the Phoenix squad turned their gazes toward the direction indicated. They beheld a continuous procession of frost giants advancing towards Songnan. While at a defensive checkpoint, 6 cannons stood guard, 1 spewing flames and 5 incessantly launching projectiles. The members of Team 136, stationed in Songnan, were engaged in fierce combat against those frost giants. Prepare for battle, commanded Xia Simeng, prompting the Phoenix squad to mobilize collectively. Jing Yao surveyed the formation. Realizing that this situation was far from ideal, he needed to devise a means to dismantle that formation. From his spatial realm, he retrieved a peculiar, blackened mire exuding ominous vapors, bubbling with sinister black liquid, a devouring trap, a cursed mire of the starving ghost, which would consume anything that dared to tread upon it. It was worth a staggering 10 billion and a must-have for mayhem. He glanced around, seeking an opportunity to hurl this wretched thing into the summoning array. Suddenly, he noticed a group parachuting from an aircraft, their uniforms unmistakably marking them as members of the Phoenix Squad. A spark ignited within him. "Hey, over there! The Phoenix Squad!" Xia Simeng, turning to see who was so impolite, was greeted by a beautiful figure with sparkling eyes beckoning her. "Well then, let us see what he has to say." She instructed her teammates to assist while she approached Jing Yao. "Hello, I'm a member of Team 136. Could you do me a favor and take me to the vicinity of that summoning array?" Xia Simeng appraised Jing Yao from head to toe, questioning the wisdom of a mere pool realm individual seeking death in such peril. "Rest assured, even if you perish, I will remain unscathed," Jing Yao assured her candidly. "I need to toss something over there to thwart the frost giants." Xia Simeng seemed to finally recognize the presence of the individual before her. "Oh, you must be that Jing Yao, the one with a plethora of peculiar forbidden items. Very well, I shall assist you." "Thank you, elder sister," Jing Yao replied with a sweet, innocent smile, causing Xia Simeng's hands to twitch with unbridled eagerness. If Lin Qiye hadn't gone astray, perhaps capturing this one would suffice. His forbidden items were surprisingly effective. She seized Jing Yao and forcefully carved a path through the chaos. Wu Xiangnan, witnessing this, consciously directed fire towards the frost giants ahead of Xia Simeng and Jing Yao. Jing Yao hastily wriggled free from Xia Simeng's grasp, tossing the black mire onto the formation. "Sister, lend me some mental energy." Xia Simeng shot him a sidelong glance, and Jing Yao offered a sheepish grin. He summoned a shield from his spatial realm, shattered it, and a golden light shield unfurled around them. Only then did Xia Simeng muster her energy to infuse the mysterious black mire with her mental force. As her energy surged into the mire, it swelled in size, ultimately transforming into a circular swamp with a diameter of 100 meters. The frost giants emerging from the formation were engulfed within merely 3 seconds. And even those who barely managed to escape were repelled under Wu Xiangnan's protective sovereignty. Jing Yao soared through the air with Xia Simeng, observing the tumultuous scene below. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, he exclaimed, "Goodness, this is utterly exhausting." Xia Simeng inquired as the situation, under Jing Yao's series of deft maneuvers, began to stabilize. Just as the crowd collectively sighed in relief, the sky erupted with deafening thunderclaps. The previously clear heavens became shrouded in ominous dark clouds, which coalesced into a colossal black vortex. This swirling mass gradually expanded, and from it emerged a gigantic, blood-soaked hound, followed closely by numerous thick, crimson tentacles reaching out from the void. The hellhound Garm, the Leviathan of the North Sea, the Kraken. Chapter 65. Is he impressive? Jing Yao fell into silence, wondering when this would come to an end. The old man had not mentioned this matter when he arrived in the morning. Had he spoken earlier, he could have simply fled. He had thought that the disappearance of Songnan was the only issue at hand. Damn it! With a feeling akin to being drenched in excrement, Jing Yao sensed a peculiar sense of calm wash over him, as if he were indifferent to the world's potential demise. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Xia Simeng. Care for smoke? Xia Simeng waved her hand, declining. Jing Yao lit one for himself, his gaze fixated on the system mall before him. He actually had numerous escape routes. If worst came to worst, he could abandon Songnan, and no one would bat an eye at such a trivial calamity. He was now quite certain that Lin Qiye was indeed the protagonist. That little buff was stacking up. At that moment, Lin Qiye hurriedly approached, looking disheveled. Upon seeing Jing Yao unscathed, he felt a moment of relief. Jing Yao cast a sidelong glance at him. Lin Qiye, with a lollipop in his mouth, came to his side, flashing a charmingly innocent smile. Pathetic. Jing Yao discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot, and gazed at the two colossal beasts in the sky. Little Qiye, I believe I must disclose something you ought to know. What is it? Lin Qiye replied, a hint of confusion crossing his face. With his hands in his pockets, hair tousled by the wind, Jing Yao wore an expression of seriousness that Lin Qiye had never witnessed before. Songnan disappeared 11 years ago, and everyone within the city vanished with it. Its existence now is due to your mundane divine realm, a miracle you created that allowed this city, long lost, to persist for decades. Thus, you have never been able to leave Songnan. However, it may soon vanish again. Xia Simeng, standing beside Jing Yao, was taken aback, her eyes widening. Had it not been for this incident, she would have likely whisked Lin Qiye away, and the thought of such a scene was almost too much to bear. Lin Qiye's expression froze. Jing Yao, that joke is in poor taste. I am not jesting. This is what the sage conveyed, Jing Yao replied, locking eyes with Lin Qiye. You must have sensed it yourself. Haven to you? Your heart has been restless during this time. Then why is it disappearing now? Can't my mundane divine realm sustain it? Or can I replicate this miracle once more? Lin Qiye's hands trembled, his already fragile spirit, strained from forcibly allowing a divine being to possess him, now teetered on the brink of collapse, as if the addition of a single straw would shatter him completely. Jing Yao patted his shoulder, recalling that in the male-centric novels he had read, few protagonists enjoyed harmonious family lives. So, little Qiye, this is your plot twist. But fret not. Lin Qiye, you are my little brother. As the elder brother, how could I allow you to be disappointed? From his space, he produced a long purple blade crackling with black and white lightning. The wind whipped his hair and garments as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the two looming beasts. Captain Xia, would you kindly hold one of them back? Xia Simeng made an okay gesture. Since Jing Yao had requested her assistance in restraining one creature, it stood to reason that a solution for the other one existed. Shen Mai cast a worried glance at Jing Yao. Should I take over? He inquired. Jing Yao shook his head. No, using you would significantly diminish the effectiveness. He recalled how Zhao Kongxing's wind treading had failed to realize even a third of its potential. With a resolute gaze, he surged forward, propelled by the wind. He felt an urge to utter a quip, pondering whether Lin Qiye would witness him vanquishing this beast. Yet, he refrained, for in his resolve to be the elder brother, he aspired to be the most dashing one. He accelerated with the wind, enveloping himself in 3 layers of shields, and tossed 2 chocolates into his mouth. As he activated Star Leap, he swallowed the chocolates and found himself instantaneously behind the deep-sea Leviathan, Kraken, his long blade gleaming with brilliance as he unleashed a strike of divine obliteration. Like a slash that cleaved through the fabric of space, it pierced the Kraken's form. At that moment, the creature sensed the imminent threat to its life and desperately sought to drag Jing Yao down with it. Its tentacles shattered the shields, sending the slender figure hurtling through the air. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock. Jing Yao, the figure plummeted like a rag doll. Wait, was it actually drifting like cotton fluff? Suddenly, a snap echoed behind them. They turned sharply to see Jing Yao standing there, a cigarette dangling from his lips. With a resounding boom, the body of the deep-sea Leviathan expanded uncontrollably until it burst apart. Jing Yao conjured a gust of wind to shield his companions from the grotesque debris. Leaning against Lin Qiye, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. How do I look? Am I cool? And Qingyu had somehow appeared beside Jing Yao, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Brother, you're so handsome. Lin Qiye's emotions swung wildly. He turned to glare at Qingyu. What brother? Who's your brother? And Qingyu looked at him innocently. It seems like classmate Lin doesn't like me very much. I thought that was something easily discernible with just 2 eyes. Lin Qiye averted his gaze, suppressing his frustration while attempting to maintain composure. He resolved to report Qingyu upon returning, sending him off to the fasting grounds to ponder his actions. Jing Yao wrapped an arm around each of them. Come on, let's get along. However, he added, I'm feeling a bit tired. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Lin Qiye caught him in his arms, though his own condition was not much better, nearly stumbling while holding Jing Yao. Stop being stubborn. Hand him over to me. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, but upon seeing the look in his eyes, Lin Qiye exhaled in relief. And Qingyu's gaze lacked the familiar desire he recognized. He cradled Jing Yao in his arms, feeling as if his mind were on the verge of exploding from the soul's damage, with only the infernal hound remaining. The members of Team 136 remained industrious, lending their assistance to Team Phoenix. Given the current circumstances, Wu Xiangnan found it unwise to unleash his firepower. However, the prolonged exertion of his mental energy had taken a severe toll on his body, and when he finally paused, he collapsed onto the ground. Not far away, the sound of a barking dog approached, and Lin Qiye turned his head to look, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, the large black dog racing towards them bore an uncanny resemblance to his own little black dog, Lai. The black dog charged directly at the hellhound, attacking with ferocity and refusing to yield an inch. Meanwhile, Team Phoenix and Team 136 did not remain idle. They coordinated their assaults alongside the black dog's offensive. With the final blow delivered, the hellhound, Garm, was utterly vanquished. At last, the onslaught subsided, and the groups supported one another as they returned to the office. Lin Qiye leaned against Jing Yao, worry etched on his face, as waves of pain coursed through his mind, leaving him in a daze. He'll be fine. He'll just need to rest, and Qingyu reassured him from the side. Lin Qiye mustered the strength to raise himself slightly. That's good. I wish to. Go home and see Aunt and Ajin. Chapter 66. Waiting for your return. Lin Qiye propped up his unsteady form, and the thought of his aunt and Ajin soon vanishing sent sharp pangs of anguish through his heart, a sensation that spread throughout his body until he could scarcely breathe. I must return home to see my aunt. Leaning against the wall, he staggered outside, and Qingyu observed Lin Qiye, noting the chaotic aura surrounding him, a clear indication that the recent battle had inflicted profound damage upon his soul. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if Lin Qiye appeared somewhat unhinged. Would it be prudent to dissect the situation further? Perhaps not. He could face repercussions on this territory. Deciding it best to inform the members of Team 136 about Lin Qiye's escape. And Qingyu was interrupted by the sudden entrance of an individual at the agency's door. Wasn't it the assistant from Team 136? Something seemed off. He hesitated, halting his descent to release a small mouse to assess the situation, while he cautiously retreated upstairs. The oppressive presence belonging to Klein radiated from Shaoyun, forcing everyone in the vicinity to the ground. Even Qingyu, who was not the target of this onslaught, found himself nearly immobilized. It was at this moment that Jing Yao stirred, discovering that the devouring trap was more effective than he had anticipated. The mysterious energy he had absorbed replenished a significant portion of his mental strength and even elevated his cultivation level. Surrounded by so many frost giants, he encountered little resistance as he transcended to the next realm. Stretching languidly, he surveyed the temporary lounge on the second floor of the agency, noting the eerie stillness that had settled over the place. Could it be that another mysterious incursion was underway? Pushing open the door, he reached the staircase only to spot Qingyu, his complexion pale. Ah, what has happened to my lovely companion? He exclaimed, alarmed by the sight. Before he could speak further, Qingyu gestured for silence and hastily typed a message on his phone. Shaoyun attacked the members of Team 136 and stole something from a captain? His first reaction was disbelief. How could this be? It was inconceivable that Shaoyun, the soft, shy girl who spent her days immersed in romantic fantasies with Hong Ying, could have committed such an act. Unconvinced, Jing Yao descended the stairs. Shaoyun had single-handedly incapacitated a group, and their eyes met in a charged silence. So, shall you continue? Jing Yao took a couple of steps back, incredulous. You're just pretending? This person is Klein. Huh. Everyone else is struggling, and you claim it's all an act? With a wave of her hand, Shaoyun lifted Jing Yao effortlessly and tossed him into the midst of Team 136. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Can't you at least clarify? Jing Yao sidled behind Chen Mai, his fingers discreetly inscribing messages onto a charm doll, crafting several in quick succession. After all, they weren't particularly expensive, a mere 20 billion each. Chen Mai's feelings were conflicted. Shaoyun, she is the agent of Loki, the god of trickery. Oh, and then what? Jing Yao was perplexed, wondering who Loki was. Chen Mai and Shaoyun. Shaoyun seemed disinclined to engage in idle chatter. After all, she had already obtained what she sought. Rising, she made her way toward the exit. A man clad in a black trench coat stood silently at the door, his gaze fixed on Shaoyun, filled with complexity. Step aside, Shaoyun commanded coldly. Lin Qiye, you are merely an ordinary person. You cannot hinder my path. Why? Lin Qiye's voice trembled. I came to Cangnan to uncover its secrets and to trace the whereabouts of the grievances of Shiva. From the very beginning, I deceived you all. This was merely a fade. You lie. If you were truly gathering intelligence, why keep your distance? Why remain in the shadows? Continually diminishing your presence? Lin Qiye's voice grew fervent as he approached Shaoyun step by step. This was undoubtedly the most emotionally charged moment Jing Yao had witnessed from Lin Qiye in all the time they had known each other. Even Lin Qiye's abysmal shooting skills had failed to elicit such a reaction. You are afraid, are you not? You secretly cherish this place, don't you? You long to remain here, don't you? Shaoyun's brows knitted together as an overwhelming aura erupted from her, sending Lin Qiye reeling. Silence. She strode purposefully outside, while Lin Qiye lay on the ground, a smile breaking across his face. You still haven't killed me. You remain the Shaoyun I know. Our little Shaoyun has always been a good child. Jing Yao inhaled sharply. This scene resembled a protagonist attempting to sway a corrupted comrade with emotional rhetoric, striving to awaken their dormant conscience. Yet, he sensed that Shaoyun was not merely hiding something. Rather, she sought to keep them uninvolved. Thus, Lin Qiye was truly obstructing her from achieving great things. Jing Yao patted the 3 life replacement dolls he had prepared. He was currently in possession of millions. Yet this did not deter him from confidently approaching Shaoyun. From his space, he retrieved the life replacement doll he had previously bound to her and placed it in her hand. Safe travels, Sister Nan. Shaoyun's pupils constricted as she regarded Jing Yao, suspicion flickering within her gaze. Hey, I know nothing, but this feels like a common trope from novels. This doll can replace a life once. Upon your death, you will appear at the doll's location. So, remember to place it somewhere secure. Shaoyun tightened her grip on the doll, her gaze momentarily flickering. But she uttered nothing and simply turned away. I'll go with you. Lin Qiye managed to rise from the ground, determination in his voice. I will accompany you. Huh? Jing Yao's eyes darted between Lin Qiye and Shaoyun. Wait, you usually so silent, suddenly decide to make a bold move. Jing Yao retrieved another identical doll from his space and thrust it into Lin Qiye's hands. Had he known they would be leaving together, he would have given Lin Qiye some funds for an offensive talisman earlier. Oh dear, with that slender frame, would he require Sister Nan's protection in a fight? After a moment's thought, he pulled a gun from Wu Xiangnan's grasp and shoved it into Lin Qiye's embrace. Wu Xiangnan, wasn't he that meant for me? At this moment, the members of Team 136 fell into silence. Shaoyun took a deep breath, stifling the tears welling in her eyes, as she tucked away the doll gifted to her by Jing Yao into her pocket, departing with Lin Qiye. The team watched the retreating figures of Shaoyun and Lin Qiye, uncertain of her intentions, yet wishing for her safety and happiness. For as Lin Qiye had rightly stated, she was their beloved Shaoyun, always a dutiful child. They would remain here, awaiting her return home. Chapter 67. His brother's troubled friend once Shaoyun and Lin Qiye departed. Jing Yao turned his curious gaze towards Chen Mai. What has Shaoyun taken from you? Instinctively, Chen Mai touched his chest, shaking his head. Shaoyun hasn't taken anything from me. Are you all right? He scrutinized Jing Yao for a moment. The latter seemed quite vibrant, indicating he was likely unharmed. Lin Qiye observed the hurried Jing Yao trailing behind him, and the weariness etched on his face softened slightly. Why don't you take a moment to rest? I can make my way home alone. Jing Yao displayed a hint of urgency. No, it's Shaoyun. She has betrayed us. After injuring everyone, she seized the Shivani's wrath and fled. Lin Qiye smirked slightly. Your acting skills are rather lacking. The person opposite him paused, a look of interest crossing his features. How did you discern at the moment I spoke? I would hope I can recognize my own beloved at first glance. Lin Qiye began contemplating whether he could endure the presence of a deity's essence once more. But then again, what if he couldn't? In this situation, he must be able to. He hastily returned to the psychiatric hospital to communicate with Meilin, and soon, his aura began to ascend rapidly. Before him, Jing Yao shifted form slightly and offered Lin Qiye a faint smile. I never intended to engage you in combat. Lin Qiye's expression faltered. What do you mean? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the trickster god, Loki. He gestured towards the ground beneath them. From the very beginning, I had but one objective, to take you, the miracle that sustains this city, Lin Qiye, from here. Lin Qiye was certain he had not moved an inch. Loki turned, raising an eyebrow at him. I am, after all, the god of deception. My expertise lies in trickery. Are you truly convinced you have not left Songnan? Loki's tone was so assured that Lin Qiye felt a flicker of doubt within. You see, Lin Qiye, you have already departed Songnan. The scenery before him shifted dramatically. As he looked down, the ground had transformed into mud, and the towering cityscape had given way to a dense forest. He suddenly turned back, realizing his feet had crossed beyond Songnan's borders. Golden specks began to rise from the entirety of Songnan City, and everything around him started to fade away. Then, I shall take my leave. Lin Qiye disregarded everything and dashed toward the old district of Songnan. Wait, Aunt, Jean. Jing Yao gazed at the twinkling lights outside the window, while, among them, Chunmai began to emanate similar glimmers. Hong Ying stood in a daze. Captain, what's happening to you? Chunmai maintained a calm demeanor. I should have died 10 years ago. Jing Yao fixed his gaze on Chunmai. I previously bound a life replacement doll to you. Though Chunmai was unaware of the nature of this so-called life replacement doll, he acutely sensed the irreversible nature of his own diminishing life. He shook his head. Perhaps that thing was only applicable to those who had perished in the present, while I had already succumbed a decade ago. Jing Yao clenched his fists tightly and then slowly loosened them. It's all right, Captain. I'll see you later. Songnan began to fade, a clear indication that Lin Qiye had departed from the realm. He would never leave voluntarily. Who took him away? Jing Yao strode out of the office. A gust of wind swept him up, and from his elevated vantage point, he beheld the entirety of Songnan vanishing. He quickly spotted Lin Qiye's figure, seized him, and hastened toward the old city. Inside a dilapidated house, a woman had just set the dishes on the table. Jean, wash your hands and come eat. The boy standing on the balcony replied, and made his way back to the living room, where the table was laden with his favorite dishes. Looking at the woman before him, tears welled in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the front door was suddenly burst open, and two figures rushed in from outside. Lin Qiye was unceremoniously hoisted by someone. Aunt, Jean. Lin Qiye stumbled over, embracing the woman tightly. The boy named Jean cast a peculiar glance at Jing Yao. The earlier confrontation with the frost giant and the forbidden items that this man had wielded astounded him. Others might not sense it, but he could. This man bore numerous artifacts that could not truly be labeled as such, many infused with divine-level power, some of which even he could not discern. He had appeared, as if from nowhere, standing beside his brother. Had he not sensed that this man bore no ill will toward his brother, he would never have allowed him to remain close. Jing Yao locked eyes with Jean, tilting his head slightly. After he had dispatched the Kraken with a single stroke, he had lost consciousness, leaving him unaware of what transpired afterward. Seeing Lin Qiye, his younger cousin, gaze at him left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Most notably, Lin Qiye seemed devoid of any glimmer of light, while everyone else was dissipating. As the impending dissolution loomed, everyone recalled the events of a decade past. The aunt tenderly stroked Lin Qiye's head and called for Jean. Unable to withstand the poignant scene, Jing Yao stepped onto the balcony and lit a cigarette. He felt he had smoked more in these few days than in the preceding 6 months. That wretched old man had caused significant trouble. He retrieved a small world simulator from his spatial pocket, closed his eyes, and perceived that the city, having been previously replicated, was now entirely cloaked in a thin veil of his essence, allowing him to sense the very soul of the city. First to dissipate were the bodies of the people, followed by the buildings, until all that once was turned to naught. Jing Yao hovered in midair, having absorbed even the souls of the animals throughout Songnan. Lin Qiye had previously borne a divine soul, and having encountered Loki again, he bore another. Now, his soul stood on the brink of collapse. The residual power from the premature conclusion of the mortal realm's divine domain surged into Lin Qiye's being. He stood there, momentarily dazed, but after a few seconds, he regained his clarity, awakening as if from a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, he dashed out, leaving Jing Yao and his younger cousin staring wide-eyed at each other. Ahem, what is your name, little one? Yang Jin remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Yang Jin. Oh, Qiye will call you a Jin, then I shall address you as a Jin as well. Come, let me hear you call me brother. Yang Jin. Yang Jin chose to ignore him. This person was rather peculiar, and his presence beside his brother was equally strange. I must take my leave. Please inform my brother. We shall meet again later. Jing Yao, wait, hold on. You little rascal, where do you think you're going at this hour? If you get lost, how will I explain it to your brother? Yang Jin tugged at Jing Yao's hand, momentarily unable to pull away, and upon closer inspection, he realized that his hand was shackled to a steel pillar. What on earth? This is absurd. Chapter 68. The miniature world simulator Jing Yao acknowledged that the appearance of this object in his space was not particularly serious. However, the circumstances were urgent. Yang Jin smirked, his fingers gliding over the handcuffs before effortlessly breaking free. Such a trivial human contraption could not bind me. Jing Yao took a cautious step back, pondering why Yang Jin referred to himself as human. Could it be? His eyes widened in astonishment. Could he truly cultivate into a human form? Yang Jin strode forward, grasping the flesh on either side of Jing Yao's face. Look clearly. I am not mysterious. Oh, if you say so, then so be it. You truly are a child who cannot withstand teasing, Jing Yao remarked, brushing Yang Jin's hand away and rubbing his own cheeks. The little rascal had quite the strength. Were it not for his connection as Lin Qiye's cousin, Jing Yao would have surely given him a sound spanking. In any case, I must take my leave. Inform my brother that we shall meet again in due time. Yang Jin sighed, casting a glance towards the horizon, ultimately leaving Jing Yao with his retreating silhouette. Jing Yao silently observed Yang Jin's figure, discreetly raising a middle finger in the direction of his departure. Damn, I've been played. Sighing, he reflected on Yang Jin's relentless nature. With him gone, there was no need for Jing Yao to oversee the child anymore. Now, he had to retrieve Lin Qiye. At that moment, Qingyu emerged from the shadows, having followed him. I just located his whereabouts. Let's go, Jing Yao said, grasping in Qingyu's hand as they took to the skies. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Yang Jin was locked in a stare with a small black dog. Are you telling me the souls of everyone in Songnan have vanished? The black dog nodded. How is that even possible? Yang Jin exclaimed, surveying the devastated landscape of Songnan. Who acted so swiftly? He was certain that none of the external deities who had arrived today were involved with the souls. Could it be that the Emperor of Fengdu had returned? No, he needed to inquire further. Within Qingyu's guidance, Jing Yao quickened his pace. Wait, he has returned to the office, and Qingyu suddenly interjected. Jing Yao responded, this foolish child, he can truly run. He has traversed more than half of Songnan, a journey that typically takes 4 to 5 hours by car, yet he zipped past in an instant. Eschewing flight, Jing Yao and Qingyu teleported directly to the office. Lin Qiye had used the last remnants of his miracle to heal Wu Xiangnan's wounds, which had been forcibly sustained by Mei Lin, causing his nerves to collapse instantaneously. Upon seeing Jing Yao, Lin Qiye weakly collapsed into his embrace, tears flowing uncontrollably. Jing Yao, I have lost everything. I have no home. Jing Yao smacked Lin Qiye gently on the head. Foolish child, what nonsense are you speaking? Your cousin is not dead. He simply disobeyed me and ran away from home, but he promised to return to you. Lin Qiye's eyes were red, and he could hardly process any words, continuing to weep in Jing Yao's arms. Sighing, Jing Yao patted Lin Qiye's back. The boy was now rambling incoherently, and Qingyu examined him, concluding that it was not an issue that could be resolved through dissection. Jing Yao reached into his pocket, realizing, to his dismay, that he was devoid of funds. With a resigned sigh, he decided to take Lin Qiye to a special place. Grasping Lin Qiye's hand, he placed it upon the radiant light, adding him to the administrator list and ushering him into the simulator. With a mere click, hundreds of thousands of souls were set in motion, breathing life into the previously desolate city. Lin Qiye gazed in bewilderment and astonishment at the scene before him. Was this Songnan? Indeed, it is a gift I bestow upon you, Jing Yao said, gently patting Lin Qiye's head. However, I find myself utterly incapable of managing it. Quite troublesome, really. Jing Yao sealed away their memories of the divine war and their pasts, even altering some of their perceptions. This place was an entire world where they could take root and flourish. Although it was a simulator, once activated, it bore no difference from a tangible reality. Life and death would unfold. Plants would wither, yet eternal demise was absent, as human souls were confined here, destined for reincarnation. Thus, Jing Yao mused, it is entirely plausible that my father could become my son. Viewed from this angle, it resembled an Eden, for Jing Yao would not permit any catastrophic events to transpire, nor would any mysterious deities suddenly emerge. All right, little Qiye, shall we return home for a visit? Jing Yao extended his hand to Lin Qiye, who nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, they materialized beneath Lin Qiye's aunt's residence. His aunt was in the midst of cooking, and upon seeing Lin Qiye return, her face lit up with joy. Little Qiye, what brings you back so suddenly? Aunt, Lin Qiye embraced her tightly, relieved that she was still there. Why, silly child, what nonsense are you speaking? Of course I am here. I have yet to witness you marrying and having children. Lin Qiye's expression stiffened. He realized he had never mentioned Jing Yao to his aunt. Aunt, this is the person I care for. His name is Jing Yao, and he is truly a wonderful individual whom I deeply admire. Ah, really? His aunt's mind took a moment to catch up. He's a boy then? Well, as long as you are happy, dear, I am thrilled that you have found someone you cherish. A faint blush crept onto Lin Qiye's cheeks. It was unfortunate that a Jin was not present, for his expression would surely have been most entertaining. After exchanging pleasantries and chatting for a while, Jing Yao decided to leave Lin Qiye with his aunt. He then sought out Chun Mai, who was currently daydreaming in the office. Due to Jing Yao's decision not to alter his memories, Chun Mai was engulfed in a storm of thoughts. Had he truly perished? If not, why was he the sole occupant of the office? If he had died, how could the afterlife still resemble Songnan? Was the world itself merely an enormous version of Songnan? Everything outside remained unchanged, yet the air felt more refreshing, the sky bluer. It all seemed so surreal. Jing Yao knocked and entered, causing Chun Mai's eyes to brighten instantly. Jing Yao, have you felt that this world is somewhat peculiar? Jing Yao skillfully retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator, nodding slightly. It was, after all, Miroli à fabrication. Chun Mai responded with a hint of confusion. This realm is entirely of my own creation. All the souls of those who have recently dissipated in Songnan are gathered here. However, Jing Yao spread his hands. While everything here operates normally, and the requisite resources are present, there are still several 100,000 souls to account for, not to mention the existence of over 100,000 animal spirits. Order has naturally begun to emerge. Thus, there is no need to re-establish human order, yet management is indispensable. Therefore, Captain, I implore you. Jing Yao grasped Chun Mai's hand, casting this burdensome responsibility into his care. Chun Mai, bewildered, pointed at himself. Me alone? Chapter 69. Team Invitation. Jing Yao was not so cruel as to torment his team's captain to such an extent. He released several souls that he had extracted from Han Shaoyun. After being deceased for so many years, their sudden revival left them bewildered. Captain, please explain the current situation to them. Jing Yao was reluctant to engage in idle chatter. It was time to fulfill his duties as captain. Shen Qingzhu was perplexed, with a myriad of question marks hovering above his head. Are you certain I comprehend the current situation? And who are these individuals? Oh, I neglected to mention that these individuals were once teammates of Han Shaoyun. Upon hearing the name Han Shaoyun, the three men instinctively turned their gazes towards him, as if triggered by a key phrase. Their memories halted at the moment of their demise, recalling how their captain had been compelled to join the ancient god society to protect them. Ultimately, however, the ancient god society had betrayed and killed them, leaving their captain completely controlled, a mere puppet of the society. Our captain, they hesitated to inquire about Han Shaoyun's well-being. It was a question they found difficult to voice. How could he possibly be well, having been forced to commit acts against his own principles and harm his former captain? Unable even to sever the ties of his own existence? If it were not for them, Chen Qingzhu, also a captain, could somewhat empathize with Han Shaoyun's feelings. Han had managed to break free from the control of the ancient god society, yet he had chosen to remain as an undercover operative. Rest assured, he reassured them. Is that so? Tears welled in their eyes. Our captain has escaped the control. That is truly wonderful. Now, let us discuss the present circumstances. Chen Qingzhu recounted the current state of affairs, leaving the group utterly astonished. The entire city was in fact a realm of the deceased. Contemplating this, they pondered whether the shared experience of death would foster a sense of camaraderie or render the situation even more bizarre. Jing Yao interjected, I'm still alive, oh. And so is Qingyu. Qingyu is here as well? Indeed, he is currently weeping in his aunt's embrace. Chen Qingzhu felt a flush of embarrassment. You must not let him hear that. I shudder to think of what might befall Jing Yao. What could he possibly do to me? Jing Yao waved dismissively. As Chen Qingzhu continued to brief the group, Jing Yao explored this miniature world and stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. The souls of animals could reincarnate as humans once they accumulated a certain mass of essence. Conversely, indulging in malevolent deeds would lighten the soul's weight, potentially resulting in a reincarnation as a less desirable creature in the next life. He mused that he could perhaps create a realm akin to the underworld and heaven. How delightful. After comprehending Chen Qingzhu's description, the group finally grasped the situation at hand. They turned to Jing Yao with solemn expressions. You have brought us back to life and rescued our captain. We are more than willing to assist you. Jing Yao appreciated their sense of awareness, patting each of them on the shoulder. Excellent. I leave this in your capable hands. I must take my leave. He had no issue lingering here. But Lin Qiye's soul was already unstable, and it was best not to keep him here any longer. When he returned to Aunt Lin Qiye's house, it was evident that Lin Qiye's spirit was in a state of instability. We should be on our way. Aunt Lin promptly stood up, lamenting, It's my fault for losing track of time while chatting with you. Little Seven must be quite busy. I won't delay you any longer. Remember to eat well, all right? It's getting cold. Make sure to dress warmly. If you need anything, just let Aunt know. Yao is a good child. Treat him well. I know, Aunt. Please take care of yourself, too. As soon as they left the house, Jing Yao directly led him out of the small world. Lin Qiye's complexion was pale, and his spirit was severely fragmented, leaving him in a chaotic state. Fortunately, having just met Aunt, his emotions remained relatively stable. Jing Yao. Lin Qiye gazed at the person before him, a primal desire urging him to grasp and possess him, to make this person wholly his own. Jing Yao. Lin Qiye repeatedly murmured the name. I'm right here. Stop calling. The repeated calls made him somewhat bashful. Lin Qiye seized Jing Yao's hand, his eyes a fiery red, and without hesitation, he pressed his lips against Jing Yao's, leaning into his embrace. Wen Qima instinctively covered Hong Ying's eyes, but she pried his hand away, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And Qingyu stood to the side, unhesitatingly administering a calming injection into Lin Qiye, then calmly stowed away the syringe, adjusting his glasses with an expression of utter composure. He needs to rest now. Indeed, Wu Xiangnan interjected, Let's get Qiye onto the bed. The doctor will be here shortly. Jing Yao couldn't fathom how a mere glance from the doctor could lead Lin Qiye to a mental institution, which, truth be told, seemed more like a prison than a proper psychiatric facility. In other words, Lin Qiye was headed to serve time. Oh, my poor little one. Daddy will miss you out here. Jing Yao, standing by Lin Qiye's bedside, dramatically expressed his sentiments while holding a piece of paper, then smiled as he waved Lin Qiye goodbye, capturing the moment in a photograph. Hooray! Another entry in the Black history. The task of post-disaster reconstruction was tedious. Yet the city had seen a significant influx of personnel over the past decade, all now engaged in the rebuilding efforts. The children were placed under unified management. Although the state had dispatched specialized personnel, the workforce remained notably scarce, and a night watchman inevitably went to assist. Jing Yao was reluctant to move. He believed he had contributed enough to this city, and those people merely needed to wait until he reached a certain level of strength to return to this world. Though the duration was uncertain, there was still hope. Thus, during Jing Yao's efforts to take it easy, the mass team sent him another invitation to join. This time, Jing Yao almost did not refuse and decisively agreed. However, due to his strength, he was merely a temporary member, yet he relished not having to toil daily. He departed without a trace of guilt for abandoning Team 136, leaving behind all the life dolls of his companions. He certainly did not wish for a sudden and startling encounter during intimate moments. Such an occurrence would leave him utterly flustered. The Special Task Force is perpetually occupied, yet the mass team deliberately took a day off to greet Jing Yao at the airport, for he is their benefactor and deserves their utmost respect. Little whirlwind, it's been ages, hasn't it? Upon hearing that voice, Xuanwo involuntarily shivered. Indeed, long time no see. Oh, my Captain Wang Mian. You've grown even more charming during our time apart. Wang Mian now exudes an air of calmness, for since he learned of Jing Yao's position, his fear towards him has vanished entirely. What is wrong with a playful little kitten? It merely enjoys extending its claws to startle others, posing no real threat. Chapter 70, the first mission on this rare day of respite. Accompanied by Jing Yao, they took him on a delightful excursion. In the evening, they indulged in some late-night snacks and a few drinks, where Jing Yao and Chong Wei quickly grew as close as brothers, with no concern for any romantic entanglements. After a few rounds of drinks, Jing Yao, wearing a pained expression, waved his hand dismissively, declaring he could drink no more. Is that really all you can handle? Chong Wei teased, playfully draping an arm over Jing Yao's shoulder. By the way, whatever happened to that Molly from your season? Seems she went to Suzhou, why? Jing Yao replied, his eyes slightly dazed. You should just give up. Molly's orientation is quite conventional. What's wrong with asking? Chong Wei muttered in dissatisfaction. Jing Yao's gaze wandered, and suddenly he waved his hand grandly, ordering food packages for everyone, as he had plenty of these little treats. Tian Ping's eyes sparkled. He remarked that Jing Yao was indeed their fortune bringer, presenting them with a splendid gift upon his arrival. Just as he was about to flatter the wealth god, he noticed Jing Yao already making his way towards Xuanwo, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, come play with me." Xuanwo stiffened, his eyes pleading for help as he scanned the room, desperately trying to signal that he was merely an entertainer, not for sale. The members of the mass team feigned interest elsewhere, having just enjoyed their rewards. Eventually, it was Wang Mian who cleared his throat and stepped forward, lifting Jing Yao away from Xuanwo, suggesting everyone should retire for the night. Captain, I knew it. You love me the most. Xuanwo gazed gratefully at Wang Mian before hastily fleeing, clutching his backside. Wang Mian, observing Jing Yao's restless demeanor in his grasp, sighed and carried him to the room prepared for him, ensuring he did not embarrass himself. By the time they reached the room, Jing Yao was already asleep, nestled quietly in Wang Mian's embrace. It must be said, Jing Yao possessed an extraordinary beauty, exuding an ethereal coldness that made him seem unattainable. Yet, his usual demeanor dissipated this chill entirely. Why am I staring at his face? Wang Mian pondered. As he laid Jing Yao on the bed, the latter immediately became restless, rolling about and exposing part of his waist. It was evident that Jing Yao's reputation for laziness was not unfounded. After a year in the training camp, he still lacked defined abs, yet his waist was devoid of excess flesh, showcasing a slender figure with a lovely line of muscle. Wang Mian casually pulled off Jing Yao's shirt, adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, and covered him with a blanket. When Jing Yao awoke the following day, he appeared somewhat disoriented. Ugh, who slammed my head against the wall last night? He absent-mindedly tossed a marshmallow into his mouth and, after freshening up in the bathroom, emerged from the room. The mass team was already preparing breakfast, a delightful meal crafted by a gentle lady named Tan Xiang, who served as their support member. Yet, before they could finish their breakfast, the mass team received a mission. Hey! Before Jing Yao could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself ushered into a vehicle. As the car left the city limits, Jing Yao quietly raised his hand. I have a question. What is it? Why take a car when I could effortlessly transport you all through the skies? Or perhaps you would prefer to teleport? The Faceless Squad. Can your forbidden object accommodate so many? Wang was somewhat unfamiliar with Jing Yao's forbidden objects, despite being an impromptu member of the Faceless. Jing Yao elaborated on some of his forbidden items, for he positioned himself as a support, valuing his life and not wishing to engage in combat with the mysterious entity. Among the peculiar items he possessed, they discovered that the strange forbidden objects often spoken of by Yuan Gang were indeed quite practical. Thus, the Faceless Squad resolved to abandon the vehicle and soar with Jing Yao's wind. Wait, do we really need to fly this high? The anxious vortex trembled. What else could we do? Should we allow your companions to notice us soaring above? Jing Yao recalled that the vortex had a fear of heights, and with a playful grin, he patted his own thigh. If you're scared, you can always come to your elder brother's embrace. I'm older than you. Oh, really? Would you like to come into my arms? Jing Yao, unfazed by the vortex's flustered reaction, pinched its cheek with a laugh. How adorably amusing. I won't. The vortex's ears turned crimson as it attempted to shrink beside the scales, feeling larger than Jing Yao, which seemed absurd. However, Jing Yao's antics were indeed a bit exhilarating. With nothing beneath their feet, they were flying, devoid of any sense of security. Fear not, I shall catch you all safely while you soar above. Jing Yao proclaimed with a smug expression, you must trust that all winds are under my command. The members of the Faceless Squad remained silent. Trust was one thing, but fear was another. Besides, who would care to run amok in midair where visibility was so poor? Nonetheless, flying was undeniably swifter than running. They traversed in a straight line at incredible speeds, leaving their hair in disarray and their legs somewhat wobbly. Their efficiency was markedly superior to their usual pace. Jing Yao gestured toward them. Look at you all. Perhaps I should create a wind barrier for you. Previously, it was Pang Pang who used Yao Guang to shield them from the wind. Yet Pang Pang had mentioned procuring a more potent forbidden item. They had long forgotten since it was of no immediate use. It would be wise to procure more forbidden items from Pang Pang. This world is perilous, and he must transform into a money-accumulating creature. Money comes from all directions. This mission involved a mysterious entity of the infinite realm. Jing Yao silently donned all his protective forbidden items, feeling rather audacious as a mere Chuan realm individual daring to confront an infinite realm being. However, the Faceless Squad exhibited remarkable proficiency, allowing Jing Yao to remain in a safe location while they coordinated seamlessly to swiftly eliminate the mysterious entity, hardly requiring Jing Yao's assistance. Upon witnessing the mysterious being's demise, Jing Yao stealthily approached, cut off a piece of tissue from its body, and tossed it into his spatial realm. Ah, by the way, is this thing still of use? Jing Yao inquired, pointing at the mysterious corpse. Wang shook his head. Typically, someone will recover it to create forbidden items and the like. Oh! Jing Yao felt a tinge of regret. Is there anything you require? Wang Mian inquired, casting a glance at Jing Yao. Ah, it's nothing, never mind, Jing Yao replied, shaking his head. The notion of devouring the mysterious and enhancing his own realm made him sound like a nefarious cultivator. Perhaps it would suffice to clandestinely procure some remnants of the deceased to appease in Qingyu. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell us. Zhou Ping said with a radiant smile, for Jing Yao had been particularly generous, and he had yet to reveal his own intentions. At that moment, Zhou Ping regarded Jing Yao with a countenance that radiated warmth and kindness. Chapter 71. It is evident that their captain is more suitable. Jing Yao, in a friendly manner, patted Zhou Ping's shoulder. The advantage of masquerading is that he can traverse the nation, occasionally stealthily replicating beautiful sceneries to enrich his little world. Observing the aesthetic transformation of his realm, he confesses to experiencing a profound sense of fulfillment. In the blink of an eye, numerous tourist attractions emerged in Songnan City. While passing through Guangshan City, Jing Yao sought out by Li Tuming, who, in his own territory, embodied the demeanor of a venerable elder. The life he led in the night watchman squad was indeed enviable, though his time in the 136 squad had also been remarkable, albeit now there were but a few members left. Upon reuniting with Jing Yao, Bai Li Tuming insisted on treating the entire mass squad to a delightful outing in Guangshan. Fortunately, due to Jing Yao's influence, their travel time had significantly decreased, allowing them ample opportunity to immerse themselves in the local culture and customs. During a leisurely post-dinner conversation, Jing Yao broached the topic of the weapon Bai Li Tuming had previously mentioned. Do you still need a weapon? Absolutely, Bai Li Tuming eagerly responded. Having recently completed a mission that left him feeling somewhat underwhelming in terms of offensive capability, which he feared might hinder his teammates, Jing Yao revealed a mysterious smile. I possess something extraordinary, truly worth its value. His rare display of intrigue piqued Bai Li Tuming's curiosity. From his spatial realm, Jing Yao produced a long blade, emanating a purple aura and shimmering with black and white luminescence. The moment it was unveiled, its formidable presence was palpable, leaving Bai Li Tuming transfixed. Would you truly part with such a treasure? Brother Yao, you are indeed a cherished ally, Bai Li Tuming exclaimed as he accepted the blade, absorbing its essence. This weapon is called Divine Extinction. As its name suggests, it can slay deities. I once wielded it in the Pool realm to vanquish the abyssal leviathan, Kraken, Jing Yao declared, sporting a mischievous smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Indeed, Divine Extinction was remarkably effective, yet it required recharging after each use. Daily, one must infuse it with spiritual energy, and while fully charged, it could indeed strike down a god. However, for someone at his modest level, the prospect of recharging it seemed a distant endeavor, akin to waiting for the next century. Moreover, he found little personal utility for such a costly item. Fully aware that the members of the mass squad would certainly decline its acquisition. With a benevolent gaze, Jing Yao regarded Bai Li Tuming, akin to a landowner observing a naive heir. A mere 12 billion, he said, considering I purchased it for 10 billion, a profit of 2 billion seems reasonable. Does it not? This item is capable of slaying deities. Bai Li Tuming promptly spat out his tea in disbelief. 12 billion. That is quite the sum. Indeed, it is a remarkably fair price, Jing Yao clarified. But, Brother Yao, even the Bai Li family, no matter how affluent, does not require a deity-slaying weapon. Bai Li Tuming politely declined the offer, acknowledging that while his family could indeed furnish the 12 billion, they specialized in selling such forbidden items. If his father were to discover that he was neglecting to utilize their own resources in favor of purchasing from others, he might very well suffer a severe reprimand. However, Brother Yao, what prompts you to sell this? Bai Li Tuming inquired. What could Jing Yao possibly say, except that he felt unworthy of such a treasure? Matters concerning adults are not for children to pry into. However, if you truly wish to delve into this, you might inquire with the higher-ups among the night watchmen, as they would likely find it more intriguing. Bai Li Tuming offered this earnest suggestion. Originally, the mass squad had shown considerable interest in this item, but upon hearing the price, any semblance of desire vanished. It was utterly unaffordable, beyond their means, even if they were to sell themselves. Had Jing Yao been privy to their thoughts, he would have undoubtedly assumed a domineering demeanor, scoffed coldly, and tossed the item onto the table, casting a disdainful glance at them while uttering in a low, gravelly tone, "Ah, gentlemen, if you were to heed my guidance, this treasure could be yours." "Very well, I understand." Jing Yao nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that he could not presently afford it. He resolved to procure it later if the need arose. As for those cannons, they served little purpose in his possession and could be bundled together for sale at a later time. Indeed, he and money were most compatible. He turned to Bai Li Tuming, inquiring, "What is your budget?" Bai Li Tuming scratched his head. "Around 1 billion, give or take. It's the end of the month, and my pocket change is dwindling." Jing Yao sighed in a similar vein. "Indeed, I too find myself lacking. I have merely over 50 billion remaining, quite an adjustment." Their eyes met, both reflecting a shared sympathy for one another's predicaments. The members of the masked squad wore expressions of disbelief, sipping tea after tea, pondering who could possibly consider 10 billion and 50 billion as not much. They could very well bury these two wealthy individuals alive. Jing Yao activated the premium purchase system, rummaging through the marketplace. What type of weapon are you seeking? A long sword would suffice. It is primarily what we train with in the boot camp, and I find it quite manageable. Jing Yao made an okay gesture, precisely inputting the type and price range. I want to show you the lower-priced options. However, there's one priced at 9 billion. The Blaze, which has a flame effect capable of inflicting burns upon the soul. There's also another at 8 billion, the Frost, which comes with a frost effect and possesses a group attack ice control skill. In an instant, both Yu Guwei and Bai Li Tuming gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Yao Ge, I desire the first one. How magnificent it sounds. Capable of scorching souls. How utterly cool. Yu Guwei's longing was palpable, yet he lacked the funds and turned to Wang Mian. Captain, I wish to acquire the Frost. Noticing Wang Mian's indifference, he continued, imagine if I were to stealthily activate the Frost, launching a group control attack. It would be exhilarating. Wang Mian nodded in agreement. It would indeed be delightful, yet we lack the means. Yu Guwei's heart ached. The coveted treasure lay tantalizingly close, yet his pockets were empty. Meanwhile, Bai Li Tuming and Jing Yao joyfully completed their transaction, watching as Bai Li Tuming carried his beloved treasure away, leaving Yu Guwei's heart feeling even more shattered. He glanced at Wang Mian and Xuanwo, his mind racing, and quietly confided to the nearby Rose. Do you think if I were to escort the captain and Xian to Jing Yao's room tonight, Jing Yao might sell it to me for 1 billion? Rose chuckled mockingly. Perhaps you should include yourself in the deal and let Jing Yao gift it to you outright. The moon ghost body stiffened momentarily. What do you mean by that? Am I merely worth 100 million? The Rose fell into contemplation, ultimately nodding in agreement. Though it was also possible that even that would not be accepted. The volume of their exchange escalated, and Wang Mian's expression darkened. While the whirlpool regarded the moon ghost with a look that suggested betrayal, Bai Li Tuming rose with fervor, declaring, I vehemently disagree. You. Yao Ge is part of our family's 7 knights. I will staunchly defend our 7 knights standing. Nonsense. Clearly, our captain is the more suitable match. The moon ghost instinctively retorted. Wang Mian could not help but cover his face, overwhelmed with despair, feeling as though he had lost all dignity. Chapter 72. After finishing their meal, the group received yet another task that evening. Jing Yao could not fathom how the mass team had so many assignments. They did not return to the hotel until 3 in the morning, and it was evident that returning to the base was no longer feasible, nor did they desire to. After taking a shower, Jing Yao could not resist glancing at his game progress. He was determined to achieve a national ranking for each hero, and he was already on the 47th. Just as he was preparing to sleep, a knock echoed through the door. Jing Yao contemplated 108 possible scenarios before finally opening it. He had braced himself for an encounter with someone from the ancient god church, ready to strike, only to find Wang Mian standing there. Silently retracting the knife he had readied, he raised an eyebrow at Wang Mian. Captain, knocking on my door at such an hour makes me suspicious of your intentions. Let us discuss inside. He was adamant that no one must discover his late-night visit to Jing Yao's room. It would be utterly humiliating, and he was certain that if anyone caught sight of them, the entire team would be aware by morning. Jing Yao stepped aside to let Wang Mian in, and as he closed the door, he pushed Wang Mian against the wall. But Captain, isn't this akin to a warm embrace? Wang Mian paused momentarily before replying. There is a distinction. He pulled Jing Yao back, saying, I wish to purchase the frost snow from earlier today. Excuse me? Jing Yao tilted his head. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Wang Mian's expression turned solemn. How could he explain? Should he confess that he had sought out Yi Fan and made a scene to have 80% of the funds for the prohibited items he purchased reimbursed? After all, it was reasonable to claim reimbursement since his acquisition of the items was due to slaying the mysterious entity. However, to share this with his teammates would be rather embarrassing. What if they decided to inquire further with Yi Fan? Thus, he could only discreetly stash the funds within their team's collective activities budget. If they remained oblivious, he would maintain silence, but should they discover it, he would casually brush it off, resolutely preventing any opportunity for questions. "Forget it," Jing Yao said, returning to his bed and retrieving the frost snow from his space. Jing Yao held the frost snow in his hands, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation at its beauty, reminiscent of the divine skill, Frost's extinction. "Go ahead, swipe the card," Wang Mian urged, handing over the card. But Jing Yao did not accept it. "Captain, are you truly not considering it? Trading my service for a blade is hardly a grave matter." He had been with the mass team for over a month, and it was indeed unbearable. "Not considering it," Wang Mian replied decisively. "Longing for Shen Qingzhu one. It's utterly laughable that the mass team is so unattainable. When will we have a break?" He yearned to seek out his beloved Qingyu. Jing Yao wearily waved his hand. "Forget it. How about granting me a few days off? You could take the knife. What do you intend to do?" Wang Mian instinctively furrowed his brow. Jing Yao looked at Wang Mian as if he were foolish. "Must you ask so plainly? Is it necessary to report that I need to address my physiological needs?" Regrettably, I felt remorseful the moment I posed the question to Wang Mian. Yet, there lingered an undeniable discomfort within me. After all, I had pursued him relentlessly for days, incessantly intruding upon his space. The whirlpool of emotions had consumed me, and yet, after merely a month of pursuit, he had relinquished his interest. Upon reflection, it dawned on me that Jing Yao was the one truly beneath it all. Therefore, if he harbored feelings, it ought to be him taking the initiative. It was, in all honesty, rather impolite. He suddenly regarded Jing Yao with a serious demeanor, expressing his regret. "If I had clarified my feelings sooner, it should have been I pursuing you." Jing Yao responded with a puzzled expression. Is that so? It's not particularly significant, is it?" Wang Mian took a deep breath. "Would you consider entering a relationship with me? Although the current circumstances are rather lacking, I assure you that I will make it worthwhile." "Wait a moment," Jing Yao interjected, raising his palm in a stopping gesture. "I'm merely seeking a casual partner, not a serious relationship. Both Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye are simply friends with benefits. I do not wish to be confined to such a relationship. You see, indulging in the same flavor repeatedly can become tiresome. If you cannot accept this, I will refrain from disturbing you in the future." Wang Mian was taken aback by this response, his voice trembling slightly. "If you're only looking for a casual partner, then why do you always present yourself as if you were pursuing someone, creating such misconceptions?" "I have never claimed I wish to be in a romantic relationship," Jing Yao replied. "If that were the case, why would I seek both you and the whirlpool? Who among the good-hearted would pursue two individuals simultaneously in front of both?" He shrugged nonchalantly. Wang Mian fell silent, realizing that Jing Yao had consistently articulated this sentiment. It was he who had misconstrued the situation. After finally mustering the courage to confess his feelings, he was met with such a response, leaving him utterly heartbroken. At that moment, his desolation was palpable. Jing Yao reached out, gently brushing at the corner of Wang Mian's eye, his lips curling into a faint, emotionless smile. "Do not be disheartened. I am hardly worthy." Wang Mian vehemently disagreed. "How can you claim you are unworthy? You possess beauty, wealth, and generosity. You are gentle and considerate, always caring for others. You are kind and resolute. Do you not realize how radiant you are standing there? You have no idea how captivating you are." Wang Mian's feelings were tumultuous. He should have been confident. Loving him should have been a matter of course. Jing Yao chuckled softly at Wang Mian's words, his eyes sparkling with warmth. "Thank you for your kind words, but I am acutely aware of my flaws. Everything about me is merely a ploy to capture your heart. And look, you have fallen for it. Thus, do not fall in love with me. Such matters would only burden me." Wang Mian gazed at Jing Yao with a complicated expression. "Have you said similar things to Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye as well?" "Well, I have probably said similar things to Shen Qingzhu. As for Lin Qiye, he is well aware. Ha. After all, he is the one who pulled me from someone else's bed. Ah, how truly awkward." Jing Yao, with a sense of helplessness, ran his fingers through his hair and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it up. It's somewhat bothersome. Perhaps it would be better to avoid these people altogether and seek out those with whom one can engage briefly and then part ways." Wang Mian let out a gentle sigh, grasping Jing Yao's wrist. I understand. If you merely wish to maintain this kind of relationship, I can accommodate. Indeed, he still cannot bear to watch this person depart from his sight. Chapter 73. Just because it's you all? Why? Jing Yao found himself somewhat perplexed. Why would one compromise for matters they do not desire? If someone were to speak such words after he had earnestly expressed his affections, he would have likely slapped them and walked away. Ha ha! In truth, he was always prepared for a slap whenever he uttered such statements. Therefore, he could not fathom what these individuals were contemplating, be it Shen Qingzhu, Lin Qiye, or even the Wang Mian before him. Their thoughts eluded his understanding. Why must there be so many questions? Simply because it is you, just because it is you. Wang Mian's eyes radiated an undeniable sincerity, the kind that was most challenging to navigate. Jing Yao pushed Wang Mian's shoulder, urging him toward the door. The knife is yours now. You may leave. Yet, Wang Mian remained rooted in place, grasping Jing Yao's hand. No, I have already promised. A promise must be fulfilled. He hoisted Jing Yao and carried him toward the bed. Leaving Jing Yao's head hanging downward, his mind muddled, perhaps due to the rush of blood. Wait, isn't the situation a bit off? Why was he the one beneath? As he was laid upon the bed, a shadow loomed over him. Wang Mian awkwardly kissed him again, and Jing Yao pressed down on Wang Mian's shoulder. I believe I'm the one on top. Wang Mian subtly brushed Jing Yao's hand away. You are mistaken. The following morning, Jing Yao awoke even earlier than Wang Mian. He shook him awake, saying, Captain, it's time for you to return to your own room. Wang Mian blinked in confusion. All right, I will leave first. They both felt as if they were engaging in a secret affair. However, labeling it as such was hardly different. Neither intended for this relationship to be public. Jing Yao sat on the bed, poured himself a glass of juice, and leisurely stood to wash up. His waist still felt sore, likely due to the positions of the previous night. After brushing his teeth and washing his face in a languid manner, he finally felt a semblance of cheer as he exited the room. Indeed, one feels lighter after such activities. Upon checking his phone, he noticed a message from Shen Qingzhu, which reminded him of the errand he had to run yesterday to sell some items. Such trivial matters seldom lingered in his memory, but now they bore significance as they pertained to his finances. After gathering with others for breakfast, Jing Yao broached the subject of requesting leave to visit the capital. Wang Mian immediately looked up at him, his eyes filled with a mix of grievance and reproach, akin to that of a betrayed spouse. Jing Yao cleared his throat and explained, I am merely going to sell that item and will return promptly. We can go together and find Yi Fan directly. No need to meander around in the capital. Wang Mian bowed his head and replied softly. Xuanwo then wrapped her arms around Jing Yao's neck. Exactly, little Jing Yao. We are the greatest backdoor. Why are you seeking others? After all, who else was in the capital? Xuanwo's eyes sparkled with teasing mirth, as if they were well aware of who resided there. Wang Mian's demeanor radiated an aura of discontent, as if he were on the verge of being submerged in a bowl. Jing Yao pushed aside Xuanwo, admonishing him to refrain from stoking the flames of discord. Hey, whom have I provoked? Wang Mian retorted. The group hastily finished their meal, but since there were no assignments today, they decided to take a trip to the capital. Benefiting from Jing Yao's possession of a rare artifact capable of group teleportation. Although it required some mental energy, the exertion was negligible. This is the advantage of having a logistics maestro within the team. Before departing, Jing Yao handed the frost snow blade to Yu Gue. Yu Gue cast envious glances at the blade, ultimately sighing with regret, I cannot afford it. Take it. No payment is necessary. After all, it was acquired through the sacrifice of our captain. Jing Yao insisted, placing the frost snow into Yu Gue's arms. Yu Gue cradled it as tenderly as one might hold a beloved, nearly kissing it, but fearing his lips would freeze, he opted instead to embrace Jing Yao. Wo Yao, you are truly wonderful. Henceforth, I shall toil endlessly for you, he exclaimed, attempting to plant a kiss on Jing Yao's cheek. Wang Mian, with an expression of dismay, pulled Jing Yao away from Yu Gue. Keep your distance from him. Ah, right. Male friends should not display such intimacy, Yu Gue responded apologetically, placing his hands in a gesture of contrition. From now on, Brother Yao, you are my elder brother. Wang Mian, exasperated, walked away. The wind raced through the sky, parting the clouds in its wake. Ever since Jing Yao crafted a wind shield, he took great pleasure in soaring through the clouds. And the members of the mass team had become accustomed to it even more than he had. Wang Mian and Jing Yao sat together, secretly intertwining their fingers in a secluded corner, unseen by others. When Yifan caught sight of Wang Mian again, they exchanged silent glances. Didn't you, just Yifan began, but Wang Mian forcefully interrupted, determined to prevent Yifan from voicing the latter part of his thought, fearing that his emotional turmoil would become common knowledge. No, it's just that Jing Yao has some matters to attend to. Jing Yao emerged from behind Wang Mian, wearing a smile that suggested he was about to pull off a grand scheme. Greetings, Commander Yi. It is an honor to finally meet you. Yifan regarded Jing Yao, perplexed by the turn of events, but managed to respond. I have also long admired your reputation, Jing Yao. Indeed, he had heard much about Jing Yao, as a mysterious figure he had introduced was now officially collaborating with them. However, the night watchmen were still conducting their own research, albeit with slow progress. What brings you to seek my counsel? Yifan inquired, steering the conversation back on track. Jing Yao teased. Are you aware of the situation regarding the Tsangnan Divine War? Yes. Wu Xiangnan has reported everything. Upon learning that Wu Xiangnan's previous injury has healed, he has been reassigned to the capital. That simplifies matters, Jing Yao remarked, retrieving a blade from his spatial pocket. This is the God Slayer, a weapon capable of severing divine beings, the optimal choice for the Night Watchman. An investment of 12 billion is guaranteed to yield unparalleled value. Yifan nodded, harboring no doubts regarding the blade's capacity to sever divine beings. After all, it was the very weapon wielded by Jing Yao, who had once vanquished the colossal sea demon Kraken with a single stroke. May I examine it? He inquired. Of course. Jing Yao gestured invitingly. As Yifan grasped the God Slayer, he meticulously attuned to its essence. Now, speak of its drawbacks, otherwise, you would not have chosen a part with it, he remarked. Jing Yao sheepishly rubbed his nose, revealing a preference for the Na'vi and affluent individuals like Fatty. It requires a replenishment of mental energy with each use to restore its power. To slay a god, one must fully recharge its strength. Moreover, this weapon is not classified as a forbidden item. It can only be bound to a single individual. Should others attempt to wield it, they would only harness a mere third of its potential. But you have already utilized it, Yifan stated. I never claimed it could not be rebound to another wielder. Merely that if the time comes, one may find it rather too late, Jing Yao replied. Chapter 74. Are you satisfied only when you drive me mad? This blade, along with its accompanying fan, embodies an inherent potency. They do not necessitate the expenditure of mental energy during combat. However, the knife is exceptionally formidable, capable of surreptitiously slaying a deity when fully charged. Moreover, it can serve as a weapon in ordinary circumstances, possessing the innate ability to breach defenses and slice through space. Jing Yao elucidated these attributes in detail to Yifan. The term sneak attack is used because a deity would not be foolish enough to stand idly by and allow themselves to be stabbed. Thus, it carries a slight drawback, which is quite reasonable. Can this knife facilitate the transfer of mental energy from others? Indeed. However, there is no one nearby with such leisure, and Jing Yao himself despises complications. Considering all factors, this knife would serve a far greater purpose if entrusted to the state. I want the knife, but the price is 10 billion. Yifan waved his hand, casually erasing a zero. Jing Yao felt a pang in his heart. This was hardly a proposition that favored him. Hey, is that how you erase zeros? 110 billion. 101. No way, 109. That is already the limit. The two engaged in a protracted negotiation lasting 3 minutes. As Yifan's offer reached 5 billion, Jing Yao, weary of the trivial dispute, conceded, fine. Take it for 5 billion, and I'll let you erase a zero. Agreed. Yifan flashed a benevolent smile that radiated warmth, prompting Jing Yao to roll his eyes in exasperation. Yu Ge, who was quite fond of his treasured weapon, could not help but whisper to the swirling vortex beside him. How can you simply erase that surplus of over 80 million? Can you do that for me? No. The mention of this irked Yi Fan. The last time Wang Mian approached him demanding reimbursement for the consumption of restricted items, he nearly fainted upon seeing the total. Over 500 million, although Wang Mian was acting on behalf of the state and humanity. One must question why he would choose to purchase a blind box at thrice the price rather than a perfectly good, affordable lollipop. Was the taste of excrement truly unacceptable? If it weren't for Wang Mian threatening to shove a lollipop into his mouth at that moment, Yi Fan would have never agreed to the reimbursement. Yu Guai was startled by Yi Fan's outburst, retreating behind the vortex while clutching his beloved blade protectively. There was no need for such ferocity. Wang Mian, fearing that Yi Fan might inadvertently divulge something, quickly intervened. "Ah Yao, surely you have more than just this knife, right?" Jing Yao nodded yes. "You should also be interested in that cannon. I want to haggle over it. The cost is 1 billion, part of the restricted item series, requiring mental energy to activate its attacks, and it can indeed inflict damage upon deities. With each mention of slaying deities and causing them harm, it became increasingly difficult for Yi Fan to resist temptation. The cost price should be around 2 billion. It is reasonable for Jing Yao to be valued at 1 billion. After all, who sells goods without allowing some profit? The ambitions of the Bailey family are excessively grand, while Jing Yao's aspirations seem less apparent. He appears rather indolent, preferring handsome individuals. Despite the assets Jing Yao possesses, he feels that his current lifestyle does not quite align with his wealth. He even managed to bring back a divine agent for the Night Watchers, whom he finds exceptionally promising. Consequently, he did not haggle with Jing Yao, but instead accompanied him to a base to assess the true damage of a cannon, gathering some data before discussing further purchases of prohibited items with him. Jing Yao is not one to dally over prices, and Yi Fan finds the process of buying from him much more agreeable. Now that the Night Watchers have an alternative channel for procuring prohibited items, Yi Fan mused that he might as well arrange something for Jing Yao from the resources of the Bailey family. Perhaps something prestigious? However, Jing Yao's cheerful demeanor suddenly faltered. "You're not suggesting I sell you something at a discount, are you? And then expect donations if something goes awry?" Yi Fan almost retorted, questioning whether he truly was that kind of person, but upon reflection, he realized it was entirely plausible. How curious that he suddenly seemed to have gained some sense. Jing Yao, however, had not become any wiser. He was merely cautious after being deceived by Tian Ping previously, an encounter that had ended with him being physically reprimanded. The group soon reached the vehicle, but they were not accompanied by many. Only Wang Mian joined Jing Yao, while the others took advantage of their rare free time to go shopping. By the time the trio arrived at the base, the personnel were already in place and ready for testing. Jing Yao produced a cannon towering 3 meters and 4 meters wide, with an operator standing at the control panel, infusing it with spiritual energy. The data testing was in full swing, and Yi Fan began inquiring whether Jing Yao had any other prohibited items available for sale, particularly those that could be used against deities. "Provided the funds are sufficient, I can procure anything," Jing Yao declared with a proud and audacious demeanor, exuding confidence that reminded Yi Fan of a significant matter. That Sun Divine War had announced the return of the Daxia deity. They had not disappeared, but had reincarnated over the years. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon Jing Yao. Could he possibly be the fabled Lingbao Tianzuan? As Jing Yao rummaged through the marketplace, he nudged Yi Fan with his elbow. "Be more specific in your requests." Yi Fan was genuinely taken aback. Were there many such items? Why would he need to specify further? Were there truly numerous items capable of harming deities? Jing Yao, of course, could not present the items for Yi Fan's inspection, as they required prior purchase. Are there any like the Divine Annihilation that do not require charging? It can still harm deities? And we also need group attack types similar to that cannon. Jing Yao made an okay gesture and promptly provided Yi Fan with an extensive list, including various firearms, long spears, swords, and even magical staves capable of summoning magic circles for group attacks. After a prolonged discussion, Jing Yao departed with over 5 billion earned from Yi Fan, simultaneously lamenting to Wang Mian beside him about Yi Fan's miserly nature. It is worth noting that with his current daily earnings reaching 5 billion, It would take merely 10 days of idleness at home for him to amass such wealth. Exhausted, he leaned against Wang Mian with no one around. Not far from the base, Jing Yao unexpectedly encountered an individual he did not foresee. "What brings you here?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Wang Mian, who stood beside Jing Yao, and then disregarded him entirely. Approaching Jing Yao, he spoke in a gentle tone. "Our captain mentioned you had come to the capital. You didn't think to inform me?" Jing Yao was startled by the softness of his voice, for in the past, Shen Qingzhu's gentler tone often indicated his mounting anger, suggesting that he might be on the verge of losing his temper. Maintaining a facade of calm, Jing Yao explained, "I came to sell some restricted items and didn't know when a mission might arise, so I didn't notify you. Is that so? However, without the A Yao mass team, it should be manageable, right? Why not take a few days off to enjoy the capital?" "That won't do. Jing Yao is crucial to our team," Wang Mian interjected, positioning himself in front of Jing Yao, sparks flying between the two as if they were on the brink of confrontation. Jing Yao lightly tapped Wang Mian's head with his fan, asking, "What is the matter?" With a hint of grievance, Shen Qingzhu looked at Jing Yao. "I don't care. Who exactly are you leaving with today?" Jing Yao sighed, contemplating, "How about we all go together?" Wang Mian's face flushed crimson, standing awkwardly in place. Shen Qingzhu's face turned red with anger as he grasped Jing Yao's hand tightly, his voice laced with frustration. "Are you determined to drive me insane?" Jing Yao discreetly freed himself from Shen Qingzhu's grip, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly the two of you who started this, and I merely proposed the most reasonable compromise." Chapter 75, Distinctive. The mass squad was indeed quite occupied. In the brief moment of conversing with Shen Qingzhu, Wang Mian's phone had already begun to ring incessantly. A mission had arisen, and I must take my leave. Jing Yao embraced Shen Qingzhu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and planted a gentle kiss on the corner of her lips, saying softly, "Be good, I'll return to find you." How long would it be until he returned? If it weren't for his captain's reminder, he might not have even known that Jing Yao had come to the capital today. With someone by his side, how could he possibly think of his existence? "Do not be upset," Jing Yao consoled patiently. "Why are you in such a foul mood?" Shen Qingzhu held Jing Yao tightly. "You must promise to come find me next time. It's a pact we've made." "Yes, a pact," Jing Yao affirmed, gently patting Shen Qingzhu's head. Wang Mian felt a twinge of grievance himself. Did he not realize how tender and forgiving he could be towards Shen Qingzhu, despite being able to utter such words to him? Was it truly because he was the first that made him so extraordinary? Had he known to agree during their first meeting, would the outcome have been different? The members of the mass squad soon arrived, and Jing Yao released Shen Qingzhu. "Go back now, and be safe during the mission," he advised, squeezing Shen Qingzhu, whose expression resembled that of someone who had been wronged of 250,000. Jing Yao chuckled softly. Before long, the entire mass squad was present, and Wang Mian, wielding Star Leap, teleported away. He could hardly bear to have Shen Qingzhu linger before him for another second. The missions undertaken by the mass squad generally involved various mysteries from across the nation or Klein realms, and this one was particularly challenging, involving a Klein realm entity. "Be cautious," Jing Yao cautioned as he retrieved forbidden items from his space and located a spot to set up a shield. Typically, when the entity's power was relatively low, the masked squad would engage in combat training to enhance his practical skills. However, upon reaching the Klein level, they would refrain from allowing him to participate, for his presence would only serve to disrupt their efforts. Nonetheless, he began to rummage through the marketplace. It seemed there were no items that could facilitate remote healing, but there were magical staffs capable of invoking healing effects through magical arrays, all requiring mental energy. A single staff cost 300 million. Having recently acquired a sum of money, Jing Yao casually purchased one for amusement. "Transform into the Monkey King," he declared, brandishing the magical staff. Infusing his mental energy into it, he swiftly grasped its usage. Chanting obscure incantations, magical arrays began to shimmer beneath the feet of the masked squad, emanating a green glow from their bodies, indicative of a healing effect, though its efficacy remained uncertain. However, he was unaware that healers often attracted hostility. He could distinctly feel the entity's gaze upon him. In an instant, Jing Yao disrupted the formation and soared into the air. Oh dear, this is quite frightening. Yet, this magical staff seemed to possess multiple arrays. While suspended in midair, he recited incantations, summoning a purple array beneath the entity. Magic Resistance Reduction Array. Although he was unsure of its utility, the moon ghost promptly activated the frost control effect. After using this skill, Jing Yao felt utterly drained, hastily shoving a chocolate into his mouth. Never mind, it wasn't particularly enjoyable. He would simply gift it to Tan Xiang later. Not amusing at all. Having thought this, he leaned against his magic wand for support, observing the combat scene below. Ah, how delightful it was to behold! Those slender waists and legs. Jing Yao's forbidden objects bore no limitations against the mysterious forces. They treated everyone equally, much like himself, thus under several coercive controls. A mysterious entity of the Klein realm was effortlessly subdued. In the past, it would have taken half a day and countless kilometers to catch such a being. Reporting the situation, Jing Yao skillfully pilfered a fragment from the mysterious body, something the mass team had long since grown accustomed to. The others returned the forbidden object to him, and only then did Jing Yao remember he was leaning on a stick. He tossed a magic wand to Tan Xiang. Holding the wand, Tan Xiang looked quite the part. It was certainly more fitting than Jing Yao wielding it. She tested its use and exclaimed, "Quite splendid. It suits me perfectly. How much is it? I can pay you." As one of the two females in the team and a support role, she was often given extra care by the others. Their special team engaged in high-risk work, and the task bonuses were substantial, so her little treasury had some savings. Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively, considered a gift. Would he really charge someone for a toy he himself found distasteful? After all, it was merely 300 million. He had given away 800 million to the Moon Demon, so what did it matter? It was even less than the money he earned in a single day. Tan Xiang, understanding Jing Yao's nature from their time together, refrained from insisting on payment, knowing he would likely find it bothersome. "If you want to eat anything later, just tell me. I'll cook for you." Jing Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Great. Today's mission is wrapped up, and we have time to head back. How about a sumptuous feast tonight?" This news elicited cheers from not only Jing Yao, but also the masked team, with voices eagerly listing dishes. Tan Xiang busily noted down the names on a sticky note. Wang Mian walked alongside Jing Yao, holding his mask in hand. "So what do you think? Are you considering staying here permanently?" The atmosphere of the masked team was quite pleasant, and truthfully, staying here had its merits. "However, you all are far too busy. I wish to take a break." Wang Mian found it hard to argue, as he too longed for a holiday. Upon returning to the villa, everyone efficiently divided tasks for grocery shopping. Jing Yao had plenty in his space, saving a significant amount of time. He glanced into his space and realized he was in need of restocking. He wondered how Chunmai and the others were faring in that little world. While Tan Xiang was busy cooking, Jing Yao reclined on the sofa, allowing his spirit to directly enter the small world. The office remained as bustling as ever, with people coming and going, busy with their tasks. Jing Yao approached Chunmai and asked, "What are you up to?" Chunmai shot him an exasperated glance. "What do you think? All of this? Isn't it all work you've assigned to me?" He is currently in a state of utter chaos, grappling with the construction of various tourist attractions, the establishment of numerous factories, and the development of different regions. Having lived for half a lifetime, he never imagined he would find himself engaged in such endeavors. Furthermore, he must judiciously manage the overall financial allocation for the entire Cangnan region. Jing Yao flashed a grin, but remained silent. However, he did grant Chunmai some permissions, which he had previously overlooked in his haste. Ultimately, this place serves as a simulator of a miniature world. Since it is a simulator, one can utilize the resources inherent within this world to fabricate whatever one desires. Jing Yao himself could conjure an entire world from thin air here, and should Chunmai find himself short on resources, he could easily create them himself. Sensing that there were no significant issues, Jing Yao prepared to take his leave, wary of the possibility that Chunmai might turn against him. Nevertheless, before departing, he cast a glance at the panel, noting that the world S level had ascended from level 0 to level 1, and its prosperity was steadily increasing. There were aspects related to belief and some laws of power that he found perplexing. He resolved to return and investigate them when time permitted. But for now, the Feast of Sandalwood intrigued him far more. Chapter 76. Someone Stealing the House. Halfway through their meal, Su NW insisted on dragging Jing Yao to sing karaoke. Jing Yao, not one to overthink, found Su NW's seemingly vacant demeanor quite amusing, and he relished teasing him. In a peculiar way, their thought processes were often in sync. Su NW sang a line, brandishing a chopstick and presenting it to Jing Yao, signaling, "It's your turn." Jing Yao stared at him in confusion. "What was the last line you sang?" "Oh, you. Indeed, forgive me for a life of unrestrained freedom and love." Jing Yao took a moment to comprehend the absurdity of Su NW's lyrics. "Do you even have a single note in tune? I've tolerated this for far too long." "Nonsense. It's clearly you who wasn't listening to my singing." Their playful banter filled the restaurant with a delightful atmosphere, reminiscent of two feisty huskies squabbling. Wang Mian sat quietly at a table, eating alone, yet occasionally offering food to the others, even amidst his evident displeasure. After dinner, the group jovially tidied up the kitchen before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. Just as Jing Yao finished a shower, a knock echoed at the door. He instinctively knew who it was. Upon opening the door, he found Wang Mian standing there like a forlorn puppy, his expression practically begging to display the words, "I'm unhappy," written across his forehead. As the door swung open, Jing Yao pulled Wang Mian inside by the neck, teasing, "Are you waiting for me to kiss you, Captain? You know exactly why I'm upset." Wang Mian bit Jing Yao's lip a little harder in frustration, leaving a faint imprint as they parted. "You could be angry with me." Jing Yao gently pinched Wang Mian's ear, rubbing it until it turned a rosy hue. Wang Mian buried his head into Jing Yao's shoulder, murmuring, "Being jealous and angry is something only lovers can do, but I am not." Jing Yao nuzzled his cheek against Wang Mian's face. "Then shall we do something else?" As the night deepened, Jing Yao nestled sleepily in Wang Mian's embrace, asking, "Aren't you going back?" "No rush." Wang Mian tightened his hold, adding softly, "In the future, could you show me a bit more affection?" Though Jing Yao, half asleep, barely grasped the words, he responded with a sleepy hum. "All right, sleep now." After nearly 2 months of dealing with mysterious corpse fragments, Jing Yao purchased a flying transport device from his space, equipped with preservation features and an automatic cloaking mechanism upon attack. He packed everything inside until it was perfectly filled, addressed it, and messaged Qingyu to ensure timely receipt. "I've been meaning to ask, what do you need these mysterious corpse fragments for?" Wang Mian inquired, standing behind Jing Yao, the surroundings deserted. He casually wrapped his arms around him, resting his head on his shoulder. Jing Yao activated the transport device, cleaning his hands before playfully tapping Wang Mian's face with the back of his hand. "A friend of mine is involved with a forbidden realm. In his case, dissecting the mysterious grants corresponding powers." Suddenly, Wang Mian's mind began racing with thoughts. This forbidden realm. Lin Qiye certainly isn't involved, nor is that SHNQNGZH. Who could this person be? Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled a remedy that had recently circulated among the night watchmen, one that purportedly restored mental fortitude and healed injuries. Though he had tried it himself, and found it lacking in comparison to the forbidden items possessed by Jing Yao, it proved quite effective for those stationed in small towns. And its cost was rather modest. It was rumored that this individual had been introduced by Jing Yao. Wang Mian took a deep breath, his voice hoarse, wondering if that person could possibly be you. "No." Jing Yao shook his head, just as Wang Mian began to feel relieved. He heard Jing Yao add, "I haven't managed to acquire it yet." "Wang Mian, do you have a peculiar obsession with collecting?" He felt truly aggrieved. "Not at all," Jing Yao replied, turning in Wang Mian's embrace and kissing the corner of his lips. "I was merely a naive admirer, unable to resist those who are aesthetically pleasing." Wang Mian, he is indeed rather despicable, yet he finds himself equally disappointing, sobbing softly. And Qingyu was genuinely elated to receive the items sent by Jing Yao, which included over 50 mysterious body parts of varying grades, clearly indicating that the masked team had been exceedingly busy. He placed a bank card back in a box. This was the share of profits he had discussed with Jing Yao, something he would not easily forget, even though Jing Yao was likely indifferent to monetary matters. He chuckled softly, imagining a boastful little prey dancing around in front of the hunters. Since Jing Yao's arrival, Wang Mian had scarcely experienced any moments akin to those at the beginning of the Divine Ruins, though not entirely absent. A being of immeasurable realms had infiltrated the city. The local station night watchmen were fully cooperating with your actions. Intermittent alerts echoed through the earpiece as the masked team was swept through the city by a gust of wind, brushing past individuals as if merely a breeze. In the distance, a mysterious entity suddenly loomed larger, then struck a nearby building with a resounding crash, leading to chaos among the crowd below. Wang Mian's pupils constricted as the Divine Ruins unfolded, resetting everything back to 2 minutes prior. Sandalwood. The fragrant smoke was whisked high into the air, precisely locating the mysterious entity's position as he swiftly murmured an incantation. Bind. The entire masked team sprang into action, with Jing Yao producing a firearm from his spatial storage and firing multiple rounds at the mysterious figure. Explosions erupted within its form, eliciting a piercing howl that intensified its frenzy. At the sight of its wounds, a toxic substance began to spread. This firearm was a rare find from the daily refresh of the market, costing merely over 30 million, a price he hadn't encountered for such forbidden items in quite some time. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would not have resorted to using it, as the toxin would infect the entire corpse, severely disrupting its genetic structure. While it was suitable for crafting forbidden items, it would be unsuitable for Qingyu's research. The moon demon Frost Snow froze the entity, and the group swiftly resolved the threat. The remaining cleanup was left to the local night watchman team, who only arrived after the situation was under control. There was little they could do. The speed of the masked team was truly astonishing, leaving them in awe. Indeed, it is a remarkable special squad. Jing Yao took 2 generous sips of juice, and due to his particular condition, they lingered for a while longer, cautioning about the careful handling of that mysterious corpse. Yao Ge, is that really you? Jing Yao turned around, pleasantly surprised to encounter an acquaintance. It was none other than Deng Wei, one of Shen Qingzhu's underlings, who was fervently waving at Jing Yao from behind their captain. This commotion captured the attention of the leaders of both teams. Jing Yao approached Deng Wei, observing that he had become considerably sturdier than before. Wow, you've actually grown taller. Deng Wei scratched his head, grinning. I've been eating well. How did you end up in the masked squad? It's temporary, Deng Wei replied, his admiration for Shen Qingzhu and Jing Yao evident. Just a formal member. Yao Ge will definitely make it. Wang Mian approached, scrutinizing Deng Wei for several moments before exhaling in relief. He turned to Jing Yao and inquired, "Who is this?" Jing Yao returned his gaze with a smirk. "This is Shen Qingzhu's underling." Wang Mian, slightly taken aback, turned to the members of the masked squad. "Are you finished? If so, we should be on our way." Suddenly, Deng Wei stared at Wang Mian with a look of sheer horror. "Shen Ge, someone has broken into the house." Chapter 77. Neural circuits. Wang Mian felt a surge of frustration. It seemed that no matter where he went, he could hear the name Shen Qingzhu. His teammates often teased Jing Yao with this name, leaving him bewildered. Wasn't Shen Qingzhu merely the first? What gave him the privilege? What distinguished their relationship from that which he shared with Jing Yao? On several occasions, he had contemplated revealing the nature of his relationship with Jing Yao to his teammates. Yet he hesitated, reluctant to admit how he found himself in such a subordinate position despite being so close. Another disheartening day. The lollipop in his mouth cracked as he bit down. Cursed lollipop. Today it was flavored like river snail rice noodles. He had no qualms about the dish, but a lollipop with that flavor was simply unacceptable. Oh, the wretchedness of this world. Today, he returned on a private jet, which allowed him a modicum of relaxation. After venting his anger, he turned to find a group of people already slumped in their seats, fast asleep. His expression softened slightly, and he covered each of them with a small blanket. Returning to his own seat, Wang Mian sighed once more. How he longed for a vacation. When he awoke again, he discovered himself resting against Jing Yao's shoulder, comfortably asleep. Lifting his gaze, he was momentarily struck by Jing Yao's face. Though he already found Jing Yao quite handsome, he had always refrained from scrutinizing him closely due to the latter's incessant teasing. In that moment, Jing Yao appeared just like the enchanting fox spirit of legend. Gazing directly at him was an overwhelming experience. Both being human, it was as if Nuwa, in her creation, had distinguished between the refined and the rough. Wow, those eyelashes are remarkably long, and his complexion is so fair and pristine. Just how much has Jing Yao spent on maintaining that visage? What skincare products does he use? Perhaps he should inquire later. Ones will playfully poke Jing Yao's face, and oh, the sensation was reminiscent of his little niece's touch. Unable to resist, he poked again, eliciting no response from Jing Yao, who remained quietly watching him with his eyes downcast. Suddenly, Wenzhua sighed softly. Recalling a rather disheartening thought, he likely could not afford Jing Yao's skincare products. Jing Yao grasped his fingers, bemusement evident in his eyes. Are you sighing now? Indeed. I suddenly feel quite impoverished, Wenzhua instinctively replied, only to realize it was Jing Yao speaking. A wave of guilt washed over him. Surely, Jing Yao hadn't noticed his playful poking? He must not have, for anyone else who dared to touch that handsome face would surely have faced his wrath. Jing Yao was perplexed. How could someone stare at another's face for so long and conclude that they were poor? By the way, what skincare products do you use? Could you recommend some? You wouldn't be able to buy them, but if you're insistent, I could sell you a bottle for 5 million, the lowest price. Jing Yao produced a small bottle from his space, appearing to contain only 50 milliliters, rumored to include some divine apple essence. Wenzhua nearly fell backward in shock. Are you robbing me? Am I truly reduced to fighting over such trifling sums? Jing Yao scoffed, dismissing the notion of needing or wanting it all. The very suggestion that he, Jing Yao, would resort to seizing a mere 5 million was an affront to his dignity. Oh, come on. At least let me give it a try, he exclaimed, closing his eyes. Jing Yao uncapped a vial, drawing a few drops of shimmering golden liquid into a test tube before letting it fall delicately onto his palm. The liquid glimmered with a mesmerizing radiance, the sight of which was enough to dazzle anyone. Wherever Jing Yao's hand swept past, a refreshing coolness followed, and the vortex felt as though his skin were breathing. Yet, his primary focus lay not on that sensation, but rather on how soft Jing Yao's hands were. One could easily mistake them for a girless, and it was no wonder he had little interest in fighting. Such hands would surely be ill-suited for any rough endeavors. All done, Jing Yao said, giving him a playful pat on the face. The vortex retrieved a mirror from his pocket, gazing into it with astonishment. Wow, wow, wow. The effect is immediate? He marveled at his own reflection, reveling in his newfound handsomeness. Jing Yao rolled his eyes, bemused by the sudden admiration his companion had for his own appearance. Jing Yao Yao Gu Yao Yao, is there really no discount? The vortex cooed, clinging to Jing Yao's arm in a display of affection. Jing Yao raised an eyebrow and beckoned him closer. The vortex obediently leaned in, eager to listen. There is no discount, but I do have a way to make money. Would you like to know? Jing Yao whispered. The vortex's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? What is it? Come to my room tonight, and I'll tell you quietly. Jing Yao replied. You're such a good person. The vortex exclaimed, nearly moved to tears at the prospect of being entrusted with such knowledge, especially without informing their captain. As the plane landed, a group of individuals leaped from the sky without a moment's hesitation or preparation. A gentle breeze, devoid of any threat, swept past them as they landed gracefully on the ground. Having been awake for 2 consecutive nights, the group exchanged few words before heading to their respective rooms. Jing Yao indulged in a brief gaming session and snuck a bite of late-night snacks before preparing for sleep, only to be surprised when the vortex indeed came knocking later that night. Yo, yeah. Please, do tell me the secret to becoming wealthy. Jing Yao supported his forehead with his hand, a bemused smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Is that all you can think about? After all this time, you still haven't grasped it? Your mind is solely fixated on money. Isn't it? Usually, you be the first to run away at such a suggestion. He shook his head, moving to pour himself a glass of red wine from the side table. Would you care for a drink? He inquired. The vortex glanced at it and declined. Oh, Jing Yao replied, taking a sip himself. The red wine stained his lips a vivid crimson, the contours of his collarbone barely visible beneath his bathrobe. The vortex furrowed his brow. Why are you suddenly silent? Could it be you merely wish to see me humiliated? Alas, is it true that the wealthy toy with me as if I were a mere pet? I shall no longer play with you. Jing Yao felt a headache coming on from his friend's antics and covered his mouth with one hand. Now that you're here, why not consider that following me could lead to your own fortune? I possess wealth, and I also have forbidden items. In fact, I can provide you with anything else you desire. Isn't that quite a bargain? The vortex stood there, bewildered. No, you. What am I? Jing Yao raised an eyebrow, indicating that he had always meant to express this sentiment. The vortex, with a complex expression, questioned, do you truly like me this much? To obtain me, you resort to coercion and temptation. Jing Yao thought to himself, has this child lost his mind? The vortex took several deep breaths before solemnly stating, I understand your intentions. I will carefully consider my response. Let us do this. Tomorrow, I shall give you an answer. For now, you should rest early. It was only after the door had closed that Jing Yao, filled with confusion, uttered a perplexed, huh? He felt that Xuanwo and the others had been mistaken. He simply could not keep pace with the vortex's train of thought. Chapter 78. The doll town, unable to comprehend the situation. Jing Yao chose to abandon his thoughts and collapsed onto the bed, pulling the blanket over his head and succumbing to slumber. At the break of dawn, he was unceremoniously roused from his dreams by Wang Mian at 5 o'clock. Still groggy and disoriented, Jing Yao was swept in the bathroom by Wang Mian for his morning routine. With a toothbrush in hand, he mechanically brushed his teeth while his vacant gaze fixated on the sink. 5 o'clock. It was far too early. Life in the special task force was indeed unbearable. Upon emerging, Wang Mian had already dressed him, planting a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips, reassuring him, it's all right. The mysterious location we've been summoned to is in an uninhabited zone. There's no need to rush. We can fly there, and you can catch a bit more sleep. Jing Yao nodded absently, uncertain if he truly absorbed the words. Stepping outside, he was met with the grim expressions of his companions, resembling ghosts. Hastily, he retrieved a mirror and confirmed that his own visage remained resilient. Rose stared at Jing Yao's face, pondering the disparity between individuals. Why do some possess wealth, beauty, and physique, along with partners, devoid of any worries? It was utterly incomprehensible what they lacked. This world was becoming unbearable. Xuanwo hesitated, casting several glances at Jing Yao, but ultimately boarded the plane under the urging of their captain. Their destination was a remote area, rife with dense forests. The mystery they were pursuing was notably elusive. Yet those with a certain level of strength had developed their own ways of thinking, having grown accustomed to the secrets hidden in various places. Upon their arrival, the locality was nearly deserted. The town at the foot of the mountain was predominantly inhabited by the elderly. As they entered, a chilling wind greeted them, a harbinger of the recent fatalities that had plagued the town, carrying the unmistakable scent of burnt joss paper. The pervasive silence enveloping the town sent shivers down their spines. What had the informant said regarding this place? Jing Yao furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Something felt amiss. Did you discover anything? Wang Mian's voice instinctively lowered, as the eerie atmosphere suggested that even the slightest sound might disturb some lurking horror. The information provided indicated that at least 25 individuals had perished here, yet he felt no presence of souls. Wang Mian regarded Jing Yao with curiosity. I can sense the souls of the departed, Jing Yao elucidated. This was a detail he had not previously shared, primarily because since joining the masked ones, they had been engaged in violently confronting the mysterious, rendering such a skill less relevant. Wang Mian nodded in understanding, casting a wary glance around before striding toward a small convenience store to inquire about the local situation. The streets of the town were strewn with joss paper, and the wind occasionally whisked a piece into the air, while Xuanwo squeezed among the group, seeking a semblance of security. The doors of the houses lining the road stood ajar, yet no inhabitants were visible. The town was small, and they soon arrived at the convenience store. In a small shop, An elderly man in his 70s sat at the counter. Unlike other establishments, this one primarily sold incense, paper money, and funeral attire, with a few scattered jars of condiments on the shelves behind him. Wang Mian rapped on the counter and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" The old man squinted and shouted, adjusting his glasses. "I would like to inquire about something." Wang Mian raised his voice. "Oh dear, you certainly have a loud voice." The old man rubbed his ears. "What do you need? Where have all the townsfolk gone? What about the mayor?" The old man gestured towards a direction behind him. "Recently, there have been too many deaths. They're holding funerals at the ancestral hall." "What brings you here? Why are you looking for the mayor?" "We have been sent here to address this matter." The old man adjusted his glasses again and scrutinized the group before him. You all look rather impressive." Wang Mian felt a sense of disbelief, nearly mistaking the scene for an elderly version of a character from a tale. "The mayor is at the ancestral hall. You may head there." Wang Mian nodded gratefully and proceeded along the path indicated by the old man. As they ventured deeper into the village, the previously inaudible sounds became deafening, reverberating as if they might shatter one's very essence. The ancestral hall was lined with 25 black coffins, and upon their arrival, all eyes turned towards them in unison. Xuanwo felt an increased sense of dread, attempting to draw everyone closer, seeking protection in numbers. Wang Mian stepped forward and declared, "We are here to resolve the calamity. Is the mayor present?" Under the scrutiny of countless sunken eyes, a middle-aged man in his 50s rushed out from the center of the hall, his face flushed with urgency and beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Have the officials from above arrived? This way, please." The mayor led them away from the ancestral hall. Curiously, although the noise was loud enough to echo throughout the village, it vanished as they distanced themselves by a mere 100 meters. One could surmise that the source of the mystery lay either outside or within the ancestral hall. Thus, it was prudent to follow the mayor to ascertain the situation. The mayor did not possess a private office. Instead, he brought them to the town's commune, poured everyone a cup of tea, and began to recount the recent happenings. Some time ago, a woman clad in peculiar attire arrived in the village, speaking in an unintelligible language. From the day of her arrival, strange occurrences began to plague the town. Only a few elderly residents remained, and the village, known for its puppet making, witnessed some puppets seemingly coming to life after her visit. Initially, the villagers dismissed it as mere illusions brought on by age, until one day, they began to discover the dead. One individual was found lifeless within his home, with all doors and windows securely shut, and perplexingly, his joints bore connections resembling those of a puppet. Since then, a considerable number of doll makers in the village have begun to perish one after another, and the manner of their demise is eerily identical. This has led them to suspect that the dolls have somehow come to life, for they are, after all, crafted figures imbued with an air of the uncanny. As the death toll in the village continued to rise, even though their livelihood depended on these dolls, he was compelled to issue an order to incinerate all the dolls in the village. However, this only provided a temporary reprieve. Mere days later, reports of doll-related homicides resurfaced. Initially, he assumed that someone had discreetly resumed the creation of dolls, yet the villagers vehemently denied such claims. Even a victim was corroborated by his spouse, who asserted that he had not been at home crafting dolls. This was indeed perplexing. That day, he suddenly recalled the surveillance camera he had installed at the village entrance. It was there that he witnessed a scene he would never forget. A puppet, adorned with a cascade of glossy black hair, entered the village, and at that very moment, Old Man Lin happened to return home, unwittingly allowing the puppet to silently follow him. Chapter 79. The puppet town too. It was only at this moment that he finally believed they had indeed encountered a ghost. Now every household was nearly huddled together, too fearful to venture out alone, lest that malevolent spirit sought them out and claimed their lives. The first victims of this wretched specter were the artisans who once crafted the puppets, which fueled their suspicion that the puppets had gained sentience. Upon hearing the recounting of events, the members of the masked squad grasped the situation fully and resolved to disguise themselves as villagers, venturing out alone at night to lure the puppet into the open. However, knowing that the puppet preyed upon the creators, they were uncertain whether they could successfully draw it out. The town mayor, upon learning of their plan, arranged for them to occupy a house that had belonged to an elderly man who had lived there alone and was now deceased. With no heirs, the house had become ownerless, and such properties were typically confiscated. The mayor, holding 3 incense sticks, bowed at the doorway, saying, "Old Lin, these children have come to avenge you. I shall let them stay in your house, so do not play any tricks." After placing the incense in the cracks of the entrance, he pushed open the door to reveal a residence that bore the marks of a life well lived, with several pots of flowers gracing the courtyard. "You shall reside here. If you need anything further, do not hesitate to seek me out. My home is the 9th one down the street to the east, marked by 2 stone pillars at the entrance. The ancestral hall is still quite busy, so I must take my leave." Wang Mian stood to accompany the mayor to the door, wishing him a leisurely journey. Jing Yao found a small stool and settled at the entrance, the faint scent of smoke wafting around him. He eventually rose and said to Wang Mian, "I'll head to the convenience store for a pack of cigarettes." Wang Mian nodded. "All right, return soon." Jing Yao responded indistinctly, taking the swirling mist with him as he departed. "Don't you find this town rather peculiar?" As they stepped beyond the gate, the swirling mist could no longer contain its apprehension. Jing Yao glanced at him. "Why? What insights do you possess?" In truth, he wished to express that with their limited intellect, they should refrain from overthinking, as no significant conclusions would emerge. Yet, he refrained from dampening the swirling mist's enthusiasm, allowing it to explore its thoughts freely. The swirling mist gestured towards the street. "Don't you think this town feels ancient?" Despite the modern attire of its inhabitants, the ambience seemed to echo the past, reminiscent of decades gone by. Jing Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it does, if one were to categorize it by the temporal standards of his world." The town's architectural style resembled that of the Republic of China era, a curious blend of antiquity and modernity. "I assent it," the swirling mist, feeling a sense of pride, continued. "Moreover, so many elderly individuals have perished in this village, yet not a single young person has returned. How long has it been since this tragedy occurred? And what are the 25 coffins? The earliest among them has surely been here for over 2 weeks, yet they remain unburied. This is quite unreasonable. The older generations place great importance on being laid to rest properly, so why are they still displayed in the ancestral hall?" As Jing Yao listened, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the many oddities present. Furthermore, given that an unknown mystery lingered in this place, it was entirely normal for it to feel strange. Ultimately, despite their lengthy discourse, they had yet to uncover anything particularly remarkable. The 2 individuals approached the small shop, where the elderly man was still engrossed in a newspaper. Jing Yao instinctively glanced upward, surprised to find it was today's edition. He casually remarked, "Old man, you have quite the taste." The elderly man, noticing the handsome young man before him, felt encouraged to engage in conversation. "Of course, what else is an old fellow like me to do? Everyone in town has gone to the ancestral hall. Why aren't you there?" He reached for a pack of cigarettes. Jing Yao, adopting a nonchalant demeanor akin to that of a curious passerby, replied, "I'll take a pack." The old man rummaged through the counter and handed Jing Yao a pack. "What's the point? None of the deceased are my relatives. Why should I go and mourn for others?" Jing Yao glanced at the cigarettes with disdain. "Do you have anything better?" The elderly man narrowed his eyes and slammed his hand on the table. "This is the finest I have. Take it or leave it." Jing Yao placed 100 on the table, pocketed the cigarettes, and turned to leave. Xuanwo hurriedly followed his stride, sensing that the elderly man in the shop was rather peculiar. "Jing Yao, did you notice anything unusual?" Xuanwo tugged at Jing Yao's sleeve and whispered, as if fearing the shopkeeper might overhear, glancing back cautiously. "No, I'm rather dull-witted, unlike your astuteness," Jing Yao replied dismissively. Xuanwo smiled with pride. "I knew I was the clever one." Back at the courtyard, Jing Yao recounted his observations from the shop. "Today's newspaper. This town is quite remote. We set out around 5 and arrived by 9. Setting aside who would specifically order a newspaper in this day and age, how did today's edition even reach this town? Even if someone delivered it, most people are at work by 8 or nearly 9, and there's south only one road into this town. Given the road's length, it's impossible for the newspaper to have arrived here at this time. That's one mystery." Secondly, the old man sitting at the entrance, his refusal to attend the funeral of the deceased, is quite odd. He seemed indifferent. And what could possibly hold his attention in that newspaper for so long? Most importantly, how could he remain there alone without fear of the puppet the mayor spoke of coming to harm him? Jing Yao retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, examining it closely. He lit it. It appeared to be an ordinary cigarette. After extinguishing it, he casually discarded it into the ashtray on the table. We just inspected this courtyard, and didn't he find anything significant, just some bloodstains splattered on the bedroom wall. I plan to head to the ancestral hall to see the state of the corpses, Wang Mian announced, rising to his feet. Jing Yao and I will check the ancestral hall. You all explore the town. Understood. The members of the masked team dispersed at the entrance, with Wang Mian and Jing Yao making their way once more toward the ancestral hall. Wang Mian took Jing Yao's hand. Despite the late hour, neither felt any warmth. As if the sun overhead were a mere illusion, and the wind carried an unsettling chill. Be cautious. The mysterious circumstances remain unknown. Wang Mian gently pulled Jing Yao back into his embrace. The quaint town was not particularly large, and the two swiftly arrived at their destination. The jarring sound of the Xuanwo and drums reverberating painfully through their bodies. To examine the coffin, they needed the consent of the villagers. After seeking the approval of a woman in her 60s, who listened to their plight, she reluctantly agreed to open the coffin for their inspection. However, upon glimpsing the corpse, they immediately sensed that the amount of blood on the walls was unsettlingly disproportionate. The joints of the body had been severed and replaced with puppet-like appendages. Most strikingly, the elderly gentleman bore a rather fashionable appearance, his hair dyed a glossy, deep black. They wished to explore further, yet no one paid them any heed, rendering their investigation fraught with challenges and obstacles. Chapter 80. The Puppet Town. 3. Wang Mian and Jing Yao meticulously examined every corner of the ancestral hall, yet they found no trace of the mysterious. Fortunately, though ignored by the onlookers, they were not hindered in their exploration, allowing them to navigate the hall with ease. Upon exiting, they observed that the individuals outside remained seated, with 1 or 2 people clad in white at each coffin, burning joss paper. Who, pray tell, would expose a coffin to the relentless sun? Jing Yao lamented. Wang Mian gestured skyward, noting that there must be sunlight for such exposure. Indeed, the sun had remained unchanged since their arrival, with the temperature showing no signs of fluctuation. Jing Yao sighed, turning to leave. I truly despise this cerebral mystery. A brawl would conclude matters swiftly, yet it insists on flaunting its intellect. They both recognized that it was highly unlikely they would uncover the whereabouts of the woman in the peculiar attire. Let us depart, Jing Yao said. It was the agreed-upon time, and upon their return, the others arrived shortly thereafter. They convened to discuss their findings, initiating a series of speculations. I suspect we have entered a realm of illusion meticulously crafted by some unseen force. When, pray tell, did we cross into this illusion? Remarkably, we felt not a whisper of its approach. Jing Yao retrieved a pair of vintage glasses from his belongings and surveyed the surroundings. It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps our perceptions have merely been altered. Well, it seems not, he concluded, putting away the glasses. These spectacles, known as the glasses of revelation, possess the ability to pierce through all deceit. By the way, are you all feeling hungry? Jing Yao inquired, glancing at the group. Vortex touched his stomach, admitting, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but now I do feel a pang of hunger. Indeed, it was past noon, and they had arisen at 5 that morning. Hunger was inevitable. Strange how just the thought of it intensifies my appetite, he added. A knock resounded at the courtyard door, and Zhou Ping glanced at the others before opening it to reveal the town mayor. Thank you for your hard work. It is time for lunch. If you do not mind, please join me in my home. Zhou Ping shook his head. We appreciate the invitation, but we will manage our own meals. How can I allow that? You have come to aid us in our time of crisis. It would be remiss of me to let you fend for yourselves regarding sustenance. There's been a surge in fatalities recently, and many restaurants have closed. Where will you find food? The mayor insisted earnestly. We have provisions of our own. You need not worry, dear mayor, Zhou Ping replied succinctly. If this truly is an illusion, it would be wise for us to minimize our interactions with its elements. After a lunch, several individuals departed from the mayor's residence. As soon as they stepped outside, Xinghin stuck out his tongue, exclaiming that the fish was indeed quite spicy. What? Where's the spiciness? You really can't handle spicy food, can you? Someone retorted. It's undeniably hot. I assure you, he insisted. Nevertheless, the others paid little heed. It was merely a matter of personal taste. Before leaving, they borrowed a set of clothes from a mayor, preparing to venture out in the evening to see if they could lure out the mysterious entity. After a brief respite and some planning, nightfall arrived. The deputy, Zhou Ping, donned the mayor's attire and took a stroll outside. The chill of the small town at night was even more biting, a bone-chilling cold. Jing Yao retrieved a coat from his spatial storage for each person, which provided some relief. The group discreetly followed Zhou Ping, wandering through the town several times without any leads. Could it be that the mystery has sensed our presence? One pondered. I'll go out for a couple of laps alone, Jing Yao declared, handing Zhou Ping a defensive shield. With a flashlight in hand, Zhou Ping ambled out as if taking a leisurely stroll. Half an hour later, he returned to the courtyard, shaking his head in disappointment. Nothing to report. How about we check the ancestral hall at this hour? Jing Yao suddenly suggested. In horror stories, the places with the most corpses definitely harbor significant issues. And ancestral halls are certainly hotspots. As it was still early, the group readily agreed to investigate the ancestral hall. Yuan Suo took Zhou Ping by one hand and Yue Guwei by the other, positioning Xiang and Xinghin behind him for a sense of security as they proceeded to the hall. The ancestral hall at night. Why is it still so noisy? Groups of people sat together, and an elder recited something on the highest steps. His words unclear and indistinct. Had these people not considered sleep? Yuan Suo muttered quietly. Jing Yao cast a ghostly glance at him, of course. They don't need to sleep if they aren't human. Yuan Suo shot him a reproachful glare. Are you satisfied now that you scared me? Ah, there are truly no spirits. I didn't sense any souls. Just teasing you, Jing Yao replied. Wang Mian gestured to the group, Zhou Ping, and I will go inside to take a look. You all stay here and keep watch. Jing Yao leaned against a wall, observing the hall. Everything felt amiss. There seemed to be no way to break the deadlock. He conjured a gust of wind, attempting to ascend into the skies for a better view. However, as he soared upwards, an unsettling sensation overwhelmed him, a strong sense of weightlessness. Akin to stepping into a void, he quickly descended, feeling somewhat unsteady upon landing. Yuan Suo hesitated briefly before reaching out to catch Jing Yao, pulling him into an embrace. What happened? Ascending felt strange, as if I might plummet from a great height at any moment. The daytime sky showed no signs of change, prompting the question, was there something amiss above? Wang Mian and Zhou Ping emerged from the ancestral hall, suspecting it might be an illusion. Thus, they would naturally evade certain individuals. What did you find? Wang Mian inquired, shaking his head. Aside from the odd appearance of the surroundings, there was nothing unusual. Ah, this is quite unbearable. Jing Yao leaned weakly against the whirlpool, and Wang Mian, seeing this, walked over with an inscrutable expression and helped him to his feet. Let us return. It is already quite late. You did not rest well yesterday, and it would be prudent for everyone to retire early tonight. The group of 8 consisted of Rose and Sandalwood sharing one room, Whirlpool and Balance in another, Moon Ghost and Star Trace together, while Wang Mian and Jing Yao occupied the last. Ultimately, Jing Yao was the weakest among them. Thus it was reasonable for the captain to look after him. In this small courtyard, there was but one bathroom, necessitating a rotation for bathing. Fortunately, Jing Yao served as a helpful asset in this regard. It was rather peculiar. Although he could not recall clearly, it seemed that his shower gel did not resemble what he remembered. Perhaps he truly had not recalled accurately. After finishing his bath, Jing Yao returned directly to his room, as there were quite a few people around, leaving him little time to linger. Life had indeed become quite arduous. Chapter 81. The Doll Town 4. After his bath, Jing Yao nestled directly into the comfort of his blankets, feeling disinclined to tidy up his disheveled home. Instead, he opted to replace the bedding in each room, leaving the task of arranging sheets and blankets to their own devices. For he lacked the nurturing qualities of a maternal figure and found such chores beyond his capabilities. Upon returning from his bath, Wang Mian found Jing Yao engrossed in his phone. With a nonchalant gesture, he lifted the covers and snuggled into the bedding, pulling Jing Yao into his embrace. "What's the matter?" Jing Yao switched off his phone, revealing a lack of signal. Wang Mian had grown accustomed to such occurrences in this remote village. Losing service was a frequent predicament. Jing Yao, however, found it intolerable. How could he survive without internet access? He rummaged through the system's marketplace, determined to discover a phone that could connect to the internet anywhere, anytime. Strangely, the system, which typically provided precise results, now yielded a chaotic assortment of items. Bewildered and frustrated, Jing Yao pondered the possibility of some mysterious influence affecting the system. Glancing at Wang Mian beside him, he contemplated seeking external assistance. Yet he struggled to articulate the issue to Wang Mian. Still, he sensed the significance of this moment. It could very well be the key to unraveling their predicament. Turning to nestle deeper into Wang Mian's embrace, he tenderly cupped Wang Mian's face, planting several affectionate kisses. "Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts," he murmured. Wang Mian, bemused, found it amusing and perplexing that someone would suggest sucking ideas through kisses. He gently patted Jing Yao's back, encouraging him to take his time. With his face buried against Wang Mian's chest, Jing Yao fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Despite never having utilized the system's customer support, it did exist. Resolutely, he accessed the back-end customer service panel of the system. Having never seen such an interface before, he should not have known what it looked like. Yet upon entering, it appeared exactly as he had envisioned it. How could something he had never encountered mirror his imagination so perfectly? He abruptly lifted his head from Wang Mian's embrace, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Do you think it's possible that we never actually entered the location where the incident occurred?" Wang Mian furrowed his brow, about to respond. But Jing Yao pressed a finger to his lips. "What I mean is, we may not have even set foot in the so-called site of the incident. We could be trapped within a dream, with all our perceptions shaped by our own consciousness and subconscious." Upon reflection, several inconsistencies surfaced. Before I mentioned feeling hungry today, did any of you feel that sensation? And I distinctly recall that the fish we had today was not spicy at all. Yet Xinghin claimed it was extremely spicy. Although he typically struggles with spicy food, he would never reach a threshold where he found it unbearable. It's highly likely that the mysterious entity is weaving a dream. And from the very beginning, we have been ensnared in this dream. Thus, no matter what we do, we will never be able to locate it. Wang Mian's expression grew increasingly grave. Jing Yao's insights were astute. When piecing together the day's events, a sense of clarity emerged. Jing Yao exhaled a sigh of relief after finishing his words, embracing Wang Mian and bestowing a few affectionate kisses, exclaiming, "Darling, your intellect is truly remarkable." Wang Mian chuckled silently, bemused by Jing Yao's inability to maintain seriousness for more than 3 seconds. However, a flicker of curiosity soon arose within him. Why did it draw us into this dream without taking any action against us? Drawing upon his extensive experience with novels, Jing Yao answered with an air of wisdom, "Captain, do not forget that if we are indeed in a dream, our bodies lie unconscious and vulnerable outside. It could easily harm us if it so wished. But fret not. I possess a formidable shield that activates automatically in the face of danger, forming a protective barrier around us." Jing Yao's face was alight with a desire for praise. And Wang Mian, recognizing his merit, readily offered compliments. "Yao, you're truly impressive." "Indeed." Jing Yao raised an eyebrow and gestured to his lips. "Let us have something more substantial." Wang Mian pecked him lightly on the lips, quickly gathering his thoughts. "Let us awaken the others." Jing Yao stood up, and as they reached the doorway, a rhythmic 3 knocks echoed from the door, spaced out and distinctly crisp. After a prolonged silence from outside, they exchanged glances and instinctively prepared to draw their weapons. "Wait, where are the weapons?" Jing Yao sighed in exasperation, muttering under his breath that they were in someone else's dream, armed only with a hammer. He searched the room, ultimately deciding to break off a leg from the table for both himself and Wang Mian before opening the door. The threshold revealed only darkness, devoid of anything. Jing Yao flicked the switch for the living room light, but to no avail. "Very well, it seems we are being targeted." At that moment, The lights in the room behind them also dimmed. Suddenly, a puppet clad in a red dress sprang forth, its long black hair eerily swaying, with glowing red eyes peering ominously from beneath. Its lips curled into a sinister grin as it leapt within mere inches of Jing Yao and Wang Mian. What the hell? Jing Yao swung his makeshift weapon, sending the puppet flying. This is outrageous. The puppet tumbled to the ground, seemingly activating a mechanism, its teeth clicking together in a mechanical rhythm before settling into coherence. Why you? Hello. Oh, for heaven's sake. Jing Yao, still shaken, delivered a series of blows with his stick until the puppet's parts scattered. Finally, he kicked it away with a swift motion. Logically, such commotion should have alerted the others. Yet the room remained eerily silent. Wang Mian and Jing Yao, undeterred, burst into the other rooms, only to find them occupied by lifeless dolls dressed in their clothes, each adorned with an uncanny smile. Have we entered a dream within a dream? Jing Yao pondered, stroking his chin. Most likely. Wang Mian glanced around, recalling that there was an oil lamp nearby. With the faint glow of the moonlight, he rummaged beneath a counter and unearthed a kerosene lamp. Jing Yao extracted an unknown lighter from his pocket, igniting the lamp, its feeble light barely illuminating a small area. Outside, the courtyard door echoed with a series of loud knocks. Jing Yao tossed aside the leg of the table in his hand and surveyed the surroundings, breaking off a section of an old iron pipe. Captain, can you handle brawl? He inquired. Wang Mian looked at him, incredulous. Do you really think we'll end up fighting? Jing Yao nodded. Based on my extensive reading experience, if we were to die here, we might very well meet our end. Wang Mian replied, I should read more novels. I've got recommendations for you. Haha, I'm amused. The subsequent plot is rushing into my mind, making me somewhat reluctant to write this script earnestly. Chapter 82. The Doll Town 5. Jing Yao and Wang Mian each grasped an iron rod and forcefully kicked open the courtyard gate. Standing before them were more than 20 dolls. Their powerful kick toppled 4 or 5 of them, pinning them beneath the gate. The two stood atop the gate, with Jing Yao even bouncing a couple of times for emphasis. The remaining dolls surged forward, each adorned with bizarre, dark hair of varying lengths, which danced chaotically in the air. Jing Yao swung his rod, decapitating one of the dolls. The sight of those vile strands of hair was utterly repugnant. With a disdainful kick, he sent the doll flying. In the realm of another's dreams, the scenes were entirely subject to the control of the dreamer, an exceedingly disconcerting predicament. The duo forged a path through the chaos and sprinted forth, countless strands of black hair surging from every direction. They vaulted onto a wall, continuing their frantic dash. Since this is someone else's dream, we must locate the dreamer and awaken him to shatter this illusion, Wang Mian panted. Indeed, the intellectual burden lifted. Jing Yao felt a surge of clarity as he scanned their surroundings, the two racing through one courtyard after another. At last, they stumbled upon a figure in the very house they had originally occupied, strikingly different from the rest. He paid no heed to the shattered gate, appearing as if he had merely risen from slumber, performing a series of Tai Chi movements in the courtyard before watering the flowers and commencing to move various items from within the house. He meticulously began to carve a doll's head that he had retrieved. Jing Yao hurled his iron rod at the elderly man, who stumbled back in shock as the dream began to fracture. Both Wang Mian and Jing Yao awoke simultaneously in their beds. Jing Yao could not suppress an expletive. They were still ensnared in a dream. The two, surprisingly not so foolish as to fall back asleep, opened the door and roused the others. With the lights in the hall illuminated, everyone except Wang Mian and Jing Yao bore expressions of extreme fatigue. Captain, I feel as though my eyes can barely open. Qingyu struggled to prop his eyelids open with 2 fingers, only to succumb and thud his head onto the table, drifting off once more. Jing Yao pulled him up and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Still tired? Qingyu covered his face in a mock display of grievance. Wah, you hit me. I won't play with you anymore. Everyone, stay alert. Wang Mian rapped on the table. According to my and Jing Yao's analysis, we are likely not merely in an illusion, but have been drawn into a dream. Our bodies are in danger outside. We must act quickly to escape. Yes, Captain. The members of the masked squad struggled to rise from their weariness. Just as they were preparing to strategize, a frantic knocking echoed from the courtyard gate. "Comrades, are you there?" The anxious voice of the town mayor rang out. Jing Yao and Wang Mian exchanged a glance. Each discreetly concealed a piece of iron pipe behind them as they stepped outside. The members of the masked squad were bewildered by their leader's actions but followed suit. Wang Mian opened the courtyard gate and inquired calmly, "What is the matter?" Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the mayor, revealing themselves to be the culprits I had glimpsed while relieving myself at night. It was they who had slain old Yu. Wang Mian squinted, while Jing Yao discreetly stepped back to engage the system. "Excellent, we are still within a dream." He nodded at Wang Mian. Although he was uncertain how Jing Yao discerned the reality of the situation, Wang Mian chose to trust him without hesitation, exclaiming, "Attack!" The iron pipe struck ahead, splattering warm blood, and the crowd that had been blocking the doorway shrieked and scattered in panic. "Murder! Murder! Help!" Warm blood splattered across Wang Mian's face, leaving him momentarily dazed, while the members of the masked group felt a tightening in their hearts. If these truly were villagers and this was reality, they had just committed murder. Jing Yao casually wiped the blood from his face with his thumb, his expression unchanging as he gazed at the fallen corpse. "Let us find the master of this dream. We must exit swiftly." "No, I should already know who the master of this dream is." Jing Yao turned abruptly as he stepped out of the courtyard, his demeanor cold and blood-stained. The iron rod in his hand dripped steadily with blood, and as he walked down the street, he momentarily felt as though he were the true boss of this scenario. Wang Mian hurriedly followed in his footsteps, as did the members of the masked team. Yet, compared to Jing Yao and Wang Mian, the others felt an inexplicable heaviness in their bodies. "Captain!" Xiang stumbled, barely managing to keep her balance, while Rose caught her with one hand. "No, Captain, you stay here and guard them. I will seek out the master of the dream." "No," Wang Mian decisively refused. "I will go." Jing Yao spread his hands, suggesting that they were quite similar in capabilities. With no restrictions on the void, there was little difference between them. "Captain, you should remain here." Wang Mian attempted to reason, realizing that during the day, he had not felt any constraints. No, it wasn't that they couldn't use the void during the day. Rather, they had simply never employed it. However, this dream conveyed an impression that it was permissible, which was why he had not questioned it. Jing Yao flicked the blood off the iron rod before heading towards the convenience store. The store was deserted. In fact, the entire town seemed devoid of life. He kicked open door after door, finding them all empty, until he arrived at the ancestral hall. All 25 coffins had been opened, and the once-dead occupants sat up, moving like lifeless puppets. He swung his rod, sending one flying, yet they were as resilient as cockroaches, quickly rising again upon falling. "Master of the dream. Master of the dream." TSK. Jing Yao kicked aside the corpse puppets, intruding into the ancestral hall, where the remaining individuals cowered in a room. But the person he sought was not there. Or the convenience store owner. No one responded. Jing Yao struck the door with his iron rod. "Speak." The mayor trembled as he stepped forward, stammering, "Weren't you supposed to have killed him?" "Ha, very well, so this is how we play it, is it?" Jing Yao was left speechless, a mix of frustration and amusement washing over him. Surely, they could not believe this would ensnare him. He raised the iron rod and, without a moment's hesitation, plunged the sharp end into his own heart. How excruciating it must be to have one's heart pierced. Perhaps it feels akin to the sensation of being slain by that monstrous creature from the abyss. Jing Yao collapsed to the ground, gradually losing consciousness, as the scene before him warped and faded away. It was time to awaken from this dream. At the very least, he ought to awaken. Chapter 83. Daltown 6. On a ground overrun with weeds lay 8 individuals in perfect alignment. Jing Yao suddenly opened his eyes, immediately checking the number of substitute dolls. One was missing. Indeed, in the realm of dreams, death is all too real, yet he remained uncertain about the nature of this enigma. What would transpire if he forcibly awakened the others now? Suddenly, a weary yet somewhat familiar voice echoed beside him. "You have finally awakened." Jing Yao swiftly drew his weapon and turned to see Han Shaoyun. Yes, Han Shaoyun's eyes were shrouded in darkness, betraying several days of sleeplessness. He glanced at the members of the masked team sprawled on the ground, urging, "Hurry and awaken them. You have lingered too long within. Do you know what this mystery is? Can you awaken them directly? Han Shaoyun nodded affirmatively, yes. Without hesitation, Jing Yao delivered each of them a resounding slap imbued with profound affection. Wang Mian stood vigil over his teammates, growing increasingly anxious as their condition deteriorated, while Jing Yao remained absent. Just as he contemplated slaying everyone present to uncover the dream's master, the scene before him shattered layer by layer, ultimately dissipating. As the group awakened, they instantly felt a searing pain on their faces. Although Rose felt somewhat fatigued, she swiftly rolled over, exclaiming, "Jing Yao, if I don't get to hang you up and beat you today, I shall not be called Rose." Jing Yao deftly dodged behind Han Shaoyun, playfully sticking his tongue out at Rose. The members of the masked team instantly grew vigilant, glancing at Han Shaoyun. "Who is this?" "This is Han Shaoyun," Jing Yao replied, offering no further elaboration. Han Shaoyun had no intention of introducing himself, caught in an awkward position due to his current identity. This incident was specifically targeting the masked team. In truth, there were not one but two mysteries at play. One could conjure dreams from a person's soul, each soul allowing for the creation of a dream. While within the dream, as long as one succumbed to sleep, their soul would be gradually devoured, leading to inevitable demise unless awakened from the outside. Pausing momentarily, Han Shaoyun's expression turned somewhat exasperated. "I intended to awaken you, but Jing Yao, your shield, the other could merely possess dolls. Yet it too could inhabit the dream realm, concealing its true form within other dreams, rendering it nearly impossible for you to find." Wang Mian possessed the ability to reverse time. Even the most lethal of mysteries could be circumvented by devising a solution through temporal manipulation. Thus, they had unwittingly stepped into a trap from which escape was impossible. Casting a glance at Jing Yao, he added, "Primarily, they wish to eliminate you. The ancient gods' church perceive your potential for recruitment as extinguished but deemed you too great a threat to be left alive. Recently, it seemed the ancient gods' church had uncovered an informant. I find myself in a precarious position. You must remember to inform him." Jing Yao furrowed his brow. "You have been discovered?" "No. EU is quite confident in his soul contract and will not suspect me for the time being. Moreover, he has slain too many sentinels in the past. Who would have imagined that he could one day break free from EU's control?" Jing Yao patted his shoulder, suggesting that they retreat if danger arises. However, he also understood Han Shaoyun's inner turmoil, which he feared would remain unsolvable in this lifetime. Han Shaoyun responded with a faint acknowledgement, stating that if there were no further issues, he would take his leave. Suddenly, Jing Yao called out to him, recalling that he had heard from the snake woman that the ancient god sect never undertook such large-scale tasks alone, and their followers typically accompanied them in numbers. It was inconceivable that Han Shaoyun had come to eliminate the masked squad all by himself. "Did you really come alone?" "An Shaoyun azita for a moment. No. But rest assured, I have dealt with them." "And how will you explain this to EU upon your return?" Han Shaoyun smiled gently. "It's all right. I have my methods. You needn't worry about me." Jing Yao rolled his eyes. "You're not going to injure yourself again and claim you were overpowered, are you? That excuse has already been used. Come, let me think of one for you." He beckoned Han Shaoyun closer, who hesitated but eventually walked over to him. After a long pause, he looked at Jing Yao with a complex expression, almost wishing he could suggest that the boy seek help. "That's far more reliable than your idea." As he spoke, he casually grabbed a handful of lollipops, preparing to stuff them into Han Shaoyun's pocket. Han Shaoyun took a step back in horror. He still had the last lollipop Jing Yao gave him, which he felt he would never consume in this lifetime. "Are you serious about stepping back?" Jing Yao glared at him menacingly. Han Shaoyun's expression turned awkward. I think I'll pass on this one. I should be going now." With that, he nearly bolted, his mind racing with thoughts of how his forbidden ruins could fly people with such calmness as Jing Yao seemed to do. Jing Yao sighed. It's truly not something to be taken lightly. As one of the former victims, Wang Mian comprehended Han Shaoyun's actions all too well. That thing was truly inedible. However, from their conversation, Wang Mian gleaned a hint. Did they actually have an undercover agent within the ancient god sect? Wasn't he had said that EU's soul control made infiltration exceedingly difficult? His confusion was evident, prompting Jing Yao to clarify. EU's soul contract functions more like a negative guidance on human thought. Any detrimental influence on the human body can be neutralized by the lollipops. However, be mindful that they cannot heal soul injuries. By the way, I recall giving the master a box of tea that could provide immunity against soul attacks for a time. I can procure some more. Zhou Ping's eyes brightened, and he playfully draped an arm around Jing Yao's neck. Are we good brothers? Before Jing Yao could respond, Wang Mian, with a stern expression, pulled Zhou Ping away, declaring that now was not the time for idle chatter, as the two mysterious entities remained unresolved. The expressions of the masked squad immediately turned serious. Jing Yao retrieved a pair of glasses from his space. Come, follow me. In the realm of dreams, he could not catch a glimpse, yet upon returning to the tangible world, he still wished to play hide and seek. The layout of the town before him bore a striking resemblance to that of his dreams, albeit marred by more than just a few remnants of decay. The village was deserted, and Jing Yao led them through winding paths, ultimately arriving at the shrine that remained eerily identical to its dreamlike counterpart. As the group approached, countless puppets with flowing black hair surged forth from the shrine, their tresses swirling around them. Raising his sandalwood wand, Jing Yao commanded, Inferno. Let's conclude this swiftly. The flames, augmented by Jing Yao's will, danced around the members of the masked team, deftly avoiding them. The piercing cries gradually subsided, and the shrine ultimately reclaimed the semblance it was meant to embody. In an enigmatic twist of fate, the puppets transformed into unremarkable dolls, liberating the souls trapped within. With a subtle gesture, Jing Yao drew them into his miniature world. It was time to return home. Chapter 84. A Gift of Jasmine. May you never depart upon awakening. They realized that although they had spent merely a day and a night within the realm of dreams, for days had elapsed in reality. After attending to their affairs, a call was placed to Yi Fan, utilizing a phone specially modified by the Night Watchers, ensuring privacy from eavesdroppers. Wang Mian mentioned the presence of an undercover agent among the Night Watchers and elaborated on the recent investigations by the ancient cult into such infiltrations. Yi Fan acknowledged this and instructed the masked team to rest thoroughly for the day. Back aboard the aircraft, the group felt ravenously hungry. Fortunately, Jing Yao was known for his penchant for culinary preparation. After a brief freshening up, they began to satiate their appetites. Curiously, Wang Mian inquired, how did you manage to exit the dream so directly? Observing the collapse of the dreamscape behind them, it seemed implausible that even if Jing Yao had vanquished the dream's master, he could awaken so easily. With a calm demeanor, Jing Yao wiped his mouth with a napkin and nonchalantly replied, Oh, I simply ended my own life. Upon his demise, he would resurrect at the location of his effigy, which resided within his personal space. A silence enveloped the aircraft as Wang Mian's fingers curled in restraint against the urge to embrace Jing Yao, silently vowing that henceforth he should refrain from undertaking such perilous endeavors alone. Jing Yao shrugged, dismissing the danger, urging them not to worry excessively. The conversation did not persist on the aircraft, as fatigue began to weigh heavily upon them, and they gradually succumbed to slumber in their seats. Wang Mian glanced at Jing Yao and softly asked, Aren't you going to sleep? Jing Yao shook his head. I'm fine. You should rest. Once everyone had drifted into sleep, Jing Yao picked up a nearly 70 damaged shield to inspect it, his lips twitching at the thought that Han Shaoyun might have unleashed a calamity upon him. Upon returning to the base, everyone retreated to their quarters for rest, Jing Yao included. When he awoke, dusk had settled, and nearly everyone else was awake. In the living room were Wang Mian, Zhou Ping, Yu Guei, Changwei, Tan Xiang, and Xinghen. After scanning the room, he curiously inquired, Where is Xuanwo? I'm not sure where he has gone. About half an hour ago, he mentioned stepping out and left his phone behind. If you're free, perhaps you could search for him. Dinner is nearly ready, Tan Xiang replied while busying herself with the meal preparations. Jing Yao nodded, casually donning a jacket before stepping outside. Accompanied by the masked team, Jing Yao relished the rare opportunity for an evening stroll, having not indulged in such simple pleasures for quite some time. The sweltering summer had passed, leaving only a gentle warmth. The evening breeze was pleasantly refreshing. Nearby the bays flowed a river, and as he observed the passers-by strolling along its banks, He pondered the possible whereabouts of Xuanwo. Jing Yao. A voice pierced through the crowd from afar. Jing Yao looked up to see a youth rushing towards him, a bouquet in hand, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, which cast a golden hue upon him. The boy, slightly breathless from his run, bore a sincere and innocent smile as he approached, exclaiming, "Jing Yao, this is for you." Jing Yao gazed at the flowers, white roses and jasmine, wondering what had prompted this unexpected gesture. The vortex shyly scratched his head, recalling that this was indeed the matter you had previously inquired about. However, the flowers were recommended by the shopkeeper. "Jasmine for you. May you never part." Jing Yao reached out with his fingertip to touch the petals of the jasmine, the delicate buds nestled among the green leaves exuding a subtle fragrance. He withdrew his hand and looked at the vortex, offering a faint smile. "I apologize. I was merely jesting before." "Why?" The vortex gazed at Jing Yao in confusion, unable to fathom how everything could be dismissed with a mere joke. "Why is there so much to question? Let's go home for dinner." Jing Yao turned away, his expression growing distant. Such pure and unblemished emotions often left him at a loss, as if the onset of feelings was merely an act of confession. Yet he found no need for such things. Jing Yao walked back, disregarding the vortex. When the vortex returned, holding the bouquet with a dejected demeanor, he startled the other members of the masked team. "What happened to you?" Tan Xiang asked, bewildered, noting the stark contrast to the excitement he had displayed when he left. The vortex placed the flowers on the table. "I was rejected." "Huh?" The members of the masked team, emerging from various corners, gathered around him, engaging in animated discussion. "How did you go straight to confessing without telling us?" Zhou Ping remarked. "Did you not consider us as your brothers?" Yue echoed in agreement. The vortex, feeling aggrieved, stammered, but he was the one who first asked if we should be together, and when I confessed, he outright refused. "Wow, that person is truly unreasonable. I shall seek retribution." Yue rolled up his sleeves, ready to leave at the vortex-s word. Jing Yao leaned against the bar, gazing out at the setting sun. After a while, he slowly raised himself, yawning, as the usually boisterous one seemed detached from everything around him. Wang Mian likely surmised what had transpired. Jing Yao's words to him indicated that such a sincere confession from the vortex would only be perceived as a nuisance. "Let's eat," Wang Mian said, ruffling the vortex's hair. Ultimately, no one inquired further about whom the vortex had confessed to. After dinner, as everyone tidied the kitchen, Jing Yao announced he was heading back to his room to play games. It was well known among their team that he was a gaming enthusiast, so this was hardly surprising. However, whether it was due to the failed confession or not, the vortex also retreated to his room quite early. Gradually, everyone returned to their respective activities. Wang Mian entered Jing Yao's room, finding him nestled on the sofa, engrossed in his game. A glance at the screen revealed a dismal score of 2-13. Quite impressive indeed. He took Jing Yao's phone, assisting him in the game while inquiring, "Did the vortex confess to you today?" Jing Yao rested his hands beneath his head, replying, "MH, I knew it. You would usually be the first to join in the excitement." Despite Wang Mian's efforts to salvage the game, they ultimately lost due to the vast economic disparity. Jing Yao tossed his phone aside, his long legs straddling Wang Mian as he leaned in to kiss him, cupping his face tenderly. After a prolonged moment, they parted both slightly breathless. Jing Yao's attire appeared somewhat disheveled, and Wang Mian's hand rested upon his waist, poised to continue their intimate engagement when a knock resounded at the door. The two exchanged a glance. Jing Yao straightened his clothing and rose to open the door. The entrance was ajar, barely wide enough to conceal the interior's activities. At the threshold stood Xuanwo, his demeanor still somewhat listless, yet his gaze bore an unwavering resolve. I remained perplexed, yearning to comprehend the underlying reasons behind his tenacity. Chapter 85. Do you find it incomprehensible? Then perhaps it is best to cease your pondering and retire for the evening. As Jing Yao spoke, he made to close the door, for no one wished to engage in a discussion of such innocent matters when desire was freshly ignited. "No." Xuanwo clutched at Jing Yao's door, resolutely refusing to let him shut it. After mustering his courage for so long to confess his feelings, he could not accept this jesting response. His heart ached with despair. Jing Yao, feeling a twinge of irritation, ran his fingers through his hair. For the first time, he found himself exasperated, questioning why he had to playfully entice such a challenging character. But wait, could he truly blame Xuanwo? It was the insular nature of their circle that confined his view to but a few handsome faces. Had he been in his previous world, with his wealth, he would have had no shortage of charming companions who would not bring him subsequent troubles. Leaning wearily against the doorframe, he asked, "What do you propose we do? Let us converse. I must understand why you, who once expressed a desire to be together, now act so." As Xuanwo pushed to enter, Jing Yao was caught off guard by the sudden movement, causing him to fumble, and Xuanwo surged into the room. In that instant, Xuanwo's gaze collided with Wang Mian's, and an awkward tension enveloped the air. Jing Yao exhaled in exasperation, adopting an expressionless demeanor with his arms crossed, indicating that if Xuanwo was curious, he should simply come in and lock the door behind him. Xuanwo stammered, glancing at Wang Mian, feeling utterly flustered. "Captain? What a coincidence. You are here too?" His head drooped slightly. Had the captain come to discuss serious matters with Jing Yao? He felt as if he had intruded upon something private. Surely, the captain would not be angered and retaliate against him. "Come in. Why linger at the door? Do you not wish to know?" Jing Yao raised an eyebrow at Xuanwo, adjusting his attire as he approached Wang Mian. Xuanwo was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or leave. Noticing Wang Mian's silence, he cautiously stepped into the room and secured the door. After several deep breaths, he resolved to confront Jing Yao today, even with the captain present. He would demand answers and seek the captain's support. Jing Yao beckoned him closer, stating, "Come here. Soon you shall understand." Xuanwo sniffled, determined to confront him. Jing Yao better provide a satisfactory explanation today. Otherwise, he would expose this deceitful man to the captain. Halfway across the room, he witnessed Jing Yao push Wang Mian down and straddle him. Wang Mian's pupils constricted. It seemed he understood Jing Yao's intentions. Jing Yao held Wang Mian's shoulders down, leaning in for a kiss, while his other hand wandered restlessly towards the hem of his shirt. Wang Mian attempted to restrain him, but Jing Yao swiftly pinned both of his hands above his head. Xuanwo's eyes widened in horror, covering his mouth to stifle a scream. But a piercing alarm blared in his mind. His captain! His captain! No! His captain was about to be violated. "Oh, what is this deceitful fellow, Jing Yao, doing to his captain?" It was only when Wang Mian's breathing became erratic that Jing Yao finally released him. He tilted his head toward Xuanwo, smirking. "Is that the reason? Any questions?" Xuanwo, with a woeful expression, lunged forward, exclaiming, "Don't do that to the captain. If it must be so, let me take his place. I'm sorry, captain. I have brought this upon you." Jing Yao was momentarily speechless, unable to resist collapsing against Wang Mian's shoulder, laughter threatening to spill from his eyes. He cupped Wang Mian's face, teasingly saying, "Captain, your team member is simply adorable, so endearing that it pains me." Wang Mian, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested to Xuanwo, "How about you head back for now?" He felt a touch embarrassed to let his teammates witness such a scene. "I will not leave. You shall not do anything to the captain. I absolutely forbid it." Xuanwo's face flushed crimson. Feeling that his pure and innocent captain had been subjected to such indignity was far more distressing than his own failed confession to Jing Yao. To think that it was the very person to whom he had just confessed that was now making such advances on his captain was even more unbearable. "Then you may stay here," Jing Yao said, draping himself over Wang Mian's shoulder, casting a glance backward, his eyes alight with desire, captivatingly alluring. Xuanwo had never witnessed Jing Yao in such a manner, and it sent his mind into a whirl. In the brief moment of conversation with Xuanwo, Jing Yao had already begun to untuck Wang Mian's trousers. Wang Mian felt a sense of helplessness. He had never realized Jing Yao possessed such mischievous inclinations. But in front of his teammates, he truly felt a wave of embarrassment. His ears burned with a heat that threatened to ignite, his gaze avoiding Xuanwo. Yet he could not deny that Jing Yao's actions stirred something pleasurable within him, especially knowing the previous day's failed confession from Xuanwo. In such a blatant display towards a rival, Jing Yao had unambiguously declared their ambiguous relationship. The hem of clothing obscured the unfolding intimacy. allowing only the faintest whispers of a breeze to pass through. Qian's face turned bright red, his mind blank, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground. Unable to articulate further, I shall adhere to the usual protocol. Even with his ears covered, he could not drown out the sounds. In the end, he resigned himself to the situation and lowered his hands. How he managed to return, Xuanwo could hardly recall. As he stumbled through the door, his steps light and airy, his mind a void. What had he just done? He felt as though he might go mad. His face aflame, he dashed back to his room, diving under the covers, wrapping himself from head to toe. Yet, the images in his mind would not dissipate. The sensations replayed over and over in his head, an incessant loop. Jing Yao had, oh heavens, quickly leave my thoughts. Xuanwo barely slept a wink that night, while Jing Yao nestled comfortably in Wang Mian's embrace, already deep in slumber. It was not until noon the next day that they received their next mission. Throughout the journey, Xuanwo sat at a distance, enveloped in silence. The members of the masked team, understanding his plight, considering the previous day's failed confession. However, individuals of their ilk are inherently ill-suited for seeking romantic partners. The perilous nature of their work, fraught with the potential for fatality at any moment, coupled with their prolonged absences, renders the notion of companionship a rather extravagant luxury for them. The vortex lingered behind Zhou Ping and Yue Gui, occasionally stealing glances at Jing Yao, only to hastily avert their eyes. The mere sight of Jing Yao's countenance set his cheeks aflame, and even the captain appeared somewhat awkward, if only the heavens would grant him a crevice to escape into. Today's mission was relatively uncomplicated, and upon its completion, they settled into a local hotel. Upon returning to the ancient divine society, Han Shaoyun was beset by a sense of trepidation, his expression a mask of neutrality that belied his inner turmoil. He had truly not anticipated that the ramblings would lead to Jing Yao believing such a preposterous tale. He vividly recalled the day Jing Yao had confided in him, thinking only a fool would accept such a rationale. When you return, make your attire a bit disheveled, but avoid any severe injuries. Appear somewhat distressed, and then recount the events truthfully. You witnessed us fall into a trap and intended to eliminate us, yet a shield on my person thwarted the attack, leaving you helpless. I awoke unexpectedly and roused the masked team, who initially intended to slay you, but upon finding you appealing, I persuaded them to release you. Such an absurd justification. How intellectually deficient must the ramblings be to genuinely contemplate such a far-fetched explanation? Yet, he had indeed botched the affair, inevitably facing a reprimand. The ramblings regarded Han Shaoyun with an air of contemplation before waving dismissively, exclaiming, "Enough. You may leave now." Chapter 86. Am I going? Am I to incite Jing Yao to join the ancient god society? Han Shaoyun's expression was peculiar, almost as if he were conversing with a lunatic. Indeed, did he not seem to have taken a liking to you? The Night Watchers would never allow a follower of the ancient god society to return unharmed after attempting to eliminate them. This can only indicate that Jing Yao is genuinely fond of you, possessing enough influence within both the Night Watchers and their upper echelons to secure your safety. Thus, persuading him to switch allegiances would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for us. As Han Shaoyun listened to the ramblings, he internally scoffed. That can only imply that I have already betrayed them. How has the ancient god society flourished under your guidance? Your intelligence truly raises doubts about the completeness of your mental development. Han Shaoyun maintained a serious demeanor, feigning deep respect as he absorbed the words of the lunatic. All the while his thoughts drifted far away. Then, you should make contact with Jing Yao. Be cautious not to be discovered by the Night Watchers. Han Shaoyun took a deep breath, reluctant to leave the ancient god society as it hindered his ability to gather intelligence. However, given the recent stringent investigations into traitors, a slight evasion could be prudent. Most importantly, he was acutely aware of the sensation of being under the control of the lunatic's soul contract. He could not resist any of the lunatic's directives. He responded with utmost reverence, affirming his compliance. Upon receiving the news, Jing Yao exclaimed in surprise, expressing disbelief that the serpent woman had previously appeared as if she were deranged. only to discover that her superior was lacking in common sense. It was indeed miraculous that Han Shaoyun had not been affected. And thus, that is the situation. I might as well take a break. Han Shaoyun took a sip of coffee, but he had left a contingency within the ancient god society. Although the information might arrive slightly delayed, he would not be entirely in the dark. Jing Yao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this matter could be discussed with Yi Fan. He sat beside Han Shaoyun, propping his chin on his hand, a playful smile dancing in his eyes, asking how he intended to incite him. Why would I incite you? Han Shaoyun replied, perplexed, feeling the generational gap between them. Why did he sense that he struggled to comprehend every word Jing Yao uttered? What I mean is, it would be quite enjoyable to stir up some trouble at the ancient god society with you. Jing Yao's eager gaze was fixed on him. I have yet to witness the nature of the ancient god society. Han Shaoyun shook his head. Perhaps you should assess your surroundings first. Jing Yao turned to see Wang Mian standing behind him, his expression dark and displeased. He quickly donned a smile. Ah, Captain, have you returned from your mission? You must be exhausted. Not exhausted, just unfortunate. Wang Mian grabbed Jing Yao by the back of his collar, resembling a scene of a husband discovering his wife's infidelity. He nodded toward Han Shaoyun and led Jing Yao out of the CAF. Once outside the CAF, Wang Mian's typically charming face fell, revealing his displeasure. Were you really that happy chatting with him? What words can express my amusement at the ramblings of that individual? His nonsensical utterances were both foolish and malevolent, and it seems that the serpent lady, once mentally unhinged, must have been afflicted as well. Wang Mian's expression softened slightly, yet his lips still drooped. And I overheard you express a desire to accompany him to the ancient deity's assembly. Well, there's no denying it, as Jing Yao truly harbored some inclination towards that idea. He offered Wang Mian a charming smile, attempting to gloss over the situation. By the way, why has the captain come seeking me? Jing Yao hastily diverted the conversation. Wang Mian inhaled deeply, pausing his steps, his tone tinged with melancholy. What? Have I disturbed you? Jing Yao's breath caught in his throat. Splendid, he had stepped into another pitfall. He quickly pulled Wang Mian into a corner. Planting a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips, do not be upset. I merely engaged him in some very mundane conversation. Wang Mian tilted his head, and upon witnessing his distressed demeanor, Jing Yao felt an irresistible urge to tease him. After all, he was undeniably adorable, evoking a desire to provoke tears from him. He cradled Wang Mian's face, showering him with affectionate pecks. Captain, do not tempt me in broad daylight and out in the open. Your very soul is nearly lured away by those outside. Do you still require my seduction? Han Shaoyun exited the CAF, intending to purchase a pack of cigarettes. When he chanced upon this scene, did he not recall Jing Yao and that fellow, Shen Qingzhu? Had they parted ways? Never mind. The youth revels in such frivolities. After all, it is their private affair, of no concern to him. After much coaxing, Jing Yao finally succeeded in pacifying Wang Mian. Just as they entered the living room, Xuanwo emerged, cradling a cat. Oh, where did this cat come from? Do we even have time to care for a cat? Jing Yao reached out to play with the kitten, which was remarkably docile, likely a domesticated pet, nestled in Xuanwo's arms, gazing up at Jing Yao with wide, innocent eyes. Xuanwo lingered on Wang Mian's notably flushed lips for a moment before averting his gaze. No, it must have wandered over from next door. I shall return it. Oh, very well, off you go. Jing Yao withdrew his hand, the little feline being quite adorable indeed. He mused about bringing more kittens into his little world. Ever since the veil of their relationship with Xuanwo was lifted, it seemed he had instinctively begun to evade the two. Yet, Xuanwo could not help but focus on Jing Yao and Wang Mian, only to realize that Wang Mian exhibited a profound possessiveness towards Jing Yao, albeit it was merely perceived as the captain taking extra care of the most inexperienced member of the team. The daily routine of the masked squad revolved around missions, and should there come a day when half the time was spent in leisure, it would indeed be a rare delight. Though there were tasks that lingered for an extended duration, by the time they were blessed with another moment of respite, it had already become necessary to don thick garments. Withered yellow leaves cascaded from the branches, swirling through the air before gently landing upon the ground, ultimately accumulating into a thick layer of fallen foliage, soon to be swept away by sanitation workers. In the past 6 months, through arduous missions with a massed squad across dimensions, his prowess has ascended to the mid-level of the Chuan realm. Had it not been for the intense mental feedback from a trap he inadvertently triggered, he might have only recently achieved this level. However, he finds little interest in the elevation of realms. Each individual's aspirations differ. For him, the only requirement is sufficiency, as the pursuit of such achievements demands considerable time, effort, and sweat, which starkly contrasts with his life's ambitions. As the new year approaches, one wonders if there will be a break. Jing Yao took a bite of the candied hawthorn. After finishing the sugary coating, the tartness of the hawthorn made him grimace. "If you can't eat it, then don't," Wang Mian remarked, taking the hawthorn from his hand. There was a moment of silence before he offered Jing Yao a strawberry candied skewer, stating, "This one is not sour." Seeing this, Xuanwo looked at Xian with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "You actually have something edible to share? Have you been possessed?" Chapter 87. Blessings for a vacation. These past few days, my writing may seem peculiar, as I have been feeling rather withdrawn, pondering the meaning of life without arriving at any clarity, which has rendered existence somewhat tedious. Sigh. The corners of Xuanwo's mouth twitched as he thrust the strawberry candied hawthorn onto Jingyao's hand. Jingyao gazed at the candied fruit for a while before raising it in acknowledgement to Xuanwo, expressing his gratitude. Ever since that fateful night, Xuanwo had been avoiding him for months, and though Jingyao wished to maintain a distance, he refrained from placing Xuanwo in a difficult position. The strawberry candied hawthorn was undeniably sweet, yet it lacked the unique flavor of hawthorn. Jingyo chewed it with a crunch before promptly discarding the stick into a trash bin. As he passed by temple, Jingyo could not resist wandering inside, purchasing a bundle of incense at the entrance. He reverently bowed before each of the deities, displaying a profound sincerity. "What are you praying for?" Wang Mian inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Well, I hope for fewer mysteries and fewer tasks in the coming year," Jingyo replied, his face partially obscured by a scarf, yet his seriousness shone through. "I truly cannot endure such high-intensity missions any longer." Upon reflection, he realized that he had been here for merely a year and a half, though it felt as if several years had elapsed. The past half-year had indeed dragged on interminably. Occasionally taking leave, he also sought to spend time with Nq and GZH. He wished to check on Nq's well-being, but after sending a batch of remains 3 months prior, he had left a message indicating his intention to delve into research, and since then, he had heard nothing. Whenever he passed through CNGNN, he would return to see how HNG and WNQM were faring. Restoring CNGN to its former glory would likely be an exceedingly protracted endeavor. The silver lining, however, was that this place had transformed into a mysterious and secure zone. Speaking of CNGN, Jingyo suddenly recalled how long it had been since he visited the small world. He found no interest in construction games, lacking both the patience and skill to build houses. Each time he spent hours only to construct something unsightly, it left him disheartened. It's the new year. Perhaps I should return and check on Lin Qiye's aunt. Jingyo murmured softly. Having toiled throughout the year, he had no intention of burdening himself during the New Year festivities. Thus, upon returning to the base, he retreated directly to his room. The small world was alive with vibrant celebrations, likely due to the impending New Year. CHNMY had also taken a break. When Jingyo found him, he was leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing Jingyo, CHNMY couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Ah, a rare visitor. You are being sarcastic," Jingyo asserted with certainty. "Sigh, you come in here and accuse me," CHNMY retorted, playfully gesturing at Jingyo. Having lived here for so long, preoccupied with daily trivialities, Jingyo observed the gradual stabilization and development of this world, which struck CHNMY as somewhat incredible. Were it not for his unique ability to directly influence this world, he might have believed it to be entirely real. However, He could not deny that everything was indeed illusory, for the people of Songnan continued their lives as usual, devoid of mystery or forbidden grounds. Nothing but tranquility and harmony. While it cannot be claimed that there were no conflicts at all, as coexistence inevitably breeds discord among individuals, there were indeed malevolent souls here. With a deeper understanding than most, he found it increasingly difficult to integrate into this world, having elevated himself to a divine perspective. Upon encountering Jing Yao, Chen could not help but voice his grievances, lamenting how only a few of them were overwhelmed with work, while no one came to their aid. This notion made him chuckle, for while they were undeniably alive here, to the outside world, they might as well be as good as dead. Seeking assistance from others would almost be akin to cursing them to their demise. How amusing. Have you discussed this with Yi Fan? Chen suddenly inquired. No. Jing Yao shook his head. I have no confidence in resurrecting you all. If he were aware that I had even a slight chance of reviving you, he would certainly not allow me a moment's peace. I understand him well. He has indeed strived for this nation, but his unscrupulous calculations have gone too far. Chen could not dispute this point. Have you informed Han Shaoyun? He asked, referring to Han Shaoyun's teammates, as it was a significant concern for him. Jing Yao countered. If Han Shaoyun knows, then Yi Fan is bound to be aware as well. Is he not? I recognize the importance of this to him. However, it is truly not the opportune moment to disclose it. Even if I were to tell him, what then? What would he possibly do? I cannot resurrect his teammates merely to inform him that, your companions are not entirely dead. They are, in fact, in my possession. I do not require his assistance in this matter. He has already come to accept the death of his comrades. There is no need to stir unnecessary trouble at this juncture, is there? Furthermore, one must look after oneself. Captain, I am not inclined to seek out trouble for myself, nor do I possess such a benevolent heart. Songnan is not mine, so truthfully, I have no desire to involve myself. Leaning back in his chair, Jing Yao gazed at the ceiling, contemplating that had this matter not been directly bound to him, he would have preferred to hand it over to Lin Qiye to manage, for he surely had more motivation than he did. Chen sighed. Indeed, to morally coerce Jing Yao in this situation would be quite unethical. Jing Yao wandered about Chen office for a while, before pilfering some festive goods and making his way to Annie's house. Upon seeing Jing Yao, Annie recognized him immediately, as Lin Qiye had introduced him with great seriousness. She welcomed him warmly, yet the absence of Yang Jin and Lin Qiye left the home, feeling uncharacteristically desolate. That child, Jin, insists on joining the military. It's been half a year without any news. And what of Qiye? Why hasn't he returned with you this year? Jing Yao pondered for a moment, replying, because I am quite idle, and he is exceedingly busy. Once he is free, I shall return with him to visit you. Aunt let out a sigh, observing, you must be quite busy, my dear. Look how thin you've become. Jing Yao, lacking experience in interacting with elders, expressed a few words of concern for his aunt before leaving the New Year's goods behind and taking his leave. However, he couldn't fathom why Lin Qiye remained in the psychiatric hospital. Surely, he couldn't have truly become mentally ill. After a few sarcastic remarks, he exchanged greetings with Chun Mai and departed from the little world. Time flowed evenly both inside and outside, and when he opened his eyes, Wang Mian was already asleep. Cradling him, unable to resist, Jing Yao reached out to pinch his cheek and planted a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. Wang Mian's eyelids fluttered. Having been in a light slumber, he stirred awake as Jing Yao touched his face, seizing Jing Yao's hand and playfully nibbling at his fingertips. Awake? He murmured, his voice still a bit hoarse from sleep. Jing Yao responded with a soft noticing that Wang Mian's grip on his hand grew more audacious. Don't be mischievous. We need to go out soon. Jing Yao cast an innocent glance at Wang Mian, insisting he hadn't been troublesome. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door, accompanied by a voice from Xuanwo. I've boiled some dumplings. Would you like to eat? Jing Yao glanced at Wang Mian, who appeared reluctant to move. Wang Mian stood up to open the door, and upon seeing him, Xuanwo's expression became somewhat awkward. I'll bring them over. He's likely too lazy to get up right now, Wang Mian said with an air of nonchalance. Xuanwo could only respond with a simple "oh," uncertain of what else to say. Chapter 88 Reconciliation. Wang Mian gently patted Xuanwo's shoulder, urging him to proceed. May I speak with Jing Yao? Xuanwo inquired, casting a glance at Wang Mian. For a moment, Wang Mian hesitated, his lips pressed together. If you wish to converse with him, you ought to approach him directly rather than confiding in me. Understood. Xuanwo inhaled deeply. Jing Yao, leaning by the bedside, silently raised his hand. I heard that too. Wang Mian chuckled softly. I'll fetch you some dumplings. Xuanwo entered the room and quietly closed the door behind him, approaching Jing Yao to engage in a direct exchange. I actually want to ask, what is the nature of your relationship with the captain and that other person? It is a relationship devoid of significance. Jing Yao replied, his gaze fixed on Xuanwo as he rested on the bed. Xuanwo's hands, which had hung limply at his sides, gradually clenched into fists, his eyes brimming with profound sorrow and anger. How could you treat the captain that way? Yet, this was agreed upon by Mian, Jing Yao stated calmly, straightforwardly presenting an undeniable fact. But if it weren't for love, who would accept such a situation? Xuanwo's voice trembled, clearly agitated. Yet he endeavored to suppress his tone to avoid attracting attention. Indeed, Jing Yao nodded, unable to refute, there's nothing to be done. I am a scoundrel. Xuanwo's breath caught, and he slowly crouched down. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner, Jing Yao. What else can be done? Jing Yao countered, observing Xuanwo. I feel so miserable. Xuanwo leaned against the bed, his eyes reddening with a sorrow so intense it seemed poised to engulf him entirely. He had no intention of quarreling with Jing Yao or laying blame. He clearly had not come to discuss such matters. A veil of mist clouded his vision as he struggled to stifle his tears. Jing Yao reached out, running his fingers through Xuanwo's soft, slightly tousled hair, finding comfort in the gesture. If you wish to cry, then cry. I shall be here with you. Wang Mian lingered at the door for a considerable time, contemplating before finally knocking and entering. I brought dumplings for you both. Next time, if you choose to dine in the room, I might just grow irritated. Jing Yao smiled at him, his brows arched playfully. What shall we do then? Our omnipotent captain, do think of a solution. Then why don't you hurry and get up to eat? Shall I feed you? Xuanwo discreetly wiped away his tears, and as Jing Yao prepared to rise from the bed, he lifted him effortlessly and placed him on the sofa. I can feed you. Jing Yao chuckled in disbelief, raising his hand playfully before them. Look here, I have hands. On New Year's Eve, the streets remained lively, bustling with activity as people ventured out around 8 or 9 o'clock. Jing Yao and Xuanwo resembled two bickering children who had finally reconciled, joyfully frolicking like the foolish sons of wealthy landlords. Look, someone is setting off fireworks. Xuanwo pointed to the sky, where magnificent firework burst overhead, illuminating a portion of the night. Captain, let's purchase some fireworks for our return. Zhou Ping promptly intervened. Fireworks are prohibited in our area. You need not ask every year. Jing Yao searched through the system's mall and purchased an oversized fairy wand, measuring a full meter in length. Holding it amidst the crowd, he was undeniably the most eye-catching figure. He handed the wand to Xuanwo, encouraging him to play with it. Such a whimsical object was indeed meant for fun. Wow, this wand is remarkably long. Jing Yao ignited it, and unlike ordinary fairy wands, this one emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, showering down tiny star-like sparks in the air. This spectacle made Qian with the most dazzling presence on the bustling street. With a mischievous grin, he approached some children, comparing his wand with theirs, before nonchalantly walking away as the children clamored for a wand just like his. The members of the mass team couldn't help but cover their faces, moving a little farther from Xuanwo. To be honest, it was somewhat embarrassing. After enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner and watching the fireworks, they returned home as the crowd began to dissipate. Happy New Year, Wang Mian proclaimed, pulling out a stack of red envelopes and distributing one to each person. Next was Zhou Ping, who generously handed out a red envelope to every member of the team. And since Jing Yao was the newest and the youngest, he received an additional one, with the envelope in hand. His eyes sparkled with delight as he presented the meticulously prepared New Year gifts to everyone. Each member received a small storage ring, similar to the one he had given to Shen Qingzhu, accompanied by an assortment of chocolates, cotton candy, instant milk tea, explosive strawberries, mystery box lollipops, and a box of tea leaves. Happy New Year! Zhou Ping accepted the ring and peered inside, immediately beaming. Today has truly seen our benefactor's generosity. Jing Yao, with a playful swagger, waved his hand dismissively. This is nothing. Take it and enjoy. Unsure if there would be any tasks the following day, they retreated to their rooms after distributing the red envelopes. At the stairway corner, Xuanwo quietly grasped Jing Yao's hand and leaned in close, whispering, "May I come to your room?" His face flushed with a hint of shyness, the crimson creeping from his neck to his cheeks. "Of course," Jing Yao replied, patting his head. Shen Qingzhu was busy with a task on New Year's Eve, and after exchanging wishes for the new year, they disappeared from sight. After his shower, Jing Yao nestled into bed, only to see Xuanwo and Wang Mian approaching together. So cold, Xuanwo exclaimed as he dove under the covers, pulling Jing Yao into an embrace. It was indeed chilly outside, and Xuanwo carried a slight chill with him. Jing Yao, so soft and fragrant. Xuanwo buried his face into Jing Yao's shoulder, his cheeks betraying a rosy hue. Wang Mian, suppressing a smile, slipped under the covers on the other side. Jing Yao found himself sandwiched between them, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Staring blankly at the ceiling with his lifeless eyes, he remarked, "It truly is a challenge for this bed to accommodate 3 of us." "It can certainly fit us all," Xuanwo replied, snuggling closer to Jing Yao, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "May I steal a kiss? Or shall I toss you out?" In such moments, Wang Mian completely abandoned his captain's demeanor. He deftly pulled Jing Yao out of the clutches of the vortex, and as their gazes locked, neither was willing to yield. "However, Captain, you have monopolized him for quite some time. So what does that have to do with me?" Jing Yao draped the blanket over his head, resolutely ignoring the two of them. "I'm going to sleep now. You two carry on." "That's not acceptable, Jing Yao." The vortex yanked the blanket down. Jing Yao attempted to resist, insisting, "I'm truly going to sleep. Can you both go play somewhere else?" Wang Mian produced the headphones he had concealed within his hair, the faint sound of a novel emanating from them. "Oh, is this what you mean by sleeping? I've never seen anyone listen to a novel while sleeping. I've never encountered anyone who listens to horror stories while sleeping." Old routine. Chapter 89. Next time for sure the following morning, Jing Yao remained ensconced in bed, utterly unable to rise. No amount of cotton candy could salvage his condition. It was effective only for treating injuries or ailments, but for his current state of complete exhaustion, there was little that could be done. "Rest at home. We will return promptly," Wang Mian said, gently brushing his fingers against Jing Yao's face. Jing Yao felt too fatigued to even open his eyes and merely murmured an indistinct response before drifting back into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, night had fallen, and the outside world was enveloped in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that they had gone out on a mission that day. He fumbled to rise, but his legs buckled beneath him, leaving him kneeling on the floor. Jing Yao cursed under his breath as he supported himself, and, after washing up in the bathroom, he settled on the sofa with a box of fruit salad, savoring it slowly. His phone was filled with messages from Wang Mian and Xuanwo, but after 10 o'clock, their correspondence ceased. Having rested for a day, Jing Yao's strength had returned significantly, prompting him to venture outside for a stroll. The villa felt unnaturally quiet. Since his arrival, he had grown accustomed to a lively atmosphere, and the sudden stillness was a jarring adjustment. On the first day of the new year, the streets bustled with activity. Jing Yao purchased an ice cream and found a spot to squat down and enjoy it while observing children frolicking nearby. Ice creams were readily available for purchase, displayed openly in this weather, and he shivered as he nibbled on the cold treat, determined to finish the entire cone. Suddenly, a light laugh broke the air, causing Jing Yao to turn, vexed, only to be met with an unexpected sight. "And Qingyu, you're still alive?" And Qingyu tilted his head in confusion. "Why would you think I'll be dead?" Jing Yao huddled closer, hands tucked into his sleeves. "It's been months without a word. I thought it reasonable to assume you had perished, but I distinctly informed you that I was embarking on a research project." And Qingyu crouched beside Jing Yao, his fingers brushing against Jing Yao's skin, sending a shiver through him. "Keep your distance." Jing Yao shifted a few steps away, already on the verge of freezing from the ice cream, and he certainly did not appreciate Qingyu's audacity to seek warmth from him. And Qingyu's expression darkened slightly as he withdrew his hand and tucked it into his pocket. Though he was dressed rather lightly, he maintained a composed demeanor, betraying no signs of discomfort from the cold. Under normal circumstances, Jing Yao would have expressed concern, but after the ordeal he endured with Xuanwo and Wang Mian, he found himself somewhat detached, his body aching from the exertion. With the charming figure before him, he felt momentarily incapacitated, and Qingyu's demeanor grew more subdued as he remarked coolly, "Thanks to your lack of interference, my experiment has succeeded ahead of schedule." Jing Yao turned to glance at him, casually responding, "That's wonderful. Congratulations. Is there nothing else you wish to say, brother?" And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, concealing the glint of danger in his eyes. In truth, his actions were utterly superfluous. Jing Yao felt a weariness that made even lifting his head a chore. With a languid demeanor, he idly poked at the undisturbed snow on the ground with a twig he had found. He contemplated for a moment, his mind a blank slate, reluctant to engage in any thought, unsure of its purpose. And Qingyu inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips, yet he had words for his brother. Jing Yao replied, puzzled by his tone, and Qingyu lifted him from the ground and began to walk in a specific direction, causing Jing Yao to gasp in surprise as a sudden pain shot through his waist. "What's wrong?" And Qingyu inquired, noticing the discomfort. Jing Yao's expression contorted, though he hesitated to admit to it, adjusting his glasses, and Qingyu's eyes reflected an inscrutable emotion. "Then let us proceed at a more leisurely pace." With that, he not only slowed his stride, but also wrapped an arm around Jing Yao's waist, supporting him as they moved. From a distance, it appeared as though he enveloped Jing Yao entirely in his embrace. While Jing Yao could manage to walk normally before, he now genuinely required support. "You haven't mentioned where we are going or what we are doing. It's nothing of great significance. Perhaps I should first attend to your waist," and Qingyu suggested. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Jing Yao's face. "No need. You just strained it. It would be best to apply some medication and massage it, or you will be in pain for several days," and Qingyu stated earnestly. "Well, fine then." Collaborating with the night watchman, and Qingyu spared no expense at the hotel, arranging for a bottle of medication to be brought to them. He instructed Jing Yao to lie on the bed and lifted his shirt, adjusting his body temperature. He warmed the ointment in his hands and gently massaged it onto Jing Yao's back. "Is it not too delicate? Will it not break with such force?" Jing Yao queried. Surprisingly, after just a few moments of Qingyu's ministrations, he felt significantly more at ease, his eyelids growing heavy. "Are you tired? Perhaps you should rest," and Qingyu remarked, noticing Jing Yao's imminent slumber as he pulled a blanket over him. Seeing Jing Yao surrender to sleep without a hint of defense, and Qingyu couldn't help but smile. He brushed his fingers lightly against Jing Yao's face. "Sweet dreams, brother." Jing Yao felt as though he had enjoyed a profoundly restorative sleep, a faint scent of medication lingering in the air, not unpleasant. He lifted his head and realized he was nestled in Qingyu's embrace. Stunned for a few seconds, he remembered that Qingyu had brought him back to tend to his waist. He pondered silently, refraining from labeling Qingyu as ungrateful. In truth, the boy was quite considerate. He shifted slightly, causing Qingyu to awaken, his eyes bright and clear as though he had never slept. "Are you awake? Does your waist feel better?" he asked, his hand resting on Jing Yao's back. Jing Yao shifted his waist and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, it feels much improved." He prepared to rise and return, mindful that Wang and the others might return at any moment. If they discovered him within Qingyu, he feared he might need to hastily gather his belongings and flee. And Qingyu pressed him back onto the bed with one hand, his appearance strikingly assertive, exuding a cool demeanor. Without the glasses to obscure his gaze, the dangerous glint in his eyes was unmistakable. He extended his finger to press against Jing Yao's lips, smiling as he asked, "Are you in a hurry, dear brother? I thought you would be quite eager to spend some more time with me." How truly disheartening. "In fact, I have another matter to discuss during my visit. Do you still remember what you said, brother?" "I have never forgotten." He lowered his head and placed 2 gentle kisses upon Jing Yao's lips, the soft sensation compelling him to deepen the kiss, even yearning to possess this person entirely. Jing Yao blinked, momentarily taken aback, as he pushed Qingyu away with one hand, feeling the lingering ache in his waist resurface. "Next time, perhaps," and Qingyu, Let's let today be an exception. Jing Yao's heart brimmed with tears. His brother seemed rather out of sorts today yet. How could a man ever admit to his inadequacies? Chapter 90. The law Jing Yao scarcely lingered. He even leaped through the window in his haste. Upon returning to the villa, he was met with an eerie silence. A sigh escaped his lips. Once he reveled in a life devoid of work, indulging in games and immersing himself in novels and anime. Yet now he found it unbearably tedious. He retrieved his phone and played a game for a while, but upon glancing at the sea of red in his performance metrics, he silently exited, feeling the weight of the afternoon's excessive slumber now preventing him from sleeping. Frustrated, he attempted to reach out to Shen Qingzhu and the Serpent Woman, but neither replied. Undeterred, he harassed Han Shaoyun, Hong Ying, and Wen Qima in turn. Engaging in conversation with 8 individuals simultaneously was no small feat, and while they indulged him briefly, their own obligations soon drew them away. Lying on his bed, he stared blankly at the suffocating silence surrounding him and suddenly recalled a little world simulator he had yet to explore. This peculiar contraption intrigued him, and now seemed the perfect time to delve into it. He was not particularly fond of this realm. It evoked a strange sensation within him. The inhabitants were akin to creatures he had nurtured, with their lives and deaths resting entirely in his whims. He was the god of this miniature universe, capable of altering their perceptions, which left him unsettled. Ambition for grand endeavors was absent from his heart, and upon deeper reflection, he feared becoming a quintessential villain, a figure despised by the heavens, beset by protagonists united against him. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable connection to those who appear to be the protagonists of this world. If he were to assume the role of the ultimate antagonist while remaining close to the protagonist, how would they react upon discovering this truth? Salt? Confusion? Perhaps they would feel a profound rage, yet, driven by justice, would ultimately shed tears while slaying him. Alternatively, he might be utterly reduced to a state of helplessness, imprisoned and forgotten. Ha ha ha! Imagining Lin Qiye's expression, Jing Yao felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh madly. Due to the permissions Jing Yao had previously granted him, Chen Mai was aware of Jing Yao's presence. Typically, Jing Yao refrained from visiting without cause, leading Chen Mai to believe he might be in need of assistance. Thus, half awake, he rose to seek out Jing Yao. Upon finding him seated on the floor, laughing like a fool, Chen Mai was at a loss for words. "Why are you here at such an hour? Acting strangely." Chen Mai struggled to find an appropriate term to describe Jing Yao's behavior. Jing Yao's grin faded as he replied, "Captain, how could you spy on others?" Crossing his arms, Chen Mai fixed Jing Yao with a deadpan stare. "I wasn't spying. I was merely observing openly." The two exchanged incredulous glances. Chen Mai, having not rested well, soon found his eyes growing weary. He settled beside Jing Yao, inquiring, "Is something amiss?" Jing Yao shook his head. "No, I'm simply bored and came to see if there was anything entertaining." Especially since he could only meander in like a vagabond each time he entered, he genuinely wished to challenge himself by constructing a house. Upon hearing his intentions, Chen Mai fell into a long silence, suddenly recalling a day when he opened permissions to inspect and discovered a secluded corner in a hidden mountain, surrounded by towering, dense trees. In the center lay an unnaturally flat expanse of land, which piqued his curiosity, leading him to witness an unforgettable scene. A crooked and haphazard structure, towering 9 meters, yet consisting of only a single floor, devoid of windows and doors, entirely reliant on Jing Yao's power within the laws of this world to sustain it. He intended to laugh, but he simply couldn't help himself. Chen Mai patted Jing Yao's shoulder and suggested, "Why don't you tell me what kind of house you like? I shall have someone build it for you." "All right. I'm quite pleased not to have to build it myself," Jing Yao replied, only to hear Chen Mai continue. "I'll have it constructed in the same location where you previously built your house." The expression on Jing Yao's face vanished completely, and he even contemplated how to bury Chen Mai. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. He glanced at the chaotic data on the panel. The world's level remained at 1, with a sluggish growth rate. Regarding the so-called law of power, which still showed a 0 increase, Jing Yao was utterly bewildered. "Captain, what is the law of power?" Chen Mai cast a profound glance at him. "I thought you would ask that right from the start." Jing Yao stroked his chin. You didn't even mention it. How could I ask? How was I to know whether you were aware? I presumed you knew, Chen Mai retorted with confidence. Jing Yao. Chen Mai cleared his throat and elucidated. The so-called law of power is both a rule and the source of strength. It embodies the foundational principles governing the world's operation. Different deities wield different laws, and the more powerful the deity, the mightier the law they command. Thus, once one masters a particular law, it signifies that such a force can be entirely at one's disposal. Do you understand why, to this day, there exists only the so-called pinnacle of humanity? Jing Yao stared at Chen Mai in silent exasperation. If he knew, would he still be asking? Clearly, he was not a competent foil, prompting Chen Mai to continue his exposition. Because humanity lacks its own laws, the pinnacle of humanity has already become its terminus. Only by possessing the law of power can one ascend to divinity. Yet, humanity lacks even the path that leads to the divine. Chen Mai regarded Jing Yao with a complex expression, and you possess the law of power. Although you can presently only utilize it here and have not yet mastered it, it is evident that, should you choose, mastery is merely a matter of time. Those individuals spend their entire lives seeking an endpoint, yet for others, it is merely a starting point. Jing Yao pointed to himself in bewilderment. Me? A deity? You make it sound as if I were some yellow-furred creature seeking a title. Chen Mai, do I resemble a human or a god? Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly as he chose to ignore Jing Yao's inquiry. If nothing unexpected occurs, you might indeed be the first human to ascend to divinity. Or could it be that you are the reincarnation of some deity from the Great Xia? Watching Chen Mai, he sidestepped several paces, saying, Are you trying to flatter me? Do not even entertain such thoughts. I cannot possibly be the reincarnation of any Great Xia deity, so give up on that notion. He was acutely aware of his own identity. He was not even a native of this world, let alone the reincarnation of a divine being from the Great Xia. One cannot possibly traverse worlds in such a manner, can they? I said, Captain, the person has died twice already. You should not be so short-sighted. You rely on me day after day, but what about Lin Qiye? I have observed that lad. He possesses the innate qualities of a protagonist and will undoubtedly save this world in the future. Chapitre 91, Surprise. Chen Mai rose from the ground, exuding an unwavering calmness. I harbor no expectations of you or Lin Qiye. My faith rests solely in humanity. The path must be forged by oneself. Yo, quite spirited, aren't you, Chen? Jing Yao exclaimed, extending his hand to pat Chen Mai's shoulder, treating it as a high five. Chen Mai endeavored to decipher the meaning behind Jing Yao's words in his mind, but found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he decided it was best not to ponder it any further, having grasped the essence of Jing Yao's intent, to refrain from uttering peculiar comments. I'm heading back to sleep. Do let me know your preferences for your house when you have the time. Understood. Jing Yao contemplated the nature of the power of belief for a while, and amidst the intricate explanations, he finally comprehended how to harness this force. Thus, it is indeed connected to the small world. Humanity's faith is intricately linked to the power of deities. After all, how could a god devoid of followers be deemed a true deity? Hey, Chen Mai, wake up. I know you're not asleep. Chen Mai replied, You better have something important. Stifling a yawn, he was once again pulled upright, regarding the matter of faith. Jing Yao could have directly altered people's perceptions, yet he chose not to act in such a manner. While astonished, he felt a sense of relief. In truth, Jing Yao's decision to seek out Chen Mai was a well-considered outcome. Had he chosen to alter perceptions directly, he could have swiftly gained control over the laws of belief. However, setting aside the illusory nature of such power, he was not particularly anxious to acquire it. Furthermore, he did not wish for his relationship with Chen Mai to become strained. He desired to avoid chaos or the need for arduous efforts. Chen Mai managed things splendidly. Entrusting this matter to Chen Mai, though it might take longer, would ensure stable collaboration between them, and such belief would not shatter like a mere bubble upon the slightest touch. As a deity, have you contemplated how to introduce yourself to your followers? Jing Yao replied without hesitation, Wealth and handsomeness coexist. Chen Mai's lips twitched as he covered his face, delivering a playful slap to the back of Jing Yao's head. You should go to sleep. I'll handle this matter. I'll inform you later. and you can return. Rubbing the back of his head, Jing Yao feigned outrage. I am destined to be a deity, and you dare strike the back of a god's head. I shall draw a circle to curse you. May your instant noodles lack seasoning. All right, Chinmai replied dismissively, then ushered Jing Yao at the door. He needed rest himself, weary of the relentless torture of the elderly. Once outside, Jing Yao observed the late-night revelers returning home after drinking, patted his backside, and disappeared. Indeed, he must be an emperor, for there are always those who willingly perform tasks on his behalf. Perhaps he would appoint Chinmai as a chancellor one day. Such a gesture would surely move him deeply. At 3 a.m, Jing Yao finally succumbed to fatigue, wrapping himself in his blanket and drifting into a deep slumber. In the corner of the room, a little mouse fixated its gaze unwaveringly upon the bed. When he awoke, it was already noon. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a message from Qingyu inviting him to lunch. Feeling completely recovered, Jing Yao believed himself capable enough to accept the charming young lady's invitation. He meticulously prepared what he considered a rather dashing outfit before stepping outside. It was only stated that he couldn't leave as a 0, not that he couldn't step out as a 1. This bug was quite well executed. Upon his arrival, he found Qingyu seated on a roadside bench, a cup of milk tea in hand. Upon seeing Jing Yao, he smiled and waved. Have you been waiting long? Jing Yao gently touched Qingyu's face. You must be cold. Would you like to come into my embrace to warm up? And Qingyu's expression dimmed slightly, revealing a bashful smile. All right. He wrapped his arms around Jing Yao's waist, resting his head against his neck. Jing Yao's waist was remarkably slender, and his neck was equally delicate. It felt as if a mere exertion could easily snap it. He pulled Qingyu closer, enveloping him completely in his embrace. Honestly, you will be better off without the perfume. If you don't like it, you needn't wear it again next time, Jing Yao replied nonchalantly. And Qingyu released his hold and offered the milk tea to Jing Yao. This is for you. The temperature should be just right. How considerate of you, my Qingyu. Jing Yao remarked, ruffling Qingyu's hair. He noticed how much taller Qingyu had grown. He recalled their first meeting, when he had towered over Lin Qiye by half a head, and now Qingyu seemed to surpass him slightly. Ugh, had I known, I would have worn thicker-soled shoes. And Qingyu hasn't resorted to height-increasing footwear, has he? Jing Yao couldn't help but steal a glance at Qingyu's shoes. Well, it seems not. He took the milk tea, and honestly, who could resist sipping from a cup of milk tea? After taking a sip, he found the taste rather peculiar. Is it unpleasant? I've never tried it before. I bought it because I heard it was a new product, and Qingyu replied with an innocent expression. Never mind. Let's avoid this place next time. The flavor is rather strange, Jing Yao remarked, pursing his lips. He took another sip, finding the taste odd yet not entirely unpalatable. The peculiar flavor lingered for no more than 3 seconds in his mouth before dissipating entirely, prompting him to ponder what that odd taste could be. Thus, he walked and sipped, consuming nearly half the cup without deciphering the flavor, until he felt something amiss as Qingyu led him further away. Where are we headed? He halted, looking at Qingyu. Jing Yao felt a heaviness in his head, squinting slightly at Qingyu. Aren't you going to tell me what exactly you have in mind? Otherwise, I won't be so accommodating. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat surprised by Jing Yao's current state. Yet he maintained a smile as he said, So, please cooperate a bit, brother. And Qingyu reached out to catch Jing Yao. Just rest for a while. What a troublesome child you are. Jing Yao murmured softly, his consciousness beginning to blur. He surrendered himself, allowing himself to fall into Qingyu's embrace. His mind was increasingly clouded, yet he was not entirely succumbed to slumber. He could perceive everything around him, albeit with diminished capacity for reaction. Was it truly the case that even with an escalated dosage, the effects could only reach this level? And Qingyu lifted him effortlessly, casually opening a door and stepping inside, vanishing completely. Jing Yao felt as though he had plunged into utter darkness. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and his hands and feet were bound. Slowly, he turned his head towards the source of the sound. Ah, how intriguing it is. After expending such effort, he ought to be rewarded with a modicum of surprise, lest he be left feeling disenchanted. Chapter 92. Guests? We're the guests. The complete control and invasion of Jing Yao's consciousness had turned into a chaotic mess, His senses were heightened, yet his awareness dulled, to the point where he could hardly grasp the passage of time. To elaborate, an additional chapter has been inserted here. If the flow seems disjointed, please refer to the supplementary material in the group chat. After a significant shift in Jing Yao's location, Wang Mian sensed something was amiss. He was uncertain when Jing Yao had departed and found himself unable to return. He could only reach out to Shen Qingzhu, imploring him to track down Jing Yao's whereabouts. Following the coordinates provided by Wang Mian, Shen Qingzhu visited several locations, ultimately to no avail. It was evident to him that he had been utterly misled. Wang Mian merely glanced at the previous coordinates and forwarded the initial location. The door was blasted open, yet he managed to control the explosive force, preventing it from sweeping into the house. And Qingyu, unruffled, sat beside the surgical table with a notebook in hand. Upon seeing Shen Qingzhu, he calmly remarked, "Oh, it's you. You're later than I anticipated." Shen Qingzhu felt a momentary breathlessness upon encountering Jing Yao. He strode forward and seized Qingyu by his collar, barely managing to restrain himself from striking him. He knew that such a transformation in Jing Yao could not have occurred without his consent, which only fueled Shen Qingzhu's anger. "Do not be upset. I merely shaped him into the version of himself that aligns best with his psyche, did I not?" And Qingyu retorted, extricating himself from Shen Qingzhu's grip with a hint of sarcasm. Shen Qingzhu's veins bulged at his neck and arms. His voice gritted through clenched teeth. "If you utter another word, I swear I will end you, truly." And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, replying nonchalantly, "By all means." Shen Qingzhu took several deep breaths, ultimately calming himself. He released Qingyu and lifted Jing Yao into his arms. As the two argued, Jing Yao gradually opened his eyes, instinctively tightening his embrace around Shen Qingzhu's neck, nuzzling against him. "Qingzhu." Shen Qingzhu softened his gaze, holding Jing Yao even closer. "I am here, let us return." Fully awakened, Jing Yao seemed to realize he had upset Shen Qingzhu and nestled obediently in his embrace, his voice softening. "All right." It was peculiar how he felt a hint of trepidation at Shen Qingzhu's ire. Jing Yao made a feeble attempt to tidy himself, ensuring he appeared less disheveled. Shen Qingzhu effortlessly carried him back to the hotel. Watching them depart, Qingyu discarded the empty notebook onto the table, his expression cold and utterly disinterested. Upon returning to the hotel, Jing Yao pressed Shen Qingzhu against the door, planting hasty kisses upon him. Shen Qingzhu could not help but smirk sarcastically. "What? Am I inadequate?" Jing Yao looked somewhat aggrieved. "No, we are not involved in that way." Shen Qingzhu's expression momentarily faltered, but upon regaining composure, he pinned Jing Yao against the door, showering him with fervent kisses that left him breathless. It was not until the alarm clock rang, signaling the usual time to rise, that Shen Qingzhu finally relented. When he opened his eyes once more, the sky had taken on a somewhat dim hue. Jing Yao fumbled for his phone, noting that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A dull ache throbbed in his head, and he felt an unsettling discomfort throughout his body. "Awake? Are you hungry?" Shen Qingzhu inquired softly, knowing that Jing Yao had likely eaten little since yesterday. Reminded of his state, Jing Yao realized just how famished he was and nodded in affirmation. "Let's get up and have something to eat." Shen Qingzhu planted a gentle kiss on Jing Yao's forehead before lifting him from the bed to wash up. As Jing Yao found himself cradled in Shen Qingzhu's arms, he instinctively covered his mouth, a deep blush creeping across his cheeks. I can manage on my own." Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you can?" "I can. Even if I can't, I will," Jing Yao declared, trembling slightly as he steadied himself against the wall while making his way to the bathroom. After some effort, he finished tidying himself up, just in time for breakfast to arrive, courtesy of Shen Qingzhu. After the meal, Jing Yao felt revitalized, grateful to have avoided the dire fate of hunger. "I need to head back soon. You should refrain from associating with that boy in the future. Are there no others around you?" Shen Qingzhu remarked, peeling an egg for Jing Yao, sounding both instructive and scolding. He had rushed out upon receiving a call from Wang Mian without even taking a day off, and now he would likely have to write a self-reflection upon his return. He placed the egg in front of Jing Yao. "Eat." Jing Yao obediently took the egg and began to eat, contemplating the wisdom of avoiding further interactions with Qingyu, whose cunning and reckless nature often led to trouble. If only he'd been given a heads up, the abruptness of it all had thrown everyone into chaos. He would certainly face consequences upon his return. How about I accompany you back? Jing Yao implored, gazing eagerly at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu glanced at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. All right, but I must leave immediately. Let's go together. Jing Yao hastily finished his egg and the porridge, and Shen Qingzhu wiped his mouth clean before leading him to check out of the room. Upon disembarking from the plane, Jing Yao produced a wheelchair and seated himself in it. As Shen Qingzhu intended to push him, he witnessed Jing Yao activating the electric wheelchair, zooming away with surprising speed. Shen Qingzhu stood momentarily speechless. Jing Yao made a quick turn and halted before him, patting his legs. Come on, brother, let's go for a ride. A ride in a wheelchair? Shen Qingzhu replied, momentarily at a loss for words, before pulling the wheelchair back and handing Jing Yao a bag of chips, guiding him toward the roadside. After hailing a taxi, the driver, upon noticing someone in a wheelchair, approached to help, only to be taken aback as the person in the wheelchair stood up. Sir, please open the trunk. The driver, bewildered, complied. All right. On the second day of the new year, the streets were bustling with life, especially during the festive holiday, with children scampering everywhere. In the spirit of the new year, Jing Yao reached into his bag and retrieved a red pouch, carelessly stuffing it with cotton candy and other sweets. Shen Qingzhu pushed him into the courtyard, and as they entered, a little girl dashed out from within. Li Jinjin, do not attempt to orchestrate a romance between cats and dogs. How many times must I repeat myself? As Jing Yao listened to this furious outburst, he found it rather abstract. Shen Qingzhu, having been here for quite some time, remained remarkably composed, effortlessly lifting Jing Yao along with his chair and relocating him to the side. The young girl had initially intended to retreat into her wheelchair, but Shen Qingzhu simply carried it away, leaving her caught by a man behind her. Uncle Zhang, we have guests. We have guests. You cannot strike me in front of the guests. Zhang Jingtian paid no heed to her words, dismissing the notion of guests entirely, stating that the person in question was simply Qingzhu's partner and that she could not evade the punishment she was about to receive today. Chapter 93. Unruly companions what? Is this the partner of Qingzhu, as mentioned by Sister Yulan, her close confidant? The girl named Li Zhenjin instantly perked up, darting towards Jing Yao. Scrutiny